I am William, and this is my first time facing this situation. The Chun family, a harmonious family in the eyes of the outside world, was full of prejudice and hostility towards me, their suddenly returned son. The family affection I once had was already shattered, and what was left was only indifference and blame. I once thought that rebirth would change everything, but the reality made me feel more suffocated in this glittering cage. For my grandma's health, I resolutely gave up the college entrance examination. However, I didn't expect that my grandma's words shocked everyone. Manhwa was not my uncle's biological son. In the preparations for the engagement banquet, family grievances and unsolved mysteries surfaced one after another. And all this may just be the beginning of a bigger conspiracy. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. I lowered my head, and I wanted to say something, but I didn't want to dampen Grace's hopes. Although I promised Oscar that I would let him go as long as he passed my test, if I really wanted to go back on my word, no one could do anything to me. Looking at the current situation, I knew I should stick to it, and the key was whether Grace could convince me. If you feel sorry for him, call him now. It's not too late. Grace looked at the sisters and suddenly said coldly, "Let him take the exam with peace of mind and don't come to the hospital." After hearing this, I sighed helplessly. Grace's attitude was as tough as ever. She handed the phone to the three sisters, but they just stood there blankly and didn't take it. Obviously, they didn't completely agree with Grace's approach. When I rushed to the hospital, everyone in the Chun family was gathered around the old lady's bed. Richard saw me suddenly appear, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He asked angrily, "You little brat, aren't you taking an exam? Why are you running here?" I didn't answer him, but asked directly, "Where's Grandma? How is Grandma? What did the doctor say?" My heart felt like it was being led away, and my anxiety was almost overflowing. Seeing me like this, Chen Manqing quickly told me the old lady's condition and the cause and effect. When I heard that Grandma's condition was stable, I breathed a sigh of relief and finally felt a little relieved. But Richard was obviously not happy with my decision. He angrily asked, "How can you give up the college entrance examination? Can't you just finish the exam first and then come back?" I lowered my head in shame. "I'm sorry. I was too worried and didn't think about it that much." My explanation was apologetic, and my tone seemed extremely regretful. Vivian and the three sisters watched this farce and already had an idea in their minds. Although I care about my grandmother very much, if Grace had not exaggerated, I would not have given up the college entrance examination so decisively. They were angry at Grace's behavior and thought that she had cruelly made me give up my future for Oscar and a simple promise. Even if you care about Grandma, you should at least finish the college entrance examination. Richard's words made me angry, but I didn't want to argue anymore. Grace couldn't stand it anymore and directly refuted him. Since it has already happened, why blame William? He was just concerned about Grandma. Grace's tone left me stunned for a moment, and I couldn't help feeling a little comforted. Then, I ignored other people's comments and pulled Aunt Lou out to confirm whether Grandma's condition was stable as she said before. Aunt Lou's answer made me feel relieved, but I still didn't dare to take Grandma's condition lightly. So I finally went to ask the doctor. The doctor's answer was not much different from Aunt Lou's, which finally put my mind at ease. Although the old lady's condition was not optimistic, at least there was no need to worry for the time being. 2 days later, the old lady insisted on leaving the hospital. Although I disagreed, the old lady's stubborn character forced me to obey her wishes. As for my decision to give up the college entrance examination, the old lady naturally didn't know about it, and the Chun family also kept silent tacitly. The old man of the Chin family and other family members came the next day with the news of the engagement, and they decided to hold the engagement party on the night when my college entrance examination results came out. Although I felt a little reluctant, it seemed that everything had been arranged long ago. In Oscar's room, Grace told him firmly, "Get ready. When the college entrance examination results come out and your brother's engagement party is over, you should leave." Oscar seemed reluctant. "Mom, I don't want to leave. I want to stay with you." Grace didn't say much, just lowered her head to think. Obviously, she had her own plan. The reason why she was so eager to let Oscar leave was because she knew that things were not as simple as they seemed. Oscar said reluctantly, "I don't want to leave. Why should I leave?" Grace responded firmly, "No, you have to go. I will find a way to get your passport back from your brother." Her unquestionable tone confused Oscar. "My brother and I have a good relationship now. Why should I leave? I want to stay with you." Grace didn't answer, but frowned. The reason why she was anxious to let Oscar leave was because of Zhao Mingqing's phone call a few days ago. He mentioned that Wang Yin secretly took the sample for paternity testing, and the results showed that the two were not related by blood. When Zhao Jing told Grace about this, she was instantly horrified. If the sample was not hers and Oscar's, then whose was it? What confused her even more was that the old lady took the initiative to recognize Oscar at that time. What was going on? Grace thought of a terrible possibility. The old lady and William already knew about her and Oscar, but they pretended not to know and set a trap for her. Grace's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and a terrible thought popped up in her mind. Did the old lady foresee that the sample would be replaced? Was she deliberately acting? And was there some other hidden purpose behind it? However, after thinking for a moment, Grace immediately ruled out this idea. She knew that this possibility was very small. Then, she thought about what happened again. If Jessica hadn't accidentally discovered the clue and found Zhao Mingsheng, Grace would not have known that the sample had been replaced. It would be even more impossible to have the opportunity to replace the sample to manipulate the situation. If the old lady really had a plan, she should at least prepare a blood-related sample in advance so that she could confirm whether there was a replacement. Grace could not help but feel a cold sweat. She began to doubt whether the secret between her and Oscar had been exposed. However, the old lady's behavior made Diana uneasy, and the uneasy feeling in her heart lingered for a long time. Before the truth was revealed, she decided to be cautious and avoid any trouble. In this situation, Grace knew that the most important thing was to let Oscar leave temporarily. Otherwise, he would always be a time bomb if he stayed at home. At this moment, what she needed most was money. She planned to pay off the family debts after the engagement party and send the Yang family abroad to hide temporarily. As for herself, with the money in her hands, she could at least stay free. Leaving Oscar's room, Grace immediately called Yang Gaofeng and instructed him to contact the financing company to discuss the next financing plan. Although the Liu family's funds were in place, she still felt it was not enough. Especially for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, she didn't want to just make a small profit, but planned to go all out. Yang Gaofeng had suggested leveraged financing before, and she hesitated for a while, but now she has decided to go all out. After all, there were not many uncontrollable factors in the Chun Group's transaction this time. The only risk was that she might touch the bottom line of insider trading. However, Grace had rich experience in this regard and knew how to avoid risks and avoid being investigated. Before the college entrance examination results were released, William and the Chun family had a more and more harmonious relationship, and everyone's interaction gradually returned to normal. As the relationship gradually recovered, the Chun family began to make requests one after another, and William agreed to them one by one, promising that after the engagement party, he would definitely return all the debts. The old lady's health condition still did not improve significantly. However, she woke up more often and had more time to spend with her family. Although everyone was worried, they still tried to maintain a harmonious atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, it was the day when the college entrance examination results were announced. The Chin sisters sat in front of the computer early, anxiously waiting for Oscar to check the results. When we learned that Oscar's score reached over 700 points, everyone was a little excited, but considering Oscar's ability, this result was actually expected. This morning, the old lady woke up early as usual. Today was the day when the college entrance examination results were announced, and it was also my engagement party. The Chen family excitedly told the old lady about Oscar's results, and she just responded lightly, "Not bad." "Where's William? Where did he go? How are his grades?" the old lady suddenly asked. "I disappeared early in the morning and haven't returned home yet." The old lady's words silenced everyone present. "Give me the phone number. I want to contact William and find out how his grades are," the old lady said to Aunt Lou. Aunt Lou hesitated for a moment and finally handed the phone over. At this time, everyone was a little nervous. The old lady still doesn't know that I gave up the exam, but I can't hide it anymore no matter how hard I try. Richard took a deep breath and said carefully, "William didn't take the last exam, so it doesn't matter whether he checks the results or not." The old lady, who was originally full of expectations, was suddenly stunned, and the mobile phone in her hand stopped in midair. "Why? Why didn't you tell me about this?" the old lady asked with a frown. "Because William knew you were suddenly hospitalized, and he was very worried. So," Jessica tried to explain. The old lady's eyes suddenly became sharp, and she scanned everyone, finally stopping at Grace. "I remember I told you not to tell William about me. Why did he know?" No one dared to look directly at the old lady and lower their heads. No one answers me? The old lady's voice suddenly raised. The Chun family trembled subconsciously. Mom, we accidentally let it slip. We really didn't mean it. Richard explained hurriedly. Grandma, we didn't expect William to give up the exam. We don't want this to happen either. Jessica hesitated and continued. Yes, at that time he blamed us for not telling him the truth earlier, scolded us, and almost hit Dad. Diana added with a pout. Yes, Mom. Of course we hope William does well in the exam. But who knew he would be so impulsive? Grace said in a low voice, her eyes avoiding. The old lady didn't say anything, but just stared at them quietly, her eyes full of coldness, as if to pierce people. Mom, you know William S. character. Now that things have come to this, there's no point getting angry. I've also told him that I won't be so impulsive in the future. Richard pretended to be angry. Grandma, I believe William has realized his mistake. Please don't be angry anymore. Vivian sighed helplessly. Of course they knew that it wasn't my impulsiveness, but what Grace said on the phone that made things worse. Although she didn't exaggerate the old lady's condition, the old lady was already stable at that time. Grandma, the main reason is that William cares too much about you. Don't be angry. It will be worse for your health if you get angry, and he will be even more worried. Nina said seriously. So, what you mean is that he brought this upon himself, and it's all his fault, the old lady asked in a low voice, with suppressed anger in her voice. No, Mom, Richard denied hastily. It's just a college entrance examination. He could just take again next year. His scores will be similar anyway. Diana muttered disdainfully. Of course she knew my true results, but compared with Oscar, Diana was not as good as she thought. So in her eyes, she was just so. The old lady narrowed her eyes, turned her head and stared at Diana. You are very good. Grace hurriedly wanted to change the subject to calm the old lady's anger. Mom, although the college entrance examination is important, it is nothing compared to your health. What we are most worried about is your physical condition. Bang! Before she finished her words, the old lady suddenly threw the phone in her hand out, hitting Grace directly on the forehead. Bitch, do I need you to worry about me? I think you want me to die young. Grace covered her forehead and looked at the old lady in horror. She didn't expect that her concern for the old lady would make her angry. Grace's eyes suddenly became gloomy with a hint of resentment. She hated the old woman so much and wanted to live a good life, but the old woman always targeted her everywhere, and it seemed that there would never be an end. Richard, Vivian, and others felt nervous when they saw this. They were not unexpected about the old lady's anger. Richard hurriedly stood in front of Grace and said angrily, Mom, what are you doing? Isn't Grace worried about you? Why are you doing this again? She's been wronged enough recently. Can't you be more considerate of her? The old lady chuckled, glanced at each of them one by one, and then spoke slowly. You are all good. You are all good. What's good about that? You know how hard it has been for Grace and Vivian recently. If it weren't for you, William wouldn't be so lawless. It's because you indulged him too much. Richard said dissatisfiedly. The old lady smiled contemptuously and said, Don't worry. I will leave soon, and I won't be able to control your affairs anymore. Everyone was stunned, and Richard asked, Mom, what do you mean? Where are you going? After a moment's silence, the old lady sighed. Where else can I go? Of course, I should go to where I am supposed to go. Everyone thought that the old lady meant that she wanted to go back to the nursing home. As for what she said, it was none of their business, but they just listened and didn't take it seriously. William really has something to do. He will go to her, and the old lady will still help William. I was at Angelia's house, helping Jiang Yin check her grades. Yin, you did well this time. Looking at the score of 723 on the screen, I smiled. Jiang Yin was jumping up and down beside me. She scored more than 10 points higher than usual, which was considered an exceptional performance. Brother, it's your turn. Check your results quickly. She urged me impatiently. I stammered, I don't need to check, it's almost the same. Jiang Yin insisted. Check it out. I was patted on the head, and when I turned around, I saw Angelia standing behind me. Her eyes were sharp, and I immediately broke out in a cold sweat, because I gave up the last subject. Angelia doesn't know yet. She simply picked up my phone and logged into my account to check her grades. Seeing the score, Jiang Yin screamed, Brother, how can you only get this score? It's impossible. Angelia looked at the results of each subject carefully, stood up suddenly, grabbed my ears, and pulled me aside. Tell me, what's going on? I felt guilty, so I had to confess. I gave up the last subject. Angelia was so angry that her face changed, and she cursed. Asshole, you refuse to repent. She pinched my ear hard and said, You are not a fool. How can you not guess that she might have done it on purpose? I couldn't help but scream in pain. Sister Angelia, Grandma hasn't been feeling well lately. I'm really worried about her. Even if Grace did it on purpose, I still have to go, just in case. Angelia sneered. So what? What can I change if I go? I know, but I'm really worried. I'm worried that I won't be able to see her for the last time. I whispered. Angelia snorted coldly. It won't be so sudden. I shook my head, my expression solemn. Aunt Lou and the doctor said that Grandma is fine, but I think something is wrong with her recently. I always feel that they are hiding something. Angelia sighed, knowing that even if Grace hadn't exaggerated, I wouldn't hesitate to tell her once the old lady was in trouble. She let me go, glanced at me, and said, "It's already happened. Don't say anything more. Think about how to explain it to your grandma." I was silent for a moment, feeling heavy-hearted. What else could I do except confess my mistake? Before leaving, I asked her, "Sister Angelia, do you and Yin Yin want to come over for dinner tonight?" Angelia refused directly. "I'm busy." When they got home, Butler Fong was busy preparing for the engagement banquet tonight. Vivian and her sisters were arranging things nearby. Because the old lady didn't like crowds, the engagement banquet was not open to the public and no outsiders were invited. It was just a simple meal for the family. "Where are Mom and Dad?" I asked casually. "Mom is crying in the room, and Dad is comforting her," Nina answered. I was a little confused. "It's such a good day. Mom should be very happy. Why is she sad?" "The old lady knew that you had given up the exam, and she scolded all of us," Jessica explained. I lowered my head in embarrassment and apologized to everyone. "I will go and explain to Grandma right away that this matter has nothing to do with you." We said that too, but Grandma didn't listen and even beat Mom. Diana complained, feeling sorry for Grace. I was stunned when I heard Grandma beat someone. Grandma beat someone? Diana pouted. Grandma threw the phone so hard. She doesn't look like a seriously ill old lady at all. As soon as she finished speaking, my face immediately darkened and I stared at her. Everyone immediately realized that Diana had said something wrong again. Although she was resentful, she couldn't just say such harsh words. "Diana, don't talk nonsense. Grandma is very healthy. How could she be dying?" Vivian glared at her fourth sister. Chin Manching quickly comforted me. "William, you know Diana's character. She didn't mean it. I just said it casually. I don't mean anything else." Although Diana felt that she was right, she was a little scared when she saw my silent face. I looked at her, silent for a moment, and suddenly walked to the bonsai and grabbed a handful of soil. Everyone was confused. I walked to Diana with the dirt in my hand and pinched her face hard, making her mouth into a big O shape. Then I stuffed the dirt in my hand into her mouth. "If you can't speak, shut up." I clapped my hands and turned away. I walked into my grandmother's room and bowed my head to apologize. My grandmother didn't blame me too much, but said earnestly, "Forget it this time, but don't let your emotions get in your way again in the future." I nodded obediently and felt relieved. She suddenly mentioned that today was EVA and IS engagement day and said with a smile, "Let's put aside the past and have a good family dinner tonight. How about it?" I felt warm inside and nodded in agreement. "Grandma, I understand." Grandma went on to say that she had already informed my eldest uncle and my fifth sister, and they were on their way back. After hearing this, I understood what Grandma meant. She hoped that our family could live in harmony. After all, a harmonious family is the key to success. Seeing Grandma's heartfelt smile, she suddenly looked radiant, even though she looked tired. However, my grandmother's words made me speechless again. "In fact, I hope to see you and EVA get married and have children." Her eyes were full of anticipation. My heart was slightly shaken, and I quickly comforted her. "Grandma, you will definitely see it." Grandma nodded, and the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. At this moment, I couldn't help but ask a question in my heart. "Grandma, since it is a marriage between two families, why is it me and EVA and not Chin Hao and the fourth sister, the fifth sister, or Chinja why me? Is there any reason in between?" Grandma thought for a moment and said slowly, "Chin Hao has been a bad kid since he was young, and the Chin family didn't want him to marry into our family, and your sisters didn't like him either. The engagement was delayed for a long time and was never finalized. Later, Oscar took the initiative to tell your parents and the Chin family that he liked EVA, and that's when the engagement was finalized." After listening to my grandmother's explanation, I suddenly understood. Then I continued to ask, "What about Chunjua? As the eldest grandson of the Chun family, shouldn't he be considered for marriage?" Grandma was silent for a while. Then she slowly spoke. "Actually, Chinjua is not your uncle's biological son. This shocked me. What? I couldn't believe it. Grandma continued. Your uncle and aunt lost their son when they were young. They were heartbroken, so they went traveling to relax. When they came back, they held a baby. Everyone thought it was their biological child, but it was actually adopted. Do my parents know? I asked. Grandma shook her head. They don't know. Only Chunjua knows. Your uncle told him after he became an adult. I was a little confused. Will he not feel sad when he finds out? Grandma smiled and said, you are worried that he will lose something that originally belonged to him. But the fact is that Chunjua is not sad, because he knows very well that he is not his biological child, but he is grateful to your uncle and aunt for raising him. I nodded, and I understood a lot in my heart. Grandma sighed again. Your uncle and your cousin have not had an easy time these years. If you can, I hope you can treat them well in the future. I waved my hands. Grandma, I don't care about these things at all. Grandma smiled and said, you don't care, but I hope your dad can understand. If Oscar can be as kind and sensible as your cousin, Grandma certainly won't care about these things. In this quiet atmosphere, I suddenly remembered the paternity test. In the past, in order to prove that Chunjua and Chun Xiao had no relationship, I secretly took their hair for testing, and the results showed that they were indeed not related by blood. As I was thinking deeply, a question suddenly occurred to me. It seemed that something important had been overlooked. As night fell, Grace and Yang Gaofeng's phone calls became more frequent. They had already prepared the funds and planned to buy Chun Group stocks before the stock market closed. When the engagement party was exposed, Chun stock price would definitely rise sharply, and then they would sell it to ensure a steady profit. At the engagement party in the evening, representatives from the Qin and Zhu families also arrived, and the atmosphere was subtle and tense. Chun Zhao's family also arrived on time, and the whole scene became extremely complicated. The engagement party was held at the Chun family. Although generally speaking, the engagement party should be held at the bride's home, the Qin family decided to hold it at our home in order to take care of the old lady. William suggested that the two families hold a simple ceremony first, and then we will officially get engaged and married after we finish our studies. The focus of tonight is to show the Qin family support for William's project and complete the capital injection. After Qin Jia and Chun Xiao arrived, everyone started discussing the college entrance examination results. EVA's score was surprisingly good, more than 730 points, better than Oscar, and everyone praised her. No one cared about Oscar's score. Only Grace took the initiative to mention it and asked, William, how about you? How much did you get this time? I hesitated for a long time, not knowing how to answer. Seeing my hesitation, Chun Xiao said with a straight face, just tell us how much you scored. Are you afraid that we will laugh at you? Chun Hao also comforted me. My grades were not very good back then, but it didn't affect my work later. Chun Xingxia smiled and said, William, you didn't get full marks, did you? I was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, Fifth sister knows me. I did get full marks. Hearing this, Qin Hao snorted coldly. If you get full marks, I will call you dad. Everyone laughed. Qin Hao obviously didn't believe it, but most people at the scene thought I was joking. Afterwards, Vivian recorded the signing process of the investment agreement and sent it to the public relations department. The next highlight was the engagement ceremony. As this gradually came to an end, everyone began to chat casually. To everyone's surprise, Grace was very happy and did not have the slightest aversion to Evie's marriage. Oscar, who was supposed to be the protagonist of the night, seemed to have let go of all his emotions and no longer showed any displeasure. Instead, he was calmer than we thought. Although Grace didn't say it, everyone knew that she still hoped Oscar could be with EVA. At dinner, I took the initiative to serve food to my family, which surprised everyone. When serving food to my parents, I paid special attention to everyone's preferences. When I served food to Diana, everyone was stunned for a moment. After all, not long ago, I let her eat dirt, but now I care about her so much. Oscar was a little embarrassed. After realizing that he was ignored, Chun Xingxia said dissatisfiedly, William, you picked them up. Why didn't you pick them up for me? I smiled and replied, you are different from them. Chun Xingxia was dissatisfied. How can you be different? I am also your sister. I casually said, Fifth sister, you will have plenty of opportunities in the future. This answer made the crowd silent for a while, especially the old lady, who sighed slightly and shook her head. Richard saw that the atmosphere was a bit solemn and said humorously, You kid, why do you take such a big deal of picking up food for your dad? I will ask you to pick up food for me every day in the future. His words made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere returned to a relaxed state. As dinner was coming to an end, The old lady suddenly said, "Shower. I will go to the capital with you in a few days." I was stunned, and everyone was puzzled. The old lady smiled and explained, "Don't worry, it's your uncle's birthday. I haven't seen him for many years, and I want to go and see him." Chen Xiao and I were both very worried. The old lady was not in good health. "Grandma, you're really not fit to travel far away. It won't be too late to go after you recover," I hurriedly advised. Chen Xiao also objected. "Mom, don't bother with your health anymore." The old lady insisted. "I have made up my mind. Don't say anything more." At this moment, the atmosphere became tense. Everyone knew that she had made up her mind, so we could only remain silent. The next day, Vivian came to the company early, turned on the computer, and waited for the stock market to open. After the engagement party, Vivian immediately asked the public relations department to release the news of William and Evie's engagement and vigorously promote the two companies' investment in Chen's group's new project. As soon as the stock market opened, Chen's group's stock rose sharply, just as expected. Seeing the stock market opening higher on the chart, Vivian breathed a sigh of relief, and the weight of her heart finally fell. Although everything went according to plan, she was still worried, especially when it came to misappropriation of company funds and the use of leverage. If something unexpected happened, the consequences would be disastrous. She was about to call Grace when Grace called. "Vivian, have you looked at the stock market? This wave of growth is too crazy." Grace's excitement came through the phone. "Mom, I'm watching." Vivian responded excitedly. Seeing that the stock market was showing a slight correction trend, she immediately suggested, "Mom, we can sell it now. Why rush? Wait until the correction is over. It's very likely to hit the daily limit today." Grace was not in a hurry. She obviously wanted to wait for the price to go up a little more before selling. Vivian still insisted, "Mom, let's sell it. After all, you used leverage, so you should stop when you're ahead and don't take any more risks. It's because of the leverage that we make a lot less money for every 1 point increase." Grace retorted, but quickly said, "Okay, I'll ask your uncle to sell it now. Don't be too greedy." After hanging up the phone, Grace said to Yang Gaofeng, "You heard it, sell all the stocks." "Sister, why are you selling so early? The price has increased so much now." Yang Gaofeng looked at her in confusion. "The money belongs to the group, so it's understandable that Vivian is worried," Grace responded, even though she knew in her heart that the stock market was full of unpredictable risks. Yang Gaofeng didn't care and insisted on his own judgment. "Look at the K line. It will definitely continue to rise after the correction. Let's wait a little longer." Grace shook her head helplessly. "We are speculating. The stock market is changing rapidly, so let's sell it to avoid more trouble." Seeing that she was determined, Yang Gaofeng knew that it was useless to say more, so he could only sigh and leave. Just after I put down the phone, Jiang Bowie called me. "Baby, I made a fortune this time." Jiang Bowie's tone was full of excitement. "You're so old, and you're still yelling like that. It's disgusting," Grace said with some disgust. "Hee hee, as long as you like listening to it," Jiang Bowie said with a smile. "How much are you going to give me?" Grace teased. "It's not enough to compensate you for your previous losses," Jiang Bowie joked, although he was not aware of Grace's private financial operations. Grace snorted, "I knew you would be like this." Jiang Bowie patted his chest and assured, "There's no need to be calculative between us. I will never be stingy if you and Oscar need anything in the future." "I'm going to sell it. You should sell it too," said Grace. Jiang Bowie hesitated for a moment. "Why rush? The price hasn't stopped rising yet. Wait a little longer. Whatever you want." Grace knew that Jiang Bowie was an extreme opportunist, and it was useless to persuade him, so she hung up the phone. Just as she was about to leave the office, Grace accidentally glanced at the stock market chart on the computer screen and was suddenly stunned. She rubbed her eyes and checked again. The stock market trend on the screen shocked her. The big negative line that shouldn't have appeared swallowed up the morning's rise like a torrent, and it was still going down. "What's going on?" Grace's voice trembled, and she slumped down in her seat, her mind blank. She hurriedly checked all the stocks, and without exception, all of them showed large negative lines. "This is impossible." Grace's heart was in turmoil, and she couldn't help but mutter, "What on earth happened?" At this moment, she suddenly remembered her previous decision, and a glimmer of hope arose in her heart. She had asked Yang Gaofeng to sell all the stocks. Although it had not been long since Yang Gaofeng left, it was enough for him to complete the operation. Her heart beat faster. She was nervous and looking forward to that glimmer of hope. She rushed to the door in a panic. wanted to find Yang Gaofeng to confirm the situation, but bumped into him head-on. The moment the two looked at each other, their eyes were filled with shock and panic. Grace was in so much pain that she asked hastily, "Did you throw it away?" Yang Gaofeng frowned, his expression heavy, and shook his head. "Didn't I tell you to throw it away quickly? Why are you so disobedient?" Grace's anger exploded instantly, her voice filled with anger. "I just waited a little longer, but I didn't expect." Before she finished her words, she slapped Yang Gaofeng in the face. Yang Gaofeng was stunned by the beating, his face full of grievance, but he did not resist and only whispered, "It suddenly fell, and I didn't have the chance to sell it even if I wanted to." "Shut up." Grace roared angrily and returned to the office to check the stock market to find out the reason for the decline. Yang Gaofeng covered his face and lowered his head to follow silently. At this time, Vivian and Jiang Bo called one after another, and Grace answered Vivian's call without hesitation. "Mom, did you throw it away?" Although she tried her best to control herself, a slight tremor could still be heard in her voice. Grace paused and responded in a deep voice, "Mom, things are a bit complicated. You're going to kill me." Vivian's voice was filled with tears, and she was obviously trapped. "I didn't know it would be like this. As soon as I hung up the phone, I asked my uncle to handle it, but who knew?" Grace suppressed her inner anxiety and comforted her. "Vivian, calm down first, figure out the situation, and then find a solution." She herself was like a headless fly at the moment, but could only try to stay calm. Vivian sighed and said in a low voice, "William checked into a hotel with a girl and was photographed and posted online. Now, the internet is flooded with negative news about him." Grace's heart tightened. Vivian continued, "The PR team told me that the whole story is clear. The headlines this morning were about the Chun and Chin family's engagement, but now it's turned into a young heir checking into a hotel with a girl behind his fiance's back. Mom, let's leave it at that for now. Let's go home and talk about it." Dad called. Vivian hung up the phone in a hurry. Grace was silent for a moment, then said to Yang Gaofeng, "I'll go home first. You keep an eye on the market and notify me as soon as possible." When I got home, the Chin family had already gathered in the hall. Vivian and several others who were out for work also rushed back home. "William, what is going on?" Chen Zhao's face was solemn, and he was eager to know the truth. They had originally discussed in the morning that the stock price would soar, but they did not expect the stock market to suddenly plummet, which surprised Chen Zhao and Richard. Something must have happened behind this kind of drop. The two looked through the news to find out the reason, and finally found out that hotel photos of William and a girl were exposed, and they were hyped up and maliciously slandered on the internet in an attempt to severely damage the Chin Group. I just became an adult and just finished the college entrance examination, but I did this the day after the engagement party. The worst thing is that this happened at a critical moment when I had an engagement with the Chin family. Yesterday, the two families just held the engagement party, and the Chin family also increased their investment in the Chin Group. I, William, made a mistake at this sensitive time. Not only me. Oscar has also become a topic of discussion. After all, the matter between him and the nanny has just been settled. People outside must be laughing at us brothers now, thinking that we can't control ourselves at all. The future of Chin Group is probably also pessimistic from the outside world. On my phone, I read several thousand words of articles criticizing me. I was speechless when I read these harsh comments. I said to my uncle with a wrong look on my face, "That girl is Jiang Yin, my sister. You all know her." Then I told him what happened. 2 days before the college entrance examination, Angelia had to go out for something, so Jiang Yin was left in my care. Oscar helped me book the hotel, and my third sister was there too. At this time, Richard and Grace remembered that Jessica did mention this matter. The matter is actually very simple. Photos of you and Jiang Yin entering and leaving the hotel were taken, and someone deliberately waited for this day to release the photos, hoping to severely damage the Chun Group by expanding its influence. Chen Qingxia pinched her chin and analyzed seriously. "But logically speaking, apart from your family, no one should know about you and Jiang Yin, right?" Chen Qingxia continued. "It's impossible for someone to be specifically watching you. Although our Chen family has many enemies, but we can't rule out this possibility." I frowned, feeling somewhat puzzled. Maybe someone really came across it and posted it online on purpose. Those people took the opportunity to step on it, causing the current situation. But there's another possibility. I paused and thought of the hotel manager. The manager of that hotel doesn't seem to be a good person either. I felt something was wrong when I saw him for the first time. Could he have secretly taken photos or recorded videos? However, The hotel was recommended by Oscar, and the manager knows Oscar, so he shouldn't do such a thing. I said to myself, maybe it's really a coincidence, or maybe someone is just taking advantage of the opportunity. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone's eyes were focused on Oscar. Grace had already been a little suspicious of Oscar's expression, and when I said this, her brows furrowed. Impossible. I looked at Qin Xiao and sneered in my heart. His reaction was what I expected. This was obviously premeditated. If there was no prior arrangement, how could it be exposed by the media so early and even become a hot search overnight? Chunjua pushed his glasses and said with unquestionable certainty, not only the photos, but also the surveillance video of you entering the hotel, and even some of your personal privacy was leaked. Obviously, someone was prepared. You actually said that I beat my parents and abused my brothers and sisters. This is clearly a rumor. Chen Qingxia looked at me with disdain in her eyes. Her anger made me frown. The Chun family members all cast suspicious glances. The hotel incident might be just a misunderstanding, but who else could know about the things at home except the Chin family? Grace stared at me, her fists clenched slightly, and she seemed a little excited. Dad, Mom, it really wasn't me. Oscar looked flustered and said incoherently, I didn't do this, it wasn't me. No one at the scene spoke. In any case, Oscar was the most suspicious. The motive, the evidence, and even the choice of the hotel all pointed to him. Maybe there were other forces behind the scenes, but it was very likely that he leaked the photos and videos. Oscar, tell me clearly, are you still unable to let go of EVA, so you did such a heinous thing? Chen Qingxiao pressed, her tone full of distrust. Fifth sister, I really didn't do it. Oscar was completely panicked and hurriedly denied it. I have reconciled with my brother, and I really would not do such a thing. Really? Chen Qingxia raised her eyebrows, with doubt in her eyes. Qingxia, stop speculating. All the evidence points to Oscar, and he has no excuse. I interrupted coldly. You're right. We can put the hotel matter aside for now, but how do we explain what happened at home? If Oscar hadn't leaked it, how would the outside world know about it? I looked at the silent Chen family in front of me and felt a chill in my heart. Maybe the servant let it slip by accident. Chen Manqing's voice trembled a little as she defended Oscar. Yes, it should have been leaked by the servants. Diana hastily agreed, but her tone was a little guilty. I sneered and refuted without any hesitation. I don't care about the past anymore. I want to reconcile with you. But what about Oscar? What did he do? It turns out that a dog can't change its eating habits. The Chun family members all lowered their heads silently, and no one dared to look me in the eye. I had been gentle with them before, but this betrayal chilled me to the bone. Today, I wanted to give Oscar's evidence and my eldest sister's video to everyone, but now, I sighed with pain in my tone. The people in the Chin family looked nervous, obviously waiting for my further words. William, I think Manqing is right. Oscar is indeed not the kind of person who doesn't know the seriousness of the matter. Besides, he has already changed. How could he do such a thing? Grace anxiously defended Oscar, her words full of embarrassment. If he is not selfish, then am I selfish? I asked coldly. He has a criminal record. Grace, how can you expect me to trust him? I asked bluntly. William, although he made mistakes, we can't deny him completely. Richard sighed and stood up to speak for Oscar. Everyone makes mistakes. We can't deny all his efforts just because of his past mistakes. Jessica also echoed in a heavy tone. You're right. We can't convict someone without substantial evidence. Diana said impatiently. Although everyone had doubts, they finally chose to believe Oscar. After all, there was insufficient evidence, and no one dared to draw conclusions easily. Okay, everyone, put this aside for now and investigate this thoroughly first. Vivian's eyes were no longer on Oscar, but were fixed on the phone in her hand, looking extremely anxious. She was completely focused on stabilizing the group stock price and had no time to care who did it. William, the group crisis is the top priority now. Vivian spoke anxiously, her voice full of urgency. You're right. I nodded and glanced at all the people in the Chin family. As for those media outlets that spread rumors, just send me a lawyer's letter to warn them. Vivian was slightly stunned, then nodded and agreed. I have arranged for the public relations department to handle it and do their best to calm the situation. But this is not enough. We must find a way to clarify, and the stock price cannot fall further. She added heavily, Yes, William, we must dispel the rumors as soon as possible to stabilize the stock price. Grace hurriedly agreed, with a hint of anxiety in her voice. Sister, has the public relations department come out with a plan? What should we do? I asked anxiously. Vivian nodded gently. Well, the most urgent thing is that you need to issue a statement to clarify the cause and effect of the matter, especially the relationship between you and Jiang Yin. You must make it clear. I understand. I nodded. In addition, it would be best to give a detailed explanation of your adoption and your relationship with Sister Angelia, especially the brother-sister relationship between you and Jiang Yin, she continued. This proposal was unanimously approved by everyone. Of course, the most important thing is the attitude of the Qin family. Vivian continued. The reason why Chung Group stock price has not collapsed yet is because the Qin family has not made a statement yet. The market is waiting for the Qin family's response. This is the decisive factor. If the Qin family believed the rumors on the internet, canceled the engagement, and withdrew their investment, it would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to the Qin Group. Don't worry about that. Uncle Qin called me this morning. He said he believes in me and will support me unconditionally. I responded confidently. Besides, EVA and Nian Yin are good friends, and she also knows that Angelia is going to Beijing. So, there's no need to worry about the Qin family. That's good. Vivian breathed a sigh of relief. I'll ask Uncle Qin to issue an official statement right away to convey the Qin family's support and trust in you to the outside world. After the discussion, everyone dispersed and started to deal with this public relations crisis. Back in Oscar S.'s room, Grace's face was full of anger. Oscar S. face hard. Tell me, did you do it? Mom, it really wasn't me. I didn't do it. Oscar covered his face, his eyes slightly red, and hurriedly denied it. You still don't admit it? You were the one who arranged the hotel. If you hadn't leaked the family affairs, how would people outside know about it? Grace gritted her teeth in anger. Mom, it really wasn't me. Oscar lowered his head and defended himself in a low voice. If it wasn't you, then William must have told the truth himself. Grace was furious. Do you know who he is now? His every move is related to the development of the group. How could he do such a thing? She was completely convinced that this morning's crisis and stock price drop were definitely related to Oscar. Mom, it really isn't me. I don't have the ability to cause such a big fuss. Oscar said with a look of grievance. You can't do it, but others can. You gave the information and photos to the group's opponents, and the effect was exactly the same. Grace sneered. Mom, just trust me this time. Oscar choked. Grace looked at him, feeling angry but also a little distressed. Oscar, it's not that I don't believe you, but you are too suspicious now. She sighed, and her tone softened. Mom was just afraid that you might have irrational thoughts because of EVA. She said slowly, if I had explained it to you clearly at the time, perhaps this would not have happened. Oscar was still anxious. Mom, it really wasn't me. I actually bought the group stocks. Grace was stunned for a moment. Looking at the phone, he handed her with a complicated expression. Where did you get this money from? She asked. I borrowed it from a friend. It's not much. Oscar quickly explained. I just want to take this opportunity to earn some pocket money. If you need money, you can ask Mom. It's too dangerous to buy your own stocks secretly. Grace calmed down a little, but Diana was still worried. Mom, I know. I used a friend's account to do it. It can't be checked, and there isn't much money. Oscar explained carefully. As long as it wasn't you who did it. Grace breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat relieved. But this matter is not entirely clear. Mom still needs to investigate it. She sighed. Oscar glanced at her and had some guesses in his mind. Mom, did you buy it too? Grace hesitated for a moment and nodded. Well, I just bought some. She did not elaborate on how she had misappropriated funds to speculate in stocks. Did you shoot more than just the video of them entering and leaving the hotel? Grace suddenly asked. Oscar nodded. Yes, there is. Nothing happened to them, right? Grace asked worriedly. Don't worry, it's okay. Oscar said lightly. Grace looked at her son and still felt a little worried, but she knew that the most important thing at the moment was how to deal with the crisis at hand. Chapter 198, Not a Small Coin. Oscar thought for a moment and said, I didn't take a direct picture of this. Grace breathed a sigh of relief. If Oscar could install cameras in the hotel, who knows, other people might do the same. So when he met Jung Bowen, he would not choose to go to a hotel at all, for fear of being secretly photographed. She remembered those 2 nights. William said he was worried that Penny would not be safe in the hotel alone, so he went to live with her. If something really happened between the 2 of them and it was caught on camera, it would be a big deal. Grace was worried and fast-forwarded through the short video Oscar recorded. She was afraid that just as the Chun family clarified the matter, the person behind the scenes would suddenly release the video, and that would be the end of her. Just like when William attacked the Chun family, he was slapped in the face right after he clarified the matter. He was slapped in the face right after he clarified the matter, making Richard and Vivian almost vomit blood. Only after she briefly watched the video and confirmed that nothing had happened between the two did she feel relieved. She originally thought about sending these videos out to prove William's innocence, but after thinking it over, she decided not to. Although the video did not show any outrageous behavior between William and Penny, it is a fact that they checked into a hotel. Besides, the video range does not completely cover every corner of the room. It is really not convincing for two young people in adolescence to say that nothing happened while they were alone in a hotel. Moreover, their actions were indeed too intimate. It would be fine if they were siblings, but William and Penny were not. If this were to be posted publicly, it would only lead to endless imagination, which would be counterproductive. It's better to wait until the Cheen family issues a statement and see how investors react. Grace pondered for a moment and became confused again. Since it wasn't you, Oscar, who was behind this? When everyone was discussing this matter, she had already determined in her heart that Oscar was the culprit of this incident. Now Oscar has denied it. Who is the mastermind behind this? In addition to hotel photos, etc., we also know some private matters that happened in the Chun family, which is very strange. Facing Grace's question, Oscar blinked, pondered for a moment, and explained hesitantly. Maybe my brother was seen by accident when he checked into the hotel that day, and someone took a secret photo of him. My brother is the heir to the group and has a special status, so it's normal for him to be noticed by others. As for the family affairs, it might have been leaked by the servants. Grace nodded, agreeing with Oscar. There's a high probability that this incident was just an accident. Once the Cheen family issues a statement, this matter should be over. Once the stocks are untied, sell them quickly. Grace doesn't care about Oscar's stocks. She doesn't care even if he loses this little money. Also, you are the most suspicious now. Do not send out these videos in your hands in the near future. After saying that, Grace left the room. Watching Grace close the door, Oscar immediately dialed a number. After the call was connected, Oscar asked angrily, "Didn't you promise me to wait for my news? Why did you release the photos and videos so quickly? I'm stuck with all my stocks now." The middle-aged man's voice came from the other side. "What do you care about that little money? If you need money, I can give it to you. That's not small money," Oscar said excitedly. In fact, the account Oscar showed to Grace was just a cover-up with very little money in it, and he used it to prove his innocence. He also has another account where his real capital is. Very early on, many lending companies contacted him and asked about his lending intentions. Although he was short of money, it was not borrowed money. So, after a few times when he saw these calls, he hung up one by one. However, when he later learned that William and EVA were engaged in the Cheen and Zhu family's investments, he realized that this was a good opportunity to buy shares in the group. With the persistence of several lending companies, Oscar finally borrowed money from one of them. Although the interest rate of this loan company is slightly higher, because of Oscar's status as the young master of the Chun family, the company does not need any guarantee or collateral, and only needs to sign a loan contract and mortgage his ID card to lend him money. Oscar took the risk to take this step was that he did not trust Grace. Originally, he had placed his hopes on Grace and the Chun family, believing that they would work hard to change their situation or at least stand on his side. But during this period of time, William tortured him unscrupulously, and the Chun family did not take any substantive action except saying a few good words on his behalf. Especially when it came to the choice between letting him go to jail or marrying Diana to Liu Peng, Grace and the Chun family actually chose Diana and abandoned him. Even if Grace explained the reason, how could he know if Grace was lying to him? It's okay for others, after all. In their eyes, I'm just an adopted son. But what about Grace? He is her own son, and Grace could be so cruel to give up on him. As expected, illegitimate children are illegitimate children and cannot compare to one's own biological children. Now that Grace is unreliable, he must think of finding a way out for himself. I only posted photos and videos of him checking in and out of the hotel. I didn't reveal the other negative information. I suspect there are other people behind this. What? Oscar exclaimed in surprise. There's nothing surprising about this. Which company doesn't have competitors? Who wouldn't take advantage of such a good opportunity? The person on the other side said leisurely. Oscar thought about it for a moment and immediately realized that once the scandal of William checking into a hotel with a girl on the day after his engagement came out, there would definitely be people who would take advantage of the situation to add insult to injury. Don't worry, the Chun and Cheen families will handle the public relations, and this matter will soon be resolved, and the impact will not be significant. My goal has been achieved. It's up to you to decide when to post the remaining videos. If you have decided, I will help you push it. The other side smiled and said, let me take a look. Oscar said after a moment's hesitation, I suggest that we strike while the iron is hot and seize this opportunity. Not only will William and the Chin family's engagement be ruined, but the Chun group will also suffer a heavy blow. Whether he can maintain his status as heir is still a question. After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone. Oscar exhaled heavily. Although the camera he installed in the hotel room in advance did not directly capture what William and Penny did. But William was photographed pulling Penny into the bedroom, and neither of them came out the entire night until the morning. It goes without saying that the two of them must have slept together. Moreover, after entering the bedroom, William carefully checked the room and blocked all suspicious places with things. The hall and other rooms are not checked, but the room where two people sleep is paid special attention to. He was undoubtedly afraid of being photographed. Isn't it obvious that there is definitely something wrong between the two of them? When he releases these videos and sets the tone, William will definitely be ruined, and it will be strange if the Chin family's marriage doesn't go wrong. However, he did not show this part of the video to Grace. Grace agreed with him verbally. If something really happened, she might stand on William's side. Chapter 199 New video. Grace left Oscar's room. Her cell phone rang again. It's Jiang Bowie's call. During this period, Jiang Bowie called her countless times, but she had no time to answer. After returning to the room, Grace answered Jiang Bowie's call. What the hell are you doing? Why don't you answer my call? As soon as the call was connected, I heard Jiang Bowie's roar. Just speak nicely. Why are you swearing? Grace was already in a bad mood at the moment. How could she tolerate Jiang Bowie's anger? Although she understood why Jiang Bowie was angry, it was not her fault. So why should he be angry with her? What's going on? Jiang Bowie asked loudly, his anger not abetted by Grace's anger. What's going on? There are so many news on the internet, you can't read it yourself. Grace was also very angry. It was not just Jiang Bowie who was losing money. She was also losing money. Moreover, she embezzled the company's funds. If this incident is not handled properly, she won't know how to pay the money, let alone other things. Of course I know. What I mean is, why didn't you tell me such an important thing as asking him to get a room? At this time, Jiang Bowie's roar had turned into a roar. Grace was frightened. Jiang Bowie's performance today was too abnormal. Even though his stocks were stuck now, they were not completely hopeless. After the Chun family finishes their public relations and the Chin family issues their statement, the stock price will definitely rise again. Even if he couldn't think of this, he should at least ask her instead of getting so angry right away. Grace realized that something was wrong with Jiang Bowie, and her attitude softened a lot. William didn't really go to get a room. There's something hidden behind this. Besides, why should I tell you about this? Grace explained. Seeing that Jiang Bowie was slow to speak, Grace thought he was still angry about the stock issue, so she comforted him. Don't worry. The Chun family is handling it. The matter will be settled soon, and the stock price will go up immediately. Jiang Bowie suddenly laughed, but this laughter sounded a little miserable to Grace. It's too late. No matter how high the stock price goes, it's too late. What do you mean? Grace was slightly stunned and asked. After waiting for a long time, Jiang Bowie's voice came from the other side again. My position has been forced to close. I'm done for. I'm done for. What? You used a lever. Grace exclaimed. In order to avoid forced liquidation, Jiang Bowie undoubtedly found a financing company and used leverage. But if you think about it carefully, based on Jiang Bowie's personality, he is indeed someone who would do such a thing. Moreover, it is certain that the leverage he used must have been quite high. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been leveled out so quickly. Seeing that the other party didn't speak again, Grace asked cautiously, how much did you invest? Judging from Jiang Bowie's reaction, Grace guessed that he must have invested a lot this time. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, Jiang Bowie's answer came from the phone again. But there was no longer any life in his voice. A lot. Grace was stunned. She didn't need to ask for the specific amount to know that Jiang Bowie had really invested a lot this time. Grace wanted to ask more questions, but Jiang Bowie had already hung up the phone. Although she was very worried about Jiang Bowie now, her own situation was not much better, and she had no time to care about him. Soon it was afternoon. William S.'s statement detailed the whole story. He spoke with certainty and emphasized his innocence. At the same time, a warning was issued to some media that maliciously spread rumors and slander, and it was stated that legal measures will be taken to hold certain bad media and rumor mongers accountable. The group's share price has temporarily stabilized. In Vivian's office, Grace and Vivian watched the Chun Group's stock price open in the afternoon and finally saw a slight correction, which made them feel a little relieved. At this time, they were waiting for the Chin family's statement. As long as the Chin family responds, the stock price will definitely rise, at least back to the price they bought last night. Mom, after the Chin family statement is issued, no matter how much the stock price rises today, as long as there is no loss, sell it all immediately. Vivian said with a serious expression. After the accident in the morning, she was so scared that she no longer dared to have any hope, let alone think about making a profit. Okay, I'll listen to you. Grace hesitated and said. Although she was somewhat unwilling, she was also still frightened and was really afraid that another accident would happen. Seeing Vivian was so determined, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Whether or not you can make a profit is not the most important thing now. If you lose all your capital, that would be a big problem. The two of them stared at the computer screen in silence with serious expressions for a while, but there was no obvious increase in the stock price. Why is there no movement? Vivian was a little confused. Logically, the Chin family statement should have been issued by now. Even if the stock price does not rise sharply, there should be a basic increase. Maybe the Chin family statement hasn't been sent out yet. Grace guessed. Vivian switched to the browser to check the latest news about the Chin family, while picking up the landline to call the public relations department to inquire about the situation. At this moment, Grace suddenly screamed, which scared Vivian. Mom, what's wrong? Vivian put down her work for a moment and asked in confusion. The stock price has fallen again? Grace held the phone and spoke in a trembling voice. Vivian hurriedly switched the image on the computer screen to the stock chart. Then, she was stunned for a moment. Vivian's office in a panic without knocking on the door. Mr. Chun, there is a new video released online. The PR manager said in an urgent tone. Vivian and Grace were both stunned and immediately started browsing the news online. After a moment, Vivian's body softened and she leaned back in the chair. Because the newly released video is about William and Penny in the hotel room. Although there is nothing inappropriate for children in the film, the actions of the two people are too intimate, just like a couple. Before this, Vivian had already guessed that since the other party had videos and photos of William entering and leaving the hotel, it was also very likely that they had secretly installed cameras in the room. The other party did not release all the information, probably because they were waiting for the Chun family to refute the rumor. Now her worries have been confirmed. As expected, right after William refuted the rumors, a new video was released immediately. Who would believe this if it wasn't planned long ago? It had only been a short time since William manipulated Chen's stock, but Vivian still felt scared when she thought about it now. How could she not be on guard against this move by the other party? She just waited for the Chin family to make a statement, pushed up the stock price, and then quickly sold the trap stocks. As for how the Chin group and William would end, she no longer cared. Vivian just hopes that she can quickly get out of the quagmire and resolve the crisis. But now, the other party doesn't give any time at all. Chapter 200 Mortgage Company. Compared with Vivian's excited expression, Grace seemed much calmer. At this moment, her cell phone happened to ring. Grace quickly took a look at the caller and first sent the public relations manager away before answering the call. As the call was connected, Yang Gaofeng's anxious voice was immediately heard from the other end. Sister, have you seen the latest stock price of the group? Grace nodded with a Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Grace said calmly. How can we not be anxious? Our capital has lost more than 70% of its value, reaching the liquidation warning line. The financing company asked us to either cover our positions, add margin, or pledge something as collateral, or they would force us to sell our stocks. Yang Gaofeng's words made Grace's body tremble violently. Although she had a way to deal with this video crisis, it would take time. If the position is liquidated at this time, everything will be over. Grace fell into deep thought. Sister, what should we do? Seeing that Grace was slow to respond, Yang Gaofeng asked anxiously. After a while, Grace gritted her teeth and finally made a decision. Pledge Hao Hong to them first. Yang Gaofeng on the opposite side was stunned for a moment and asked with a little disbelief. Sister, do you really want to mortgage Hao Hong? Yang Gaofeng knew how important Hao Hong was to Grace. Grace would never allow anything to happen to Hao Hong unless it was absolutely necessary. But now Grace is willing to take risks with her own company, which makes Yang Gaofeng a little surprised. Vivian beside him also widened her eyes and stared at Grace in disbelief. If Grace really had a backup plan to deal with this crisis and was confident that she could perfectly resolve William's scandal. But their current situation is not optimistic. Even if this video can be suppressed, there is no guarantee that the other party has any backup plans. Most importantly, she couldn't guarantee whether William and Penny really did something shameful in the hotel room and were photographed. If this is true, then all public relations are meaningless. The Chin family will definitely cancel the engagement, and the collapse of Chin's stock price is a foregone conclusion. By then, not only would the Liu family's funds be wasted, but Grace's company would naturally be gone too. Under such circumstances, Grace still dared to mortgage the company, which really surprised Vivian. In response to Yang Gaofeng's question, Grace did not hesitate and spoke in a firm tone. Pledge it, otherwise we have no other options now. Since Grace said so, Yang Gaofeng naturally had no objection. At such an urgent point, there is really no other good way except this method. This financing company was relatively humane. When the loss exceeded the liquidation line, it did not force liquidation immediately, but gave them a chance to cover their positions. Of course, the financing company had already reminded them before this, but it was not the last moment yet, so Grace and the others could only hold on and wait for the public relations of the Chun and Chin families. After saying that, Yang Gaofeng hung up the phone immediately. Mom, if you really plan to mortgage the company, if the stock price collapses, you will lose all your money. Vivian's face was already pale by this time. Now she doesn't care at all about what will happen to Grace's company. It's just that I have some doubts in my heart. Although the mortgage company is the only way out at this time, even if Grace does not take the initiative to do it, she will ask Grace to find a way to cover the position, at least to ensure that it will not be forced to close. However, Grace's decisiveness still puzzled her. If she's really desperate, Grace can still seek help from Jiang Bowie, and it is not necessary to go to this step. The stock price is not going to crash, Grace said confidently at this time. Vivian was slightly startled and stared at Grace with a puzzled look. Grace hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, is there something wrong with the video that was just released?" "What's the meaning?" "Those videos were edited." Grace has shown the full video of William and Penny in the hotel room. Although their behavior was a little intimate, it was still within the normal range. What is now leaking online has obviously been maliciously edited and spliced. This gives people the illusion that there is an abnormal relationship between William and Penny. The reason why she dared to put the company up as collateral was because Oscar had the original video in his hands. As long as she throws out the original video and lets the Chin family issue a statement, the crisis will naturally be resolved. Faced with Vivian's questions, Grace decided not to hide it anymore and told her that she had seen the original video of William and Penny. Vivian was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. "Did Oscar take this photo?" Grace nodded. She was not afraid that Vivian would know that Oscar had secretly taken photos of William. After all, what Vivian was most worried about right now was the group's stock price. To her, other things come second in importance. And the next work also requires Vivian's cooperation. She had to reassure Vivian. As for whether Vivian would leak the matter of Oscar to William or the Chun family, Grace didn't care at all. Grace believed that given the relationship between Vivian and Oscar, unless it was absolutely necessary, Vivian would definitely choose to protect her younger brother. Vivian couldn't just watch Oscar fall into the abyss. After all, this is a big event that is enough to destroy Oscar. Vivian did not show much shock. After all, everyone had speculated that this matter was related to Oscar. Those photos and videos from that morning, and the video now, Vivian wanted to ask if he was the one who spread the scandal this morning. But after a little thought, I can understand that I should not talk about what happened in the morning for now. This edited video alone should have nothing to do with Oscar. Since Grace has already seen the original video, she will definitely not allow Oscar to do anything wrong. It wasn't Oscar who did it. What happened this morning had nothing to do with him. Grace promised solemnly. Vivian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just make sure it's not Oscar who did it. Mom understands the seriousness of the matter, so she has already warned him. Grace also looked helpless. So he secretly filmed these videos of William, and he actually planned to release them? Vivian said with a serious expression. Grace remained silent and did not answer. Isn't this an obvious thing? What else is there to explain? Otherwise, was Oscar taking photos of William just a hobby? Looking at Grace, Vivian shook her head, feeling extremely tired. William has let go of his prejudice against him, and they have reconciled. He was planning to get along well with everyone. Why is Oscar still so ignorant? He really intend to destroy William. Vivian sighed. Vivian, you can't blame Oscar entirely. He actually has no choice. Seeing Vivian blaming Oscar, Grace subconsciously spoke for him. Chapter 2, A One Worse Than Beasts. Vivian also know Oscar has feelings for EVA. The The two grew up together, so it's not an exaggeration to say they are childhood sweethearts. It hasn't been long since EVA and William have been together. Such a big blow is really cruel for a child like him who is still mentally immature. Grace defended Oscar. I understand, but you can't joke about this kind of thing. It will cause too much harm to William and the group. Vivian said, holding her forehead. You're right, Grace sighed. But Vivian, put yourself in my shoes. Whether it is the group, the family property, or EVA, these originally belonged to Oscar. But later, when William came back, all of that was gone. All of them belonged to William. No matter who you are, you'll feel unbalanced. Vivian looked at Grace deeply, thinking that Grace knew Oscar was not a member of the Chun family, but had wanted Oscar to inherit everything from the Chun family. She felt mixed emotions. Mom, no matter what, it has already happened and it can't be changed. Let's just live our lives well from now on. Don't provoke William anymore, and don't think about anything else, okay? Vivian was really worried that Grace and Oscar would cause trouble again. By then, everyone in the family will be in chaos. No one has an easy time. Of course I know what you said. I don't have any other ideas. I have let it go now. William is my son too, and I certainly wish him the best. Grace was a little angry after being accused by Vivian. I just want to pay off the foreign debt owed by your grandparents. Then manage Hao Hong well and provide a guarantee for Oscar's future. Although Oscar is not my biological son, I have raised him for so many years and have always treated him as my own. He is as important to me as William. I can't just watch him being helpless in the future. Grace continued to explain. Vivian sighed silently and didn't respond to Grace's words. Now that the stock market was close to closing, they were not in a hurry to go back to Oscar to ask for the video, because there is still a problem facing them, which is how to release the clarification video in Oscar's hand. If we just let him out secretly, it will definitely arouse everyone's suspicion that someone deliberately released William's scandal in order to step on the Chin group. But as soon as the scandalous video was released, a clarification video suddenly appeared for unknown reasons. What kind of upright person would secretly help a group without revealing his identity? Who would believe this if I told them? After careful consideration, Grace and Vivian finally decided to hide the fact that Oscar had the video of William and his girlfriend checking into a hotel room. Oscar released the real video and saved William and Chun group from danger. This is a great achievement, though. But it is also true that Oscar secretly installed a camera and filmed William. On the other hand, it fully demonstrates his ulterior motives. Just for this reason, even if Oscar helped William this time, William would not let him have an easy time in the future. Suspicion is just suspicion. There is no evidence. But once Oscar's secret photo of William is exposed, it will be evidence. Even if this incident has nothing to do with Oscar, even if he helped the group resolve the crisis, people will still doubt him and even think that this is a play he directed and acted out himself. Therefore, no matter what, the fact that Oscar secretly filmed William and had the video could not be leaked. Grace made up her mind. They finally decided to just release the original video in Oscar's hand. As for what people thought and speculated, they had no right to care. As long as the group's stock price can go up, they don't care about the source of the video. Thinking of this, Grace and Vivian prepared to go back to find Oscar. But at this moment, Nina called and asked them to go home quickly. She told them that the Chin family was coming to ask for an explanation, and if William didn't give them an explanation, they would cancel the engagement. Nina's words scared Grace and her husband so much that they didn't dare to delay for even a second and rushed home without stopping. William is not caught on camera doing anything wrong. There is room for maneuver. And the most important thing now is the attitude of the Chin family, or the current thinking of the Chin family determines the extent of the impact of this incident. As long as Chin Yushan's side can remain consistent and stand firmly on the side of William and the group, all groundless information will not play a decisive role. But if the Chin family wavers, or EVA does not believe William, even if there is nothing wrong between William and Penny, the Chun group still cannot escape this disaster. When the two arrived home, they saw only Chin Yushan and Chin Hao were there. But Chin Yushan's face was as black as a boiler, and he said nothing. Chin Hao, on the other hand, criticized William and accused him of all his faults. William, you are worse than an animal. EVA is so good to you, but you do such a despicable thing behind her back. I was really blind and misjudged you. Chin Hao looked heartbroken. Brother Hao, please believe me. Those videos were edited with malicious intent. Yin Yin and I are innocent and have never done anything that crossed the red line. William said sincerely, don't call me brother. I don't have a brother like you who is worse than pigs and dogs. Qin Hao shook his arms heavily and snorted coldly. Qin Hao, that's enough. If you don't take a piss and look at yourself, what qualifications do you have to criticize my William? I warn you, if you dare to scold him again, I will never let you go today. Chen Qingxiao was furious when she heard that Qin Hao was a beast and a pig and a dog, and she directly rebuked him. I am sorry. I was wrong. Seeing Chen Qingxiao talking, Qin Hao immediately apologized and admitted his mistake. Uncle Qin, William is not that kind of person. He would not do such a thing. Chen Qingxia said to Qin Yushan seriously. Qin Yushan still had a gloomy face and said nothing. Uncle Qin, there must be some misunderstanding here. Please don't be angry first. Nina and Jessica echoed. What misunderstanding is there? The video is real. The person in it is William, and the intimacy between him and Penny is real. This can be false. Qin Yushan shouted angrily. When asked this by Qin Yushan, everyone in the Chun family was speechless. Faced with the facts, no matter how much they wanted to help William get away with the crime, they could not argue now. William, since you have done it, just admit it and quickly apologize to Uncle Qin. Maybe Uncle Qin will forgive you. Diana said slowly. She seemed to be speaking for William, but in fact her subtext was to confirm William's tacit acceptance of his relationship with Penny. Bullied by William for so long. Although William seemed to have reconciled with the Chun family during this period, Diana still couldn't let go of the anger in her heart. Now, seeing William eating, she actually felt a little happy in her heart. Forgive me. You did something like this and still want my forgiveness. Do you think my Qin family is easy to bully? Qin Yushan slammed the table angrily. Everyone was shocked by Qin Yushan's sudden rage. Chapter 2:02 Cancel the engagement. Brother Qin, calm down first. There must be some misunderstanding here. Richard saw Qin Yushan get so angry, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. How can you let me calm down? Qin Xiao, Richard, I thought you two were good brothers. But Richard, how did you treat me? In order to bring Oscar and EVA together, you even hid the fact that Oscar had an adopted son. Even though Oscar violated the nanny, your family still wanted to deceive our Qin family. That's fine. Now, your own son was revealed to have checked into a hotel with someone else on the second day after his engagement. Even the video is here. How can you expect me to stay calm? After Qin Yushan's speech, everyone in the Chun family lowered their heads and was speechless. Because what Qin Yushan said was not wrong at all. In the matter of EVA, the Chun family did not act in a fair way. After the Oscar incident, the Qin family did not hold a grudge against the Chun family, which was already taking the relationship between the two families into consideration. Now that William has done this again, it's no wonder that Qin Yushan is so furious. Seeing that no one in the Chun family said anything, Qin Yushan spoke to William. William, when I saw the photos of you entering and leaving the hotel this morning, I had no doubts and always believed in your character. You also solemnly assured me that this was just a misunderstanding and that you and Penny were innocent. But now I know that you were lying to me. I was so optimistic about you before. You disappoint me so much. Qin Yushan sighed heavily. Since you are such a person, I definitely cannot hand EVA over to you. Your engagement with EVA is terminated immediately. As for your new project, I, Qin Yushan, and the Qin family will no longer participate and will withdraw our investment immediately. As he spoke, Qin Yushan took out his cell phone. I will have someone issue a statement right now to inform the outside world that the two families have canceled their engagement, and you should stop pestering EVA. If I find out that you're still obsessed with EVA, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as Qin Yushan finished speaking, everyone in the Chun family immediately panicked. The ones who reacted the most were Grace and Vivian, who had just arrived home. Wait a moment. Seeing Qin Yushan was about to make a call, Grace screamed. The stock market has not closed yet. If the Qin family really issues a statement to cancel the engagement with the Chun family, before the stock market closes, the share price of Qin Group will undoubtedly hit bottom. At that time, they will inevitably be liquidated and eliminated. The consequences, the two of them didn't dare to imagine. What? Do you still want to speak for William? Qin Yushan stopped what he was doing and asked with a frown. Grace said after a moment's hesitation, Brother Qin, can you give us some time? Our Qin family will definitely give an explanation to the Qin family and EVA. Yes, Uncle Qin, I promise to give you a satisfactory answer to this matter. I hope you will not cancel the engagement between William and EVA for the time being. Vivian saw Qin Yushan's attitude. She became more anxious than Grace. Explanation? Reply? Haha. let alone William. We don't believe any of you Chun family now. Chin Hao snorted coldly and continued. Dad, send out the statement quickly. They must be trying to delay time and make up a story to deceive us. We must not be fooled. Qin Yushan fell in a deep thought. Uncle Qin, please don't make a statement. Regardless of whether my brother is wrong or not, please give him a chance to correct his mistakes. He will definitely not dare to do it again next time. Oscar's mood at this moment was not much more relaxed than Grace and Vivian. He had the same idea as Grace and planned to run away as soon as the Qin family issued a statement. But what he didn't expect was that there was someone behind him, holding the video of William and Penny checking into a hotel. The moment the video appeared, he immediately suspected the person and called to confirm. Although the other party firmly denied it, he only sent the video to him. If not him, who else could it be? So even if the other party does not admit it, he still has doubts in his heart. If he had not bought Chen stocks, then this scene would be the result he had always dreamed of. The Qin family was furious and canceled the engagement, causing Chen's stock price to collapse. But the problem is that he also bought shares in the group, and the current outcome is not what he wants. Therefore, Oscar was also afraid that the Qin family would cancel the engagement between the two families at this time, causing serious consequences. Oscar's sudden interruption surprised everyone in the Chun family. They suspected Oscar before, and even now, that this was Oscar's doing. But at this time, he spoke for William, which made several people feel a little relieved. Perhaps this incident had nothing to do with Oscar. Just shut up. But at this moment, Grace and Vivian suddenly, in tacit understanding, shouted at Oscar at the same time. Others couldn't hear it, but the two of them understood what Oscar meant. Oscar's statement was very skillful. He did not directly confirm William's fault, but his words had a hidden meaning, and the meaning was very clear. William is someone who could do such a thing. If the two of them didn't know that Oscar had the original video and didn't know the truth, they would definitely think that Oscar was speaking for William, just like the other people in the Chun family. But Oscar clearly knew that William and Penny were not alike, and as the video was edited, he did not stand firmly on William's side. That only shows that Oscar has bad intentions. He wants to increase the stock price and convict William at the same time. But things are not that simple. Qin Yushan is not a fool. Will he change his mind just because William admits his mistake and apologizes? On the contrary, it will only make things worse. There are some mistakes that you can never admit, even if you really did them. Everyone was shocked by Grace and Vivian's reactions and didn't understand why. Sure enough, provoked by Oscar's words, Qin Yushan became even angrier and no longer hesitated. Your family has admitted it, right? As he spoke, Qin Yushan continued to make the call. No, Uncle Qin, you misunderstood me. Oscar was also panicked at this time. His original intention was just to stabilize Qin Yushan, but he didn't want to speak for William sincerely, so he made such an ambiguous statement. Who would have thought that Qin Yushan would understand it this way? Seeing that Qin Yushan's determination became stronger, the Chen family members were anxious but didn't know how to start. As for Grace and Vivian, they were panicked and at a loss. The two men glared at Oscar, dissatisfied with his talkativeness. Grace was extremely anxious when she heard Qin Yushan instructing the public to cancel the engagement on the phone. She shouted instinctively, "This video is edited and fake. The facts are not like this." Grace's shout not only made Qin Yushan stop the phone call, but also made everyone in the Chun family look puzzled. At this moment, Oscar's body shook violently, and he stared at Grace with horror on his face. Chapter 203 Oscar Exposed. What's the meaning? Qin Yushan asked with a frown. I know this video has been edited, but it doesn't make sense for you to say it's fake. Besides, how can you be sure that this is not the case? Faced with Qin Yushan's questioning, Grace suddenly regretted her impulsiveness. But she really had no choice. If the Qin family really let the statement go out, she would be finished. She didn't expect that as soon as the malicious video appeared, the Qin family ran to the Chun family to ask for an explanation and suddenly decided to issue a statement to cancel the engagement. Vivian were not even given any time to operate. At this time, the others also looked at Grace, waiting for her answer. Mom, do you know something? You know I wouldn't do such a thing. I am innocent, right? William, who had been silent all this time, spoke excitedly as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Grace glanced at Oscar and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but waited for a long time without saying anything. Mom, what do you know? I beg you, tell Uncle Qin right away. Otherwise, not only will I be finished, but the group will also be implicated. After saying that, William turned to Vivian. Sister, you and Mom just came back together. You must know something. If you and Mom know anything, just tell us. It doesn't matter even if you hate me or don't like me. But you're the CEO of the group. If you don't think about me, you have to think about the group. William said bitterly. William, I don't hate you. Vivian said with a conflicted look on her face. Big sister, this is not important. I don't care what my position in your hearts is. I just ask you to help me and the group this time. With a sad face, Chun begged. William said this. Not only Vivian, but also Nina and Chun Manching were all shocked. William's words may have been unintentional, but for some reason, they felt sad when they heard them. William, you are our brother. How can we not value you? Nina quickly defended herself. William, I hope you won't say such things. We did ignore you before, but we have reflected on it and will not do it again in the future. Chun Manching said sincerely. Touched, William nodded. Second sister, third sister, I understand, and I feel your kindness, so can you please ask Mom and eldest sister to help me? Having said that, William looked at Vivian again. Sister, do you and Mom have any evidence that can prove my innocence? Take it out quickly and show it to Uncle Chin. Vivian was indeed touched by William's words, but she was still hesitant. She looked at Oscar and then at Grace. Oscar lowered his head at this time, his body trembling slightly. Grace, like Vivian, was also extremely conflicted. She was weighing whether or not to make public the fact that Oscar had William's video. But if they don't tell anyone, do they have any other choice? Haha, just keep acting. You just want to delay time. Chin House said disdainfully. Dad, don't waste time talking to them. Oscar played our Chin family around last time, and this time William, again. Anyway, we must issue a statement immediately. Chin Yushan frowned and said angrily. Okay, I don't want to hear any more explanations from you. Let's just leave it at that. After saying that, Chin Yushan walked out the door while talking on the phone. Chen Xiao and Richard were immediately extremely anxious and started to apologize and shout behind him. Grace, Vivian, what do you know? What evidence do you have? Hurry up and show it to us. Why are you still hesitating? Chen Xiao shouted angrily. Yes, hurry up and stop nagging. Richard was also urging him. We have the original video of William and Penny checking into the room. They were normal in the room and nothing out of the ordinary happened. Grace was helpless and finally said. Everyone was stunned. Chin Yushan, who had walked to the door, stopped and turned back. You're telling the truth. Chin Yushan asked suspiciously. Grace nodded. Chin Yushan was still a little unconvinced and asked Vivian again. Vivian, your mother didn't lie to me, did she? No. Everything Mom said is true. Vivian affirmed. At this time, William was a little excited at first, but then he became a little unhappy. Since you have the original video of Penny and I in the hotel, why didn't you show it to me earlier? Uncle Chin misunderstood me. William questioned. Grace and Vivian remained silent, not knowing how to explain. Their original plan was to get the video from Oscar, process it a little bit without exposing Oscar, and then send it out directly. But unexpectedly, the Chin family did not give them any time at all and directly blocked them here, leaving them no room to maneuver. Everyone in the Chun family stared at Grace and Vivian with extremely serious expressions. Grace and Vivian were deliberately hiding the truth about the video and keeping it secret. Coupled with the performance of the two at this time, their guess was further confirmed. I see. Chun Qingxia's face was filled with sudden enlightenment. Because these videos were taken by Oscar, you don't dare to say it, right? Grace and the other person still didn't say anything or refute. This is the default. There is nothing we can do, even if they don't admit it. After all, Oscar is the most likely suspect based on his motive and behavior. You've really got an ungrateful person at home. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Oscar, then sighed heavily. The Chun family raised you and educated you, and you are ungrateful, but you refuse to change your ways and do such evil things over and over again. Oscar lowered his head, his body shaking violently. He didn't expect that Grace and Vivian would actually sell him out. At this time, William actually walked up and spoke to Grace and Vivian. Mom, big sister, thank you. Grace and the other person were slightly distracted. I've always thought that in your hearts, my status is not as good as Oscar. But when the time came, you chose me over Oscar, and I am really happy. William's eyes were slightly moist, and he spoke sincerely. William finished speaking. Grace subconsciously looked at Oscar and found that Oscar's eyes were already red, and he was staring at Grace fiercely, with a hint of hatred in his eyes. This made Grace's heart tremble, and she hurriedly explained. William, I didn't. There is nothing. William looked puzzled. Didn't you tell me about Oscar secretly photographing me because of me? Grace was speechless. Did she really have to say that she didn't expose Oscar for William? You are an ungrateful idiot. Chen Xiao shook his head again and sighed. Chapter 204, Sophistry. Brother, that's not true. Oscar did take a secret photo of William, but this matter has nothing to do with Oscar. He is innocent. Hearing Chen Zhao's harsh words, Grace hurriedly defended Oscar. She anticipated the consequences of exposing Oscar, but she really had no choice. She would never do this if she hadn't been forced to do so and had no other choice. Grace, if you can come clean for William this time, I won't bother with you. But if you dare to speak up for Oscar again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Chen Xiao warned angrily. No, brother, it's not what you think. Chen Zhao's toughness made Grace a little flustered, and she hurriedly explained. Isn't that so? Then explain to me Oscar's motive for secretly filming William. Didn't he do this to frame William? Chen Xiao became even angrier. This video was really not posted by Oscar. Grace still argued without giving up. But the facts are in front of us. If not him, who else could it be? Qin Hao curled his lips. I can't believe my luck is so bad that I was photographed by so many people while staying in a hotel. Did I stir up a hornet's nest or something? Why are so many people staring at me? William frowned tightly. He looked at Oscar and said suddenly, Are you still upset about the way I treated you last time? So you want to retaliate this time and use the same method to ruin my reputation and my future. Oscar understood what William was referring to, which was a nanny incident. He quickly waved his hands and said in panic, Brother, I didn't mean that. William, don't think Oscar is so stingy. He is not like that. Vivian instinctively argued. But halfway through her words, she immediately realized that it was inappropriate to say this now. So she stopped talking immediately. Because Oscar's current behavior is a manifestation of narrow-mindedness and pettiness. At least that's what it seems to outsiders. Sister, I understand. William nodded meaningfully. Although you speak for Oscar, you are actually on my side in your heart. Oscar, help me. I'm very grateful to you. The luckiest thing in my life is that I met you again. William's words made Vivian's face change drastically. Her reaction was exactly the same as Grace's just now. She was also worried about being misunderstood by Oscar. So I subconsciously glanced at Oscar. William, in my heart, there is no difference between you and Oscar. You are inseparable. It seemed like she was speaking to William, but in fact, she was explaining it to Oscar. Don't say anything else for now. Oscar, show me the video so I can check it. At this time, Qin Yushan said in a deep voice. Oscar went back to his room in a daze and came back soon. Qin Yushan and everyone else quickly browsed the video content. It is indeed as Grace said. The video released in the afternoon was maliciously edited by someone to intentionally seriously injure William. After watching the video, Qin Yushan was in a good mood. He hugged William and laughed out loud. Just tell me, how could I, Qin Yushan, make a mistake in the person I have chosen? Compared with Qin Yushan, the Chun family members did not show any happiness at this time. They couldn't laugh at all. William's problem was solved, but what about Oscar? Although Grace immediately believed that Oscar was innocent, in the face of evidence, no matter how much they didn't believe it, they couldn't defend Oscar. Oscar, you secretly photographed William and deliberately shorted the Chun group stocks, causing the group to suffer heavy losses. Even if the old lady is willing to let you go this time, I will not indulge you again. Chen Xiao said sternly. Xiao Zhua, call the police immediately. This kind of wicked man will never repent unless he is sent to prison for reform. Chen Zhao's words scared Grace to death. Richard and the others' faces changed drastically. Brother, don't be impulsive. There must be a misunderstanding here. Richard stopped him. Several sisters of the Chun family pleaded for Oscar. Uncle, it's not appropriate to leak this matter out now. If outsiders misunderstand that William and Oscar are not getting along, it will definitely affect the reputation of the group and the Chun family. Vivian understood that Chen Xiao cared about the interests of the Chun family, so she knew how to persuade Chen Xiao. Sure enough, Chen Xiao thought about it, hesitated, and said helplessly after a while, Okay, Oscar was raised by you guys anyway. You guys can handle it however you want. But no matter what, this matter cannot just be left unresolved. Everyone in the Chun family was silent for a moment. What else could they do? In their hearts, they certainly hoped that a big thing could be made small, or a small thing could be forgotten. Although Oscar filmed William, and there is a possibility that he will take action against William in the future, at least for now, he has not leaked the video and has not harmed the interests of the group. As for all the unexpected events today, everyone in the Chun family still chose to believe what Grace said, that it was someone else who did it. At this time, Grace spoke. In fact, Oscar bought shares of the group this time. Everyone was stunned. Grace continued. Oscar saw that William and EVA were engaged and concluded that the group stock would definitely rise sharply. So he took some money from his sisters and secretly bought some shares of the group. So he certainly doesn't want the group's stock to plummet. Although it was wrong for Oscar to secretly buy the group stocks, it at least shows that this incident has nothing to do with Oscar. Grace's words silenced everyone. Compared with this incident, secretly buying group stocks is indeed not worth mentioning. Moreover, how much money can the Chin sisters lend to Oscar based on their savings? Chen Xiao looked at Vivian and the others and asked, Oscar really borrowed money from you guys? The sisters hesitated for a moment and immediately answered in the affirmative. Oscar never borrowed money from them, and they knew it was a lie made up by Grace. But they cooperated very well. Grace was afraid that the others would not believe her, so she asked Oscar to take out his mobile phone, open its account, and hand it to everyone for confirmation. Now everyone began to believe it. But after Qin Hao took a look at the amount of funds, he said with disdain, It's just a small amount of money. If he loses it, he loses it. I think he is just pretending. Things were originally going in a good direction, but that bastard Qin Hao suddenly ruined everything. This made Grace very angry. Qin Hao, what nonsense are you talking about? Diana glared at Qin Hao in dissatisfaction. Even if the money is not much, why doesn't Oscar wait until he makes a profit before releasing the video? Why does he have to do it now? Wouldn't it make it easier for people to suspect him? Oscar is not stupid. Didn't I tell you that this is just a trick? Qin Hao said. Anyway, he did take the video. You can't argue with that. Chapter 205 is long, as I am more important. Qin Hao's words are the key point of the whole matter. Regardless of whether this incident is related to Oscar, it is a fact that Oscar took a secret photo of William. Adding various factors into consideration, it's clear that Oscar just doesn't want William to have an easy time. Is it intended to destroy the marriage between William and EVA and deal a heavy blow to the group at the same time? Diana was speechless. She opened her mouth to explain, but couldn't utter a word. The stock market collapsed, and the company was lost. Or expose Oscar. In these two multiple-choice questions, Grace had thought carefully about it. Oscar's status in the family now can be said to be non-existent, at least while the old lady was still alive. And if he chose to continue hiding it and let the Qin family cancel the engagement, not only would she not be able to make up for the misappropriated funds, but she would even lose the company. Then she will have nothing. No, it's not just as simple as losing everything. Once the misappropriation of funds is exposed, she and Vivian will inevitably go to jail. In addition, the amount of funds is huge, and they used it for illegal activities such as stock speculation. Even if they are able to make up for the losses later, they will still not escape sanctions. Besides, they have no ability to remedy the situation. Originally, Jiang Bowie was her last hope, but now Jiang Bowie is in a desperate situation and can't save himself. He simply didn't have the ability to help her anymore. Therefore, Oscar's exposure was really a helpless act. It's not that she doesn't care about Oscar's safety. On the contrary, Oscar is extremely important to her. Even Hao Hong was the fallback she prepared for Oscar and herself. Ultimately, she did this for Oscar's future. She believed that if she explained it carefully to Oscar afterwards, she would definitely understand her good intentions. She also thought about it. Even if the Chun family knew that Oscar had taken the photo of William, as long as they could prove that Oscar had nothing to do with the incident, the Chun family would definitely find a way to save Oscar. The worst outcome would be being kicked out of the Chun family. She has now thought it through, and leaving may not be a bad choice. At least while the old lady was still alive, Oscar had to live a dependent life in the Chin family. Not only was his life oppressive, but he also had to please William in every situation. Can you guys listen to me for a few words? Grace exhaled and said, Mom, just tell us what you want to say. We are listening. William suddenly showed special respect for Grace. This is the first time this has happened in recent days. Everyone understood that it was because of Grace's help this time that William felt that his mother valued him. Oscar did shoot William, but at least he didn't do anything to hurt William and the group, right? Grace excuses Oscar. Moreover, in the morning, as soon as the scandal of William checking into a hotel room came out, Oscar immediately found me and frankly discussed with me how to help William. Only then did I know that Oscar had taken a video of William. So from this point, we can see that Oscar is actually still very worried about William and is afraid that something will happen to William. Mom, your statement is illogical. If Oscar really cared about William, he would never do such a thing as secretly taking photos. Chen Qingxia raised an objection. Maybe Oscar just suspected that there was something going on between William and Penny and was afraid that EVA would suffer, so he resorted to this desperate measure for EVA's sake. Diana immediately retorted, but then I thought about it and found that this statement seemed to have problems. Although the starting point seems to be for EVA, but in the final analysis, Oscar still has to stab William in the back. You know, Oscar has always been in love with EVA, so he doesn't want EVA to get hurt. Diana hesitated for a moment and added another sentence to explain Oscar's motive. Vivian turned her head and glared at Diana. The look in her eyes clearly told Diana to stop causing more trouble. Grace considered it for a while and finally said, "It is definitely wrong for Oscar to secretly take photos of William. Everyone has irrational moments occasionally. It was because Oscar was too deeply in love with EVA that he temporarily lost his mind and did such a thing. But he regretted it immediately afterwards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have approached Vivian and me and asked us to help William and the group." At this point, all the excuses seemed far-fetched, so Grace simply admitted it on Oscar's behalf. "It's like this. When Oscar found me and my mom, he admitted his mistake right away and took out the video. Vivian cooperated. We are afraid that William and everyone else will misunderstand us, so we kept it a secret from everyone. We want to confess after this is over." When the Chun family members heard this, their solemn expressions relaxed at this moment. "So that's how it is. It's never too late to correct your mistakes," Richard said with a smile. "Yes, I believe Oscar was just possessed by a ghost for a moment and had no ill intentions." Jessica breathed a sigh of relief. "Of course, Oscar is such a kind person. He definitely didn't mean that," Diana said with great certainty. As for Nina and Chun Qingxia, one of them looked conflicted and remained silent. One of them was watching with a smile. "William," Grace called out, "I think you shouldn't blame Oscar this time, but thank him instead." "Huh?" William was stunned for a moment. "Mom, how should I say this?" Grace paused and explained to everyone. "You see, although Oscar took the video of William, on the other hand, if Oscar wasn't there today, we wouldn't be able to prove William's innocence. So I think Oscar helped William by accident this time." When everyone heard this, they thought it made sense. Vivian couldn't help but look at Grace with admiration. Unexpectedly, in this situation, Grace was able to turn the tide. "You're right. This time, thanks to Oscar, we really don't know how to solve the crisis of the group." Richard avoided the question. Oscar was not the instigator of the incident. Why bother to keep harping on it and make everyone unhappy? "Brother William, what do you think?" Richard's words were recognized by everyone in the Chun family. But Chun Xiao didn't care. These are obviously two different things. How can we generalize them? "Brother, why don't you just forget about it? It hasn't caused any serious consequences, has it? Oscar is still just a child, and his mind is immature. I will educate him well from now on." Richard stuck to his guns. As everyone in the Chun family spoke up, Chun Xiao had no choice but to look at William and ask, "William, what do you think?" William smiled slightly. "My parents and sisters are so good to me. How can I have the nerve to hold Oscar responsible again? Besides, Oscar did help me this time." Everyone in the Chun family was delighted. Chun Xiao stared at William for a while, wondering if William might be so easy to talk to today. This was inconsistent with his previous behavior. If it wasn't for the old lady, he believed that William would have killed the Chun family. But now he let Oscar go so easily. There must be something wrong here, but he doesn't know what it is. After pondering for a moment, Chun Xiao finally said, "Since you have agreed, I won't say much. You decide for yourself." Chapter 206 Enlightenment. Grace breathed a sigh of relief and said with gratitude, "William, thank you. Thank you for forgiving Oscar." William said indifferently, "We are mother and son. It's too polite to say such things. I just need to know that my position in your heart is more important than Oscar. That's all. Nothing else matters." "No." Grace tried to explain in panic, but she found that William's eyes, which were full of smiles just now, suddenly became cold. Grace shuddered and immediately shut her mouth. After the original video is released and Uncle Cheen issues a statement, the group stock price should return to normal growth tomorrow if there are no unexpected events. After that, the matter is over. I don't think there will be any more unfavorable news about me released suddenly," William said to Oscar with a playful look on his face. Oscar hesitated and didn't speak. Grace immediately answered for him. "No, Mom promises you. Although the perpetrator of this incident may be someone else, no matter who it is, Oscar has handed over the video and she has also watched the content, and she is sure that there will be no more problems. At least when it comes to booking a room, Neither Oscar nor anyone else can make a fuss about it. That's good. If there is another video about the hotel leaked, regardless of whether it was done by Oscar or not, I will directly blame him. Don't blame me for being rude then, okay? Grace and the Chin family were slightly stunned. No, William, don't worry. Grace assured again, seriously. Oscar on the side was trembling all over and wanted to speak, but William didn't give him a chance and sent Qin Yushan and his son away directly. After Qin Yushan and Qin Hao left, Vivian handed the video to the Public Relations Department. Not long after the Public Relations Department released the original video, the Qin family's statement followed. The Qin family expressed their firm stance, claiming that there is no reason to trust William's character, and will always stand on the side of William and the Qin family. The engagement remains. The investment remains the same. In Oscar's room, after everyone left, Grace and Vivian immediately counseled Oscar. Oscar, listen to my explanation. Since just now, Oscar's attitude towards Grace and Vivian has been extremely cold. They both understood why Oscar was angry. No matter who it is, they will feel resentful. Grace and the other person then drove everyone away, wanting to explain the whole thing to Oscar alone. Ha! Oscar sneered. Mom, you don't have to say anything more. I understand your feelings. Grace was stunned and immediately asked happily, Oscar, do you really understand my mother's painstaking efforts? Certainly. Oscar glanced at the two of them lightly. He is your biological son and brother. How can he be compared to me, your adopted son? It is only natural that you sacrifice me for him. I understand that. Oscar said the last few words, his eyebrows raised and met Grace's eyes. Grace clearly saw hatred in Oscar's eyes. Grace immediately became anxious. No, Oscar, you really misunderstood me. You are the most important person in my heart. No one can compare to you. Grace didn't care about Vivian being around at this moment. She was only thinking about coaxing Oscar and avoiding Oscar from hating her due to misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Oscar suddenly yelled at Grace, scaring her so much that she took 2 steps back. The facts are in front of you, and you are still pretending. This is not the first time that I am not as important as your 4th sister in your hearts, and even less important than your biological son. Grace was stunned. She didn't expect that Oscar was still struggling with the issue that William asked her to choose between Diana and Oscar. Explain this to Oscar, so why did he still take it to heart? Oscar, Mom has already explained to you about your 4th sister's matter. Why don't you understand? After all, with Vivian around, this matter certainly cannot be made too clear. Okay, forget about that. What about today? Oscar asked angrily. You should know clearly how my brother will treat me in the future if he knows that I secretly took photos of him. Don't you know what the consequences will be for me? Grace sighed, her face full of helplessness and sadness. Of course I know, but I had no choice. What do you mean you have no choice? Aren't you just worried about your own son? You think I don't know that in your heart, he is always more important than me? Oscar looked at Grace coldly. You keep saying it's for me, but what have you done for me? Nothing at all. You will watch him take everything from me. Oscar has completely let go at this point. He doesn't care about Grace, and he doesn't care what Vivian thinks of him. Anyway, these 2 people have betrayed him. No matter how much Oscar complained, Grace remained calm. But when Oscar asked Grace what she had done for him, Grace began to break down. She felt extremely wronged at this moment. Grace felt that her heart was almost entirely filled with Oscar. Even after William came back, she still thought about Oscar in every way. But Oscar said such words at this moment. How could she not be sad and desperate? Vivian, who had been standing silently by the side, was also shocked by Oscar's remarks. She felt as if she had never understood this half-brother. But after thinking about it for a while, she figured it out. It's understandable that Oscar suffered a severe blow this time because of her and Grace, which led him to have some extreme thoughts. Oscar, no matter what, your parents and sisters are on your side. This is something William can never take away from you. Vivian comforted. What's the use? Can you give me what I want? When you were supposed to sell me, you didn't hesitate. Oscar said in a cold tone. Vivian froze in place at a loss. Grace closed her eyes and sighed. She knew that if she didn't tell the truth this time, she would not be able to convince Oscar at all. The misunderstanding would become deeper and deeper, which would most likely affect the relationship between mother and son. Oscar, in fact, the money your elder sister and I used to buy the group stocks this time was misappropriated from the company's funds. Grace said this. Vivian immediately wanted to stop her. Vivian, I'm sorry. I have to let Oscar know about this. I don't want him to misunderstand us. Grace looked at Vivian with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Misappropriating huge amounts of company funds to speculate in stocks is an abnormal situation. How dare you let other people know about it? Even with someone as close as Oscar, Vivian still felt uneasy. Although she felt uneasy, that was just her instinctive reaction. Still has great confidence in Oscar. She firmly believed that Oscar would not tell anyone about this. And once the stock price goes up tomorrow, she will be able to return the funds. The most urgent task now is to clear up the misunderstanding between them and Oscar. Grace's words really scared Oscar. Mom, big sister, did you really embezzle the group's funds? Chapter 207, A New Crisis. Oscar's anger had subsided a little at this point, and he was no longer as excited as at the beginning. Grace nodded. Yes, it is the fund from the Liu family. Why do you have to take risks? Oscar was halfway through his words when he immediately realized that he was asking an unnecessary question. Grace and Vivian both share the same idea as him and want to seize this opportunity to make a fortune. Grace hesitated for a moment, then told Oscar all about Hao Hong's existence and the various accidents that had happened in the company recently, including the fact that she was desperate today and had to mortgage Hao Hong to a financing company. Oscar stood there in a daze for a long time. He didn't expect that Grace was secretly running such a large company without telling anyone in the Chin family and him. Oscar, everything Mom did was for you, and Hao Hong was established for you. This time, your elder sister and I took the risk of embezzling funds because of you. So how could Mom choose to sacrifice you for your brother? Grace said earnestly. Vivian felt a little uncomfortable when she heard this. It is obvious from Grace's words that compared with Oscar, William seems worthless in her heart. And there was a hint of disdain towards William. It seems that in Grace's heart, William is not qualified to be compared with Oscar. However, Vivian was not too confused. After all, Oscar is Grace's biological son, and Grace has raised Oscar for more than 10 years. It is understandable that she loves Oscar more. If it were her, what would she choose between Oscar and William? This question suddenly flashed through Vivian's mind. Vivian smiled and thought to herself, they're all my own brothers, so it's really difficult to make a decision. Grace's touching words really had an impact on Oscar. Oscar nodded slightly, but he didn't completely believe what Grace said. Who knows if Grace is lying to him? It's not that he doesn't want to believe it. But after so many times, Grace has lost his trust. But he still pretended to be touched. Mom, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you and my elder sister. Oscar lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Grace touched Oscar's head and said with concern, No, it's all Mom's fault. I wasn't careful enough and almost hurt you. Grace felt remorseful. Although she had no choice but to expose Oscar, she almost hurt Oscar. Mom, I actually have something else to confess to you. Oscar said after a moment's hesitation. What's up? Grace and Vivian looked confused. Actually, I have another video. What? Grace and the other person were both shocked and screamed subconsciously. The two thought that those were the only videos of William and Penny, but they didn't expect there were more. Oscar finished speaking. He pulled William and Penny into the bedroom and did not come out all night. After entering the bedroom, William carefully checked the videos in every corner and showed them to Grace and Vivian. Grace and Vivian were completely softened, although the video did not directly capture what William and Penny did. But the message conveyed is enough to show that something unspeakable must have happened between the two of them in the bedroom. A man and a woman were alone in a room. They didn't go out all night. When they came out the next morning, they both looked haggard. After entering the room, William carefully checked the camera, obviously afraid of being secretly photographed. In this situation, who would believe that nothing happened between the two of them? This bastard, how dare he do such a thing? Vivian cursed. At this moment, her heart had already sank. Because since Oscar has this video, there is no guarantee that others don't have it. If today's incident has nothing to do with Oscar, then the other party will definitely release this video tomorrow, completely destroying William and the Chin Group. By then, a stock price collapse is inevitable. They will also be doomed. Thinking of this, Grace and Vivian's hands and feet instantly turned cold, and their whole bodies began to tremble instinctively. This little bastard, is he crazy? He actually dared to hook up with Penny. He's so audacious and hopeless. Grace no longer cared about her words at this point. Vivian, what should we do? What if this video is released tomorrow morning? Grace didn't dare to think further. She was afraid that if she thought about it anymore, she would suffocate on the spot. Vivian suddenly seemed to remember something and yelled at Oscar. Since you have this video, why didn't you tell us earlier? Why did you wait until now? What on earth do you want to do? Vivian is extremely angry now. If Oscar could tell Grace about the existence of the video in the morning, they wouldn't have a perfect way to deal with it. But at least it won't be as passive as it is now. I forgot this morning, Oscar said with some guilt. The main reason why he decided to release this video was because he was worried about what William had just said. He was really afraid that after this video was released, William would put the blame on him. He couldn't confirm who released the edited video in the afternoon. Of course, it could be that person, but what if it wasn't him? At least he promised himself in the morning that he wouldn't take action next time. With his status, there is no need to deceive himself. But anything is possible. Maybe he is just using me. Grace and Vivian slowly began to calm down. I just managed to solve two difficult problems for Oscar and the group at the same time. Thought I could breathe a sigh of relief. But then a new video popped up. Moreover, this video is different from the previous one. It is solid evidence that can directly kill William. If this is not stopped, they will surely die. But the problem is, they don't know who is behind it. So how can they stop it? The two fell into silence. Mom, sis, maybe the other party doesn't have this video at all. I compared the angles, and it seems that the direction of the bedroom was not captured. After a long time, Oscar spoke carefully to comfort her. The two did not respond. It was obvious that Oscar's excuse could not dispel their inner worries. Vivian, what are we going to do? Grace asked, her voice weak, as if she had used up all her strength to ask this question. After a long time, Vivian spoke slowly. Mom, there's nothing we can do except wait. After a pause, Vivian continued. I can only pray that the other party really does not have this video, as Oscar said. Or the other party can postpone the release of the video, giving us a little time to sell the stocks when the market opens tomorrow. With the release of the clarification video and the Chin family statement, if nothing unexpected happens, the group stock will surely soar tomorrow morning, even exceeding today's early trading. They just took a look at the hot searches and headlines online, and they were all about whitewashing William. William's reputation also began to improve. Grace reluctantly agreed with Vivian's opinion. They had no other way out of the impasse except to wait. Now they're like prisoners on the execution platform, always worried that the guillotine will fall and chop off their heads. Chapter 208, The Old Lady's Question. Grace and the other two were not sure whether there would be a new video released tomorrow, but they finally decided to confess to Chun Xiao and William about Oscar having the video. Although Oscar may face accountability from Chun and others again, but it's better than a new video being released tomorrow and William blaming it on Oscar. Then Oscar will be finished. Well, if a new video is released tomorrow, they will be doomed, not to mention Oscar. The three of them left Oscar's room and went downstairs. They saw that everyone from the Chun family was in the hall. Even the old lady came out. Chun Xingxia shouted happily when she saw the three people appear. Mom, big sister, please come down quickly. We are all waiting for you to eat. The three of them then noticed that it was time for dinner. After the three of them came down, Grace hesitated for a moment and wanted to call William away to talk to him alone. Originally, she wanted to tell everyone that Oscar had concealed the video again. But when she saw the old lady there, she gave up the idea. The old lady has not left her room today. She should not be aware of William's hotel scandal. No one told her their plan. After all, the matter had been resolved now, and they didn't want to make the old lady worry. Moreover, if the old lady knew that Oscar took secret photos of William, there's no telling what she would do to him. Mom, what's the matter? Just tell me directly, William said with a smile. William saw Grace's hesitation. He said considerately, why don't we talk about it later? Grandma is waiting for us to eat. Grace glanced secretly at the old lady and nodded slowly. Everyone looked confused. Grace was wondering what important matter this was that was not suitable to be said in public. Okay, let's get ready to eat. We can talk after dinner if there is anything, the old lady said. At the dinner table, the old lady just ate in silence, without mentioning William's incident today. It seems that the old lady really doesn't know about this. Grace concluded that Chun Xiao and William did not secretly tell the old lady, which made her feel relieved. When she saw the old lady just now, she looked very serious and Grace was very nervous. But at this moment, she and Vivian had no appetite at all. Vivian would check her phone from time to time to make sure there was no new news about William on the internet. Sister, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong? Why are you always looking at your phone? William asked with a smile. Then he immediately realized that Vivian must be concerned about the group's affairs at this time. Sister, there shouldn't be any more accidents tonight, so you can sleep well. William comforted her caringly. Vivian hesitated for a moment before putting down her phone and eating. The old lady just glanced over here and didn't ask what the accident William was talking about was, which made everyone in the Chun family feel relieved. What they fear most now is that the old lady will find out about Oscar. Jenner, can I ask you a few questions? At this time, the old lady suddenly asked Richard. Richard froze and said with a smile, Mom, what are you talking about? Just ask whatever you want to ask. Okay, but you must think carefully before answering these questions of mine. Mom wants to know what you really think. The old lady suddenly said with a serious expression. Richard couldn't help but be in awe of the sudden seriousness and became curious about the old lady's question. After waiting for a while, the old lady slowly spoke. Jenner, when do you think was the happiest moment in your life? After a moment's pause, Richard looked at the old lady in disbelief. He thought the old lady would ask some profound questions, but she didn't expect it to be just this. Richard pondered for a moment, glanced at his children, and finally his eyes fell on Grace. He said embarrassedly, the happiest moment was, of course, the day I married Grace. Grace gave a perfunctory smile as a response. She was in no mood to listen to Richard's nonsense. Dad, you're so cheesy. Diana screamed. Vivian's sisters instinctively trembled. The old lady was distracted at this moment and murmured after a while. I see. I thought you were happiest when you found William. As soon as the old lady said this, the chopsticks in everyone's hands froze in the air. Only William was still eating his rice, which was enjoying the taste so much. Mom, of course, happy to have William back. Richard glanced at William and spoke hesitantly. Grandma, how can Dad be happy if William is found? When he found out that the excellent and lovely Oscar was wrong, he must have been heartbroken. Chen Qingxia said jokingly with a smile. You crazy girl, what nonsense are you talking about? What about a broken heart? You're just making trouble here. Richard immediately frowned and scolded Chen Qingxia. William is your father's biological son. How could I not be happy? Besides, even if Oscar is not my biological son, can I be his father and his son? Chen Qingxia blinked and said with a smile, Dad, I was just joking as long as you are happy. Please continue answering my next question. The old lady glanced at William and continued to ask Richard, what's the thing you regret most in your life? The old lady asked, Mom, what's wrong with you today? Why do you keep asking me these random questions? Richard complained in confusion. But after a little hesitation, Richard still spoke. I have many regrets, but if I talk about recent events, there are some. That is, the relationship between the two brothers William and Oscar was not handled properly, which led to discord and grudge between the two. Grace worries about this every day. The responsibility lies with me. The old lady had already put down her chopsticks and was listening to Richard quietly. Haha, if that's the case, what would you do if you were given another chance? The old lady continued to ask. This one, Richard was in a dilemma. After thinking for a while, he said, William has a slightly stronger personality, while Oscar is a bit weak, just like a child. If William, as the older brother, is willing to make some concessions, I think the two of them should be able to get along well. After a pause, Richard continued, like this time, as long as William could be a little less fussy and take a step back, Oscar would be willing for the two of them to live in harmony. With a bang, the old lady slammed the chopsticks directly on the table. You bastard. Richard was shocked by the old lady's sudden anger. He didn't understand why she was angry. He felt that there was nothing wrong with what he said. Isn't it natural that the older one should give way to the younger one, and the older brother should accommodate the younger brother a little? The most important thing is that Oscar has never suffered any grievance or hardship since he was a child. It is impossible for him to tolerate William. Chapter 209, Giving Up. Mom, don't get excited. No matter what happened in the past, at least they have reconciled now. Don't worry, Richard said with a frown. Are these your real thoughts? William, who was calm and even smiling, and asked Richard again without giving up. Richard nodded in affirmation. It's not about what's in your heart. When two brothers get along, one of them will suffer a little. William is the older brother. Why should he bother with his younger brother? Only with a broad mind can you accomplish great things. William has started to change recently, and I am very satisfied. You are satisfied? The old lady sneered, her voice full of helplessness. She closed her eyes in silence, sighed heavily, and after a long time, she spoke slowly. But you have to know that William and Oscar were born on the same day. So why can Oscar be a child, and everyone has to accommodate him? But William has to endure all the grievances and tolerate everything. He was abandoned at a young age and suffered for more than 10 years, while Oscar had enough food and clothing, lived a wealthy life, was cared for by his parents, and loved by his sister. William, after he came back, Not only did he not enjoy the treatment he deserved, but he was also bullied by your family. What is the reason? You also want William to give in to Oscar again. Don't you feel a little guilty and wrong? The most important thing is that Oscar is just an adopted son. You treat your adopted son better than your biological son. Are you crazy? Or is there another reason? The old lady became more and more excited as she spoke, and she picked up the bowl in front of her and threw it at Richard. This scene frightened everyone so much that they were stunned on the spot. I know, it's because of the bitch next to you, right? After saying that, the old lady couldn't help but cough violently twice, which scared William and others so much that they hurriedly comforted her and asked her to calm down. As for the Chin family, they lowered their heads silently and dared not speak. They wondered why the old lady suddenly asked some inexplicable questions and got so angry tonight. Could it be that she knew about Oscar S. affairs? But that's not right. If the old lady really knew about today's commotion, she would have pointed it out directly a long time ago. There would be no need to beat around the bush. Grace had a dark face at this time. She felt that she had not provoked the old lady recently, but she took her anger out on herself. She couldn't stay in the Chun family any longer. If everything went well tomorrow and the stock price went up, she would sell the stocks and leave immediately with Oscar. Anyway, as long as the old lady was around, she would have no good life in the Chun family. She made the decision internally. The old lady took a few deep breaths, calmed herself down, and said, "Tomorrow morning, shower, and I will go to the capital." The old lady was going to the capital, which had been agreed upon in advance, so they were not surprised. "Mom, why are you in such a hurry? When will you be back?" Richard asked cautiously. "Maybe I won't come back." The old lady's eyes suddenly became unclear as she spoke. Diana immediately shouted excitedly, "Grandma, are you going back to the nursing home?" Everyone agreed with Diana's opinion. Since the old lady said so, I will definitely not go back to the Chun family next time. Everyone in the Chun family felt as if the shackles on their bodies had suddenly fallen off, and they felt relieved. There was even a hint of a smile on his face. "You really hope I won't come back, don't you?" The old lady narrowed her eyes and stared at Diana. "Grandma, I didn't. Diana nervously argued. "I know in my heart that you don't want me to stay at home. You think I'm an eyesore and a hindrance to you." The old lady said helplessly, "But you don't understand why I stay at home." The old lady said, looking at Richard again, and asked, "Jenner, let me ask you one last time. Do you regret everything you have done to William in the past 3 years?" Richard was stunned. This question is very important. You must answer it carefully. After a pause, the old lady's tone became unusually serious. Richard hesitated for a moment, fearing that the old lady would get angry again, and answered casually, "Mom, I already regret it. Please don't dwell on this issue anymore, okay?" The old lady exhaled heavily, and there was no light in her eyes anymore. Well, it seems that it is impossible to expect a person to truly repent. Unless a knife is placed on their neck, they will never bow their heads and admit their mistakes. Heartbroken, the old lady took one last look at Richard. "I have already fought for the opportunity for you. Since you don't want it, then you can do whatever you want." Richard looked puzzled, not understanding what the old lady meant. The old lady glanced at Vivian and the others and said, "I'm going to sleep late tonight. If you guys have anything to say to me, you can come in my room." Finally, her eyes fell on Diana. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but finally just shook her head. After the old lady left, no one spoke for a long time. Everyone was thinking about the old lady's inexplicable words tonight. "By the way, William, Mom has something else to tell you," Grace said suddenly. Everyone came back to their senses and remembered that before dinner, Grace seemed to have something to ask William. "Mom, tell me," William said with a smile. Grace immediately told everyone in the Chun family about the explosive video that Oscar had hidden from them. Everyone was shocked. They thought the group's affairs had been settled, but they didn't expect there were still hidden dangers. After watching the video, everyone frowned. Their main concern at this moment was not about Oscar secretly filming William and repeatedly concealing the video. Instead, they all blamed William for doing such a thing. "You bastard, how dare you do such a thing? I still had high hopes for you." Richard started cursing without asking any questions. Shin Manching was filled with grief and anguish. "William, you shouldn't have done this. Penny is your sister. How could you sigh?" "Yes, William, you did something wrong in this matter." Nina agreed with Jessica. "Dad, sister, please listen to my explanation. There is nothing going on between Yin Yin and me." William argued. "It's nothing yet. We don't know you yet. You are the one who would do such a thing. We don't believe any of your lies." Diana was very excited at the thought that William might be ruined. Thinking about the injustices she had suffered from William during this period, she became extremely angry. At this moment, she felt a sense of revenge in her heart. She even felt that Grace should not have released the video, but should have released it directly to ruin William's reputation and make him unable to recover. Only then would she feel relieved. Everyone in the Chun family agreed with Diana's statement. Grace and Vivian were equally angry about William's behavior, but their minds were not on that at the moment. It has already happened, and there is no point in saying more. What they're most worried about is whether this video will be leaked tomorrow. Haha, that's interesting. When Oscar is in trouble, you have no reason to believe him. And I am too lazy to even listen to the explanation, right? William sneered. Chapter 210. Hand over the shares. Oscar now? What does this have to do with him? Seeing that William was still quibbling, Richard yelled angrily, and even vented the anger he had just felt from the old lady on William. I don't care now. If this video is really leaked tomorrow, what will the Chin family do and what crisis will the group face? You have to find a way to solve it yourself. Otherwise, hand over your shares and get out of the Chun family. Yes, hand over the shares. Diana shouted excitedly at this time. In this situation, even if Grandma wants to protect you, there's nothing she can do. Richard and Diana's words suddenly made Grace and Vivian's eyes light up. Today, they were only worried about the stock price and had never thought about this aspect. There was a glimmer of hope in the two of them. If the group's stock price really collapses tomorrow because of William and the Chin family withdraws their investment, under the heavy pressure, the old lady may really take back William's shares. That Richard is in power again. They don't have to worry too much about stock market losses or misappropriation of company funds. Richard will definitely find a way to clean up the mess for them. William, your father and Diana are right. If you continue to own so many shares in the group, it will be a burden to you now. Why don't you transfer your shares to your dad right now? If the video goes viral tomorrow and angers all the major investors, your dad will still be there to cover for you. Grace didn't want to take any risks and wanted to take this opportunity to force William to submit. Vivian hesitated for a moment, then immediately agreed with Grace and began to persuade William. William, we're doing this for your own good. As long as you hand over your shares, we will do our best to resolve this incident for you. William looked at them with a half smile. Reclaiming the shares and abolishing my status as heir is indeed a solution. After all, someone has to take the blame. But don't worry, the video hasn't been released yet, has it? I advise you to give up on this idea and stop hoping for the best. This video will definitely be on the headlines tomorrow. We'll see how you deal with it then. Diana tilted her head back and pointed her nose at William. William nodded, as if he suddenly understood. I understand now. It turns out that you had planned to secretly photograph me and Yin Yin in order to get the shares back from me. William's shocking words stunned Richard and the others. What nonsense are you talking about? Richard shouted. William continued. And tonight, Grace, you brought out this last video just to make it more obvious. If the video really gets leaked tomorrow, it will clear you and Oscar suspicion, right? What a good move. Now that the relationship has fallen out, William no longer speaks nicely to Grace and calls her by her first name. Grace and Vivian were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect William to turn the tables on them. William, what are you talking about? There is no way we could do such a thing. Grace hurriedly defended herself. Whatever you say, you'd better pray that this video doesn't leak out tomorrow. Otherwise, even if something happens to me, you won't have an easy time. Especially Oscar. William said expressionlessly. You bastard. Richard was furious. William ignored the Chun family and turned to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao remained silent because his sixth sense told him that this matter was not that simple. Uncle, I now suspect that my elder sister has joined forces with others to do something that would harm the interests of the group. I want to immediately remove her from her position as general manager of the group. Is that okay? William glanced at Vivian and suddenly said. Chen Xiao thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll take care of it. After saying that, Chen Xiao immediately made a phone call. Vivian was completely stunned when she saw this. She found it difficult to understand William's actions. After all, she was the CEO of the group, but William said to terminate the contract without considering the overall situation. The most important thing is that the funds embezzled from the group have not yet been returned. Once she loses her position as general manager, how is she going to pay back the money? William, what do you want to do? Vivian asked excitedly. You don't have to go to the company starting tomorrow. Just contact me about your work. Grace was also frightened by William's inexplicable behavior. William, how long do you want to keep messing around? Richard couldn't stand it anymore and slammed the table. If you dismiss Vivian from her position, what will happen to the group? If something goes wrong, can you take responsibility? William just said with disdain. The world won't stop turning without anyone. I own most of the shares in the group. I don't need to ask you for your advice on what I want to do. If you have the ability, pull me down. And don't use those investors to pressure me. I'm not afraid. Richard was so angry that he couldn't refute. But this is indeed a great opportunity for you. It depends on whether you can seize it and get back everything Oscar said he had. William said this. He left. Don't mess around with me. This is a matter of life and death for the group. No matter how much you think, you have to keep it to yourself. Seeing the hesitant look on the faces of the Chun family, Chun Xiao gave a serious warning. Brother, how can we possibly do such a thing? But what if someone else released this video? Then we can't do anything about it. Grace said with a forced smile. Chun Xiao snorted coldly. Then you should find a way to prove your innocence. Otherwise, just like William said, it will all be blamed on you. After Chun Xiao said this, he ignored the Chun family members and left with Chinhua. I'm going to see Grandma. Chun Qingxia glanced at the sad-looking people and quickly ran away to urinate. Dad, Mom, I think we should just send out the video and ruin his reputation. Then we won't have to bother with his face anymore. Seeing that no one else was around, Diana suggested boldly in a low voice. Everyone fell into deep thought. Oscar's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was a little excited. What are you still hesitating about? When the time comes, we can deal with him and give investors an explanation. This will help stabilize the group's stock price. We are doing this for the good of the group, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Diana continued. Diana, I don't think this is a good thing to do. William did something wrong, but if we really release the video, his future will be ruined. Nina said worriedly. What's wrong with that? Just give him some money as compensation. You have seen it yourself. If we hand over the group to someone like him, it will be bankrupt sooner or later. Diana curled her lips and said disdainfully. Vivian and the other two did not agree with Diana's approach. They could defend Oscar and speak for him. But Oscar is the bastard of Grace and Jiang Bowie after all. They will never allow Oscar and Jiang Bowie to get involved in the group. This is their last bottom line. They couldn't do anything to let down the Chun family and Richard anymore. Vivian hesitated was because of the misappropriation of funds. If it could be resolved smoothly tomorrow morning, she would still stand on William's side without hesitation in the group. Chapter 211. Liquidation. At this time, Chen Manqing reminded. Diana, didn't you hear what your uncle just said? If we really dare to release the video, he won't let us off. Grace thought about it and also held an opposing attitude. Whether the video should be released or not was a matter for the future. At least she had to ensure that the stock price would rise tomorrow morning and the stocks could be successfully untied. Only after the stocks are sold will she consider whether to pull William down. Now, they can only pray in their hearts that everything goes well and nothing unexpected happens before the market opens tomorrow morning. Otherwise, she had no choice but to persuade the Chun family, join forces with the Qin family and a group of investors, and force the old lady to let William hand over the group's shares. In the old lady's room, William and Chun Qingxia are both here. William, are you hiding something from Grandma? The old lady suddenly asked. Why do you ask that, Grandma? William was puzzled. I know your character. You're not a cruel child. But this time, Grandma thinks you want to push your elder sister to a dead end. William thought about it and said jokingly, I was too soft-hearted in my previous life, so I died on the operating table. So I decided to be a little more ruthless in this life and avenge myself in my previous life. The old lady was shocked and stared at William in astonishment. Seeing the old lady's shocked look, William immediately said, Grandma, I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. Who will believe that rebirth is normal? It's just a plot in novels. William said it. It would just be nonsense to the old lady. So William just wanted to say it casually to please the old lady. The old lady didn't reply, so William explained, it was just a dream I had. The old lady nodded absent-mindedly. William continued to add his assurance. Grandma, don't worry. Except for Grace and Oscar, I will just kick the others out. I won't do anything to them. The old lady didn't say anything. She waited for a long time before she sighed heavily. William, Grandma had a little obsession before, but now it's gone. I think Vivian and the other three will not come to see Grandma tonight. Grandma has completely given up on them. After saying that, the old lady started coughing violently again. Aunt Lou looked serious and quickly handed her a handkerchief. The old lady covered her mouth with her hand and wiped it, then immediately folded the handkerchief and handed it to Aunt Lu. "Grandma, are you okay?" William and Chen Qingxia asked worriedly. The old lady waved her hand to indicate that it was okay. Then she took William's hand and patted it. "William, Grandma may not be able to help you anymore in the future, so you must take good care of yourself." "Grandma, your good health is the greatest help to me." William listened to the old lady's words and felt something was wrong, and couldn't help but worry. "Grandma, don't worry. I will take good care of William and won't let him be bullied again." Chen Qingxia comforted him together. Okay. The old lady smiled with satisfaction. "You guys go back. Grandma has to catch a plane tomorrow morning, so she'll go to bed early." William reached the door. The old lady called out again from behind. William turned around, looking confused. "Grandma, what's wrong?" The old lady just smiled and said, "I want to see you again." William frowned. "Okay, go ahead." The next morning, Vivian got up early. She didn't sleep well last night and had to get up from time to time to check the news online, always worried that negative news about William would be released again. Fortunately, no accidents have occurred until now. She had dark circles under her eyes, and when she went downstairs, she happened to run into Grace. Grace's condition was not much better than Vivian's, and it seemed that she didn't sleep well last night either. Although Grace believes that if the video is released, it may be possible to get William's shares back, but this is still unknown and may not go smoothly. For safety reasons, she still doesn't want the video to be leaked, at least not too quickly. You must give yourself enough time to get out of this predicament, and then talk about other things after you get away. If by some chance, the video of William and Penny sleeping together all night was really released early, she would have no choice but to join forces with the investors to get rid of William. If all goes well, Richard will take control of the group again, and all her troubles will be solved. The Yang family no longer has to worry about debts, and they can also get back the mortgage Haon. Thinking of this, Grace had the urge to release the video after the stocks were sold. Although this would hurt William, if she thought about it carefully, wasn't her current situation ultimately caused by William? This is the consequence he deserves. Besides, as Diana said, just give him some compensation afterwards. William had been used to poverty since childhood, so even if he lost the group, he would definitely be able to accept a sufficient amount of money as compensation, or a small portion of the shares left to him. Not long after, everyone got up one after another. "Where's my brother?" Chen Xiao usually gets up early. It was almost 9 o'clock at this time. Richard hadn't seen Chen Xiao yet, so he asked the housekeeper. The old lady was catching a plane, so Master William took them there. Butler Fong replied, "It's such an early flight." Richard said casually. He knew that the old lady and Chen Xiao were going to the capital today, but he didn't know that they were leaving so early. Time quickly approached the opening time of the morning session. In the study, Vivian was following the online news and checking the stock market, looking anxious. At this time, Grace came in with some fruit. "Vivian, how is it? Is everything okay?" Grace asked. "Well, maybe the other party doesn't have other videos, otherwise they would have released them long ago." Vivian said. Grace breathed a sigh of relief. The unknown that is beyond one's control always makes people uneasy. "Once the market opens, we will sell the stocks immediately to avoid any further complications," Vivian continued. Grace had no objection and waited until the stocks were sold and the money was in her pocket. Richard again whether to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kick William out of the group. There is still some time before the end of the game, so Vivian took this opportunity to chat with Grace. As soon as the market opened, Vivian picked up a piece of fruit, took a bite, and immediately returned her eyes to the stock market on the computer screen. Vivian blinked and was stunned for a moment. Then she rubbed her eyes heavily and looked at the board again. Uh, uh, uh. Vivian's eyes suddenly widened, and she screamed 3 times, and the fruit in her mouth fell out. Grace saw Vivian's abnormal reaction and immediately realized that something was wrong. "Vivian, what's wrong? What happened?" Grace had actually already guessed it in her heart at this time. Vivian didn't answer her, but just stared at the table. Grace immediately went to the computer screen and saw that the stock price of Chun Group in the early trading session did not soar as expected. Instead, it directly jumped, which would have been fine, but it is still falling rapidly, as if it is going to pull out another long negative line. Grace broke out in a cold sweat. There was no other possibility. The video that could almost kill William must have leaked out. She immediately checked the headlines of the day, and, just as she had guessed, 5 minutes ago, the internet was once again in an uproar because of William. The Chin family just stood up for William last night, and today the video proving his infidelity immediately appeared. This was an extremely heavy blow to Chin's stock price. Just when the two were at a loss, the Chin family's announcement of canceling the engagement and withdrawing investment appeared on the internet the next moment. This shocked the two of them. It seemed that the Chin family was really angry this time. They unilaterally canceled the engagement without even saying hello. As soon as these two pieces of news came out, Chun Group's stock price fell to the limit. Just then, Yang Gao phone called. Sister, we're liquidated. Chapter 212, Forced to Abdicate. After hanging up the call with Yang Gao phone, Grace and Vivian looked disheartened. The stock price fell so sharply and so quickly that the financing company did not even have time to notify them and closed their positions immediately. Mom, it's over. What should we do? Vivian murmured. Grace was slightly stunned. She couldn't answer Vivian's question at all because she didn't know what to do. Decades of her hard work were wiped out in an instant. Not only that, he also owed the group a sum of money. Mom, seeing that Grace didn't say anything, Vivian suddenly shouted loudly. Did you listen to me? Grace was startled by Vivian's voice. Mom, listen. I am listening. It's all your fault. I told you not to do it. Don't do it. Now what do you say we should do? Vivian complained in a sad tone. Now that I've been relieved of my duties, William and his grandmother will soon discover that the funds have been misappropriated. We are dead, Grace said tremblingly. Mom knows. At this moment, there was a hurried knock on the study door, and then Richard and his group rushed in. You all saw the news, right? The video was indeed released. Richard entered the room. He started cursing. This bastard, he's not good at anything else, but he's really good at causing trouble. Taking a look at Grace and Vivian, Richard found that they were pale and lifeless, and they ignored him completely. He looked confused, and when he walked closer, his brows couldn't help but frown, because he saw that Grace and the others' clothes were soaked and stuck to their bodies, and their bodies were trembling slightly. Richard couldn't help but ask, What's wrong with you two? The air conditioner is on fine. Why are you sweating so much? Are you cold or hot here? The abnormal scene of Grace and Vivian was also seen by Diana and others. Mom, sister, what's wrong with you? It feels a little weird. Even Oscar. Diana was not worried about the plummeting stock price of the group. Instead, she felt somewhat happy at the moment. Because William is going to be screwed. Oscar, don't be sad. I will make up for the money you lost later. We will force William to return the shares voluntarily. Diana comforted Oscar and said that she felt that the reason Oscar was affected by the group stock price was definitely because he lost money. Diana's words made Grace, Vivian, and Oscar's eyes light up. They remembered what they discussed last night, whether to take this opportunity to kick William out of the group. This incident was caused by William. It was he who caused the Chin family to cancel the engagement and withdraw investment, which caused investors and shareholders to suffer heavy losses. If the Chun Group is unable to deal with the aftermath or fails to give an explanation to the investors, the consequences will certainly be extremely serious. After much thought, the only option was to push the culprit William out and execute him. Only by giving an explanation to the Chin family and all investors can the group's stock price be stabilized. In any case, someone has to take the blame. Besides, William is not wronged. It's his fault for not being able to control his lower body and being secretly photographed. He deserves it. As for Oscar secretly taking photos of William, although they were a little worried that William would expose the matter, they had no choice but to firmly deny it and protect Oscar. Although the Chin family also knew about this, they were more angry about what William had done. All they had to do was to greet the Chin family and ask them to keep it secret. Anyway, this video was not released by them and Oscar. Well, this is the only thing we can do, and we have to do it quickly. If we let things continue to ferment, it will be terrible. Grace suddenly became energetic and spoke impatiently. Mom, you're right. We have to solve this problem quickly, otherwise the stock price will fall again tomorrow. Oscar said anxiously. Nina and Jessica were against it at first, but they finally compromised due to the insistence of others. As for Vivian, she hesitated for a moment and then agreed. If the stock price hadn't fallen and she had gotten through this successfully, Vivian would undoubtedly choose to stand on William's side. But now the situation is completely different. Is William more important? Or is her own future more important? She has other ideas. Once the issue of misappropriation of funds is resolved, she will find a way to compensate William. In short, as long as the Chun family's assets don't fall into Oscar's hands, it won't be considered unfair to the Chun family and Richard. Vivian thought this in her heart, and suddenly her guilt was reduced a lot. I will immediately contact the Chin family, shareholders, and investors from all parties and have them come to our house. When William comes back, I will ask him to transfer the group's equity. In fact, they didn't even need to take the initiative to contact each other. With just half a sentence of William, the phones of everyone in the Chun family had been blown up. After waiting for a while, shareholders and investors arrived one after another. Not long after, everyone from the Qin family arrived late. Richard wanted to say hello, but Qin Yushan had a sullen face, sat down on his seat with a big horse and a golden knife, and ignored everyone in the Qin family. Just last night, a statement in support of William was released. This morning, an even more explosive video of William was released, which slapped the Qin family in the face. This made the Qin family so angry that morning that they didn't even bother to notify the Chun family and directly announce the news of giving up William and canceling the engagement. Everyone in the Chun family could naturally understand Qin Yushan's anger, so they didn't dare to provoke him. Afterwards, all shareholders and investors had a heated discussion on the William issue and demanded that the Chun family immediately come up with a solution to stabilize the stock price. At the same time, they must be given an explanation and guaranteed that such things will not happen again. After all, apart from Oscar's first incident, this is William's second time. Half a year later, William finally came back from the airport. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the hall was filled with many unfamiliar faces he had never seen before. The Chin family and other shareholders couldn't help but feel angry when they saw William with his hands in his pockets, whistling, looking relaxed and comfortable, with a slight smile on his lips. Diana was the first to rush forward and curse William, and Richard and others followed closely behind, looking heartbroken, and began to besiege William. On the one hand, they believed that William had made a mistake and sincerely thought that William should be educated. On the other hand, they also wanted to do it for the investors to see. This incident was originally caused by William, so he naturally bears the main responsibility. What? That video was really released. William quickly took out his cell phone and checked the stock market. After a moment, his face changed drastically and he was extremely shocked. "Asshole, what do you think we should do?" Richard said angrily. "I don't know what to do," William said in panic. "Now you were scared. If you had known this would happen, you should have had the self-awareness to refuse the shares when Grandma offered you the shares. Now that things have gotten so serious, let's see how you end it." Diana sneered, crossing her arms. "No matter what, your Chin family must give us an explanation today." One of the shareholders shouted loudly, and some people echoed him. These shareholders and investors had discussed with Richard and others in advance to put pressure on William. Chapter 213, Rebellion. "But I was framed. I really didn't do anything," William argued. "William, I want to believe you, but you and Penny stayed in the room together all night, and I checked every corner of the room carefully beforehand. It's obvious that something must have happened between you two. Even if I want to believe you, no one else will." Grace raised her voice, as if wanting everyone to hear her. "Mom warned me a long time ago that you were engaged and shouldn't get too close to your sister, but you didn't listen." Grace continued, emphasizing the word sister. William was stunned. Grace had said these words to him. How come he didn't know about it? Grace's words caused everyone in the hall to talk and blame William. Taking back the shares and driving William away is now the only way out for Grace and Vivian. Today, either William will be ruined or they will die. "William, you usually bully us at home and beat Oscar, but since you are our younger brother, we don't mind. But it's really wrong for you to mess around with your own sister." Vivian hesitated for a moment and decided to add fuel to the fire. Although there was some selfish motive in saying this, Vivian felt that she was just telling the truth and there was no problem with it. The hall exploded again. It turned out that the news online about William abusing his parents and beating his siblings were all true. Everyone started a new round of verbal attacks on William. As for the three members of the Qin family, they had a sour face from beginning to end and did not say a word. William came to EVA, took her hand, and spoke sincerely. "EVA, I don't believe me. It doesn't matter, I don't care. As long as you are willing to believe me, I will have no regrets even if everyone points fingers at me." EVA's expression remained cold, but her cheeks suddenly turned red. She hesitated for a long time before stammering. I don't believe it." Qin Hao saw EVA suddenly speak incoherently and quickly shook off William's hand. "Boy, I'm warning you, don't do anything. Also, don't talk nonsense in front of my sister. She won't be fooled by you." William sighed slightly and returned to the Chun family. Seeing that the Qin family was firm in their attitude, the Qin family members couldn't help but feel relieved. What they were most worried about was that the Qin family would change its position. "Just tell me what you want me to do," William asked helplessly. "What else can we do?" We had just discussed this. You must return the shares to Dad. Then you will quit the group and will not be allowed to participate in any of the group's affairs in the future. Diana said excitedly. Everyone in the Chun family nodded in agreement, and the investors echoed him. Do you have to be so heartless? William asked in surprise. William, how could you think that? We're all here to help you clean up the mess. Besides, these things are not something you can control now. Grace said earnestly. Mom is right, William. With your current abilities, it's too early for you to inherit the entire group. Now that something like this has happened, you have no choice but to leave the group. Vivian said seriously. Her tone was extremely sincere, as if she really cared about William. Okay, let's do it. I will go and tell your grandmother that you have committed such a big mistake. It is impossible for her to ignore the overall situation and protect you. Richard made the final decision with a wave of his hand. Some of his investors who supported him echoed this. William pressed his hand, signaling them to be quiet. Everyone wait for me here first. I will give you an explanation later. After saying that, he walked in front of Oscar. Come with me, I have something to tell you. As he said this, he put his arm around Oscar's shoulders and pulled him upstairs to the room. When the Chen family saw this, they were confused and a little worried. They didn't understand why William took Oscar away, and several of them wanted to step forward to stop him, but they were scared back by William's look. If you want equity, wait for me here. William's room. Seat. William pointed to a chair not far away and said to Oscar. Then, with a puff, he opened a can of happy fatty water and took a big gulp. Brother, what do you want from me? Oscar sat down and said timidly. William leaned on the edge of the table and said casually. It's just the two of us, so stop pretending. Brother, what did you say? I don't understand. Oscar whispered. You were the one who released that video this morning, right? William asked. Oscar said hurriedly with a panicked look on his face. Brother, it's not me. I didn't. Unexpectedly, William smiled contemptuously. It doesn't matter whether you have it or not. What matters is whether I think you have it or not. Oscar was stunned for a moment, not understanding what William meant. Have you forgotten what I said yesterday? William raised his eyebrows and said, I said last night that if any video leaks out that is unfavorable to me, I will blame you. Remember? No, brother, you're going too far. You have no evidence. So how can you say that I was the one who released him? Oscar's voice got a little louder. He was a little angry. William just sneered and looked at Oscar as if he was a fool. You secretly photographing me is the biggest evidence. Do you need any other evidence? After a pause, William continued. The Chin family also knows that you have my video. Although I checked into a hotel, the main reason for the stock price crash was the person who released the video. My behavior can only be regarded as private disorder at best, and it was unintentional. And you secretly filmed me and released the video. This was premeditated and malicious to severely damage the share price of Chin Group. If the investors behind you knew about your behavior, how do you think they would deal with you? William's words made Oscar stand there in a daze, his eyes dull for a moment, and then immediately turned into panic and fear. I really didn't release the video. Oscar defended anxiously. William drank the happy fat house water in one gulp, burped, and said, You need to talk to the shareholders and investors about this, and see if they believe it or not. Compared to William, what the investors hate most is the culprit who released the video. If these people knew that Oscar had secretly taken photos of William, they would not believe it even if Oscar and the Chun family told them to the point of tears. You took the photos secretly, so who else could have released them if not you? Also, you and I are brothers, at least on the surface. It is normal for brothers to do things that hurt each other in order to fight for power and profit. So you have plenty of motivation. William continued his analysis. So no matter what, someone has to take the biggest blame for this incident, and you're the most suitable person. William's speech, Oscar's hands and feet suddenly turned cold, and his eyes were filled with fear. William smiled slightly and continued. It's such a simple thing. How can my mother and elder sister not think of it? They knew that if they pushed me too hard, I would definitely drag you down with me, but they still did it. Why? They don't love me, but they don't seem to love you much either. So who do they love? Chapter 214 Oscar informs. Oscar hopes that Richard and Vivian will regain power and find a way to get Grace to pay off his foreign debts. I haven't thought about it in the direction William mentioned. Now, after hearing William's reminder, I realized my dire situation. And all this was caused by Grace and Vivian. If they hadn't exposed the fact that he secretly took photos of William, he wouldn't have fallen into this situation. As for their excuses, they might be lies to him. The two of them did not consider his life or death, but only cared about their own immediate safety. Thinking about what had happened before, Oscar began to waver. He already had some reservations about Grace, and now he was even more suspicious. Seeing Oscar hesitate, William threatened, "If my equity is really taken away, I will tell the group of people below that you secretly filmed me and released the video. Then hand over the evidence of your molestation of the babysitter to the police. I believe that with the anger of the group of people below, it is impossible to just let you go to jail for a few years." Now Oscar started to panic. "Brother, it really wasn't me. This incident has nothing to do with me. I was wronged." William waved his hand. "I don't completely believe it was you. You really don't have the ability to make things this serious. So I really want to know who is behind this." Oscar shook his head frantically. "Brother, I don't know about this." With a slight smile, William hinted, "No, think about it again. Who would be able and motivated to do this?" Oscar's eyes lit up. Oscar had already guessed who was the culprit behind this incident, but he didn't dare to offend that person. "William about that person. William will definitely come to my house to demand an explanation, and then I will definitely be retaliated against by him." Seeing that Oscar was still hesitating, William walked up to him and whispered something in his ear. In an instant, Oscar's face changed drastically and his body trembled. William chuckled and sighed. "This matter is different from others. If you are found out, you will spend the rest of your life in jail." William finished speaking. Oscar immediately knelt down, hugged William's thighs, and begged with tears and snot. "Brother, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please forgive me this time. I will obey you in the future and promise not to go against you again." At this moment, William felt deep regret from Oscar, sincere and earnest. "It really comes from the heart. I don't care at all. I want to crush you to death. It's as easy as crushing an ant." William made a gesture of pinching something and said with disdain, "I can tell you his specific whereabouts, and it's up to you to decide how to deal with him. But you must tell me the culprit of this incident, even if he is a suspect. That counts as an exchange of information." After a pause, William continued, "You know what I mean. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, then I can only apologize." Oscar hesitated for a moment and made a decision immediately. "Brother, it's my eldest sister. This matter is related to my eldest sister. She has a reason for joining forces with investors to force you today. Of course I know this. You just want my shares," William said indifferently. "That's not what I want to hear." "No, there are other reasons," Oscar said anxiously. After a slight hesitation, Oscar finally said, "Sister, you misappropriated the company's funds and bought the group stocks. The stock price plummeted this morning, and she was afraid that the truth would be exposed, so she was anxious to kick you out of the group." William was stunned, then pretended to be incredulous and exclaimed in surprise, "What? My eldest sister has been doing her job conscientiously and diligently in the group for so many years. I don't believe she would do such a thing. Doesn't she know this is a crime?" "Really?" Oscar said firmly. "If you don't believe me, you can check it yourself." William fell into thought, and after a moment, he shook his head. "Although your statement is possible, it is not enough. My eldest sister has been dismissed from her position now. Even if you don't tell me, I will find out soon that she misappropriated funds. If you don't have anything else to say, I'm sorry." After saying that, William took 2 steps toward the door and made a gesture as if he wanted to leave. Oscar got anxious when he saw this, and he quickly rolled and crawled over and grabbed William. "No, brother, I have something else to say." William stopped and looked at Oscar expectantly. "And Mom, she has a company outside." Oscar quickly told William what Grace had told him. William's shock turned into anger and then to helplessness. Finally, he sighed, "I am so disappointed with these two. Brother, can you tell me the whereabouts of that person now?" Oscar asked impatiently. William frowned and asked doubtfully, "Oscar, although Mom and eldest sister embezzled company funds, they should not want the video to be released at this time, causing the stock price to plummet, which would not be good for them. If we tell the public that they were the ones who released the video, it seems like their reasons are not sufficient. It's not enough to convince the public." William shook his head helplessly. Oscar was stunned for a moment and said in a panic, "Brother, these are not important. You just need to announce to the public that my eldest sister misappropriated funds. As for the purchase of the group stocks, no one knows about it. Later, my eldest sister and mother released the video to cover up the funding gap. Their purpose was to kick you out of the group and prevent the truth from being exposed." William stared at Oscar meaningfully for a few seconds, then patted his head and praised him. "Boy, you are such a genius. Good. Brother, Can you tell me? Oscar asked again carefully. Nodding, William whispered something into Oscar's ear. Okay, go and deal with it. The police have also received the news. If it is too late, it is hard to say what will happen then. William suggested sincerely. Oscar walked to the door, turned around, and begged, Brother, can you please not tell Mom and the others? This is what I told you. Oscar, you worry too much. Even if I tell them, they won't believe it. And I won't tell you, don't worry. William smiled and comforted her. Oscar nodded in agreement, then left with peace of mind. In fact, he was not too worried about William exposing him. As William said, the Chun family might not believe what William said. After Oscar left, William said to himself, I won't say it, but the electronic equipment can. Oscar left William's room, went downstairs, said hello to Richard and others, and immediately returned to his room to deal with the matter. Soon William came down too. He assured all investors that he would make the stock price go up tomorrow, and if he failed to do so, he would voluntarily hand over all his shares, and promised Richard and others to leave the Chun family. Since William said so, it will only take one day at most, so get it to him. Finally, with Qin Yushan's nod, the investors left the Chun family. Chapter 215, The Answer You Want. Continue to buy a large number of shares of companies under the Chun Group, focusing on the companies I mentioned that have better prospects, and ignore the others. William hung up the phone after he finished speaking. After the group's stock plummeted in the morning, a sudden influx of large amounts of buying slightly raised the share price of Chun Group. Grace and Vivian no longer care whether the stock price goes up or down because they're already out. Now they're living day by day like a year, feeling on pins and needles, and just hope that tomorrow will come quickly. Only when William returns the shares and leaves the Chun family tomorrow will they feel at ease. As for William's assurance that the group's stock price would soar tomorrow, they didn't take it seriously at all. This is clearly William's last-ditch excuse to appease investors. It's already this situation. Is there any way out? In addition to apologizing to the investors, the culprit William handed over his shares to shut up the investors and shareholders. They really didn't know how William could turn the tide and come back to life, unless he can find a way to prove his innocence and regain the Qin family's trust. How can you prove this? Just by talking. Various black spots about William circulating on the internet. As the saying goes, when a wall falls, everyone pushes it. In particular, the rumors about the conflicts between him and his family, and that he bullied his family and abused his power at home, became more and more intense. In order to completely regain the shares and not give him any chance to turn things around tomorrow, the Chun family naturally helped secretly behind the scenes. Seeing that William was about to die, Diana didn't even discuss it with others. She just stepped in and took the initiative to accept interviews from the media, confirming all the rumors about William. Of course, she did not directly accuse William. She was not stupid, so she could not criticize William openly. Instead, he indirectly confirmed William's poor character by complaining and persuading others. Afterwards, he used a pseudonym to exaggerate the situation online and exposed all kinds of negative information about William. It is said that William not only has bad character and poor academic performance, but also grew up in a terrible environment and has a vulgar air. After he returned to the Chun family, everyone in the Chun family took good care of him because they felt guilty. Not only did he not feel the slightest bit of gratitude, but he became jealous of his brother and bullied Oscar. About Diana's actions, they didn't agree with her, but they didn't oppose her either. Nina and Jessica found out. They would say a few words, but when they realized it was useless, they stopped talking. Nina felt guilty. She thought Diana had unnecessary actions and that the rumors on the internet were too exaggerated. William under some radical comments to dispel rumors. But her few words were like a drop in the bucket and had no effect in the face of the radical remarks criticizing William on the internet. Nina knew in her heart that these actions were useless, but she still did them, perhaps just for a little peace of mind. Everyone in the Chun family was looking forward to tomorrow, but Oscar was absent-minded. Just then, his cell phone rang. Unknown number. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the phone. Brother-in-law, okay. A strange yet somewhat familiar voice sounded. Oscar was stunned for a moment, then walked a little further away and asked, Who are you? I'm your brother Lu Peng. Can't you recognize my voice? Lu Peng said with a smile. When Oscar heard it was Lu Peng, his tone instantly became disdainful and he cursed him rudely. You piece of crap. What do you want from me? Brother-in-law, why are you talking so harshly? No matter how useless I am, you should pay me back the money you borrowed from me. Oscar was stunned for a moment. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I owe you money? Lu Peng on the opposite side chuckled. You borrowed some money from my company a few days ago. Did you forget? Your ID card is still with me. Oscar's face suddenly changed, and his hand holding the phone trembled slightly. He knew that most of the Liu family's businesses were gray industries. But unexpectedly, by such a coincidence, the company he borrowed money from was actually Liu Peng's. He glanced at the Chun family and found that no one's attention was on him. He hurried back to his room, holding his phone. I will pay you back when the time comes. Isn't the time not up yet? Oscar said anxiously. You used the money you borrowed to buy your family stocks, right? Liu Peng teased. Oscar was stunned for a moment, then immediately denied it. What are you talking about? I didn't. The financing company you're looking for is also mine. You may not know that. I will close your position for you today. Liu Peng's voice echoed in Oscar's ears like a devil's whisper. So, after judging from this young master, you are probably unable to repay this loan, so I have no choice but to contact you in advance. If it really doesn't work, I will come to your house in person to collect the debt. I wonder if there is anyone in your family who can pay back the loan for you. If you really can't pay it back, then I'll be rude to you, right? Liu Peng's tone was relaxed, yet also a little threatening. Oscar was still in a daze, but when he heard Liu Peng's words, he started to panic. Brother Peng, don't worry. I will find a way. Please give me some time. Oscar's voice was full of pleading. Okay, tomorrow. If I'm not sure you can pay me back, I can only visit your house. Liu Peng said generously. After hanging up the phone, Oscar collapsed to the ground. The next day, when the stock market opened, Chin's stock price not only did not rise, but continued to decline. Afterwards, the group of investors from yesterday arrived as scheduled and asked William to fulfill his promise from yesterday. Qin Yushan and others naturally came at Richard's request. The Chen family believes that the Qin family has a close relationship with the Chun family, and that the Qin family is the Chen family's largest investor towards William than anyone else. William not only let EVA down, but also Qin Yushan's expectations and trust in William. How could Qin Yushan not be angry? Therefore, Qin Yushan, the biggest helper, cannot be missing. Everyone waited until 10 o'clock, but William still hadn't gotten up. Grace couldn't help but knock on William's door. After a while, William came down from upstairs, sleepy-eyed and with a messy hair. He was confused when he saw the same people from yesterday gathered at his house again early in the morning. What are you doing here again? William, didn't you say yesterday that if the stock price didn't go up today, you would return the shares? Grace said expectantly. William was stunned for a moment, then rubbed his head. I don't know what the rush is. It's only a short time now. Why are you rushing to reincarnate? You still have to make a last-ditch effort. Hand over your shares quickly, or you'll be in trouble. Diana sneered. Don't waste time. The equity transfer contract is right here. Sign it quickly. Richard said impatiently. Vivian was standing by and had already prepared the contract. Yawning, William said to everyone, Wait for me. After saying that, William went upstairs to his room. After a while, everyone saw him walking down with something in his hand. Brother Hao, please give this to your public relations team and help me send it out. Here are the answers you want. As he spoke, William handed a black USB flash drive to Qin Hao. Chapter 216 Breakthrough. Qin Hao blinked and took the USB flash drive from William's hand. This is the treasure that can save the Chun Group's stock price. Go quickly. William glanced at the Chun family and said with a relaxed look. When everyone heard this, they were all confused. Grace and Vivian trembled slightly, although he didn't know what was in the USB drive. But seeing William's relaxed look, they couldn't help but have a bad feeling in their hearts. William, what's in this USB drive? Vivian couldn't help but ask. I told you, this is something that can bring the group back to life. You will see it soon. William said impatiently. Brother Hao, go quickly. William urged again. Qin Hao nodded and went out with the USB drive. Not long after, Qin Hao hurried back and gave William a thumbs up. Just when everyone was about to ask Qin Hao what was in his USB drive, one of the investors suddenly shouted, The stock price has gone up. It has fallen so badly, it would be abnormal to have a slight correction and rise. Is it worth making a fuss about? Everyone looked at the man with disdain and didn't react much. The stock price has skyrocketed. The man yelled again. Everyone's expressions began to change drastically. They started to check the group's stocks one after another, and then they all opened their mouths in amazement. Everyone in the Chun family stood there in a daze, unable to move. Grace and Vivian were shaking violently, and their faces were pale. They didn't understand why the stock price suddenly skyrocketed and what happened in just half a year. After being surprised, everyone remembered to check the reason. Soon, they saw a new video about William, which became a hot topic. After clicking on the video and watching it, everyone was completely silent. Investors looked at William one after another, with surprise, admiration, heartache, and guilt in their eyes. In short, it is extremely complicated, because this video captured everything that happened in the same night when William and Penny were in the same room. Not only did the two of them not do anything out of line, they even got together to study and do exercises. It seems that William is still tutoring Penny. Penny got tired from studying and went to bed, and William considerately covered her with a blanket. As for myself, I continued to review hard, and when I felt sleepy in the middle of the night, I would lie on the table and sleep. William seemed to take his studies very seriously. When he accidentally fell asleep, he would wake up from time to time, then pat his cheeks and whisper to himself to encourage himself. In one scene, he seemed to be unable to hold on and was about to fall asleep, so he cruelly stabbed his thigh hard with the tip of the pen. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Isn't this the real-life version of hanging one's head on the beam and piercing one's thigh with a needle? With such an upright and motivated rich second generation, it's no wonder that the stock price has soared. Most investors no longer acted bossy and overbearing towards William as they did yesterday. Instead, I feel full of guilt. They came forward one after another, some to encourage, some to express their apologies. But you can't blame them for this. Normally, when you go to a hotel, who would do nothing but practice questions all night long? Compared to outsiders, the Chun family members' moods are much more complicated, and each person's moods are different. Nina and Jessica, feeling somewhat guilty, apologized to William. Richard felt regretful for failing to regain the shares. The fact was that they had misunderstood William. William, you did a great job. He walked over and wanted to pat William on the shoulder, but before his hand touched William, he pushed it away. Stop pretending. 1 second you're forcing me to sign a contract and trying to get me out. The next second, you're playing the role of a loving father. Isn't that a bit disgusting? Richard was a little angry that William didn't give him face in front of outsiders. It's true that we misunderstood you, but this is understandable. Can't you be more generous and fussy about everything? William ignored Richard and gave Grace and the others a provocative look. Grace and Vivian were thinking at this moment, but their dejected and helpless expressions told him that they must be extremely desperate at this moment. Of course, Oscar is not much better. As for Diana, when she saw William sneering at her, she felt a chill run down her spine. William will definitely take revenge on her next. William came to Qin Yushan, glanced at EVA, and said, "Uncle Qin, about my engagement with EVA." Qin Yushan laughed and said, "I knew that Qin Yushan, would never misjudge people. The engagement will be restored naturally." William added, "Then please ask Uncle Qin to issue another statement after he returns." Qin Yushan nodded immediately. Then he immediately took Qin Hao and his sister away. The other investors were now in a good mood and soon left one after another. As everyone left, the atmosphere in the Chun family suddenly became weird. At this time, to put it bluntly, the dispute between William and the Chun family over equity had reached a point of life and death. Grace and Vivian even felt that this video that suddenly appeared seemed to be a trump card prepared by William in advance as a backup. This means that William seemed to have anticipated being photographed secretly and kept this trick on purpose. Oscar from the very beginning. They suddenly remembered that Oscar denied that he had anything to do with this incident. So who released the earliest video? They suddenly thought of a possibility, which made their scalps numb and almost suffocated. "William, since nothing happened between you and Penny, why didn't you say it earlier? Since you have the video, why didn't you show it earlier? What on earth do you want to do?" Grace suddenly went crazy and yelled at William. "Didn't you give me a chance to explain?" William's light words made Grace freeze in place. "You bastard, did you do this on purpose? You did it on purpose." Grace stared at William and said viciously. William glanced at Grace briefly and ignored her. Instead, he took 2 steps to Diana and suddenly whispered in her ear, "Remember what I told you before, that I wanted to prove something to you?" Diana shuddered. "The answer will be forthcoming," William said slowly, "and you have to marry Lu Peng as early as tomorrow." Diana's eyes widened, her face horrified. William said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I won't force you. It's up to you whether to marry or not, but you will definitely marry. I can promise you that." Soon, the Qin family's announcement of resuming the engagement and investment appeared, which once again stimulated the rise in stock prices. As the incident escalated, online discussions about William became more intense. One of the most discussed issues was William's college entrance examination. It is rare to find a rich second generation who is both wealthy and hardworking. Then his college entrance examination results must be excellent. Not long after, William's college entrance examination results were announced. 450 points. As soon as the results were released, they were immediately met with ridicule. With such bad grades, you can't even get into college. He is still working hard all night long. I think he is just pretending to be diligent. Netizens were talking one after another, mocking William. But soon, another piece of news was released, and netizens were instantly slapped in the face. Because 450 points are only William's scores in the first 3 subjects. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused an uproar on the internet and shocked everyone. This means that William scored full marks in all 3 subjects. There have indeed been people who scored full marks in the college entrance examination history, but it seems that there was only one person. William was the second one, but it was a pity that he missed one subject. Netizens sighed and felt sorry for William. But this is no longer important to William. Since he got full marks in 3 subjects, who would still doubt his ability in the last subject? With his grades like this, he will undoubtedly be recruited by Peking University and Tsinghua University. All of a sudden, the public opinion about William on the internet reversed again. Then, why William gave up the last subject became a hot topic of discussion online. Chapter 217, Desperate Situation. Soon, after the unremitting efforts of many netizens, the reason why William gave up the exam was also discovered. It turned out that just before the last exam of the college entrance examination, the old lady of the Chun family suddenly became seriously ill and was admitted to the hospital. William was concerned about his grandmother's condition and safety, so he gave up the exam and rushed to the hospital regardless of his own future. After the truth was revealed, William's reputation immediately soared to the top, and the rumors that had been circulating online that he was harsh on his family were self-defeating. How could such a filial and sensible child be bad to his family? With outstanding academic performance and excellent character, such an excellent and upright person is almost impossible to find among the rich second generations. And his relatives, especially William's 4th sister Diana, actually came forward in person to discredit their own brother, which was really unworthy of being a sister. Diana immediately became the target of criticism from netizens. And then some netizens did human flesh search on her, and Diana's negative information continued to be exposed. There were even rumors online that she had an ambiguous relationship with Liu Peng from the Liu family. Liu Peng is a notorious playboy. How can Diana be a good person if he is involved with such a person? That not only Diana, but also everyone in the Chun family used this incident to force William to hand over his shares and intended to expel William somehow leaked out. He didn't believe his own son, but instead believed the false news videos circulating on the internet. The most important thing is that in the face of this crisis, the Chun family did not firmly choose to stand with William and support him. Instead, they took this opportunity to unite with outsiders and try to fight for power. They are simply a bunch of ruthless dogs. Netizens began to strongly condemn and criticize the Chun family. In just one day, the Chun family became like rats crossing the street on the internet, and everyone was shouting and beheading them. However, William later took the initiative to stand up and expressed his grievances while choosing to forgive his parents and sister. He also said that it was because he did not do well enough that they were angry, and he would continue to work hard and give his all to maintain good family relationships. Now, netizens were completely furious and asked William to kick these beasts out of the house. The Chun Group stocks did not fall despite being affected by the negative news about the Chun family. On the contrary, due to William's filial piety and generous remarks, the stock price continued to rise and hit the daily limit. According to the current trend, the group stock will inevitably continue to rise in the next period of time and reach an unprecedented height. Everyone in the Chun family was stunned as they watched the news being exposed online, especially when they found out that William had scored full marks in 3 subjects in the college entrance examination. Their eyes almost popped out. They recalled that William had casually mentioned that he had scored full marks in the exam. At that time, they thought that William was afraid that his results would be exposed, so he was just being perfunctory. I didn't expect it to be true. For the first time, they realized that their son and brother was so outstanding. At the same time, they realized how little they knew about William. Nina and Jessica, in particular, felt deeply guilty for not stopping Grace in the hospital, which led to William dropping his last exam. Richard sighed on the side. Another thing happened today. The police called the Chun family and said that they had found the leader who kidnapped Jessica, Kunshinlonga. However, when he was found, the bald man had already died from a car accident. Grace was shocked and panicked when she heard the news, but she was relieved when she learned that the person was dead. Now, she's already overwhelmed and has no extra energy to care about other things. When William's clarification video appeared and the group's stock price rose, shattering her and Vivian's last hope, they had already begun racking their brains to find ways to resolve the misappropriation of funds. Mom, what do we do now? In Vivian's room, Vivian looked ashen as she asked Grace. I don't know either. Grace murmured. You don't know. If you don't know, we will all die, understand? Vivian suddenly roared. I know, Grace said weakly. They have not succeeded in driving William away, but have completely offended him. As long as their misappropriation of funds is discovered, the old lady and William will never forgive them. Vivian may still have a chance of survival. After all, she is a descendant of the Chun family. But Grace is different. The old lady already hated her because of William's incident and wanted to drive her away at that time. Now that she has done something like this, it would be strange if the old lady could forgive her. And Oscar will also be deeply implicated. Grace couldn't help but shudder slightly at the thought. Vivian, don't you think this is a little strange? Grace suddenly said in a daze. Vivian was stunned for a moment, then nodded after thinking for a moment. It's a little strange. Do you think this incident was intentional by the old lady and William? Grace hesitated. Could it be that the whole thing was directed and acted by William himself? Thinking of this, Grace and Vivian, I feel completely emo. William in the room worked hard all night, and he was acting on purpose. In addition to preventing Chunhao from taking secret photos, there may be other purposes. The moment their eyes exchanged, a chill ran through their heads, and they couldn't stop shivering. Mom, don't worry about anything else for now. We have to find a way to replenish the funds as soon as possible. Vivian yelled. This amount is too large, Mom. I don't know what to do. Grace was a little panicked when Vivian yelled at her. Mom, you have a way. Vivian suddenly said meaningfully. She knew that Zhang Bowie was behind Grace. And if Grace was really in desperate situation, Zhang Bowie would definitely not stand by and watch her die. After all, Zhang Bowie can't just ignore the lies of Grace and Oscar. Grace wondered why Vivian was so sure that she had a solution. Vivian continued to explain to Grace the seriousness of the matter, and hinted from various angles that Grace should seek help from Zhang Bowie. Grace finally remembered Zhang Bowie, but in fact she had not forgotten him. But Zhang Bowie may not be able to be of any use now. Vivian's bedroom with a nervous heart and called Zhang Bowie. Although she didn't know how much Zhang Bowie lost in this incident, she understood that Zhang Bowie was in a difficult situation at the moment, and Grace was not sure whether he could help her. But now she has no other way out and can only try her best. To make matters worse, when she confessed her mistake to Zhang Bowie, he was furious and told her that he was already heavily in debt and facing bankruptcy because of the William incident, and he was unable to help her. Afterwards, Grace placed her hopes on Chun Deming, hoping that Zhang Bowie would come forward to ask Chun Deming for help. But Zhang Bowie told Grace that his biggest creditor now was Chun Deming, and his family's only property was now mortgaged to Chun Deming. Grace and Oscar have become his last chance to turn things around. He couldn't just stand by and watch him die, so Zhang Bowie finally asked Chun Deming for help. But in the end, Grace received the news that Chun Deming rejected her. Quickly review the story of the old lady going offline, ending. The old lady must be completely offline, otherwise there is no way to kill her completely. Chapter 2:18, Finding a Way to Survive. The last straw is gone. Grace and Vivian fell into despair. At this desperate moment, Grace suddenly became excited as if she thought of something. Vivian, we could go find the Liu family. Grace said excitedly. Vivian stared at Grace with a puzzled look on her face, not knowing what was going on. Grace explained immediately. As long as we convince the Liu family to transfer the funds in their name, wouldn't the problem be solved perfectly? What do you mean? Grace's inexplicable words left Vivian puzzled. Do you remember what William and the old woman from the Liu family said at that time? Grace looked at Vivian and asked. At the time, he said that as long as the Liu family wanted, they could withdraw the funds anytime and anywhere without asking him. Vivian's eyes suddenly lit up. So, as long as the Liu family is willing to help us, we can say that this money was withdrawn by the Liu family in advance. Even if the misappropriation of funds is exposed, we will be fine. Grace continued. To be honest, If William and the old lady had known about their misappropriation of funds earlier, they would not be able to escape accountability even if they made up for it now. But if the Liu family can insist that they took the funds away on their own initiative, then they can get away with it. But the Liu family has such a bad relationship with us. How could old lady Liu help us? If she knew about this and reported it to Grandma, we would die a more miserable death. At this point, Vivian's light of hope was extinguished again. Compared with other solutions, the Liu family's approach is undoubtedly the most perfect. But the problem is, given their relationship with Grace, the Liu family would definitely take advantage of the opportunity to step on them, but there is no way they would help them. Grace shook her head and said, after a moment's silence, "Hasn't Liu Peng always wanted to marry Diana?" Grace finished speaking. Vivian immediately said loudly, "Mom, you don't want to sacrifice Diana in exchange for the Liu family's consent, do you? This won't work. You should know what kind of person Liu Peng is. Diana, marrying him is like jumping into a fire pit." It seemed that Vivian's attitude angered Grace and made her a little angry. "So what else can we do? Do we have any other options? Do you really want to go to jail?" Vivian was silent. "Vivian, Diana will get married sooner or later. Although Liu Peng is not a good person, the Liu family is still a wealthy family. After she marries into the family, at least she will not have to worry about food and clothing and will have a worry-free life. It's better than staying at home and being bullied by William." Grace continued to try to persuade Vivian that Diana was the most excited in this incident, and it would be strange if William let her go unless Diana left the Chin family. But William still has the leverage over Oscar, and Diana can't just stand by and watch him die. So if William really insists, it's almost certain that Diana will marry Liu Peng. The only difference between the two is Diana has attitude. If the two can help the Liu family and persuade Diana to marry into the Liu family might be willing to give them this favor. Vivian thought about it and felt that what Grace said made some sense. If the Liu family doesn't help us, then if we force William this time, William and your grandmother will never let us go. Think about which one is more serious." Grace said again, "Besides, we are actually doing this for Diana's sake, right?" After a long silence, Vivian finally agreed. "Okay, Mom, I'll listen to you." On the other side, Oscar's room. After dealing with that matter, he just breathed a sigh of relief when Liu Peng called again. "Brother-in-law, how is it going? Have you paid back the money?" Oscar then remembered the matter of Liu Peng, which gave him a headache. He wanted to ask that person for help, but because of the bald head incident, he was scolded by that person and was warned that if he did anything stupid again, he would let him die. This made him give up the idea. "Brother Peng, can you give me some more time? I will find a way to pay the money back as soon as possible," Oscar said humbly. Unexpectedly, Liu Peng ignored him and threatened him directly. "I don't know if you have the money to pay me back. You think it's thousands or tens of thousands, and you can pay it back if you give you some time. If you don't return it, either I'll come to your house or you can come here yourself. Keep the legs or keep the hands. It's your choice." Liu Peng is a crazy person by nature, and with the aura of a mental patient and the support of the Liu family, it is possible that he would do such things. If it were in the past, he would not be afraid of Liu Peng, but now he is just claiming to be the young master of the Chen family. If Liu Peng really attacks him, he really has no way to deal with it. And if his family and the old lady knew that he borrowed money to invest in stocks, they would be furious and send him straight to jail. "Brother Peng, I really don't have that much money right now, but I will definitely find a way to pay it back as soon as possible," Oscar explained hurriedly. "Haha, everyone who owes money says this. I'm so tired of hearing it." Liu Peng sneered. "Don't worry, I'm a good citizen and I never do anything illegal. I won't cut you." Liu Peng's tone suddenly softened. Oscar breathed a sigh of relief and said a quick thank you. "Actually, I understand your situation to some extent. You definitely can't come up with that much money in the short term," Liu Peng said slowly. "So, it doesn't matter if you really can't pay it back, but I've always had a wish." Oscar understood Liu Peng's hint and spoke immediately. "Brother Peng, if you have any wishes, I will try my best to help you as long as I can." Liu Peng smiled and said, "It's not that difficult, actually. You know, I treat your fourth sister." After Liu Peng finished speaking, Oscar hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Peng, I understand that you like my fourth sister. I can take care of this matter." "Real?" Liu Peng on the opposite side said excitedly. "Really, Brother Peng." Oscar was full of confidence. "But if this matter is accomplished, then the loan." Oscar finished speaking. Liu Peng immediately said generously, "A purchase and sale." The two then discussed how to make Diana change her attitude. In the evening, Grace and Vivian came back from Liu's house. When they got home, It was already late, and both of them looked exhausted. Although it was expected that this trip would be subject to insults and ridicule from Old Lady Lou. But unexpectedly, Old Lady Lou was so rude. She ridiculed and scolded them so much that the two of them almost had a falling out. If they really had no other way out, they would not have endured this humiliation. Despite the humiliation, the Lou family finally reached an agreement with them. As long as they could convince Diana to marry into the Lou family voluntarily, the Lou family would agree to their request. Chapter 219. Diana loses her virginity? Grace and her friend arrived home. William, who had disappeared for a day, just happened to come back. William told the Chun family that he would take over the group tomorrow, replacing Vivian's job, and would conduct a financial audit of the group. After these words were spoken, Grace and the other two were so frightened that they were stunned on the spot. William left. The two of them couldn't wait to find Diana and try to persuade her to agree to marry into the Lou family immediately. Otherwise, if their misappropriation of funds is exposed tomorrow, Vivian will be held accountable without any reasonable excuse. Where's Diana? Where's Diana? Grace asked anxiously. Oscar and Diana are out, Nina replied. Nina told them that Diana was worried about William, and Oscar took her out to relax in order to comfort Diana. They immediately called both of them, but neither of them answered. Grace and Vivian continued to wait until late at night, but did not see Diana come back. The two suddenly became anxious. They didn't understand what the two were doing outside in the middle of the night. It would have been fine if they didn't come back, but they didn't even answer the phone. Tomorrow, their misappropriation of funds will surely be exposed. If we don't convince Diana tonight and give the Lou family an explanation, it will be too late tomorrow. They started to make anxious phone calls and searched all over the sea for Oscar and Diana. It was not until the morning, when it was just getting light, that Oscar came back with the depressed Diana. Grace and Vivian, who had not slept all night and were waiting in the lobby, immediately went to greet them. Grace was full of anger at this time and scolded Oscar. Afterwards, they immediately noticed that something was not right with Diana. Not only was she weak all over and her hair was messy, she leaned on Oscar. His eyes were still empty and he looked unconscious, as if he had suffered a huge blow. Vivian immediately asked in confusion, Oscar, what happened to Diana? Oscar lowered his head and stammered. The two immediately realized that something was wrong. What happened? What did you do last night? Grace asked loudly. Oscar glanced at the two of them and stammered. Fourth sister was in a bad mood last night, so I wanted to take her out to relax. Then we went to the bar, and then fourth sister got drunk. Oscar finished speaking. An ominous premonition emerged in Grace and the others' hearts, because looking at Diana's appearance, she looked like she had been murdered by that person. What happened next? Tell me quickly, Grace shouted anxiously. Oscar was startled by Grace's anger. He opened his mouth, but remained silent for a long time. At this time, Diana muttered absent-mindedly, Mom, I'm fucked. After saying this, she began to cry loudly. Grace and Vivian were stunned, their eyes wide open, with a look of disbelief on their faces. Diana suddenly criticized when everything is fine and she is still with Oscar. The most important thing is that the Chun family is considered a wealthy family in Manhwa, and no one would dare to attack Diana. At this time, they also thought of an extremely important thing. If the matter of Diana was heard by the Liu family, then the Liu family would definitely not accept this humiliation and would marry Diana. Then it would be nothing but a pipe dream to expect the Liu family to help them. After a long silence, Grace suddenly became furious and yelled at Oscar. What happened? Grace's voice finally woke up everyone in the Chun family, and they all went downstairs to check the situation. When they learned what happened to Diana, they were all shocked and extremely angry. Nina and Chun Manchin quickly helped Diana to the side, comforted her, and asked about her situation. The Chun family members asked Oscar for the answer. Oscar, what happened last night? Where did you go? Richard was furious and yelled at Oscar. The Chun family is a well-known and wealthy family in Linhai. How could he not be angry when someone was so bold and blind as to do such a thing to his daughter? Oscar remembered that except for a few times when he was furious with William, he rarely saw Richard get so angry. Oscar said tremblingly under the questioning of everyone. What? Richard's eyes widened in shock. Everyone in the Chun family was also stunned by this answer and froze on the spot. Although Liu Peng was interested in Diana, and they had some friction, Liu Peng never had the courage to take action against Diana. Oscar's answer made everyone suspicious. They didn't believe it, and after confirming with Oscar again, they became extremely angry. Richard said he would call the police immediately. I agree. This Lu Peng is really lawless. He even dares to touch people from my Chen family. He must be tired of living. William woke up at some point, leaned on the railing on the second floor, and said lightly. Everyone was a little surprised. William and Diana had an incompatible relationship, and after this scandal, their relationship reached a freezing point. That he would stand up for Diana. Seeing William taking out his cell phone to call the police, Oscar hurriedly stopped him. Brother, wait a moment. There is a misunderstanding here. Then, Oscar briefly explained what happened last night. It turned out that last night, Oscar took the depressed Diana to the bar to drink, and soon Diana was drunk and unconscious. Oscar himself had consumed too much alcohol, so although he was conscious, he had some difficulty in moving. At this time, they happened to meet Lu Peng, who took the initiative to come up and talk to them, and then sent them to his private villa. After they settled Diana down, they drank some more wine together until they were a little drunk, and then went back to their room to sleep. In the morning, Diana unexpectedly appeared on the bed in Lu Peng's room. And then we have this scene. How could this be a misunderstanding? Lu Peng must have taken advantage of Diana being drunk and unconscious to secretly bring her to his bed and rape her. William made the final conclusion. So you must call the police immediately. Richard and others nodded. You can't call the police. Oscar shouted this. Grace and Vivian actually spoke at the same time, and the three of them were in perfect harmony. The reactions of the three people made everyone in the Chun family frown in confusion. Why can't we call the police? Regardless of whether it's Diana or not, forcing a girl to do this is a despicable crime. As her family, shouldn't you give her justice? William said sternly. Diana, who was filled with grief and anger, finally raised her head and looked at William. Her eyes were full of gratitude, and she couldn't control her tears, which flowed down her face. Jessica, please take her to the hospital to check if there is anything wrong with her body. I'm calling the police. William continued to suggest. Brother, wait a moment. At this time, Oscar shouted anxiously again. It's possible that fourth sister went into the wrong room in the middle of the night, so this incident may have nothing to do with Lu Peng. Hearing Oscar's words, the crying Diana suddenly looked up, with a look of confusion and disbelief. Chapter 220, Misappropriation of Funds Exposed. Who cares if he walked into the wrong room? We have the initiative now. Call the police and go to the hospital to get evidence. We can firmly establish that he violated the law. Lu Peng can't get away. William's words were agreed by Richard and others. No, you can't call the police. At this moment, Grace suddenly shouted. At first, when they heard that Diana had been violated, they felt like the sky was falling. But when the two later learned that the man was Lu Peng, instead of being angry, they felt a little relieved. Why not? William asked with a frown. Grace paused and said, no matter what, this matter cannot be spread out. If outsiders knew that Diana was done to that, how would she live her life in the future? Yes, William, if this matter really gets out, it will not only affect Diana, but also our Chen family. Why not solve it privately? Vivian echoed. William smiled slightly and teased. Face? At this time, you are still concerned about your so-called face. You are really good mothers and sisters. After expressing his feelings, William ignored everyone and went back to his room to take a nap. Afterwards, Grace and the other two tried to persuade Diana and calm her down. When they asked whether they could confirm whether Lu Peng had assaulted her during the process, Diana said that she was completely unconscious at the time and knew nothing about what happened last night. However, if you want to know whether Lu Peng did it or not, go to the hospital for a checkup and the truth will naturally come out. But this proposal was opposed by Grace and Vivian. They felt that it was impossible for Diana to maintain her innocence given Lu Peng's style of doing things. In their hearts, they even preferred that something really happened between the two of them so that they could successfully persuade Diana to marry into the Lu family. At the same time, they have evidence of Lu Peng's sexual assault. So even if old lady Lu doesn't want to help them, there will be nothing she can do. In the end, Oscar, Grace, and the other two finally persuaded Diana to marry Lu Peng after much persuasion. At first, when Grace expressed this idea, Diana was in disbelief and strongly rejected it. She didn't understand why Grace and others didn't help her at this time, but instead wanted her to marry Lu Peng. Although she might have lost her virginity to Lu Peng, in today's society, some things have not really reached the point of life and death, and there is no need for her to marry Lu Peng. Richard and his friend were also shocked by Grace's idea and strongly opposed it. Grace, who had always been at odds with the Lu family, chose to stand on the side of the Liu family and speak for Liu Peng this time. Grace would be fine, but Vivian and Oscar also agreed with it. Grace naturally had her own explanation, which not only showed her consideration for Diana everywhere, but also pushed William to take the blame in the end. William said that he had contacted them and threatened them that if Diana did not marry Liu Peng, not only would Oscar be sent to jail, but he would also release the video of the sisters threatening the babysitter, thus ruining their reputation. In addition to these, William also made a harsh statement that if Diana continued to be stubborn and go against him, he would make her life extremely painful. Therefore, Grace and others were forced to do so because they were worried about Diana's future life, so they hoped that Diana would marry into the Liu family. After hearing these words, Diana suddenly remembered what William said at the time, that she would definitely marry Liu Peng voluntarily. It suddenly dawned on her that her loss of virginity to Liu Peng must have something to do with William. At this moment, her hatred for William reached its peak. Towards Grace and Oscar, I think it is a blessing to have such relatives who always care about me in my life. Although she was extremely reluctant, Diana gave up the idea of holding Liu Peng accountable for the sake of her beloved brother and sisters, and finally agreed to marry into the Liu family. Through today's events, and thinking about the past, Richard and his friends were naturally convinced by Grace, but they still scolded William and said that they would make William suffer as soon as the old lady passed away. As for pulling William out to play an auxiliary role and making up these unfounded lies, Grace and the others were not worried about being exposed. Could it be that Richard and the others did not believe her and would believe William instead? Getting Diana's consent, Grace couldn't wait to notify the Liu family to come and propose marriage. In the afternoon, the old lady of the Liu family brought Liu Peng to the Chen family. After Liu Peng arrived at the Liu family, he did not mention a word about what happened last night, and old Mrs. Liu pretended not to know. But Grace hinted that she would not let it go unless Mrs. Liu helped her to settle the matter. Afterwards, the two families quickly finalized their marriage and even set the wedding date. In the evening, William came back from the company with a face full of anger. Grace and Vivian naturally realized that their misappropriation of funds had been exposed. Vivian, you were so brave to embezzle company funds without permission. William went straight to the point and slammed a document on the table in front of everyone. William's words shocked everyone, and they all looked at Vivian. William, what are you talking about? I didn't. Facing William's questioning, Vivian tried to remain calm and quickly denied it. Not yet. Then tell me, where did the Liu family's funds go? Richard and his colleagues have always had full confidence in Vivian and do not believe that Vivian would be so bold as to use the group's funds. And Vivian has no motivation to do so. What would she do with so much money? The money that the Liu family has is not a small sum. Vivian would do such an insane thing. William, what did your elder sister do to make you angry again? Now you're picking on her again. Richard frowned. William sneered and ignored Richard, continuing to stare at Vivian, waiting for her answer. William's aggressive attitude made Vivian uncomfortable. She sighed slightly and said angrily, William, don't you think about it carefully? Your elder sister have been in the group for so many years. I don't know the consequences of misappropriating funds. I must be crazy to do such a thing. Everyone in the Chun family nodded in agreement. William, is there any misunderstanding here? Chen Manqing said. What misunderstanding could there be? The evidence is all here. What else do you have to explain? William pointed to the documents on the table. Vivian sighed, and then slowly said, the Liu family's funds were taken away by themselves. I forgot to tell you before. No one was surprised. Even with the evidence in front of them, they still believed that there must be something hidden. They knew Vivian and knew she would never do anything illegal. Chapter 221, The Liu Family Backstabs. Listening to Vivian's explanation, Richard was furious and yelled at William. You are so impatient and jumped to conclusions without investigating everything. How can you manage the group like this? Richard gave William a lecture. Hurry up and ask your eldest sister to return to the group. You alone cannot handle all the affairs of the group. Richard said, Dad, forget it. I won't go back. William doesn't trust me at all. There's no point in me staying in the group. Vivian said with a look of grievance. Richard said with a frown on his face. Look at what you have done. Your elder sister is already angry. I don't want to care about you anymore. You should think about how to convince your elder sister to come back and help you. William, you should apologize to your elder sister immediately and ask her not to be angry. As long as you truly know your mistake, she won't hold it against you. Grace acted as a peacemaker, and of course she hoped Vivian could return to the group. William looked at Vivian and Grace with disdain and said lightly, "Are you sure that the Liu family took away the funds?" Vivian was stunned for a moment, then immediately shouted angrily, "William, you're not done yet, are you? If the Liu family took it away, you can find out by asking them yourself. Do you have to deliberately give me a bad look? They have already made an agreement with the Liu family, so now she has nothing to fear." With a sneer, William said slowly, "I called." Mrs. Liu said she was not aware of this matter. Vivian and Grace were stunned for a moment. Then, Vivian shouted immediately, "What nonsense are you talking about? It's obvious that the Liu family took away the funds themselves, and you are still confusing right and wrong here." Grace didn't believe William's lies and started to blame William. Seeing that the two people would not cry until they saw the coffin, William ignored Grace and Vivian, took out his mobile phone, and made a call. The call was connected quickly. William pressed the hands-free button. "Grandma Liu, it's me, William." "It's William, what's up?" Old Mrs. Liu opposite said enthusiastically. "Grandma Liu, I want to consult you about something." "What is it? Tell me." William glanced at Grace and Vivian with interest, then continued talking on the phone. "Didn't you invest a sum of money in Chin Group some time ago? Did you withdraw the money later?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then a voice came over immediately. "Take it away." "No. What's wrong? Is there any problem with the funds?" There was a hint of doubt in Old Lady Liu's voice. William turned up the volume of his cell phone to the maximum. Old Lady Liu's hoarse voice fell clearly into the ears of everyone in the Chun family, and everyone's faces began to change drastically. Vivian and Grace's eyes nearly popped out of their wits, and they froze on the spot. After a moment, Vivian screamed excitedly and shouted loudly to Old Lady Liu on the other end of the phone. "Old lady, didn't you suddenly need this money and took it away?" Old Mrs. Liu on the other end of the phone laughed. "Niece Vivian, although I am old, I am not confused. How could I forget whether such a large sum of money was taken or not?" Old Lady Liu's answer made Vivian and the other girl dumbfounded instantly. Their pores were tingling and cold sweats were breaking out. The two of them had realized at this point that they had been tricked by the Liu family. William and Old Lady Liu expressed their gratitude. They hung up the phone and looked coldly at Vivian and the Chun family. "What? Do you have anything else to explain?" Everyone was still in shock and hadn't come to their senses yet. They didn't understand what had happened in the middle, why Vivian insisted that the funds were withdrawn by the Liu family, while Mrs. Liu denied it. Vivian and Grace felt so cold that they couldn't help shaking. They didn't understand what was agreed upon today. Even Old Lady Liu came over in person to confirm the engagement between Diana and Liu Peng. But at this critical moment, Old Lady Liu suddenly changed her mind and stabbed them in the back. This sudden change caught them off guard. "Nothing to say," William said as he threw another document in front of everyone. "Grace, Vivian, look what this is." Grace and Vivian exchanged glances. Grace picked up the document tremblingly, scanned it quickly, and suddenly turned pale and collapsed to the ground. Richard saw Grace's unusual behavior and became suspicious, so he picked up the documents scattered on the ground. He set up a private company outside and instigated Vivian to embezzle company funds and conduct insider trading, resulting in losses. William said calmly with a blank expression. Richard listened to William while quickly flipping through the documents. If it was just William's one-sided statement, he would not believe it, but when the information in the document was clearly presented to him, he was shocked. Grace secretly helped the Yang family and ran some small business outside. He knew a little about it, but he thought it was nothing. But to his surprise, Grace had secretly set up such a large company outside, and this time she and Vivian secretly embezzled company funds, used leverage, bought into the group's stock market, and engaged in insider trading. After the group's stock price plummeted, Grace also mortgaged the company to the financing group. At this time, William said again, "I have collected all your evidence and will hand it over to the legal department tomorrow. We will then handle it in accordance with the specific laws and regulations." William had a blank expression and a cold tone. William said this. The faces of everyone in the Chun family changed drastically. Misappropriating huge amounts of company funds for illegal activities is a criminal offense, and they understand the seriousness of the matter. Faced with the facts, the Chun family didn't know how to plead for the two. Grace and Vivian panicked on the spot. Now the evidence is irrefutable, and the two cannot refute it. Grace and Vivian immediately began to plead with William not to tell anyone about this. The two no longer had the tough attitude they had at the beginning, and their tone began to become extremely humble. Although the consequences of misappropriating company funds are serious, whether or not to hold someone accountable depends on a word from William and the old lady. As long as William is willing to let them go, there is no need to worry about the old lady. Richard and his friends were shocked. They were angry and puzzled by Grace and Vivian's abstract operations. But they certainly couldn't really let him go, so William sent the two of them in. At the same time, I was a little surprised and indignant at William's ruthless behavior. After all, Grace is William's mother, and Vivian is his biological sister. It would be fine if it was just a minor fight, but now they were thinking of sending the two of them to jail, which made Richard a little emotional. William, your mother and your elder sister did something wrong this time, but you should also understand that if they're really held accountable, your mother and your elder sister will definitely go to jail. Otherwise, let's just forget about it. It's not a big deal, it's just money. You can make up for it when the time comes. Is it necessary to go to this extent? Besides, it would be so embarrassing if this matter got out. Although Richard felt a little unhappy, he tried to keep his tone calm, with a hint of negotiation. Yes, William, Mom, and elder sister know they're wrong. Just give them a chance. Jessica agreed nervously. Chapter 222, Preparing for a Showdown. Grace and Vivian admitted their mistakes immediately. William, Mom is just obsessed for a moment. If it weren't for the last resort, I wouldn't think of taking a step. Grace was very puzzled. It was normal for Vivian's misappropriation of funds to be exposed, but how come William also knew about the existence of How Home Company and her own capital allocation for stock trading? And within just one day, William had investigated everything thoroughly. But she doesn't have time to worry about these things now. Grace immediately told everyone present about the Yang family situation, How Home's crisis, and the difficulties of her own private company, giving them some embellishments. While crying, she expressed her helplessness and pain during this period. They also tried to shift the blame onto William in a roundabout way, and emphasized from a different angle that all of this was caused by William. Therefore, the cause of this incident was all due to William, and William should not be so heartless. Originally, everyone in the Chun family had some blame towards Grace and Vivian, but after hearing what Grace said, their anger towards Grace disappeared, and they began to understand her. Richard looked even more apologetic. He felt that Grace had taken on too much, and it was really difficult. At home, she has to endure the anger of the old lady and William, and outside, she has to shoulder the heavy burden of a Yang family. She had no choice but to take this risk. Richard thought of this. He couldn't help but walk over and gently hug the sad Grace. As for Vivian, everyone could understand it better. Grace had something to do and asked Vivian for help. Vivian couldn't bear to see Grace in crisis, so she helped her mother regardless of her own safety. Although her behavior was wrong, her original intention was good. At least she is a filial daughter. Jessica also walked over and hugged Vivian to comfort her. William, please forgive Mom and elder sister this time. They had no choice. Chen Manqing looked heavy-faced and begged. I hope you won't tell Grandma about this. Nina also pleaded. William, Manqing is right. You must not tell Grandma about this, or she will definitely not let Mom off easily. Nina and Chen Manqing's statements seemed extremely naive to Grace and Vivian. They concluded that the old lady must have known about this for a long time, because it was impossible for William to do such a thing with his scheming and cunning. Therefore, it was undoubtedly the old lady who was behind all this, including what happened before. Haha, what a loving family you are. After hearing the pleas from several people, William said sarcastically with a look of emotion, if I didn't know the truth, I would have really believed that the relationship between you two was so deep. Everyone in the Chun family only understood the first half of William's sentence. As for what the second half meant, they were too lazy to think about it. William, I know you always blame me for being partial, but you are my only son. How can I not love you? Seeing that William showed no sign of giving in, Grace began to play the emotional card. Can you please let us go this time, because your eldest sister and Mom are first-time offenders? Yes, William, I've always had you in my heart. Of course, maybe the way I treated you before was not right, which caused you to misunderstand. In fact, I really hope you are well. Vivian said sincerely. William glanced at the two of them with disdain and shook his head slightly. I'm sorry. I'm just following the rules. If you have anything to say, go talk to the judge. Seeing that William was so hard-hearted and didn't know what was good for him, Diana finally couldn't stand it anymore, and a surge of anger burst out from her heart. William, don't go too far. No matter how wrong Mom and Big Sister are, they are excusable. As their relatives, How can you be so cruel to them? If you continue to be so cold-blooded, no one will love you in the future. William raised his eyebrows, glanced at Diana, and said sarcastically, "You are such an idiot. Do you need me to point out everything to you before you can understand?" Diana tried to give good advice, but was scolded by William. This made her even angrier, and she started to curse at William. "You are an idiot, and your whole family is an idiot." After cursing, Diana realized that her wording was inappropriate. However, the fact that she could say such things probably meant that in her heart, she had never regarded William as a family member. William refused to give in and wanted to kill Grace and Vivian, which completely angered Richard. "You bastard, do you know what you're talking about?" After all the talk, William didn't show any movement at all, which made Richard very angry. "They are your mother and your sister. How can you be so cruel to them?" With a slight smile, William said to Richard, "What I did is not a heinous crime. These relatives you mentioned have done even more heinous things. You just don't know about it. Stop talking nonsense and stirring up trouble here. I am warning you now. If you dare to send your mother and your sister in jail, you will never call me dad again, and I will pretend that I have never given birth to you." Richard said angrily. "Richard, this is what you said. Don't regret it later." William said lightly, "I, Richard, have never regretted anything I have done in my life." Richard snorted. During this period of time, for the sake of the old lady, he tolerated William in everything and let him bully him. This was already the limit of his patience. Now William is still thinking about taking action against Grace and Vivian. How could he let him do whatever he wants? Besides, Vivian is the old lady's granddaughter. If the old lady and Chun Xiao knew about this, they would definitely not let him do anything wrong. "You'd better be as tough later." William was talking when several people from the Qin family suddenly came to visit. Richard and his family suddenly felt something was wrong. After William's scandal, the Qin family naturally stood on William's side. Although Qin Yushan and Richard are brothers and have a very good relationship, the Chun and Qin families are also close like brothers. But with the old lady's pressure on him, his face was no longer effective in the Qin family. At this juncture, the Qin family would suddenly visit, no doubt under the instructions of the old lady, to stand up for William. Thinking of this, everyone in the Chun family broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the old lady really had no intention of letting Grace go this time? "Brother Richard," William said, "there was something he needed me to help with. I happened to be free, so I came over to take a look." Qin Yushan said lightly with a smile, "Brother, it's actually no big deal." Seeing this, Richard did not hide the fact that Vivian had misappropriated funds from Qin Yushan and hoped that Qin Yushan could come forward and plead for Grace and Vivian. When Qin Yushan heard this, he did not show much reaction, but just shook his head helplessly. "Although this matter is wrong, it is not impossible to resolve it privately, and I am not here because of this matter." Everyone in the Qin family was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Qin Yushan meant. Qin Yushan spoke directly to William. "William, you can tell everyone the truth. It's not fair for your dad to be kept in the dark." William nodded expressionlessly. Chapter 223, Bad News. Just as William was about to take the next step, his cell phone suddenly rang. William picked up the phone. Richard's phone also rang. After a moment, Richard and William's faces changed drastically. The abnormality of the two people caught the attention of everyone. "Brother Chun, William, what's wrong with you two? What happened?" Qin Yushan asked puzzledly. William slowly put down his phone, standing there in a daze with a dazed look in his eyes. Richard said in a heavy tone, "The old lady is critically ill and is in hospital. She may not be able to survive. Late at night in the capital, there are few vehicles on the streets, but the lights are still on." William sat in the speeding car, urging the driver to go faster. While clenching his hands, his eyes were red, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. After the phone call in Linhai, Qin Yushan immediately bought the nearest flight. Everyone from the Chun family and the Qin family rushed to the capital as soon as possible. "William, don't worry, Grandma will be fine." EVA comforted. She tried hard to change her usually cold tone and make it gentle so that William could feel a little warmth. But when I really said it, I found that the sound was not as pleasant as I had imagined, but became a little strange. This made EVA's cheeks blush. She stretched out her hand, then retracted it, and after repeating this several times, she finally made up her mind. The slender white hand gently rested on the back of William's hand, and then clenched it tightly, trying to calm William down. After finding it was useless, she thought for a while, hugged William in her arms, leaned on his shoulders, patted William gently and hummed a nursery rhyme softly. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, the sky is full of little white rabbit, so white with two ears. EVA doesn't know how to comfort others. She only remembers that when she was sad, her mother would often sing nursery rhymes to her. Then her mood began to improve slowly, so she thought that William's mood might also improve after listening to the nursery rhymes. After singing a few songs, William calmed down and his body stopped shaking. He just leaned on EVA and listened to her singing quietly. Soon, everyone rushed to the hospital. At this time, the door of the emergency room was crowded with people in the middle of the night. Here, in addition to Chun Xiao and others, William also saw several familiar faces. Chen Deming and Jiang Bowie. Seeing William and his group arriving, Chun Xiao and others immediately went to greet them. "Brother, how is Mom?" Richard asked impatiently. Chun Xiao looked heavy-hearted and shook his head. He is still being rescued. The situation is not optimistic. He may not survive this time. Although Chun Xiao had explained the old lady situation on the phone, everyone was mentally prepared. But when I heard this bad news from Chun Xiao again, I couldn't help but feel sad. William had no expression on his face. He just stiffly pushed through the crowd and slowly walked to the door of the emergency room. Then he stared at the red sign on it in a daze. "Brother Chun Xiao, what happened? Why did the old lady fall down the stairs when everything was fine?" Qin Yushan in the back said with a serious expression. On the way to the capital, everyone roughly understood the reason why the old lady had the accident. When the Zhou family's old man, Uncle William, was about to go home after his birthday party, the old lady accidentally rolled down the hotel stairs. "Yeah, brother, for no reason. Why did Mom just—" Richard asked anxiously. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something and shouted at Aunt Lu, who was standing beside him with a sad look on her face. "Aunt Lu, what happened? You have been taking care of the old lady all along. How could she suddenly have an accident?" Aunt Lu glanced at Jiang Bowie, who was not far away, and told him the cause of the accident with a guilty look on her face. It turned out that at the end of the birthday banquet, the old lady suddenly wanted to find Jiang Bowie for some reason. After the two finished their conversation, Jiang Bowie pushed the old lady to take the elevator. But when passing the stairs, an accident happened. Jiang Bowie accidentally tripped and lost his grip on the wheelchair, and the old lady fell down the stairs. After hearing this, everyone from the Qin and Chun families were shocked and confused. The two of them were not familiar with each other at all. Why did the old lady suddenly find Jiang Bowie to discuss something? And then such an accident happened. Qin Yushan and Richard looked at Chun Xiao as if seeking confirmation. Chun Xiao nodded and sighed. "I was talking to my elder brother at the time and didn't pay attention to these things. I only found out about them afterwards." The big brother Chun Xiao referred to as Chun Deming. Chun Deming also came over at this time and expressed his helplessness. After listening to this, Qin Yushan looked grim. He first glanced at Jiang Bowie meaningfully, then turned his gaze to William, who was standing silently at the door of the operating room with a complicated expression. Many people came tonight, including the Jiang family, the Chun family, and the old lady's family, the Zhou family. Almost all the wealthy families at the top of the pyramid in Beijing gathered here at this time. What happened tonight is not just about the old lady's critical illness, but also about Jiang Bowie. William didn't seem to hear the conversation at this time. He just stood there motionless, staring at the indicator light above. He both hoped that the indicator light would go out, and yet he was afraid that it would go out. When the three sisters Grace and Vivian heard that the old lady had an accident because of Jiang Bowie's mistake, they subconsciously trembled all over. Grace was shocked. It was just pure shock. And Lin Hai, when she was facing William's aggressiveness and didn't know how to deal with it for a while, bad news came from the capital. This is bad news for others, but for her at this moment, it seems to be hope. As for Vivian and the other two, in addition to being shocked, they immediately thought of a possibility, which made them breathe slowly and almost suffocate. If the three of them hadn't supported each other, they would have collapsed to the ground on the spot. Jiang Bowie walked up at this time, secretly glanced at Grace, and then spoke to Richard and the Chun family with an apologetic look on his face. "Brother Chun, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I suddenly slipped and caused the old lady to— It's all my fault." Richard naturally knew more about what happened between Jiang Bowie and Grace than anyone else. Now, looking at his love rival in front of him and the murderer who caused the old lady to fall, Richard could no longer hold back. He ignored the big guys present and cursed on the spot. "Jiang Bowie, the old lady had better be safe and sound. Otherwise, my Chun family will not let this matter go." Richard's words angered everyone in the Jiang family present. Jiang Bowi's father also came over at this time, with a grim expression on his face. Chen family boy, although Bowie was wrong, this incident was completely an accident. Why are you so angry? Besides, you should know the old lady's health condition. You can't put all the blame on my son. Richard was stunned for a moment, unable to refute. Of course, he knew the old lady's physical condition well. Even if there hadn't been this accident, she wouldn't have much time left. William, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke. Old man, why don't you let me push you a little bit and see if your old bones can hold up? William's words instantly quieted the atmosphere at the scene, and everyone's eyes turned to William. Chapter 224: The Old Lady Dies. Most of the people present had never seen William in person. However, there has been a lot of controversy these days about his hotel room booking, and people have become relatively familiar with William. I recognized him at a glance. You young brat, do you have the right to speak here? You have no respect for your elders. Jiang Bowie already harbored resentment towards William because of Oscar. Now that he dared to humiliate his father in front of all the elders, he had to take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Brother Jiang, William is now the head of our Lin Hai-Chen family. If he has no right to speak, you have no face to speak nonsense here. Chen Xiao was a little angry and said with a frown. Although the incident with the old lady was an accident, it was ultimately caused by Jiang Bowie. If it weren't for the pressure from Chun Deming's family, how could he have held back? No matter how you put it, your Lin Hai-Chen family is a wealthy family, but you actually let a brat take charge. When this gets out, I wonder how many people will laugh their heads off. Father Jiang ignored Chen Xiao and instead spoke coldly to Richard. Originally, Richard was still feeling upset towards Jiang Bowen, but being mocked by Jiang's father, he felt a little embarrassed. If the old lady hadn't been suddenly admitted to the hospital tonight, he might not even have been able to save his own wife. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a different emotion in his heart. Old man, stop trying to sow discord. This kind of thing has no meaning between him and me. William glanced at Richard and said in a cold tone, You and your family better pray that my grandma is safe this time, otherwise. William could finish his words. Jiang's father was furious. What else? What can you do to us? William remained expressionless and sneered. You could have still jumped around for a while, but if my grandma doesn't wake up, your time will be gone. This remark immediately caused laughter from Jiang Bowie's family. Father Jiang shook his head helplessly and sighed to the two old men who were sitting beside him in silence. You two have heard it, right? This young man in your family, at such a young age, actually dares to threaten me. Uncle Zhou, Dad, you have to take good care of this kid. Otherwise, if you continue to indulge him in his wrongdoings, it will definitely cause disaster. Jiang Bowen spoke to his uncle William, the current head of the Zhou family, and Chun Deming's father, Jiang Bowen's father-in-law, who called that day. Mr. Zhou just stared at William without saying anything. Grace and Oscar before, he actually scolded Jiang Bowie for the first time. You did something wrong, and now you have the nerve to blame others. If something happens to the old lady this time, you should think about how to deal with it. Jiang Bowie was stunned. After he borrowed money from Chun Deming and lost money in stock trading, Chun Deming ignored his relationship with his in-laws and insisted that he mortgage his own property. When Grace got into trouble, the Chun family in Beijing still turned a blind eye and did not help. They are allies with common interests, but now the Chun family in Beijing has turned against them and chosen to stand on William's side. Bowie, although this was an accident, it was caused by you after all. It would be fine if Annie can get through this safely, but what if? Sigh. Chun Deming sighed heavily. Go back and ask old Master Jiang how to give an explanation to the Chun and Zhou families. At this time, the silent Mr. Zhou slowly spoke. You don't need to explain to me. My sister has had nothing to do with my Zhou family for a long time. When Mr. Zhou said this, everyone present was stunned, but the Jiang family breathed a sigh of relief. They are not afraid of the Lin Hai-Chen family, but they are afraid of being held accountable by the Zhou family. As for the Chun family in Beijing, although Chun Deming's family has changed their attitude towards them, they are relatives after all and will not hold on to this matter. Okay, the rest of you can go away. There's no point crowding here. Mr. Zhou waved his hand and said lightly. The Jiang family members left one after another, as if they had been pardoned. Chun Deming's father left first due to his advanced age, and Chun Deming stayed to wait for the results. Under Mr. Zhou's order, the others also left one after another. Uncle, you should go back and rest first. We are here to help. Seeing everyone leaving, and since Mr. Zhou was the oldest, Chen Xiao was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it, so he tried to persuade him. The old man waved his hand. We may meet again in life, but this is the only time we will be separated by death. I want to send her off in person." Mr. Zhou's voice was hoarse and contained a hint of sadness. "Uncle, please don't be too negative. I believe that Mom will be lucky this time and get through this." Mr. Zhou smiled and shook his head slightly, without responding to Chun Zhao's words. Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, Chun Zhao stopped forcing it. As the footsteps in the hospital gradually became louder, time quickly came to morning. Someone shouted, "The operation is over." The crowd, who had been anxiously waiting all night, finally saw the indicator light above the emergency room go out. Then the door of the emergency room slowly opened and a doctor walked out. At this moment, everyone stood up and gathered around. Mr. Zhou was so nervous that his crutches fell to the ground. He didn't even have time to take care of it and tried to get up in a panic. Finally, with the help of everyone, he was able to stand firmly. "Doctor, how is it?" Chen Xiao asked. The doctor glanced at everyone, sighed heavily, and shook his head. "I'm sorry, we tried our best." As soon as the words fell, the scene immediately fell into silence and deathly stillness. The doctor's light words were like the scythe of the god of death, making the final announcement to everyone. Everyone in the Chun family lowered their heads, with sadness on their faces. William did not follow the crowd and went over. Instead, he sat quietly on a bench, his hands on his knees, his head buried in them. He really wanted to go there and know the result first, but he was extremely scared inside, afraid that what he would receive in the end would be bad news. Although he knew that the old lady would leave one day, and soon. But when the doctor really announced the result, he still couldn't accept it calmly. Everything happened so suddenly that he didn't even have a chance to say goodbye. Seeing William's body shaking violently, Eva suddenly panicked and didn't know what to do. She began to brainstorm frantically, thinking about how to comfort William. But after thinking for a long time, I still got nothing and just stood there in a daze. Finally, she couldn't help but reach out her hand. At this moment, another hand suddenly reached out and grabbed her. "Leave him alone." Angelia Jiang, who suddenly appeared, shook her head and spoke softly. Chapter 225, Jiang Family's Conditions. During the period before the old lady's funeral, everyone in the Chun family lived together at the Chun family's home in Beijing. During this period, William almost stayed in his room and never went out. After talking to the doctor about the old lady's condition, we found out that her health was worse than everyone imagined. The disease has already reached a critical stage, and there is no way to save it. The reason why no one knows is because the old lady deliberately concealed it. Later, everyone learned from Aunt Lu that the old lady's health had begun to deteriorate since she returned to the Chin family. When the old lady was admitted to the hospital, which was the day William gave up the college entrance examination, her condition was already very serious. Now everyone finally understood why the old lady, who had no contact with the Zhou family on weekdays, was determined to return to the capital to meet Mr. Zhou. It turned out that she knew she would not live long. "This is my farewell." In other words, whether Jiang Bowie is there this time or not, the old lady doesn't have much time. After the Jiang family learned about this, they breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly felt that this accident had little to do with Jiang Bowen. However, after all, the Jiang family still has to give an explanation to the Zhou family and the Chin family. After all, it was Jiang Bowie's fault that the old lady fell down the stairs and died prematurely. And this Chin family is mainly the Chun family in Beijing. For the sake of the Chun family in Beijing, the Jiang family must give some explanation to the Chun family in Linhai to make things look reasonable. Mr. Zhou from the Zhou family directly rejected the apology from the Jiang family. It was clearly stated that the old lady had severed ties with their Zhou family long ago, so they had no reason to accept the Jiang family's explanation. They don't care about this matter and don't want to take care of it. Since the Zhou family has said so, the Jiang family naturally no longer has any burden. That day, Jiang Bowie and Jiang's father came to Chin's house to discuss how to resolve the old lady's issue. Although the two apologized sincerely, the Chun family did not give them a good look. Grace did greet him with a smile, but because of her sensitive relationship with Jiang Bowie, she didn't dare to show it too obviously. Father Jiang came this time to bring the message from Old Master Jiang. Old Master Jiang said that although the old lady's accidental death was mainly due to health reasons, the matter was ultimately caused by Jiang Bowie. Even if Jiang Bowie did not do it on purpose, their Jiang family must bear part of the responsibility for this matter. To this end, Richard and others can put forward a condition to the Jiang family at any time, and they will try their best to meet it as long as it is within their ability. The way old Master Jiang handled the matter this time surprised not only the Chun family, but also Jiang Bowie and his son when they first heard about it. The power of the Jiang family is well known, and old Master Jiang is a highly respected figure among all the families. To get a promise from him is undoubtedly a great fortune for the Lin Haichin family. William now, he no longer had the old lady to rely on, and he almost controlled the entire Chin group. In addition, he was still young and immature, and he was not on good terms with everyone in the Chin family. Although he has the support of the Qin family, it won't hurt to have another old Master Jiang. And if you really face a special situation, maybe old Master Jiang's promise can really save your life. The dead open the eyes of the living. Since the old lady is gone, there's no point in worrying about other things. It is better to exchange this for the greatest benefit and use it to help William. If the old lady knew about this, she would definitely agree. In terms of the result, Richard and Chan Xiao had similar ideas. Although he hated Jiang Bowen, he also believed that he should accept the Jiang family's conditions. But his focus was not entirely on William. Now that the old lady is gone, he naturally won't allow William to continue doing whatever he wants. Just when the Chun Xiao brothers were about to nod in agreement, they were stopped by Chun Deming. Don't be anxious, you two. We should ask William for his opinion on this matter. He is just a young boy, and he only got the shares when his grandmother was alive. Now that the old lady is gone, why does she care about a little brat? Jiang Bowie said directly with a look of disdain. His words were harsh, but they touched Richard's heart. Grace has mentioned to him many times in the past few days that since the old lady is no longer around, should they find a way to take back William's shares? In particular, the issue of her and Vivian misappropriating funds has not yet been resolved. Allowing William to continue to act recklessly is definitely not a solution. However, under the insistence of Chan Xiao and Chun Deming, Chun Xingxiao was finally asked to go to William's room to inform him of the matter and seek his opinion. Upon learning that the Jiang father and son had arrived, William finally showed up. William looked haggard at this moment. The coldness in his eyes was chilling. I agree to your terms, William said lightly. Chun Xiao and the others showed a hint of surprise. As far as this matter was concerned, no matter how much William objected, it was impossible for him to let old Master Jiang use Jiang Bowie's life in exchange for his life. So this is the best and final solution. They thought William would eventually agree to the Jiang family's conditions, but they didn't expect it to be so soon. Jiang Bowie and his son showed sarcasm on their faces, thinking that no matter how much William appeared to care about his grandmother, he still put his own interests first in the end. Just when everyone felt relieved, William spoke. Go back and tell the old man my conditions. Everyone was stunned, still guessing what the conditions William was talking about, when William said in a cold tone, killing someone means paying for their life. If your old man is really sincere, then let Jiang Bowie go down and apologize to my grandmother. William's words shocked Chun Xiao and others. William couldn't let this matter go easily. But no one expected that he would say such extreme words, not giving any face to the Jiang family or old Master Jiang. William's words naturally angered Jiang Bowie and his son, and they criticized William mercilessly. Jiang Bowie retorted angrily. Whether there was this accident or not, your grandmother was going to die soon. What does it have to do with me? To put it bluntly, your grandma is just trying to scam you. You know that. How dare you ask me to pay with my life? Are you crazy or stupid? My grandfather has given you an explanation, and he has already given you a way out. How dare you threaten my Jiang family? What right do you have? William sneered. Because of my grandmother's own fault, you're not responsible. But I think your father is too old to live long. If I accidentally stabbed your father, would it not be considered murder? William's words immediately aroused the anger of Jiang's father. You bastard, you have really been spoiled by your grandma and have become lawless. Your father and the others have no objection. What qualifications do you have to object? Do you have a say here? With a cold snort, William said contemptuously. I have the final say in the Chun family now. Richard is nothing. Father Jiang was stunned for a moment, then turned to Richard and sneered. Richard, look at the son you raised. He now dares to insult you in public. If you don't take good care of him, he will shit on your head in the future. Brother Chun, you really should discipline him. It's fine if he scolds us, but how can he be so ruthless even to you? You are his father after all, and he is simply going against the will of heaven. Jiang Bowie immediately agreed. I don't have any drafts saved, just updating without any preparation. I want to update a lot from time to time, but I really don't have the energy to do so. Sorry. If it's fast, I'll be able to start tomorrow or the day after tomorrow at the latest. Finally, I'll give Richard and Jiangbo and a few others a death debuff, and then kill them all at once, no matter if they are in front of or behind the scenes. As for why the truth is not revealed directly and let the big guys judge, if they really do that, then in the end, mediation will be the only option and no one could do anything about it. Everything we did before was for this reason. It is impossible to simply drive them out and be done with it. This knife is a real knife. Chapter 226 Richard's Decision. Richard had a sour face at this time and remained silent. Normally at home, it would be fine if William rebelled against him, but given the situation now, William didn't care about his face at all. This is no longer a question of filial piety, but a question of not even giving him the most basic respect. Chen Xiao noticed that Richard's expression was not right, so he immediately came to the rescue and defended William. He said that he was in a bad mood because of the old lady's incident, and it was inevitable that he would do some out-of-line things, so everyone should not take it to heart. Chen Deming on the side smiled slightly and supported William. I think there is nothing wrong with what William said. Now almost all the shares of Chen Group are in William's hands. The Lin Hai-chan family said directly that William is the one who makes the decision. It sounds harsh, but it is the truth, isn't it? Chen Deming's words left everyone present with complicated expressions and speechless. William was slightly stunned, nodded to Chen Deming, and gave him a grateful look. William, since you don't appreciate it, we won't force you. We just hope you won't regret it later. The negotiations failed, and Jiang Bowie and his son left angrily after saying some harsh words. After Jiang Bowie and his son left, Grace immediately pulled Richard into the room and called Vivian. In the room, Richard had a gloomy face. He was still upset about William's attitude towards him just now. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. William might have suffered some injustices before, including being stranded outside and almost taking the blame for Oscar. But everything happens for a reason, and no one does it intentionally. No one wants this to happen, and no one is targeting William on purpose. Many things just happen. What can be done? He is also trying his best to make up for it. He even gave up his shares, but William showed no gratitude at all and still harbored resentment towards him and the Chen family. William disobeyed him at home and embarrassed him outside. In his heart, he didn't treat him as his father. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get furious and kicked over the trash can at his feet. He cursed angrily. Asshole! Asshole! Seeing this, Grace and Vivian rushed to comfort them. Don't be angry yet. I have something to tell you, Grace said with a serious expression. Richard let out a breath, calmed down a little, and asked after sitting down. Well, what's wrong? Tell me what's going on. Grace said after a little thought. I think William is in big trouble this time. Richard naturally understood what the trouble Grace was talking about was. It was nothing more than the way William handled the matter of the old lady, especially his threat to make Jiang Bowie pay with his life. If old Master Jiang knew about this, he would definitely be furious. He snorted coldly. Hasn't he been in enough trouble? I'm not worried about anything else. I'm just afraid that William will be impulsive and do something irrational. You also know William's character. Looking at his attitude at that time, I was really worried that he would secretly retaliate against Jiang Bowie behind our backs. If he really did that, how could the Jiang family let him go? Grace said with a worried look on her face. That's what he deserves. He's an adult, but he still acts like a child every day and can't tell the situation clearly. Richard shouted angrily. Sighing, Grace continued. Don't say that. William is our son after all. We must help him this time. Besides, this is also related to the interests of the group. Even if you don't think about him, you have to consider the foundation that the old man has worked so hard to build. If William really offended the Jiang family, how could the Jiang family let him go so easily? Would they still be able to save old Master Jiang's face? And the anger of old Master Jiang will surely spread to the Chun family in Linhai. After thinking for a moment, Richard agreed with Grace. But now he doesn't listen to us at all. What can we do? Yes. Grace paused and said, William is just a child after all, and you are the backbone of the Chun family. If something serious happens, everyone should still focus on you. Richard nodded in agreement. Grace continued. The reason why William's words still carry weight is because he holds the shares of the group. As long as we find a way to take back his shares, he will naturally not dare to do anything wrong again. Richard's eyes lit up at Grace's words, and of course he understood the logic. William dared to act arrogantly before because he relied on the old lady and the shares of the group. Now that the old lady is gone, William can only rely on the equity but he is just a child who has just reached adulthood and does not have much ability. He also lacks prestige in the group and is not enough to convince others. So I think now is our best chance to force him to hand over his shares. Grace analyzed and asked Vivian, Vivian, what do you think? Vivian was confused and did not give an answer immediately. The main reason for her hesitation was that the old lady's death was related to Jiang Bowen. Although it was just her guess, the possibility was very high. She, Nina, and Chen Manqing had discussed this matter before. If Jiang Bowie and Grace did not have that kind of relationship, and Oscar was not Jiang Bowie's son, they would think it was an accident. Later, the three of them became more and more scared the more they thought about it. Nina even suggested telling Richard and William about this, but was stopped by Vivian. If this matter were really known to everyone, then their previous deliberate concealment would naturally be exposed. At that time, they would not be able to escape the blame and would have to bear the wrath of Richard and William. The Chun family and the Jiang family will continue to fight to the death, which will lead to an irreversible situation, and the destruction of the family will be inevitable. Vivian assured the two that no matter what, she would not let the Chun group fall into Oscar's hands. Even if she was the one who inherited the group in the end, she would not let such a thing happen. Otherwise, I would be really sorry for my deceased grandmother, as well as Richard and William. With Vivian's assurance, Nina and Jessica were finally convinced. In their hearts, they always believed that Oscar was innocent. He had no reason and should not be involved in this storm and suffer this hardship for no reason. Seeing Vivian didn't answer, Grace immediately said, Vivian, in fact, Mom did this for your sake. Now that the old lady is gone and William is still in power, will he let you off easily for embezzling funds? If it were an old lady, she might let Vivian go because she was her granddaughter. Now that the old lady is gone, William, who is so hard-hearted, doesn't care who you are. Vivian moved slightly, having been persuaded by Grace. Richard only remembered this matter after Grace reminded him. If William's shares are not taken back, not only Vivian but Grace will also have to go to jail. Thinking of this, Richard made up his mind. We really can't let him continue to mess around. After saying that, he couldn't help but hug Grace and said with a distressed look on his face, This bastard treated you like this, and you still cared about him. You are really wronged. Grace didn't take it seriously and smiled gently. He is our son after all. As parents, how can we not think about our child? Richard frowned and snorted after hearing this. This rebellious son, I really regret giving birth to him. He only causes trouble. After scolding, he couldn't help but sigh. Oscar is still sensible. It would be great if Oscar was my biological child. Afterwards, the three of them discussed it again and then rushed to the Jiang family without stopping. Chapter 227, Chun Deming's Discovery. William, I have something I want to talk to you about. In the evening, Chun Deming suddenly knocked on William's door. Uncle Deming, thank you for Grandma's matter. William thanked Chun Deming immediately. During this period, Chun Deming's family stood on the same front with him on the old lady's issue, refused to compromise with the Jiang family, and kept speaking for him. William was grateful. Chun Deming understood what William meant. He smiled and waved his hand. We are a family. It's really too polite for you to say these things, kid. William said with an apologetic look on his face. When you helped Oscar and my mom before, I actually hated you a little. I thought you were in cahoots with them, and I scolded you. I'm really sorry. Chun Deming sighed slightly. This matter was actually a misunderstanding. I said at the time that your great-grandfather, and I simply hoped that your family could live in harmony and have a good life. We had no other ideas. After all, we are all a family. Your great-grandfather is a nostalgic man. When he was young, he had a very good relationship with your grandfather. Naturally, he cannot bear to see your family fall apart and become enemies. But you and your aunt didn't believe it, and I, your uncle, felt very wronged at the time. William lowered his head, looking ashamed, and apologized softly. Uncle Deming, I'm really sorry. Chun Deming smiled casually. Hey, go ahead. Your uncle won't take this little thing to heart. William nodded and was silent for a moment. Then he remembered that Chun Deming wanted to talk to him about something. So he asked, Uncle Deming, you just said you had something to talk to me about. What is it? Chun Deming sighed and said with a heavy expression, Today your parents and my brother-in-law came to me at the same time. They hope that I can put pressure on you and help them take back the shares of Chun Group from you. The brother-in-law Chun Deming mentioned is Jiang Bowen. W.Y. William was surprised. It's because of your grandmother's matter, Chun Deming said slowly. After Chun Deming's explanation, William realized that Richard and Grace were afraid that William's attitude would anger the Jiang family, so they ran to the Jiang family to make peace. The negotiation process went smoothly. Since Richard nodded, Old Master Jiang and Jiang Bowie were naturally happy. At the same time, Richard and Grace hope that Old Master Jiang can immediately fulfill the so-called compensation promise to the Lin Haichin family. The content is that Richard hopes the Jiang family will help them to take back all the shares in William S. hands. Given Old Master Jiang's status and position, his words were naturally lawful, and he immediately agreed to Richard and Grace's request. Besides, William's attitude had already angered Old Master Jiang. The Jiang family was happy to see William lose power, and they also wanted to suppress this troublemaker William to make him understand his own worth, so that he would not cause trouble for everyone again. Asshole! After hearing the whole story, William was furious and cursed. For the sake of profit, he can compromise on anything. I really feel sorry for my grandmother for having such a son. Chen Deming patted William on the shoulder and said, "You can't completely blame your parents for this. After all, they also have to think about the family. We are all adults. You don't understand the pros and cons, but they can see it clearly. Besides, what would happen if we didn't compromise? Uncle, I understand what you said, but I just can't swallow this," William said angrily. "Uncle understands your feelings. That's why he didn't agree to them. I want to come and listen to your opinion. If you are willing to let this matter go, I will try to persuade your parents and the Jiang family to change their minds. The Chen group is still yours, but your grandmother's matter is over now and you are not allowed to mention it again." William hesitated. "William, you're not a child anymore. Adults talk about interests while children talk about right and wrong. I believe you should understand this." Chen Deming continued to enlighten. William was deeply moved by Chen Deming's heartfelt words, and his eyes became slightly red. When he spoke, his voice was a little choked up. "Uncle Deming, thank you. I didn't expect you to think so much about me." Chen Deming showed a gratified smile and pretended to rebuke, "Silly child. Your uncle is also your uncle. Isn't it normal for me to consider you?" William nodded gratefully, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly spoke. "Uncle Deming, there's a reason why I can't let go of my grandmother's matter." William's sincere attitude made him trust Chen Deming, so he decided to tell him what he was thinking. Chen Deming was slightly stunned and looked at William in confusion. "I think what happened to Grandma this time was not an accident. It was done intentionally by Jiang Bowie," William said with a serious expression. "Why do you think so?" Chen Deming was not surprised by William's words. "I asked Aunt Lou, and I didn't know why Grandma suddenly wanted to talk to Jiang Bowie alone." While they were talking, Aunt Lou was standing at the door, and the two seemed to be arguing. When Jiang Bowen pushed his grandmother out, Aunt Lou said that both of them looked very ugly. At that time, Aunt Lou wanted to take the wheelchair from Jiang Bowen, but he refused, and then the grandmother fell off the stairs accidentally. I guess there must have been a violent conflict between the two of them. William expressed his guess. "So, I suspect there must be something going on between the two of them, and it must be something very serious. Otherwise, Jiang Bowie would not have lost his mind and made the decision to push Grandma down. But I don't know what this matter is." William naturally knew that Jiang Bowie did it on purpose, but the time had not come for him to reveal the truth about the matter, so he had to continue to keep it a secret. However, what he was going to do next still required the help of his uncle Chen Deming, so he needed to leak some information. William finished speaking, the room fell silent. After a long time, Chen Deming said slowly, "Maybe I know why." Chen Deming's words stunned William. He widened his eyes and looked at Chen Deming in astonishment. After a slight hesitation, Chen Deming obviously had an ideological struggle before speaking. "This matter may be related to your mother." What do you mean?" William looked confused. Chen Deming sighed heavily and explained, "Your mother may still have contact with Jiang Bowie." Chen Deming's words were tactful, and he did not directly point out the relationship between the two, but William understood what he meant. Worried that William didn't understand the old story between Jiang Bowen and Grace when they were young, Chen Deming patiently explained it to him. Although William already knew everything about this matter, he still pretended to be shocked. "I heard about their story from a friend by accident. My friend was in Beijing and saw your mother and Jiang Bowie together alone." With a complicated look, Chen Deming continued, "This matter is not a trivial matter after all. It not only concerns your mother's reputation, but also involves your cousin's aunt. In the absence of any concrete evidence, I had to be cautious, so I didn't make it public. I think the old lady must have discovered something, so she came to Jiang Bowie." Chapter 228 Compromise. William, who had been somewhat persuaded by Chen Deming and was considering whether to compromise, became furious when he learned the truth. He also threatened to kill Jiang Bowie to avenge the old lady. Chen Deming was shocked and tried to dissuade him. William, don't be impulsive. If you really want to attack Jiang Bowie, it will be a loss for you. It's not worth it. What should I do? Do I really have to swallow my anger and let the murderer, who killed my grandma, go unpunished? Then, like my parents, will you accept the Jiang family's conditions and choose to forgive? I can't do it. William blushed and said excitedly. Chen Deming didn't say anything, but just sighed helplessly, looking extremely conflicted. Chen Deming had some understanding of William's character. He was impulsive and reckless, and he did not care about the consequences. He had already seen this when he visited the Chun family in Linhai some days ago. As for the recent disturbances, the old lady had personally admitted during the days she was in Beijing that she was the one who cleaned up all the aftermath. Considering the relationship between William and the old lady, Chun Deming could understand why he had such an impulsive thought. William saw Chun Deming hesitate and suddenly realized something. Uncle Deming, I know that you chose to protect yourself because Jiang Bowie is your brother-in-law, or you were worried about offending the Jiang family, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Chun Deming slammed the table in anger. What nonsense are you talking about? I, Chun Deming, have always been clear about gratitude and resentment. Jiang Bowie did something so unscrupulous. Even if he is my son, I will not let him off easily. Besides, he has always had a bad reputation outside, and I don't know how many things he has done behind your aunt's back over the years. If it weren't for old Master Jiang, your great-grandfather would have wanted your aunt to divorce him a long time ago. When saying these words, Chen Deming's tone was indignant, as if he had been holding a grudge against Jiang Bowen for a long time. William's eyes lit up, and he spoke immediately. In this case, Uncle Deming, can you help me this time? I want to avenge my grandma. Chen Deming's expression was solemn, and he remained silent again. Judging from his attitude, he seemed to still oppose William's approach. William became anxious when he saw this. Uncle Qin Xiao will definitely not agree with my approach, and the Qin family is unlikely to help me either. Now I can only turn to you for help. If you don't help me, I don't know who else I can turn to. But what you want to do is against the law. I'm your uncle, and I can't push you into the fire pit with my own hands. Chen Deming expressed his concerns. I know this, so I hope you can help me plan how to escape sanctions and avenge Grandma. William said expectantly. Chen Deming fell into deep thought and then spoke. Even if there is a way to let you escape the blame, but if something really happens to Jiang Bowie, and the Jiang family insists on pinning the crime on you, you will still not be able to escape the Jiang family's revenge. William was stunned for a moment, then immediately became firm again. I can't fight, but I can run. I will transfer all my shares and then go abroad with the money. As long as I have money, I can travel freely anywhere in the world. What can the Jiang family do to me? Anyway, I can't keep my shares, my grandma is gone, my parents and sisters don't like me, so there's no point in me staying here. Chen Deming couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, and he suddenly felt that William was indeed just a child, with simple and somewhat ridiculous ideas. Seeing William's firm attitude, Chen Deming hesitated for a moment, and although he didn't say anything, he nodded slightly. Chen Deming had made his attitude clear, which made William excited and grateful at the same time. Deming, uncle, thank you. William, swear that I will repay you for your kindness. Chen Deming smiled calmly. Uncle, I don't need it. After this incident, you probably won't have the chance to repay me, your uncle. William disagrees, still speaking in a firm tone. Uncle, don't worry, there will definitely be a chance. Chen Deming smiled and did not refute. The next day, Jiang Bowie and his son visited the Chun family again. However, this time their arrival was welcomed by Richard and others. Although he was reluctant, under the leadership of Chen Deming and pressure from Jiang Bowen and Richard, William finally gave in and agreed to hand over the group's shares. Qin Xiao would definitely object, but it would be of no avail. If the Qin family and the Jiang family in Beijing are determined to help Richard take back William's shares, even if William is unwilling, they have 10,000 ways to force William to submit. Richard also assured him that after William completed his studies, if he could correct his mistakes and grow, he would still be the heir to the group. Of course, William did not directly transfer the shares to Richard for free, but asked Richard to buy them back at the same price. But now that the Chun Group's stock price is at a high level, it is even less likely that Richard will have enough funds for the repurchase. Upon learning of William's idea, Richard and others were extremely angry and condemned William, calling him heartless. After some wrangling, finally, under the mediation of Chun Deming, William agreed to transfer all his shares to Richard and others at a price relatively below the market price. The Chen family and the Jiang family in Beijing naturally became shareholders of the Chen Group. If the transfer agreement is signed smoothly. When everything was negotiated and they were ready to sign the equity transfer agreement, William refused. He hoped that the signing of the contract could wait until after the old lady's funeral. William's condition was reasonable, so no one objected much. Dad, let's sign the contract on your birthday. I just want to give you a big gift. Richard was a little surprised when he heard this, because his birthday was just a few days after the old lady's funeral. It must be said that although William is a bit of a mess, he still remembers the birthdays of every family member very clearly. As for the big gift William mentioned, it should be the transfer of equity. Everyone thinks so. William, what are you pretending to be? It's as if you're transferring the shares to us for free. With the support of the Chen family and the Jiang family in Beijing, and William was about to leave, Diana was no longer afraid of William. William remained calm in response to Diana's ridicule. There are more gifts than this. Just wait and see. Forget about the gifts. The greatest comfort to me is if you can be more sensible and stop causing trouble for your father. Richard looked very disappointed with his friend. After all, I am your son, and I must always be filial to you. William said sincerely. Just wait, you will definitely be grateful for my gift when the time comes. William's words aroused everyone's curiosity. However, his behavior also confirmed one thing. William seemed to have bowed his head and submitted to Richard and others. I'm warning you. Don't think we'll let you come back if you humble yourself. It's useless, Diana said angrily. Just now, during the equity negotiation, William completely angered everyone in the Chen family by insisting that Richard buy back the shares. Richard was furious and threatened that if he wanted money, he should never come back to the Chen family. William stared at Diana with a smile and couldn't help laughing out loud. I don't belong there in the first place, so why would I go back? Diana snorted coldly. You have self-awareness. Chapter 229, The Storm is Coming. Time soon came to the day of the old lady's funeral. That day, the sky was gloomy and covered with dark clouds. Raindrops fell from the sky and hit the black umbrellas of the funeral procession. The sound of dripping rain, accompanied by low mournful music, formed a farewell elegy. I don't know if it is a coincidence or to create an atmosphere, but whenever we encounter such a heavy moment, God always emphasizes his presence in this way, so that all living beings can recognize his existence. The funeral is over. The dark clouds are about to dissipate. The rain is gradually stopping, and only drizzle and breeze are left, as if making a final attempt to keep the people. After everyone left, William stood alone in front of the old lady's grave, his eyes dazed, and he let the rain fall on his body. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared above his head. Angelia Jiang held a black umbrella and stood silently beside him. After a long time, Angelia Jiang slowly opened her mouth and said softly, William, I'm sorry. Her tone was filled with sadness and shame. William didn't look at her, but just shook his head slightly. This has nothing to do with Sister Angelia. He understood why Angelia Jiang said this. She was apologizing on behalf of her half-brother Jiang Bowie and the Jiang family. After another moment of silence, Angelia Jiang asked, You knew my identity a long time ago? William nodded. Very early. Angelia Jiang didn't ask William when he knew that she was a member of the Jiang family. Because it doesn't matter anymore. So you never mentioned the matter between Jiang Bowie and Grace to me. Are you afraid that I will be embarrassed? Angelia Jiang continued to ask. William didn't respond to Angelia Jiang's words, but just said, Sister Angelia, I'm sorry for you. Angelia Jiang was stunned for a moment. Then she gently touched his head and said with a smile, Just do whatever you want. At this moment, footsteps were heard behind me. The two turned around and found that Mr. Zhou was standing behind them, with a few people from the Zhou family beside him. Uncle, William greeted and called out. Although the Zhou family kept themselves out of trouble this time, they remained extremely calm regarding the old lady's accident and even distanced themselves from the matter. But William didn't blame them. He was not very clear about what exactly happened between the old lady and the Zhou family. The Zhou family may have other reasons for not wanting to get involved in this mess. After all, the old lady had already severed ties with the Zhou family, and he had no reason to expect the Zhou family to stand up for him. But the old lady came to visit Mr. Zhou for the last time before she left. From this we can see that the old lady still cares about her brother very much. During the old lady's rescue, although Mr. Zhou tried his best to act as if he didn't care, William could still see that he was actually very worried about the old lady. After all, Mr. Zhou is the old lady's closest relative. So for these reasons, William is willing to call him uncle. Dearest relatives, William couldn't help but laugh when he thought of these words. Mr. Zhou looked pleased with William's greeting. William, actually your grandma, came to Beijing this time, not just to see me. Mr. Zhou sighed. William was stunned for a moment and looked at Mr. Zhou in confusion. In fact, she came to Beijing mainly for you. Smiling, Mr. Zhou said, she asked me for a talisman. For you. What do you mean? William asked, breathing rapidly and not knowing what was going on. Your grandmother hopes that I can protect you once if you get into trouble one day in the future, Mr. Zhou said lightly. William's eyes were red, and at this moment, he could no longer hold back and let the tears fall. Your grandmother has always been stubborn, just like the stones in the cesspool, smelly and hard. Mr. Zhou joked. At that time, because of your grandfather and the Lin Hai-chan family's affairs, I had a falling out with my family and vowed that I would never set foot in the Zhou family again until my death. After that, she really cut off contact with the Zhou family and had no more contact with them. But now, for your sake, she has bowed her head and admitted her mistakes to her family, just to keep you safe. After saying this, Mr. Zhou looked towards the tombstone with a dazed look in his eyes, as if he was lost in his memories. William was also stunned at this moment, and he felt extremely guilty. After coming to his senses, looking at William's sad appearance, Mr. Zhou comforted him earnestly. Everyone has to go, sooner or later, so don't be too sad. If you really care about your grandmother, I hope you won't make her worry in the afterlife anymore. William understood what Mr. Zhou meant, which was that he hoped he could let go of the matter of Jiang Bowie. After a moment of silence, William took a deep breath and then exhaled heavily. Uncle, I'm really sorry. I may not be able to fulfill your request, but I must avenge my grandmother. Mr. Zhou was slightly startled and asked, Are you sure you want to do this? William nodded firmly. Mr. Zhou smiled slightly. Since you have made up your mind, I won't say anything more. After a pause, William said, I hope you can help me when the time comes, uncle. But Mr. Zhou shook his head and refused. I have already made my position clear on this matter. I can't help you with anything. All I can do is save your life. Nothing else I can do for you. William did not show any disappointment at Mr. Zhou's refusal. He said calmly, I want to use the amulet as an exchange. Mr. Zhou was a little surprised. Are you sure you want to do this? William nodded, his attitude firm. Mr. Zhou stared at William suspiciously. Maybe you have a way to hide and escape punishment, but how are you going to get past the Jiang family? After a moment's silence, Mr. Zhou continued, The old man of the Jiang family is a very protective and face-conscious person. Although Jiang Bowie's family is not taken seriously, they are his children and grandchildren after all, and he will not let it go easily. Don't worry, uncle. I understand all this, and I know what to do. William said confidently. Mr. Zhou stared at William meaningfully for a long time, then smiled slightly. I agree to your request. I'm curious and want to see how you clean yourself up. After the old lady's funeral, Chun Xiao immediately went on a business trip abroad due to company business reasons. Richard and his group also returned to Linhai. A few days later, it was Richard's birthday. Because of the old lady, Richard's birthday naturally could not be celebrated in a big way. Finally, we decided to have a meal together as a family to show our appreciation. On this day, Jiang Bowie and his son also rushed down from the capital early. Richard's birthday today, there is also the Chun Group's equity transfer, which requires William's signature. This was not a big deal. According to Chun Deming's suggestion, Jiang Bowen and Richard could be responsible for it. After returning from Linhai, William went home to pack his luggage and moved back to Angelia Zhang's house. He never returned to the Chun family since then. Angelia Zhang and Penny did not come back together, but continued to stay in the capital. As night fell, Jiang Bowie and his son and everyone from the Chun family gathered together, talking and laughing. The atmosphere was harmonious and warm. After this incident, Richard did not hold a grudge against Jiang Bowie and his son because of the old lady's affairs. On the contrary, with the help of the Jiang family, he was able to take back the shares from William and save Grace and Vivian, for which he was grateful. He still cared about the occasional banter between Jiang Bowie and Grace. Although so many years have passed, he still finds it hard to let go of what happened between the two of them back then. Seeing that William was late, Richard asked Chun Manqing to call and urge him. Not long after, the door of Chen's house was pushed open, and William came late with a cake. Following him were Zhu Yingjun, Lu Peng, and others. Chapter 230, Clearing the Scene. Why are you so slow? Don't you want to sign the contract? William entered the room. Diana shouted in dissatisfaction. Nina pulled Diana's sleeve and advised. Diana, don't be like this. William is here now. We don't need to waste time. Diana curled her lips and snorted. Second sister, you are too naive. This bastard is just reluctant to hand over his shares, so he is dragging his feet. After saying that, Diana glanced at Zhu Yingjun and Lu Peng, who were standing beside William, and suddenly became even angrier. Look at him again. He usually hangs out with all sorts of shady friends. No wonder he has such a bad character. Hey, Diana, you scold others, but why do you scold your husband? Lu Peng came out and said with a smile. Seeing Lu Peng again, Diana felt a surge of anger. What the hell are you talking about? Who is your little baby? Are you disgusting? And I'm not your wife. Our engagement has been canceled. Don't you know? The Lu family suddenly stabbed Grace and Vivian in the back that day, and after returning from the capital, they immediately broke off their engagement with the Lu family. As for the incident of Diana being raped by Lu Peng, the Qin family originally planned to wait until they had dealt with William's matter before holding Lu Peng accountable. But Oscar strongly opposed it, saying that the matter should not be made public for fear of affecting Diana's reputation. I advocate making big things small and small things nothing. Oscar always thinks of her in everything, and Diana is very touched by his kindness. My little darling, no matter where you are, you can always scream like this. No wonder I fell in love with you. Lu Pengyin said with a smile. Diana scolded him. Lu Peng remained calm, as if he was not angry and did not care. They were all adults, so everyone naturally understood the meaning of Lu Peng's words. The faces of the Chun family members suddenly became extremely ugly. Richard raged. Asshole, why don't you just make friends with someone else instead of hanging out with this guy? Do you want to be like him in the future? Richard felt that he had no way to deal with Lu Peng, so he took his anger out on William. William was protected by an old lady, and he had no way to control him. Now that the old lady is gone, only he, the father, can discipline him. William glanced at Richard with disdain. What else? Should I be like you? Richard was shaking with anger and said with an angry wave of his hand, hurry up and ask these bad friends of yours to leave the Qin family. I'm fed up with seeing you. William, today is your father's birthday, so don't make him angry. Please ask these people to leave immediately. Grace hurriedly persuaded. Whether it was Zhu Yingjun or Lu Peng, they both had conflicts with Grace, so Grace naturally felt uncomfortable when they saw them. Brother, it's fine on normal days, but today is a special day, so please respect Dad. Oscar looked at Richard with pity and begged. Richard's anger subsided when he saw Oscar was so sensible. William, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're not a child anymore. You should learn from Oscar occasionally and think about how to help your parents and family instead of causing trouble everywhere. Listen to your parents and let them go. Vivian frowned and said unhappily. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Jessica started to plead for William. Mom, Dad, and big sister, please stop blaming William. I'll let them go right now. Jessica then said to William, William, today is Dad's birthday. He doesn't like your friends. Why don't you let them leave first? Jessica finished speaking. William threw the cake on the table. Are you guys mentally retarded? Have I signed a contract? Have I transferred the equity? William questioned. Everyone was stunned for a moment, choked, and unable to refute. William glared at a few people and said with disdain, so I still have a final say in this family. If you really want to leave, it's you who should leave. Do you understand? Richard, who had just calmed down, was now shaking with anger and his face turned blue. Seeing that the situation was not right and not wanting to cause any more trouble, Zhang Bowie and his son immediately came up to mediate and handed over the contract, wanting William to sign it. William took the contract. He didn't even look at it. He just threw it out with his hand. Everyone was stunned by his inexplicable behavior. I have prepared a new contract. Please sign my copy later. After saying this, he thought for a moment and called Butler Fong over. Uncle Fong, let's eat first. Eat quickly so you have enough energy to work later. William's inexplicable words left everyone confused. Although they really wanted to sign the contract first, they didn't mind spending a little more time. William asked Butler Fong to bring up 2 bottles of white wine. He opened a bottle, placed it in front of Zhang Bowie, and said, 1 pound, not much. Just drink it up, and my grandma's matter will be written off after tonight. William's words immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of Zhang Bowie and his son. Who are you? You're just a little kid. How can you be so confident? Jiang Bowie and his son looked unhappy. Richard immediately scolded. What are you doing here? How old are your Uncle Jiang and Grandpa Jiang? Can they drink so much? There is no respect for seniority. William immediately glanced at Richard with disdain in his eyes, said inwardly, I just want to help you, don't I? I'm just afraid that you won't be his match later. Everyone thought that William's behavior was childish and scolded him. However, William was firm in his attitude. If Jiang Bowie didn't drink, he would not sign the contract. Helpless, Jiang Bowie could only compromise. When Jiang Bowie was young, he often frequented places of entertainment, so his alcohol tolerance was naturally no problem. After drinking a pound of liquor, he was only slightly tipsy. But he is old now. If he were younger, he could do more. After dinner, everyone blew out candles to celebrate Richard's birthday. While I bought the cake, the clerk forgot to provide disposable props and plates. William specifically asked Butler Fong to get a slightly longer, pointed watermelon fruit knife from the kitchen. Butler Fong recommends using a special baking knife, which is more suitable for cutting cakes. William refused to listen and insisted on using a long knife. It turns out that ordinary knives are not as good as baking knives for cutting cakes. For this, William was laughed at by everyone. During this time, the Chen family and Jiang Bowie took the opportunity to ask William for evidence of Oscar's assault, as well as the video of Vivian's three sisters threatening the babysitter. This was also discussed when negotiating the equity transfer in Beijing. It's said to be a discussion, but in fact it's a coercion. William didn't hesitate. He just took it out and threw it to them. These things are like a thorn in the hearts of Vivian and Oscar, making them fearful every day. They were afraid that William would send these things out if he got unhappy one day. Now that these constraints are gone, I feel extremely relaxed. Everyone was worried that William had kept a backup and only felt relieved after repeatedly confirming with William. After cutting the cake, William called Butler Fong over. Uncle Fong, please help me clear out all the people in the house and let them go home tonight or stay in a hotel. I will reimburse them for the expenses. Chapter 231, Who Should Start With? William's sudden words made everyone stunned. William, what do you want to do? Richard couldn't help but yelled. William ignored him and just spoke again to Butler Fong, who looked puzzled. Go quickly. Although Butler Fong was in a difficult situation, he had always had a good relationship with William. Since Richard did not explicitly stop him, he could only obey orders. Richard and others didn't understand what William wanted to do, but they also felt something was wrong. Soon, the servants left one after another. There were only a few of them left in the Chun family's huge house. William, what are you doing? Jiang Bowie realized that something was wrong and couldn't help but ask. After everyone left, Lu Peng and others began to close the windows, lock the doors, and even lock the bedrooms. Nothing. I just kept the cockroaches from running away. William said lightly. Inexplicable words and strange behavior can't help but arouse people's fear. You're not going to do anything to me. Jiang Bowie joked with a teasing look on his face. He dares. Father Jiang had just drunk a few glasses of wine, and his face was flushed. Although it was unclear what William wanted to do, no one thought William would dare to do anything to Jiang Bowie at this time. Unless he's crazy. William did not answer their questions, but took out the equity transfer contract indifferently and threw it in front of them. Richard picked up the contract and took a quick look at it, then frowned. This contract is wrong. Well, I sold shares in several companies. William said casually. Richard was stunned for a moment, then immediately became furious. You bastard, who allowed you to transfer the shares privately? It turned out that William had transferred the shares of several companies under the group to other parties without telling them. Of course, behind this other party are him, the Chen family, and others. Not only Richard, but everyone else, especially Jiang Bowie, Grace, and Vivian, were also extremely shocked. The Chen group is the hard work of the old man and the old lady. According to the relationship between William and the old lady, even if William is dissatisfied with being forced to give up his shares, he should not sell the companies under the group to outsiders. Moreover, the companies that William sold were the core companies of the Chen group. How could people not be angry? At this time, Richard and Vivian remembered that when the William Hotel incident just broke out and the stock price hit the bottom, an unfamiliar company frantically bought stocks of several companies under the group. They found it strange at the time. Now that I think about it, it turns out that the other party had been eyeing the Chen group for a long time. However, if William had not transferred the shares to the other party, Chen Group would still be the largest shareholder. But now, with the transfer of part of the equity, the Chen Group has been completely kicked out and lost control. William took advantage of the hotel incident and deliberately shorted the Chung Group was to facilitate the acquisition of a large number of shares of the group's holding company, so that several companies controlled by Chung Group can be separated later. As for the other things he doesn't like, he can sell them when the time comes. William doesn't want to suffer any loss at all. Of course, he didn't really want to break away from the group at that time, but one must always prepare for a rainy day. Jiang Bowie and Zhang's father were stunned and stood there in a daze. William, are you crazy? These are the Chun family's assets and Grandpa's hard work. How can you? How can you? Vivian was so angry that she was shaking all over. She pointed at William, and her words were unclear. She was kidnapped, and William rescued her. Jessica realized that she had been sorry to William in the past. So in the days that followed, she tried hard to make amends and tried her best to consider William, and committed to easing the relationship between William and his family. Because Jessica understood that even though William pretended not to care, he still loved his family very much. But this time, she was really angry. William, why are you doing this? Don't you understand the seriousness of this matter? Jessica's tone was filled with anger. William said without hesitation, they gave more than you did. When these words were spoken, everyone in the Chun family became so angry that their eyes were blazing with anger. Oscar was immediately furious and lectured William. Brother, you are totally unreasonable. Is money really that important to you? For the sake of these material things, can you ignore your grandfather's hard work, your grandmother's entrustment, and the future of your family members? Oscar's speech completely conquered everyone present. And make Richard proud. Listen to me. You are the elder brother, but you are not even as good as your brother. If you had 1/10 of his awareness, I could sleep better for a few more days. Richard pointed at William and said with great disappointment. Oscar seemed still unsatisfied and continued speaking. Although money is important, my parents and sisters are the most important wealth in my life. For them, I'm even willing to give up my life. But you sold the group for this little profit. Your actions not only disappointed my parents, but also saddened my grandmother if she knew about it. Without the leverage in William's hand, Oscar still has nothing to fear. Now is the best time for him to get rid of William once and for all. Oscar's tone was genuine and sincere, with a hint of hoarseness in his voice. You could tell right away that this was his true feelings. Everyone in the Chun family was deeply moved. William twitched the corners of his mouth and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Diana looked at Oscar's figure at this moment, and her eyes lit up because she saw the light from Oscar. In comparison, William is much dirtier. No one knows what William is like in the eyes of others. But in Diana's eyes, William was like a stink bug in a sewer, dirty and dark, doing all kinds of bad things. Vivian's attitude towards William used to be indifferent, but after what happened today, she suddenly became extremely disgusted with William. Just as Oscar said, how can someone who doesn't consider the future of his family members be qualified to return to the Chun family and inherit the family business? It's a good thing the old lady passed away early. Otherwise, she would have been angered to death by William. William, you disappoint me so much. After you leave the Chun family today, you are not allowed to come back. Even if my parents are soft-hearted, I will not allow you to enter the house again. Vivian said coldly. After this was said, no one in the Chun family refuted it, and it seemed that they agreed. Jiang Bowie on the side added fuel to the fire. Brother Chun, what's the point of having a son like this? You should kick him out immediately. Jiang Bowie pointed at William and cursed. William didn't care and just asked, do you still want to sign this contract? Only then did everyone stop attacking William. Soon, the contract was signed by both parties. But William did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he took a bag from Zhuing Jun and opened it. Then everyone saw a lot of black USB flash drives being dumped on the table. William put them neatly one by one. He lightly swept his fingers across the black USB drive that was carefully labeled, then glanced at everyone present with a playful look on his face. Who should I start with? Chapter 232 Photo. William tapped the table with his fingers, and after a moment, he made a decision. He turned his gaze from Jiang Bowie to Grace and spoke slowly. Then let's start with the two of you. As he spoke, William took out another file bag, rummaged through it for a while, then took out 2 photos and threw them casually on the table. Look what this is. Everyone was confused and didn't know what the photo contained. Richard frowned and said impatiently, what are you trying to do? Since the contract has been signed, get out now. Richard is still angry about William's private sale of the group's shares. Didn't I say I was going to give you a big gift today? This is it. Take a look first. The dining table is very large, and you can't make out what's in the photo unless you look closely. Richard frowned even deeper. Before William Yen left the Chun family and severed their relationship. Although William was immature, it was only limited to daily life. About him, Grace and Vivian's sisters. But ever since the old lady came back, his true nature has been revealed. From William's attitude towards him and his family during this period, Richard concluded that William could not be so filial as to spend time preparing gifts for him. He is definitely going to cause trouble again. Richard looked at William suspiciously, stood up, leaned forward slightly, and picked up the photo. Just one glance and Richard's body suddenly shook. His fingers couldn't help but tightly grasp the photo because he was squeezing too hard. His arms couldn't help shaking violently. Everyone saw Richard's abnormal reaction. Grace and others immediately realized that something was wrong. What's wrong? Grace looked at William with a serious expression, then asked Richard. Richard raised his head slightly, his eyes blazing with anger as he stared at Grace. Grace was startled by Richard's sudden death stare. Richard, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? How'd I offend you again? Grace asked angrily. Why did he look like he was going to kill her for no reason? Baffling. You bitch. Look at what this is for yourself. Raging with anger, Richard threw the photo directly into Grace's face. Grace was confused and frightened and quickly picked up the photo. In just a moment, Grace's reaction was similar to Richard's, except that Richard was shocked and angry, while she was stunned and terrified. Vivian and her sisters immediately took the photo from Grace. When they saw the photo of Grace and Jiang Bowie looking intimate together, they were completely shocked. There are slight differences in the contents of the two photos. In one photo, Jiang Bowen and Grace are holding hands, like a couple. Judging from the faces of the two people at this moment, it could be judged that the content of the photo is very old and was taken when the two were young. Even so, it can be concluded that this happened after Grace married Richard. The two people in the other photo are no different from now, so this photo was most likely taken recently. In this photo, the two did not do anything out of the ordinary, but from Grace's expression, we can see that she was in a happy mood at the moment. Vivian and the others were also surprised when they saw this, but they were not surprised by the affair between Jiang Bowie and Grace. But it is the appearance of these two photos. They knew everything about the affair between Jiang Bowie and Grace. And that's not all. Bitch, what's going on? Answer me now. Grace's silence completely angered Richard, and he yelled again. Jiang Bowie didn't know the content of the photo, but when he saw Richard suddenly go crazy, he hurried over to persuade him. Brother Chun, calm down and talk nicely. Richard's attention was all on Grace at this time. He was just waiting for her explanation and completely forgot about Jiang Bowie. Originally, he could still control his emotions a little, but now Jiang Bowie spoke suddenly, which completely ignited the anger in his body. With a bang, he suddenly punched Jiang Bowie in the face. He was well aware of the emotional entanglement between Jiang Bowie and Grace, but ever since Jiang Bowie's mother took over, Jiang Bowie returned to the Jiang family and abandoned Grace. Grace had completely given up on Jiang Bowie. This is what Grace told him herself. During their relationship, Richard was worried that Grace could not let go of Jiang Bowie, and he asked her for confirmation many times. Grace made it clear to him that she had completely let go of this relationship and only had hatred, not love, for Jiang Bowie, and promised to cut off contact with Jiang Bowie and have no more contact with him. She also understood that people like Jiang Bowie were not worth relying on, and Richard was the one she had been waiting for. And she hopes Richard will treat her well and not let her down. At that time, Richard was deeply moved and swore in his heart that he would treat her well in the future and not let her suffer any grievances. Afterwards, he used threats to persuade the old lady, broke through all the obstacles, and married Grace. But now he discovered that after marriage, Grace was still in contact with Jiang Bowie. It was obvious that they had rekindled their old love behind his back, but he had been deceived and acted like a cuckold. The most important thing is that these two photos were taken over a very long period of time. If there really was something unclear between the two of them, then he had been deceived by Grace from the beginning to the end. Who the hell can stand this? After throwing this punch, Richard's eyes were red. He clenched his fists, stared at Jiang Bowie, who fell to the ground, and gasped for breath. Boy from the Chin family, you suddenly went crazy. Why did you hit Bowie? Father Jiang screamed when he saw this. Jiang Bowie cried out in pain, covering his cheek with a confused look on his face. William felt a little reluctant, so he reminded Jiang Bowie, "Your identity as Lao Wang has been exposed." Jiang Bowie was stunned for a moment, Then, regardless of the pain, he quickly jumped up from the ground, rushed to Vivian's sisters, and snatched the photo. At this moment, his entire face turned green. After a moment's pause, he hurriedly looked at Grace and winked at her frantically. He now has a lot of foreign debts, including those from Chun Deming and other loans from outside. If old Master Jiang knew about this, the whole family would be in trouble. Now he's still counting on Grace and Oscar to make a comeback. How can he fall like this? Grace naturally understood what Jiang Bowie meant. She was also brainstorming frantically at this moment, trying to find a way to solve the problem. After all, photos are just photos, not videos or real evidence of two people cheating. Since the evidence is not irrefutable, there is naturally room for argument. William saw this scene and couldn't help but sneer. It's already this late. How come you still have time to flirt with each other here? Jiang Bowie and Grace hated William to the core at this moment, but they didn't have time to pay attention to him. After a moment, Grace let out a long breath, not knowing what she was thinking, and her sad expression changed. To Richard angrily and with firm steps, and slapped him in the face in front of everyone's astonished eyes. Richard, you bastard. Chapter 233 Grace's Defense. Grace's slap left Richard stunned in place, looking confused. Everyone opened their mouths wide in astonishment. Richard, you disappoint me so much. After slapping Richard, Grace shook her head and sighed, her tone full of helplessness. Richard stared at Grace blankly, suddenly feeling a little overwhelmed. This slap eliminated most of Richard's anger and calmed him down a lot. Looking at Grace's aggrieved expression at this moment, Richard began to doubt. Is there some misunderstanding here? At this time, Grace spoke again. Richard, I have been married to you for so many years and have given birth to children for you. I have suffered so much, and not only have I not enjoyed any happiness, but I have also suffered so much injustice. Ask yourself, have I ever complained? Grace questioned Richard angrily. For so many years, I have never asked for your understanding, but now you don't even give me this basic trust. Suspecting that I cheated on you, I am so disappointed in you. Grace got excited. Her voice started to choke up and her eyes started to turn red. Grace's anger and true feelings made Richard feel a little shaken. Grace had had over the years. Grace in everything and devoted himself to her wholeheartedly. How could Grace betray him? Grace is a person. She was not only a good wife, but also a good mother. Even though Oscar was just an adopted son, she treated him equally without any distinction. Even if William returned to the Chun family, she would still be impartial and fair. Sometimes, in order to take care of the feelings of Oscar's adopted son, he would even let William suffer a little grievance and stand on Oscar's side. When the old lady and William were going to deal with Oscar, she disregarded her own safety and resolutely protected Oscar. How could such a kind and affectionate woman betray him and have an affair with Jiang Bowie? And it's been like this since we got married until now. This kind of thing is simply unimaginable. Thinking of this, Richard slowly exhaled, and his heart suddenly felt much more relaxed, while a trace of self-blame appeared on his face. He may have misunderstood Grace, but then again, although the possibility of Grace betraying him is extremely small, the photo is indeed true, and in that early photo, the two of them were arm in arm, looking very intimate. He still needs to find out the reason behind this. I understand what you said, and I have indeed made you suffer injustice over the years. But how do you explain this photo? Richard glanced at Grace and asked cautiously. His tone had become a little humble at this moment, for he was afraid that there really was a misunderstanding and that it would make Grace unhappy again. Unexpectedly, Grace snorted coldly. You've already called me a bitch. What's the point of me explaining again? As expected, there was a hidden story behind this, and Richard was secretly delighted. He pretended to be serious on the surface and said, I said the wrong thing just now. If there is any misunderstanding, please explain it clearly and I will apologize to you. Grace just glanced at Richard coldly, then turned her head away without saying a word. Richard became anxious when he saw this. He understood that Grace was really angry. He quickly winked at Vivian and Oscar. Vivian and her two sisters had mixed feelings. They knew that Grace was acting, but now they had to cooperate. Mom, please don't be angry. Can you explain to us what's going on? Oscar's eyes were always on Jiang Bowie at this time and did not leave, because it seems like he has found his biological father. After a pause, Grace took the photo from Jiang Bowie and placed the intimate photo from his early years on the table. It was a small gathering of classmates, and we were playing games and acting out a play. Grace said casually, It wasn't just us. Others also did this. I don't know which bastard deliberately took a picture of the two of us. Grace got a little angry when she said this. Grace is a performance major, and Richard and others all know it. Grace continued, when Zhao Jing called me, I didn't know he was there, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have gone. Grace pointed at Jiang Bowie and said. Jiang Bowie nodded frantically. It's just a photo anyway, so how you tell a story depends entirely on your mouth. If you don't believe me, you can call Zhao Jing. Grace gave Richard a complaining look. Before he finished speaking, Richard immediately waved his hand and said, no need to fight. I knew there was a misunderstanding. After saying this, he immediately felt guilty and apologized to Grace. Grace, still holding her breath, threw another photo on the table. Do I need to explain this to you again? Richard smiled awkwardly. No need. Of course, he still hoped that Grace could explain. Although he cared more about the intimate photo, this photo happened recently, and it would be better if it could be explained clearly. However, he was also afraid that Grace would be angry. After all, he had just cursed her in front of his children and outsiders, and he was already blaming himself in his heart. Let me explain it to you, so you don't have to think too much. Grace glanced at Richard, her tone full of dissatisfaction. No, we've been married for so many years, I don't even know who you are. Richard said insincerely. With a cold snort, Grace began to explain another photo. It turned out that at the end of last year, when the Chen family returned to Beijing to worship their ancestors, Grace asked Zhao Jing to choose a birthday gift for Richard. On the way, they met Jiang Bowen by chance, and the two asked Jiang Bowen for advice. After saying that, Grace pointed to a watch box on the table and said aggrievedly, this watch is the one I bought for you at that time. Richard immediately picked up the watch box and opened it. He saw a men's watch lying quietly inside, which was a birthday gift from Grace. He didn't pay attention to it just now, but when he looked at the watch again, he was deeply moved. It turned out that Grace had started preparing a gift for him half a year ago. Despite his good intentions, he doubted her and scolded her just because of two photos. It's worse than beasts. Thinking of this, Richard suddenly blamed himself and felt heartbroken. He felt that the slap he received was not unfair and was even too light. Richard immediately lowered himself and kept apologizing to Grace and Jiang Bowie. Grace felt that she had been greatly wronged and could no longer control her tears, which flowed down. Richard and everyone else comforted Grace for a long time before she calmed down. She said that if Richard dared to treat her like this and insult her again, she would definitely divorce Richard and never give up. Richard hurriedly swore an oath to prove his determination in front of everyone. Grace was relieved. The misunderstanding was resolved, and Richard and his men, not knowing the reason, began to point their fingers at William and scolded him. Asshole, I could have ignored you at other times, but you actually wanted to ruin your mother's reputation and destroy the family. You're unworthy of being a son. She is your biological mother. Richard was heartbroken and shouted angrily. He's just a beast. He can't do anything. Diana was so disgusted with William that she scolded him angrily, regardless of their blood relationship. Was even more furious with William. Tell me quickly, where did these two photos come from? He was more concerned about the provenance of the photo. William hadn't returned to the Chun family at that time, so it was even less likely that the early photo was related to William. It must have been provided to William by someone. Who knows about your relationship? Don't you know it yourself? William said lightly. Jiang Bowen was stunned for a moment. A person flashed through his mind, and then his face changed drastically. You're still talking nonsense. What's the relationship between your mother and your Uncle Jiang? If you continue to slander your mother, I won't break your legs. William's words made Richard furious again. Whether it is a smear or not, wait until you finish reading this before you decide. William sneered, pulled out a few more photos from the file bag, and threw them out one by one. The first one is a photo of Grace entering a residential area. The second photo shows Jiang Bowie entering the same community. When William threw the third photo out, the whole place fell silent, leaving only Richard's heavy breathing echoing in the hall. Chapter 234, Double Betrayal. In the photo, a man and a woman are hugging and kissing each other. Although it is a side view, their faces are clearly captured. Anyone with an eye can tell that the two people are Jiang Bowie and Grace. The photo should be taken from the opposite building facing the living room. This photo was taken in this community, which is about half a mile's drive from here. William's voice broke the silent air. When was the shooting? William thought for a moment and said, I forgot the exact time, probably about a month ago. It seems that Yang Jianfeng was not feeling well, and Grace did not come home that night. Richard stood there in a daze, his eyes fixed on the two adulterous couple in the photo on the table, lost in thought, not knowing what he was thinking. But from his clenched fists and trembling body, it can be seen that he is trying his best to restrain himself. When William said that Grace did not come home that night, Richard could no longer control himself and slammed his fist on the table with such force that his hand bled. At the same time, the others who were in a daze and had not yet reacted were frightened by Richard's punch and jumped up. At this time, Grace was panicked, Jiang Bowie was panicked, and Chun Man and her sisters were also panicked. Especially Grace. She couldn't understand how she was secretly photographed when she was meeting Jiang Bowie that day. Ever since she had Oscar, she chose to avoid contact with Jiang Bowie as much as possible unless there was something special. Even if they met, it was always in the presence of outsiders, and they rarely met alone, because she was afraid that her affair with Jiang Bowie would be exposed and implicate Oscar. To be on the safe side, she even bought a property outside to use for occasional meetings and discussions. But even so, she still failed. Seeing Richard's eyes were red and veins bulging, Grace was extremely scared. She had never seen Richard like this before. "Bitch, what else do you have to say?" Richard spoke word by word, and each of his words seemed to be squeezed out from his throat, low and suppressed, as if it would burst out at the next moment. He had just vowed to never insult Grace again, but at this moment he said the word again without hesitation. Grace swore to prove her innocence the moment before. She was slapped in the face by Papa the next moment. There is no such thing as absolute trust in this world. All promises must be based on facts. Ajun, please listen to my explanation. There is a misunderstanding here. Grace held Richard's hand tightly, and in a panic, called out the two of them by their private, affectionate names in public. Richard gave Grace a fierce look, then pushed her away, followed by a slap in the face, knocking Grace to the ground. Explanation? Misunderstanding? Do you think I'm blind? You two kissed each other, and you tell me it's a misunderstanding. Richard roared. Seeing this, the Chun sisters were panicked and rushed over to support Grace. After being helped up and sitting down, Grace wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to defend herself. She just said incoherently, It's not like that. Dad, don't get excited. Maybe there really is a misunderstanding. Jessica was afraid that the situation would worsen, so she spoke out to calm Richard down. Dad, third sister is right. Don't be impulsive. You know what kind of person Mom is. This photo must be fake. It must be William the bastard who is behind it. Diana glared at William fiercely, as if she wanted to eat him alive. William was doing this on purpose. But there is also solid evidence that Grace and Jiang Bowie are having an affair. They must stop it now to prevent the situation from getting worse. Otherwise, the family will inevitably fall apart. Thinking of this, Diana, as clever mind, suddenly had an idea, and she shouted loudly. This photo must be fake. It belongs to William P. It's a forgery. We shouldn't be fooled by him. Does this possibility exist? Of course it does, but most normal people would not agree with Diana's statement. But Richard's eyes lit up, and it was unclear whether he really agreed with Diana's statement or he was unwilling to believe that Grace would really betray him. Grace expectantly, waiting for her answer. Vivian and the other two saw Richard's transformation. They were delighted and agreed with Diana tacitly, agreeing that the photo was fake. Looking at Richard's expectant eyes, Grace opened her mouth and stammered. Just as she was about to say something, she saw William turn the file bag over and shake it vigorously. Then the last few photos fell out. Although she couldn't see the contents of the photos, she was sure that these photos were also related to her. Sure enough, William threw the last photo away. These photos are said to be related to Grace, but they are not closely related because the protagonist in these 2 or 3 photos is Chun Manching. You said the photos were fake. What about these? William looked at Chun Manching teasingly. Jessica, do you want to explain to your old father why you are here? The photos include scenes of Chun Manching entering the residential area, her back standing at the door of her room for a long time, and her following Jiang Bowen to the elevator entrance. When Chun Manching and others saw these photos, they instantly felt cold all over and looked at William with horror. At this time, their minds were extremely confused. The 3 of them couldn't figure out whether these photos were taken by someone else and provided to William, or William himself had someone follow him and take the photo. In short, no matter what, the other party has known about Grace and Jiang Bowie for a long time and has been keeping an eye on Grace's whereabouts. And if William hired someone to take the video, that would be even more terrifying because it would mean that William and the old lady were well aware of Grace's infidelity. Thinking of this, the 3 of them suddenly felt cold hands and feet. William glanced at Chun Manching and the others with disdain and said sarcastically, Chun Manching, you are there. Aren't you guarding the door for your mother and your lover? You are really a filial daughter to your father. After hearing this, Jessica was completely panicked. These photos are enough to show that Chun Manching already knew about the affair between Grace and Jiang Bowie, but she kept it from Richard. This hurt was no less than the blow Richard suffered when he discovered Grace was cheating on him. The mother cheated on her, but her own daughter concealed the fact and helped Grace deceive herself. This was a huge blow to Richard. Grace was just as surprised as Richard. She didn't understand when Jessica and the others found out about her and Jiang Bowie. What shocked her most was that she was followed by so many people during an ordinary private meeting. She was completely stunned. Richard's last glimmer of hope was shattered, and he stared at Chun Manching and the others and questioned them. You knew this a long time ago. Chun Manching and the others lowered their heads and remained silent, not daring to look Richard in the eye. There is both direct and indirect evidence, and Grace and Chun Manching themselves are reluctant to deny it. After a long silence, Richard laughed miserably. You guys are really good. You're really good. You are worthy of being my good daughter. Chapter 235, Is It Better to Adopt a Son? The wife cheated on him and the daughter lied to him. This kind of blow is not something that most people can bear. In addition to anger, Richard also felt a sense of powerlessness. Apart from anything else, he considers himself qualified in the roles of husband and father. He is very caring and considerate to his wife. Take good care of your children and love them very much. Even treats his adopted son Oscar as his own son. Even when William came back, he didn't favor his own son too much. But because of this, he ended up being betrayed by his beloved relatives. Richard felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, and the pain was deep in his bones. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to Oscar, smiled sadly, and murmured, My biological children are not as good to me as an adopted son. Yes, among all his children, except his adopted son Oscar, everyone knew the truth, but no one told him. Especially William. Not only did he not tell him, he also went out his way to humiliate him on the important day of his birthday. Of course, Diana was wronged. She knew nothing about this matter. While Diana was shocked, she blamed her sisters in her heart for hiding it from her. Richard's words fell into the ears of Vivian and her sisters, making them feel mixed emotions. Grace's derailment was nothing. Oscar was the bastard of Jiang Bowie and Grace. Richard must not know about it. Otherwise, they didn't dare to think further. Grace also thinks so. Cheating is just a crisis, but if Oscar's affair is exposed, it will be a desperate situation. She was thinking frantically, trying to recall whether she had leaked Oscar's identity due to her negligence in the past. After thinking about it carefully, Grace can confirm that no one knows about Oscar's affairs except his family. Even when she was talking to Jiang Bowie on the phone, she did not clearly state Oscar's identity. Oscar was when I met Jiang Bowie alone. Thinking of this, Grace breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at William's file bag again, and after making sure there were no other photos, she knelt down in front of Richard with a plop, hugged Richard's thighs, and began to cry. Ah, Jin, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Please listen to my explanation. Faced with irrefutable evidence, there was no point in denying it. Grace could only apologize on the spot and beg for Richard's forgiveness. Richard didn't say anything, but just looked down at Grace quietly with cold eyes. Richard didn't respond for a long time, so Grace raised her head and met Richard's gaze. In an instant, her tears rolled down wildly, and she cried miserably. Richard, feeling heartbroken and disappointed, was moved when he saw Grace's pitiful and miserable appearance. He couldn't help but think of the times they had gone through together over the years. He began to soften his heart again. A voice sounded in my heart. Does she really have her own difficulties? Should I listen to her explanation? As he was thinking, his eyes inadvertently fell on the intimate photo of the two of them on the table. The picture was so glaring. His anger flared up again, and he kicked Grace away. You still want to lie to me, right? You've already done this. What else do you have to explain? Get out of here right now. I never want to see you again. Richard roared at Grace. No, listen to me. Only once. We only have this once. Grace climbed back in panic regardless of the pain, hugged Richard's thighs again, and shouted in panic. The Yang family is in debt, and Jiang Bowie is in a difficult situation now. She can be said to have nothing now. If she is kicked out by Richard again, what will she do in the future? And now the old lady has finally passed away. She will have the final say in this family from now on. Good days are coming. How could she just leave like this? Grace's words stunned Richard. And we didn't do anything else that day except this. The relationship between us is not what you think. Grace continued quickly. When Grace said it was only once, Richard didn't react, but when she said nothing happened between them, he finally looked at Grace again, and hope appeared in his eyes again. Grace did not pause and quickly told him the reason why she had a secret meeting with Jiang Bowie, slightly modifying it. Everyone knew that night that Grace had set up a company and bought a factory. They also knew that her factory had caught fire and she was short of funds. So Grace simply confessed and told him the reason why she had a secret meeting with Jiang Bowie. At that time, the old lady had a grievance against her, and Richard was unable to help her. Grace really had nowhere else to turn to, so she sought help from Jiang Bowie at the suggestion of Zhao Jing. After all, the two had dated before, and Jiang Bowie might help him because of their past relationship. The reason why the two of them had the intimate actions in the photo was purely because Jiang Bowie agreed to help, and he was excited, so they drank some wine. Under the influence of alcohol, she mistaken Jiang Bowie for Richard, which led to the scene in the photo. Then she woke up immediately, realized her outrageous behavior, blamed herself deeply, and left the community immediately. Grace's words seem reasonable, but they are actually nonsense, and no one would believe them. The simplest thing is, in order to avoid misunderstandings, what can't be discussed in public and must be discussed in private. Of course, except for the billion-dollar business. Even though there were so many loopholes, Richard still believed it a little, especially when Grace said that she mistook Jiang Bowie for him. He was actually slightly touched. Maybe he didn't completely believe what Grace said, but subconsciously he was afraid of losing Grace and didn't dare to admit that Grace had betrayed him. Then, Grace blamed William for everything, thinking that it was all caused by him, and everything he did at this time was clearly intended to destroy the harmony of the Chin family. Why? Because he was jealous, and he couldn't get the love from everyone in the Chun family. He didn't want to make life easy for others. This kind of thinking is simply vicious. William wanted to force her to death, so Grace naturally hated William very much. Why did she care about what her son did? Grace's opinion was agreed by everyone, and Vivian and others were eager to kick William out to prevent him from causing trouble again. Richard squatted down, his eyes gentle, and wanted to help Grace up. At this moment, William suddenly said casually, "Oscar is Grace's biological child. Did you know?" Richard was about to reach out for Grace's hand, but suddenly stopped. At this moment, he suddenly felt dizzy and his ears were ringing. His head was buzzing and he could not hear any sound from the outside world. Richard was stunned for a moment, then slowly stood up and looked at William with a confused expression, as if he was asking William to confirm what he had just said. At this moment, the pupils of the others shrank sharply and their eyes were filled with horror. Looking at Richard's appearance, William understood that he was suffering from temporary dementia, which was an autonomous protective measure of the brain when a person faced a major change and could not bear it. He repeated it again. "I said Oscar is Grace's biological son, and his biological father." William smiled and looked at Jiang Bowie, who was slightly dazed, and said. While everyone was still in shock, Grace's instinct suddenly took over. Her face became ferocious, her eyes were bloodshot, and she roared at William. "What nonsense are you talking about, you little bastard?" Chapter 236, Still Struggling? "That's a good scolding, you little bastard. I'm a little beast, and I don't know what you are or what Oscar is." William sneered in response to Grace's scolding. Grace was stunned for a moment and realized that she had said the wrong thing. She didn't mean to say that, but Oscar's identity was her Achilles heel, and this was purely a stress response. After calming down, Grace's tone immediately became gentle. "William, Mom was wrong. Mom and Dad won't hold it against you for what happened just now. Can you please stop here and let's make peace? If you want to stay at home, Mom will let you stay, okay?" Grace's heart was pounding at this moment. She was not sure whether what William said just now was just nonsense or he really discovered something. But no matter what, she hoped that William would stop making trouble and not continue to act unreasonably. Grace had a hard time convincing Richard, but at that moment he was very sensitive and suspicious, and even a casual word from her could arouse Richard's suspicion. Vivian's sisters and Grace agreed with each other that Richard's fragile heart could not bear any more blows. As for the relationship between Oscar and Grace, the paternity test at that time was able to fully explain the problem. Even if William discovered the affair between Grace and Jiang Bowie, he should not suspect Oscar. They concluded that William's plot to destroy the Chun family had failed, and he was not giving up, so he made random remarks without any purpose. Vivian didn't expect that her own brother would be so vicious. She immediately scolded William. William, you're going too far. You can say whatever you want, but you can't take this kind of thing as a joke. You won't stop until you break up this family, right? Once the seeds of doubt are planted, they're difficult to remove. They were worried that Richard would get a sudden impulse one day and secretly take Grace and Oscar's samples to do a paternity test privately. Then everything will be over. William, it's been hard for Mom and Dad over the years. Please don't destroy their relationship. Oscar is also very pitiful. Please don't hurt him again, okay? Jessica said with a sad and upset look on her face. William, if you don't like Oscar, just let him leave and you stay okay. Nina has been feeling uneasy and unable to sleep every day because of Oscar's incident. She wanted to reveal the truth several times, but was stopped by Vivian and Chun Manchi. Thinking about the consequences of the truth being exposed and her own indecisiveness, she had no choice but to obey Vivian and the others and choose to continue hiding it. So Nina thinks that in this case, the best outcome is to let Oscar leave, and he should not stay at home any longer. Nina finished speaking. She was strongly opposed by Diana. Second sister, how can you say such things? Why should Oscar leave? He didn't do anything wrong. The bastard is the one who needs to leave. Diana pointed at William and yelled. Diana, who knew nothing about the truth, firmly defended Oscar. You brat, this is never going to end, right? I won't bother with you about you wrongly accusing me and your mother, but can you joke about this kind of thing? Jiang Bowie also scolded angrily. William mentioned Oscar's father just now. His eyes were fixed on him. His meaning was very clear. He wanted to say that he was Oscar's biological father. Naturally, he couldn't sit still at this moment, and he had to prove himself. Grace cheated on her husband, but there's still a glimmer of hope. It's not too bad. Considering their years of relationship, Richard may still forgive Grace. As it turned out, Richard did soften his heart after Grace's tearful speech. But once Oscar's identity is exposed, everything will end, including all his original plans. Brother Chun, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. After scolding William, Jiang Bowie emphasized to Richard. Richard had long since recovered from his dementia. Without those photos, he would have no reason to trust Grace and would not have believed William's lies. Now he still tends to believe Grace, but he still asked Grace, is William talking nonsense? Grace nodded hurriedly and smiled bitterly. It must be fake. Think about it. William and Oscar were born on the same day. How could they be my biological children? It's impossible. Grace dares to keep Oscar by her side without restraint. Same belly, different fathers. How could a normal person think in this way? Richard had a sullen face, but after hearing what Grace said, he slapped his head, laughed, and couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, how is this possible? How is this possible? I am really getting old and confused. For a moment, I actually believed the nonsense of that bastard William. Richard thought to himself and shook his head. Richard's words made Grace and the others look much more relaxed. Before everyone could catch their breath, William immediately threw out a report and threw it to Richard. This is Grace and Oscar's parent-child report. Take a look at it yourself. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Before Richard reached out to take the report, Grace snatched it away in panic and tore it into pieces. That's enough, isn't it? I've already forgiven you and allowed you to stay at home. What else do you want? You just took a random paternity report from someone unknown and you want to destroy the relationship between your father and me and ruin Oscar? Grace said these words. Her body was shaking. She didn't know who this paternity report belonged to. It might have been something William made casually. It could also be hers and Oscar's, but that doesn't matter anymore. Whether it was true or not, she had to firmly deny it. Thank you for your generosity and forgiveness, but I don't need it. William continued with a sneer. Since you think my report is fake, how about we do a paternity test on the spot tomorrow? Grace refused and cried about the reason, saying that the old lady's paternity test had deeply hurt her and Oscar, and also proved her innocence. Now, just because of William's lies, she's going to be hurt again? Richard, you don't want to hurt me again. Grace asked Richard with tears in her eyes and angrily looked at him. Although Grace's behavior was a bit exaggerated, it was a matter of innocence after all, so Richard could understand it. He immediately expressed his attitude and made the promise. Of course not. I will definitely not allow you and Oscar to be hurt again. Besides, hasn't this been proven? Why bother doing this again? Grace felt relieved. As long as Richard was willing to believe her, everything others said was bullshit. As for the paternity test, if Richard didn't take the sample himself, it would be fake. If you don't believe me, I can do it, but after the results come out, we must divorce. Just to be safe, Grace added a threat. Richard panicked and promised to trust Grace. As for William, it will be fine if he just talked about those photos, but Oscar is Grace's biological son, so he could say such outrageous things. This is really stupid and evil. Richard's disappointment with his son increased. Richard, don't rush to promise. I haven't even finished what I was saying. William enjoyed watching Grace and the others struggle, but at the same time, he had to admire the lies these women were telling. Since Grace is so fragile and can't be hurt, I'd like to ask you to do a paternity test. It should be okay. William said to Jong Bowie with a smile. What if Oscar is your child? Jong Bowie was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. After laughing, his tones suddenly turned cold. Who are you? You want me to cooperate with you in a paternity test. Do you have the qualifications? William sighed helplessly and said lightly, You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Chapter 237, Desperate Richard. After saying that, William waved his hand, and Zhu Jun behind him immediately put the prepared laptop on the table and quickly debugged the projector. Then he dimmed the lights in the room. William glanced at the people in front of him. He grabbed a USB drive and plugged it into the computer. Immediately, Jong Bowie and Grace appeared on the screen. Grace was very familiar with the scene in this video. It was the house in that community where she met Jong Bowie privately to seek help that night. The moment the picture appeared, her face changed drastically and she became panicked. Although it was her own house, for safety reasons, she checked it carefully that day and made sure it was safe. But why were surveillance cameras secretly installed? Grace didn't understand. Then the conversation between the two people fell into the ears of everyone. Didn't I help you once? It's because of what you did to me back then. Otherwise, do I need to be so worried? I was drunk. I walked into the wrong room. That day was an accident. I'm already married. I told you to stop looking for me, but you're still pestering me. Then why don't you come out too? The conversation between the two instantly froze the atmosphere on the scene. From this brief conversation, we can learn that Grace and Jong Bowie have been having an affair for a long time. From Grace's tone, their relationship has never been broken. Even after Grace and Richard got married, they still kept in touch privately from time to time, and this relationship has never stopped for decades until now. It was not like what Grace argued, that it was just that one time when she mistook the wrong person for a kiss after getting drunk, and even what was supposed to happen had happened. At this moment in the hall, in addition to the conversation between Grace and Jong Bowie on the screen, there was also a sound of heavy breathing echoing. The panting sound was so loud that it even drowned out the sound in the video. There was no doubt that it was Richard's voice. Halfway through the video, Grace, who was awakened, suddenly seemed to go crazy and rushed towards William, screaming, trying to stop the video from playing. But Richard grabbed him and slapped him hard to the ground. Richard once again shattered his promise to Grace with his own hands, just as Grace had deceived him time and time again. Grace didn't feel any pain. She struggled to get up and moved towards William tremblingly, begging with tears streaming down her face. William, please don't let me go. Please don't let me go. I know I was wrong. Please, I know I was wrong. Please stop. Please. Vivian and her sisters were also in a panic at this time. Diana stood there in a daze, while Oscar looked ashen and terrified. Jong Bowie and his son naturally wanted to stop the video from being played, but they were stopped by several other people brought by William. When Grace went crazy, William considerately pressed the pause button to prevent everyone from missing the wonderful scene. Grace did not stop begging. She was unwilling to give up and wanted to stop William, but was kicked over by Richard. Continue. After kicking Grace down, Richard squeezed out these two words from his throat with difficulty. William nodded, smiled, and pressed the play button. The conversation between the two people entered everyone's ears again. In the picture, Jong Bowie hugged Grace in his arms, and the two flirted with each other and were very close. This was nothing, but the following conversation almost suffocated Richard. You two are exactly alike. He's my son. Isn't it normal for him to be like me? How can I compare to Oscar? I will have to rely on him in the future. After these conversations, Richard finally became like a deflated ball, and his entire body instantly collapsed to the ground. It turns out that Oscar is really the son of Jong Bowie and Grace. I originally thought that this was the biggest blow to him, but I didn't expect that the subsequent conversation between the two would be even more horrifying. Everyone in the Chun family who was in the hall heard this suddenly felt their hair stand on end and got goosebumps. But are you willing to accept this? Why don't you consider Oscar? Haven't you changed your mind about wanting Oscar to inherit the family business over the years since he came back? You said you wanted to marry Oscar to the Chin family for William's sake, but what was your reason? Oscar and EVA are cousins. Don't you still want to try to bring them together? Grace and Jiang Bowie have an affair and give birth to a bastard, but Grace was also so bold as to raise Oscar and the Chun family in an attempt to seize the Chun family's property. Even the Chin family is being plotted against. This incredible operation shocked everyone. What kind of beast or dog-like guts could do such a thing? Vivian's sisters were stunned, looking at Grace in disbelief. It would be fine if Jiang Bowie coveted the Chun family's property, but Grace actually had such an outrageous idea. How could she be worthy of Richard and William and the Chun family? They suddenly felt sorry for Richard and began to regret hiding the truth for Grace and Oscar. At the end of the video, Jiang Bowie hugged Grace and laughed. I understand. In your mind, Oscar is much more important than that guy, William. Because Oscar is our child. So you love me more than Richard, right? There's more to the whole video than this. William only played a part of it. There were some inappropriate parts, so he cut them out, including someone the two of them were talking about. Long after the video ended, the hall remained dead silent. In the entire hall, except for those on William's side, everyone else looked pale. Richard slumped in his chair, as if he had been drained of energy and was completely powerless. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. When he can still be angry, it means he still has hope for Grace. What he faced now was not simply the shattering of hope, but being thrown directly into the swamp of despair and sinking continuously. Especially the last words Jiang Bowie said to Grace, which echoed in his mind like a nightmare and could not be shaken off. Because he is our son, you love me more than Richard. In addition to Jiang Bowie's words, countless images flooded into his mind at the same time. Loving scenes with Grace, and also scenes of the family laughing and playing in the past, but when Oscar appeared, he couldn't help shaking. He recalled the loving relationship between him and Oscar over the years, and even thought of training him to be the successor of the group and let him inherit the family business. Richard suddenly felt it was ridiculous. In particular, when Oscar was whipped by William during this period, he took care of him and applied medicine to him like a loving father. At that time, while he felt sorry for Oscar, he scolded William countless times. Feel sorry for the bastard and blame your own son. Thinking about it now, it was such an ironic scene. As he thought about it, Richard smiled bitterly, then suddenly roared. Ah? The voice was shrill and tragic, carrying endless anger, helplessness, unwillingness, and regret. After yelling, Richard fell to his knees, gasping for breath. Chapter 238 Grace's Confession. Richard's roar woke up the rest of the people who were sleepwalking. Seeing Richard's current state, the Chin sisters were all shocked. They wanted to comfort him, but were at a loss as to what to say. They just stood there in a daze. Diana stared blankly ahead, muttering, "This is impossible. This is impossible." At this moment, even though she heard it with her own ears, she still found it hard to accept the fact that Oscar was her biological brother. Yes, this is impossible. This is impossible. Richard calmed down a little and still looked incredulous. He knelt on the ground, muttering the same words. In the video, Jiang Bowie and Grace both personally acknowledged Oscar's identity as a bastard, and it was impossible for him to believe it even if he didn't want to. But the only thing he couldn't understand was that William and Oscar were born on the same day and were taken away by mistake in the hospital. Then how could Oscar be Grace's biological son? This doesn't make sense logically. William seemed to see Richard's confusion and said slowly, "Do you know why the kidney match between Oscar and I is so high?" After William said this, Richard still looked confused, but Jessica trembled all over. She had already guessed it before. After all, William had mentioned the matter of fraternal twins to her sisters at the entrance of the nursing home. When they received the appraisal report, they had thought of this possibility, but there was no way to verify it. Now that William has said this, the answer seems clear. Because Oscar and I are brothers. Just a different dad. Sure enough, William's words were earth-shattering, shocking everyone in the Chin family. Even Lu Peng, the tool man who came to help, opened his mouth wide. What do you mean? Richard was no less shocked than when he learned that Grace had cheated on him. This? I'm too lazy to explain, so let Jessica explain it to you. William pointed at Jessica and said. Jessica quickly explained to everyone what the extremely low probability of having fraternal twins was. Richard's breathing slowed down, and he almost choked. This means that Grace had relationships with himself and Jiang Bowie within a short period of time. After repeated attacks, Richard has developed a certain degree of resistance. He wasn't as desperate as before. After all, what else could happen? It could be a bigger blow than helping someone else raise a bastard. At this time, William looked at Grace, who was kicked to the ground by Richard and sobbing with her head down. That's what happened. As for why I was abandoned in the end and Oscar was taken back to the Chun family, you have to ask your wife about this. Although William had some guesses about what happened that year, he still wanted to hear the truth from Grace's own mouth. At William, as a reminder, everyone looked at Grace, waiting for her answer. Seeing that Grace didn't move for a long time, William said impatiently, "Okay, stop playing dead. The truth has already been revealed. There's no point in hiding it any longer." Grace then raised her head slightly. Her cheeks were red and swollen. Her hair was messy. Her face was full of tear marks, and her eyes were full of helplessness. When people see it, they can't help but feel a little pity. "When did you install surveillance in the house?" Grace finally spoke, her voice weak. "What's the point of caring about this now?" William sighed, but he still said, "Guess why I whipped Oscar and called you back?" Grace was stunned for a moment, nodded slowly, and smiled bitterly. "I understand. I thought you hit Oscar simply for revenge. I didn't think much about it." William smiled slightly. "Everything needs to be prepared, otherwise it will seem too abrupt. Besides, I don't have a habit of torturing others physically." During that time, he deliberately abused Oscar and put pressure on Grace and others. At the same time, he secretly joined forces with the Liu family to force Grace's company into a desperate situation. He also transferred funds from the group and forced Grace to ask Jiang Bowie for help. He then learned the date of their meeting through wiretapping and determined the time of Jiang Bowie's arrival based on that evening's flight. Then he sent someone to secretly follow Grace. That night, when he confirmed the place where Grace and the other man had a secret meeting, he used Oscar to send Grace back and then took advantage of the opportunity to sneak in and secretly install invisible surveillance. Of course, he had already noticed that the three Jessica sisters were secretly following Grace, so he also had someone take a picture of Jessica. "So you and the old lady already knew about Oscar and me, right? The video is already in front of us. No one will believe Grace no matter how much she tries to argue." If she didn't realize at this moment that the old lady and William had deliberately set her up, then she would be a fool. "Yeah, I knew that a long time ago," William said casually. Grace wanted to ask more, but William was too lazy to answer. "Let's talk about yours first. Regardless of whether you truly loved him or not, what happened back then? What did you do? I think he has the right to know the truth." William pointed at the distraught Richard and said, "I really loved your father." Grace suddenly shouted excitedly when mentioning Richard. Richard's body trembled slightly, but his eyes immediately turned fierce, and he roared at Grace. "Bitch, tell me, what did you do back then? Yeah, what's going on? Not only your husband, but also your precious Howard and me, your extra son, want to know the truth." William said in a calm tone. "William, don't say that. You are not redundant. You're always in my heart." Grace, with tears in her eyes, objected to William's statement. "Okay, you can lie to your husband about some of these things, but they won't work on me. Hurry up, I don't have time to waste here with you," William said impatiently again. Richard had completely lost his patience at this point. His eyes were bloodshot, and he yelled at Grace. "Bitch, hurry up and tell me." Grace was frightened by Richard's roar and began to stammer and recount what happened that year. What happened between her and Jiang Bowie was not described in detail, but was simply mentioned briefly. Probably at the banquet, both of them were drunk at the same time. Jiang Bowie walked into the wrong room, and the two of them lost consciousness and had sex without knowing it. Coincidentally, the next day, Grace and Richard shared a room again. Not long after that, I found out I was pregnant with twins. Although she was happy at that time, she felt a little worried in her heart. Because of the calculation of the date, Grace was worried that the baby in her belly might be Jiang Bowie's or Richard's. Grace held a glimmer of hope in her heart, thinking that this would not be such a coincidence. But just in case, she decided to have her family accompany her during the birthing process. Coincidentally, when she was about to give birth, her father was seriously ill and the whole family had no time to take care of her, which also created an opportunity for her. After the two children were born, in order to dispel the last bit of worry in her heart, she immediately asked her family to do a paternity test between the children and Richard. After the test results came out, it was discovered that one of the children was not Richard's. This scared Grace so much that she didn't know what to do for a moment. Later, they discussed and decided to fake an accidental death of one of the babies. At that time, Everyone in the Chun family was busy with the old man's affairs and had no time to care about Grace. The most important thing was that Grace was being taken care of by the Yang family at that time. Grace took the initiative to send Richard and others away and behaved very well and sensibly, so the Chin family handed over the child affairs to Grace and the Yang family. This also creates enough room for them to operate. Production is explained in detail in Chapter 110, so I will just briefly introduce it here. Chapter 239, Richard S. Tears. Grace said was consistent with William S. guess and what the old lady said at the time. Normally, when you encounter a situation like this, your first reaction should be to get rid of Oscar immediately or send him away secretly. But you kept him for a while. Aren't you afraid that the truth will be revealed and you will end up in an irreparable situation? Or did you and Jiang Bowie plan to take over the Chun family's assets from the beginning? William S. words raised the question that he had always had in mind. It's fine if she got pregnant due to adultery, but in a wealthy family, any woman with a brain would think of getting rid of the child immediately if she found out she was pregnant with the adulterer's child. How would she dare to keep the child secretly at home? Jiang Bowie and Grace might have had feelings for each other, but not deep enough to make a joke of their own reputation and future. After all, Grace was already in her 30s at that time and was no longer an inexperienced little girl. No, I never thought of taking the family fortune. Grace denied it on the spot. Bitch, you're still quibbling. If William hadn't come back, wouldn't my Chun family's huge foundation have ended up in the hands of this bastard? Richard was extremely angry about Grace's words. This woman is full of lies. Even when the facts are right in front of her, Diana will make excuses. Really, believe me, I really didn't think so at the time. Grace said aggrievedly. At the time, I was also thinking about sending Oscar away first or keeping him somewhere else. But they said Oscar was innocent and it was pitiful that he was abandoned like this. They helped me think of a way to allow both of you to stay. Who are they? Yang Gaofeng's family? The mastermind behind this is probably Jiang Bowie. Why are you hiding things from him? Just tell him directly. William glanced at Jiang Bowie, whose face was livid, and said jokingly, Richard is definitely unreliable now. Your only way out now is to tie yourself and Jiang Bowie together tightly. You should tell the truth about the mistakes he made and the things he did. Maybe the Jiang family is kind-hearted, and considering Oscar is his great-grandson, old Master Jiang might be able to seek justice for you and Oscar. William S. words woke Grace up. It was just as William said. Richard didn't even forgive her and didn't kill her and Oscar because of the law. How could there be room for negotiation? She is completely ruined now, but Oscar still has a bright future, and he is an excellent student. Old Master Jiang might take him back because of Oscar's excellence. Even if they don't recognize you, they will still lend a helping hand in private. At least she wants to ensure that Oscar will be safe and worry-free for the rest of his life. Grace fantasized naively. She would rather abandon her biological son with her husband than keep the bastard child she had with her lover, Oscar. Is it really like what Jiang Bowie said, because he is more important to you than Richard? Or is it that you just didn't like me from the moment I was born? Richard, whose emotions had finally calmed down, was eager to learn, but William unexpectedly rubbed salt into his wounds. No, William, I don't dislike you, and I have never thought of abandoning you. Grace hurriedly defended herself. She did not admit that she was the kind of vicious woman who could heartlessly abandon her newborn son. Under William's instigation and guidance, Grace pushed Jiang Bowie out without hesitation. According to Grace, at that time, Jiang Bowie and the Yang family wanted to keep Oscar first and send William away. After a while, they would stage a drama of taking the wrong child and find William back. After that, Oscar developed a certain relationship with the Chun family, and since he couldn't find his biological parents, it was natural for him to stay in the Chun family and stay with Grace. And Oscar's identity is even less likely to be exposed. This was actually a good strategy that killed two birds with one stone. But when Grace wanted to find William, she could not find him again until 15 years later. William, I'm sorry. You've suffered for 15 years. I didn't mean to abandon you. Grace burst into tears. Grace's story, everyone in the Chun family looked at William with eyes full of heartache. It turns out that William was the biggest victim in the whole incident. He was ruthlessly abandoned by his biological mother at birth and lived outside, suffering for more than 10 years. After coming back, he is still not welcomed, bullied by Grace and Oscar, and even kicked out of the house. Richard finally realized how biased and outrageous the whole family was in treating William and Oscar, And during the years William spent in the Chun family, he suffered so much unfair treatment and grievances. He was beaten, wronged, and framed. Even though the truth was laid out before him, he still could not get the understanding of his relatives. However, they still defended Oscar regardless of William's grievances. Oscar, the bastard, under their coercion. Thinking of this, Richard felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, and he felt so painful that he almost suffocated. He pounded his chest and cursed himself over and over again. I'm confused. I am confused. William was his own son. He actually hurt his own son like this for a bitch who had cheated on him all his life, a bastard who coveted his family property. He was worse than an animal. The most terrifying thing is that he may lose his son forever. Thinking of this, Richard couldn't help but panic. He hurriedly looked up at William. When he met William's eyes, Richard was completely desperate. There was no hatred or anger in those eyes, just an expressionless look as they looked at him coldly. He knew there was a look of despair. At this moment, he finally confirmed that his father-son relationship with William was over. Finished. His son was leaving him forever. Grace cheated on him, and he didn't cry when Oscar was a bastard. But at this moment, this strong middle-aged man completely collapsed because of William's look. He could no longer hold back, and tears finally fell silently from his eyes. William, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Richard fell to his knees, sobbing softly. The bullet has already been fired. Don't you think it's ridiculous for you to keep saying this? William said in a cold tone. And you'd better hold back your tears, or you'll have to do it again later, which is really tiring. William ignored Richard and the others and turned to his ultimate target tonight, Jeong Bowie. Old yellow hair, what do you say? Chapter 240, Who Knows Whose Child He Is? When the truth was revealed, Jeong Bowie looked extremely ugly. At this moment, he hated William to death. If he could, he would cut William into pieces. Hee hee. What do you want me to say? Jeong Bowie said viciously. Of course it's recognition. What? Don't you want to recognize Oscar at this time? William pouted and said jokingly. Oscar was still guessing about his own background, but now he finally knows that he is Jeong Bowie's son. Even though he is an illegitimate child, he is still a descendant of the Jeong family and is better than the country bumpkin outside. If he were recognized one day, his status would not be any more honorable than William's. And this possibility is very high. After all, Jeong Bowie himself is an illegitimate child. Oscar is an extremely smart child. Seeing that his mother is unreliable, he quickly holds on to his father's thigh. William finished speaking. He immediately rushed to Jeong Bowie and his son and called out affectionately, Grandpa, Dad. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked down by Jeong Bowie in anger. What the hell? Who is your dad? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll smash your mouth. Everyone was stunned. Oscar was stunned. Grace was stunned, but William smiled. After recovering from the shock, Grace immediately yelled at Jeong Bowie. Jeong Bowie, what are you doing? Oscar is your son. Jeong Bowie snorted coldly. If you say so, then so. You idiot. Who knows whose offspring he is? He was having an affair with Grace. The actions were there. He could admit it. But Oscar is now completely useless. Why would he accept it? Would it bring trouble to himself and his family? Besides, I am now in debt and can barely take care of myself. So how can I care about anything else? He had been thinking of relying on Oscar and Grace to turn his life around. But now not only are they of no help to him, they are also a burden to him. He would have to be crazy to acknowledge Oscar. Not only did he slept with someone else's wife, he also raised his son in the other person's home in an attempt to seize the family property. If he dares to admit this, his grandfather will beat him to death. Jeong Bowie, you bastard. Grace was shaking with anger. She didn't expect Jeong Bowie to be so shameless that he could say such words. I have only been with you all these years. How can you say that to me? That day I only told you. If Oscar is not yours, then who else can it belong to? Grace's tone was filled with anger and grievance. Ah, whose son is he? Can you tell based on your words? I don't want to be a cuckold. Jeong Bowie sneered and refused to admit that Oscar was his son. You're a really interesting, old yellow-haired guy. Grace's words don't count. You admitted to the video yourself. Why don't you dare to admit it? William couldn't stand it anymore and teased with a frown. Video, huh? Jeong Bowie said with disdain. I said I like Oscar in the video, and I want to recognize him as my godson, okay? I said the sound in the video was dubbed, and you must have faked it, okay? I said you want to frame me, okay? As he spoke, Jeong Bowie began to get a little excited under the influence of alcohol, and his voice couldn't help but increase a few decibels. How shameless. William applauded. But no matter how much you deny it, the fact that you are Oscar's biological father cannot be changed. Ah, the truth? Jiang Bowie suddenly burst into laughter. I know what you want to say. Jiang Bowie said disdainfully. You're talking about a paternity test, right? What? Paternity testing can't do anything to you. William asked in surprise. Whatever your paternity test is, it's all bullshit as long as I don't want to acknowledge it. Jiang Bowie waved his hand and continued to mock. You're not so stupid as to secretly have someone take my hair, do a paternity test, and then bring it to me and say it's mine, right? You can't be so stupid. Of course not, William said calmly. How can you make the person admit it based on a random paternity report? Just like when he took out the report just now, Grace directly denied it, and there was nothing he could do. So what is your so-called fact? Jiang Bowie's tone was full of sarcasm. As he said this, he grabbed his head hard, pulled out a few strands of hair, and threw them at William. Then I'll give you the facts you want. You take it for a paternity test. When the time comes, you can bring this paternity report to my Jiang family and see if we can give you an explanation. Because of William, his plan failed, and he was already angry. In addition, he had just drunk a bottle of white wine and then had a few drinks with Richard, so he was a little arrogant at this time. William shook his head and sighed. As long as you don't take the initiative to do a paternity test, or your Jiang family denies it, there's really no way to prove your relationship with Oscar. You still know this, idiot. Jiang Bowie sneered, picked up a glass of wine on the table, and drank it all in one gulp. But Mr. Jiang is highly respected, and he has the video and Grace as evidence. He won't be so unreasonable, William said uncertainly. Stupid boy, you are so naive. Don't you know that what those old immortals value most is face and reputation? He can compensate you privately, just like your old lady did. You can punish me in private, but it is wishful thinking to expect them to admit their mistakes and lose face. Jiang Bowie looked fearless and spoke slowly. Jiang Bowen and his son were the most deeply touched by this matter. Jiang's father had an affair during the marriage at the beginning. After giving birth to him, Jiang Bowen's mother also went to the Jiang family to make a scene, but was directly driven out by the old man. If Jiang's father's first wife had not passed away, he would never have been able to enter the Jiang family in his life. Even though the mother and son returned to the Jiang family in the end, as a price, their family was directly banished to the cold palace by old Master Jiang. What's more, what Jiang Bowie did this time was simply outrageous. Who would dare to admit it? After hearing this, Grace and Oscar's faces turned pale, and they felt hopeless. The two suddenly felt their hopes dashed. The possibility of Oscar returning to the Jiang family was slim. Oscar might become a bastard and live outside in the future. That would be fine, but how would the two of them live in the future without any shelter? The most important thing is that if it weren't for William's behavior, she might still be safe and sound for the fact that she and Vivian embezzled company funds. But now, can Richard let her go? Now that Jiang Bowie refuses to admit it, what awaits her next is not only disgrace, but also life in prison. It seems that I really can't do anything to you. William exhaled, his tone full of helplessness. Just so you know, Jiang Bowie sat down leisurely and started drinking again. At this point, nothing can be changed, and he has let it go. It's just a debt, not a death, so he can think of a solution. As for Oscar's matter, there is a high probability that Richard will report it to the Jiang family and let old Master Jiang administer justice. At that time, he said that he accepted Oscar as his godson, and the conversation in the video originated from this. As for the others, they were just jokes between him and Grace and should not be taken seriously. Although the reason was far-fetched, the old man and others would naturally not believe his lies. But the impact of this incident is too bad. If the Jiang family admits it, it will not just be a matter of ruining their reputation, but they will be despised by the world. So even if he wanted to, the old man would not allow him to admit it. It is even more impossible to ask him to do any paternity test. In the end, the Jiang family appeased the Chun family through other obscure means and gave the Chun family some compensation in private to shut them up. Then some hush money was given to Grace and her son, and the matter was left unresolved. Chapter 241, What Can You Do to Me? As expected, in this world, the one with the bigger fist has the final say. It doesn't matter to me whether you Jiang family recognize me or not. Anyway, I'm not the one wearing the hat. William glanced at Richard, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, with an indifferent expression. Although Richard is his father, that was in his previous life and has nothing to do with him in this life. He just came back for revenge, and it was all Richard's own fault, so he couldn't blame anyone else. That being the case, I still have a few questions. I hope Uncle John can help me answer them. William continued. Jiang Bowie just glanced at William and continued drinking, occasionally pouring a couple of glasses for his old father. He is in this condition now, so there's really nothing to worry about. No matter how bad the situation can be, old Master Jiang will help him out anyway. The worst outcome is being kicked out. William ignored him and continued asking, "Why didn't you just get rid of me back then, but left me as a trouble?" If Jiang Bowie really wanted to raise Oscar and the Chun family to seize the family property, then William's existence would always be a time bomb, and it would be reasonable to get rid of him as soon as he was born. Oh, who knows how you survived? I really want to strangle you to death with my own hands. Jiang Bowie didn't know whether he was a little drunk or he understood that no matter what he said, no one could do anything to him, so he started to act recklessly. However, he was careful with his wording and did not directly state that he had participated in abandoning William. This sentence alone seems like an emotional outburst. He just wanted to see these people angry but unable to do anything about him. He also felt extreme pleasure from it. Richard heard this. He became furious, jumped up from the ground and roared, "You bastard, you're looking for death." Although Richard was heartbroken, he was still holding back his anger towards Jiang Bowie. Jiang Bowie looked sarcastic. "What the hell, old bastard? What do you want to do to me? How dare you do anything to me? What can you do to me?" Richard's anger was instantly extinguished at this moment. Just as Jiang Bowie said, what could he do to Jiang Bowie? He has the Chun family, the family business, and children. Especially towards William, Richard was filled with endless guilt, and he wanted to spend the rest of his life atonement and pave the way for him. Do your best to make up for what you have done to William over the years and hope to get his forgiveness. William glanced helplessly at Richard, who was standing there in a daze, shook his head, his eyes full of disappointment. He turned his head again and looked at Jiang Bowie, who was becoming more and more arrogant under the influence of alcohol, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "You pushed my grandma down on purpose, didn't you?" William's words once again shocked and stunned everyone in the hall, and their breathing stopped. Jiang Bowie was slightly stunned, then chuckled and said, "So what if it is? So what if it is not? I will say it is. What can you do to me? Do you have any evidence?" Seeing Jiang Bowie speaking without restraint, Jiang's father, who was standing by, immediately shouted to stop him. "When it comes to moral issues, it's fine if it's done, but when it comes to crimes, we must be careful about the severity of the situation. There are some things that you cannot talk about, regardless of whether there is evidence or not." Jiang Bowie, however, looked indifferent. "Dad, if they have evidence, they can sue me. Do they dare? Do they have it? Because my grandmother knew about you and Grace and threatened you. So you just pushed her down the stairs and faked it as an accident, right?" William continued with his speculation. "So, do you have evidence?" Jiang Bowie challenged William. William looked lost, took one last look at Grace, and asked casually, "Does Grace know about this? So what if she knows? Does her word count?" Jiang Bowie blurted out instinctively. After he finished speaking, he was stunned for a few seconds, then realized something was wrong and immediately changed his words. "She doesn't know." After pondering for a moment, he finally realized that he had been tricked by William. He immediately flew into a rage. "Boy, how dare you plot against me?" If he was in a normal state, he would never fall into the trap, but now he was a little confused and his mind couldn't think straight for a while, so he was tricked by William. "Wine is a good thing, but you can't drink too much," William said earnestly. Jiang Bowie immediately became angry and shouted loudly, "I need you to teach me a lesson. Even if I push your grandmother down, what can you do to me? What can you do to me?" When Jiang Bowie said this, everyone in the Chun family was shocked. Although Jiang Bowie's words sounded like they were spoken in anger, considering everything he had done, the matter was clear. They didn't expect that the old lady's death was not an accident, but was caused by Jiang Bowie. What made them even more unbelievable was that Grace might have known about this, but she kept silent and allowed Jiang Bowie to attack the old lady. This is simply, they can no longer use words to express the shock in their hearts at this moment. Richard was completely stunned. His brain stopped working at this moment. He couldn't figure out what sin he had committed in his previous life to marry such a vicious woman like Grace. It caused his own family to be broken up. Facing Jiang Bowie's arrogance, William was very satisfied and said with emotion, "I really can't do anything to you, but it's enough. Please look over there." As he spoke, William pointed to a corner on the second floor. At this time, Lu Peng was leaning on the railing in the corner of the second floor, holding his mobile phone and taking pictures of Jiang Bowie. Jiang Bowie's expression froze for a moment, Then he immediately realized that William was recording a video. He panicked for a moment and immediately changed his words. I was just talking nonsense just now. Even if you recorded the video, what can it do? With a sneer, William sneered, whether it is nonsense or not is not up to you to decide, and whether it is useful or not is not up to you to decide. It is up to everyone to judge. Everyone? Who do you mean? Do you want to release all the videos? Jiang Bowie was angered by William again. Do you dare? If you dare to release all the videos, do you know what the consequences will be? Can your Lin Hai-chun family remain unscathed? Boy, I advise you to stop making such a fuss. Just let these things in like this. Otherwise, it will not benefit anyone. Father Jiang said earnestly. Defending rights requires a background. Otherwise, even if you get justice, both sides will suffer. You will also be retaliated by the Jiang family afterwards. There will be no place for you here anymore. You little brat, do you understand me? If you don't have the strength, you'll have to swallow your anger and lie still for me. If you want to fight me, you are still a little immature. Jiang Bowie was like a victorious rooster, arrogant and humiliating. William smiled calmly and said, I really can't do anything to you, and I don't have the strength to go against the Jiang family, so I can only borrow your strength. Because I started a live broadcast. Chapter 242. Jesus could not detain him. What did you say? Jiang Bowie was completely panicked, his face full of disbelief. Are you crazy? Do you really want to perish together with your enemies? This matter could be resolved privately. Old Master Jiang will not admit it, but he will also give an explanation. But the worst thing is that things get exposed. Once they get out of hand, everything will be irreversible. At this moment, Jiang Bowie was almost sober. After calming down, he thought carefully, immediately took out his mobile phone, took a look at it, and then sneered. You're still playing with me here. Is that interesting? He was sure that William was trying to scare him. If he was really broadcasting live, why would the outside world be so calm at this time? There should have been a big commotion outside a long time ago. So how could no one have notified him? Not only himself, Jiang Bowie also took Jiang's father's mobile phone and checked, and there was no incoming call. William glanced at Jiang Bowie, who looked relieved, and sneered. Don't be so happy. The reason your phone is quiet and there are no incoming calls is because I have blocked all cell phone signals within range. Jiang Bowie's face was ashen and his eyes were wide open. William not only blocked the mobile phone signals within the villa, but also cut off the home internet cable. For the live broadcast at this time, he used the mobile wireless that he prepared himself. Afraid that Jiang Bowie wouldn't believe him, William made a gesture to Lu Peng, and Lu Peng immediately hurried downstairs with a cell phone and put the screen in Jiang Bowie's face. Old Huang Mao, hurry up and say hello to your family, William said tauntingly. William mentioned were the Jiang family members who were watching the live broadcast at that time. The Jiang family in Beijing. Old Master Jiang's cloudy eyes were fixed on the screen in front of him, where Jiang Bowie was in a panic. His hunched body kept shaking violently, as if he exerted a little more force, his old bones would be shaken apart. This is enough to show how strong his emotions are at this moment. What a bastard he did. Old Master Jiang cursed in a hoarse voice as he was furious. Old Master, please don't get excited. Calm down. Shen Deming on the side advised. So, you knew about this a long time ago, and came here on purpose today, right? Old Master Jiang asked in a cold tone. Chen Deming and the others were silent, neither admitting nor denying. At this time, in the hall of the Jiang family, besides Chen Deming, there were also Qin Yushan, Mr. Zhou, and other bigwigs. Started when the video of Jiang Bowie and Grace's private meeting was released. As soon as the incident happened, the Jiang family immediately called Jiang Bowie and his son and asked them to stop the live broadcast. But after finding that the call could not be connected, he contacted relevant personnel and departments in Linhai and went to Chin's house to stop William's impulsive behavior. At the same time, try to communicate with the company of the live broadcast platform and ask them to close the live broadcast room immediately to prevent the situation from worsening. But no matter how they threatened, the new live streaming platform called Douyin turned a blind eye and ignored them. There was also no news from Linhai. Just when the old man was about to take further action, he was blocked at home by Mr. Zhou, who came to visit unexpectedly. Then Chen Deming, Qin Yushan, and others arrived shortly after. Only then did Old Master Jiang finally realize that they were the ones behind all this. Old Master, I don't care about other things, but I don't care if my sister's death was just an accident. But, Mr. Zhou paused and said, but if she was murdered, I must seek justice for her. Otherwise, I'm afraid she will die with regrets. Mr. Zhou was not aware of the Chun family's affairs beforehand. Now that he knew the truth, he was extremely angry, especially when he learned that Jiang Bowie deliberately pushed the old lady down the stairs. His inner anger could not be suppressed. Although Jiang Bowie on the screen did not personally admit his crime, it no longer matters. Regardless of his motive or behavior, would anyone believe him if he said he didn't do it on purpose? Old Master Jiang had a gloomy look in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long while, he slowly said angrily, "No matter what, we can solve this matter privately. I will give you an explanation. Is there any need to make a fuss about it?" Mr. Zhou couldn't help but sneer. "Grandpa, we are not 3-year-old children, so don't use these words to coax us. If your good grandson hadn't said it himself, how would you have explained it to us? Then you shouldn't let him mess around. Do you know what kind of impact this incident will have on my Jiang family and how much harm it will bring?" Old Master Jiang was also angry. He was angry at Jiang Bowie, but more of his anger came from William. "Haha, old man, the harm done to the Jiang family is harm, but you can turn a blind eye to the harm done to other families." Angelia Jiang said bluntly, "How dare you talk to your grandfather like that?" Seeing Angelia Jiang's disrespect for elders in front of outsiders, Old Master Jiang was furious. At other times, he could indulge Angelia Jiang, but what was the occasion now? It would have been fine if he didn't stand on the side of his own family, but he also spoke for outsiders. Seeing this, Qin Yushan quickly spoke up for his sister-in-law. "Angelia is just like that. Don't worry about it." Chun Deming's face didn't look very good at this time, and he explained, "We didn't expect that kid to be so radical. If I had known he would be so impulsive, I would have stopped him long ago. If you really wanted to, you would have stopped it long ago. Why are you sitting here talking nonsense to me now?" Old Master Jiang snorted coldly. "Old Master, this matter really has nothing to do with me. I really didn't know that things would turn out like this." Chen Deming distanced himself from the matter. "Besides, Bo Wei is my brother-in-law, and William is my nephew. I certainly hope they can sit down and have a good talk instead of getting into the current situation where there is no end in sight." The old man looked at Mr. Zhou and Qin Yushan and said coldly, "So when do you want him to stop?" Everyone knows Chun Deming's character. He would never do such a thankless task. Therefore, the only ones who helped William behind the scenes were the Zhou family and the Qin family. "Old Master, things have come to this point. Does it matter whether we stop or not? You should think about how to give everyone an explanation. Now it's not my turn to give you an explanation, but you have to give me an explanation." Old Master Jiang was unreasonable and threatened Old Master Zhou. What kind of road will be waiting for the Lin Hai-chan family and William after today? Mr. Zhou glanced at the time and said expressionlessly, "What happens to him in the future is his business. I have no control over it, but I promised him that I would buy him time, and I must do it. So, old man, don't waste your time. Just wait here peacefully." "Grandpa, William is my nephew after all. Although he is a little impulsive, he is not a bad boy by nature. Why don't you forgive him this time?" Chen Deming pleaded for William. Old Master Jiang snorted coldly. "Being impulsive will cost you a price. Why does he want me to forgive him?" At this moment, William's handsome figure suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. He raised his eyebrows and grinned at the people in front of the screen with extreme arrogance. "Your Jiang family is so awesome, right? I, William, will leave my words here. Jiang Bowie is finished. Even if Jesus comes today, he can't be stopped. I said it." Chapter 243, The Last Dignity. Rampant. Cough, cough, cough. William's provocation on the screen, Old Master Jiang became furious and almost couldn't breathe. William said this. The live broadcast was cut off. It would be inappropriate to broadcast it again. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable if no one comes. William waved his hand and asked Lu Peng to turn off the live broadcast. Then he came in front of Jiang Bowie and his son and patted each of them twice on the head as they were stunned by the sudden bad news. "Old yellow hair, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you so weak now? Why don't you continue to show off?" Jiang Bowie came to his senses after being slapped twice by William. He was stunned for a moment and then screamed at William. "You psycho, are you crazy? You crazy man." William, who obviously had a bright future and had countless ways to resolve the matter peacefully, chose to perish along with his enemy. Is it necessary to get to this point? Jiang Bowie was puzzled. In the days to come, William will surely suffer endless revenge from the Jiang family. Not to mention business. Even staying here is a problem. There is no way old Master Jiang would give up just like that. William did not deny Jiang Bowie's evaluation. "You just realized I'm crazy. So who the hell told you to plot against me?" His tone was cold, and his eyes flashed with a chill. Why pick on adolescents when you can pick on anyone else? Don't you know they're the epitome of impulsiveness? With a sneer, William continued lightly. You lunatic, do you know that while you're destroying me, you're also ruining your own future? Is it worth it? Jiang Bowie shouted angrily in frustration. That's you. My future is bright, William said casually. Ah, based on your extreme behavior and the trouble you caused today, who can help you? The Qin family in Beijing? They won't fall out with the Jiang family because of you. Or the Qin family. Qin Yushan is the son-in-law of the Jiang family. Do you think he will go against the old man for you? There's no way they can help you. Compared to the Jiang family, you're worthless in their eyes. Where do you get the confidence to say that your future is bright? Jiang Bowie's words made Richard and several sisters look worried. William, you shouldn't be so impulsive. Richard murmured in a low voice. Now that William has caused such a commotion, the Lin Haichin family is sure to fight to the death with the Jiang family. If the Jiang family insists on imposing a commercial blockade in the future, the development of the Chun group will be difficult. William narrowed his eyes, glanced at Richard coldly, and said contemptuously, if you had 1/10 of my impulse, this old yellow-haired man wouldn't be standing here winning now, safe and sound. Richard lowered his head at this time, so his expression could not be seen clearly. But from his clenched fists and trembling body, it can be seen that he is trying hard to suppress his anger at this moment. My wife was slept with, my own son was abandoned and almost killed, and I raised a bastard for someone else for my entire life, and my family property was almost taken away. In the end, even his own mother was killed by the other party. You can still endure this. William emphasized again what Jiang Bowie had done to Richard. These words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Richard's heart hard, causing him excruciating pain. Forget it. I'll tell you one more thing to make you give up completely. William sighed and pointed at Vivian and the others. Your daughters already know Oscar's background very well. With a buzzing sound, Richard suddenly felt a tinnitus, which lasted for a long time before stopping. Little William, Dad didn't hear clearly just now. Richard looked at William with a confused look on his face. I say, your filial daughters not only know that old Huang Mao and Grace are having an affair, but they also know clearly that Oscar is the bastard of Jiang Bowie and Grace. But they didn't tell you. At this moment, Richard's eyes were dull. The corners of his mouth twitched violently, and he looked like a wooden chicken. Vivian and her friends deceiving Jiang Bowen and Grace. He could understand that his daughters could not bear to see his relationship with Grace break down and his marriage come to an end, so they tried every way to make amends. But what's the point of hiding Oscar's affairs from him? Oscar is the adulterer and Grace's bastard. Not only did they keep it a secret, they also watched them target William and drive William away for Oscar. Then the family property will gradually fall into the hands of the adulterer and the bastard. What an irony this is. I felt like a fool, kept in the dark and being played with. Is this what a daughter should do? Have they ever considered the Chun family, him, and William's feelings? Richard couldn't believe it and couldn't believe that his daughter would do this to him. He looked at Vivian and the others with an expression of disbelief, wanting to get the answer from them personally. Is what Vivian, Nina, Manjing, Diana, and William said true? Vivian and her sisters looked at the sneering William in horror, their faces extremely flustered. Vivian said subconsciously, Dado? No, we don't know. William knew about their affairs. Still quibbling. Do you need me to go to your room and search for the paternity test report you made? William did not hesitate to expose the three people's lies. Now the three of them were completely panicked, looking terrified. When their eyes met Richard's, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at their old father. The actions of these people have already explained everything. At this moment, Richard felt as if he had lost all his energy. His arms hung down limply, and he was completely heartbroken. Very good. Very good. They are all a bunch of bitches. They are all a bunch of bitches. Richard was in a daze, mumbling to himself. Diana, who was labeled as a bitch for no reason, felt extremely aggrieved. She shook her head frantically and wanted to say that she was innocent. She just found out about this. Knowing that he was doomed, Jiang Bowie started to give up and laughed at Richard unscrupulously. Richard, your wife betrayed you, your daughter cheated on you, and you raised my son for nothing all your life. You were willing to sacrifice your own son for this and gave the best to my Howard. Is there anyone in this world who lives a more cowardly life than you? You are such a poor creature. After saying this, Jiang Bowie laughed wildly. Yes, he is indeed a poor creature. William continued with a sigh. Richard, your wife doesn't love you. Your daughter betrayed you, and I will never forgive you in this life. So now you have nothing. He slowly raised his head and looked at William. William's last words made the last glimmer of light in Richard's eyes disappear. Now the only one who can support him to move on is William. Richard still has a trace of obsession in his heart. Maybe one day, through his own efforts, he will get William's forgiveness and let him call him dad again. But William's determination completely put an end to his thoughts at that moment. Although you've lost everything, there is still one thing that can be recovered. William looked at Richard with a fierce look in his eyes and said, That's dignity. At this moment, the light that had been extinguished flashed again in Richard's eyes. I have prepared the stage for you. I have also brought you the culprit who caused all this. This is the last thing I can do for you as your son. William's gaze guided Richard to look at the long knife that was lying quietly on the table, gleaming faintly under the reflection of the light. Go and regain your last bit of dignity. Chapter 244 Kill. William finished speaking. The light that was reawakened in Richard's eyes instantly turned into a flame of revenge, covering his eyes. The moment he learned that Grace had betrayed him and gave birth to Oscar with Jiang Bowie, he had the urge to immediately cut Jiang Bowie into pieces. But he is over 50 after all. He is not completely penniless, nor is he as irrational as some impulsive young people. He had too much to think about. The Chen family needs him, his daughter needs him, and William also needs him. He hopes that he can do something for him in his lifetime to fulfill his responsibilities as a father and make up for what he owes him. But as the truth about the old lady's death came to light, and he learned that his own daughter had betrayed him again, he was furious and felt hopeless. Coupled with William's determination, he finally realized that he had nothing now, and everything was gone from him overnight. It's not today, but it has not belonged to him for a long time. He just doesn't know it. Since it has come to this, why hesitate? Just like William said, the only thing he can do now is to regain the last bit of dignity. Thinking of this, Richard did not hesitate, walked quickly towards the long knife, and grabbed it. At this moment, the air in the hall suddenly stagnated, and heavy breathing sounds came one after another, filling the entire hall. Vivian and her sisters widened their eyes in disbelief. Grace subconsciously hugged Oscar into her arms, her face horrified. Jiang Bowie's hand, which was holding the wine glass, froze in mid-air, and he fell into a daze. Richard walked slowly towards Jiang Bowie, step by step, holding a sharp knife. Richard is going to kill Jiang Bowie. Father Jiang was the first to wake up from his shock and shouted loudly. Richard, what do you want to do? Calm down. Don't do anything stupid. This scene frightened Jiang's father so much that he almost lost his soul and was terrified. Richard, are you crazy? She's just a woman. Is it worth it for you to do this? Jiang Bowie screamed. At this time, everyone in the Chen family finally recovered from their shock and shouted frantically at Richard. Dad, don't. No. Oh. Richard seemed unable to hear any sound from the outside world and had no intention of stopping. He held a knife, his eyes were red, and he moved towards Jiang Bowie with firm steps. After walking a few steps, he suddenly accelerated, roared, and came in front of Jiang Bowie in an instant like an angry beast. Without any hesitation, Richard slashed at Jiang Bowie's face. The breath of death instantly enveloped Jiang Bowie. Perhaps it was the desire to survive that stimulated the adrenaline in his body. Jiang Bowie actually managed to dodge the unexpected knife without any danger. The drunkenness completely dissipated at this moment, and cold sweat broke out on Jiang Bowie's forehead. After a moment of pause, Jiang Bowie ran madly towards the door, shouting and threatening in frustration. Richard, you lunatic, if you dare to kill me, not only will you die, William will be finished, and your Lin Haichun family will also suffer. When talking about William, Richard, who was chasing after Jiang Bowie and had lost his mind, paused for a moment and looked at William. William glanced at Richard expressionlessly and spoke slowly. I will walk my own path, and I don't need you to worry about me. Richard smiled bitterly. This time he had no scruples anymore. He gripped the knife tightly and rushed towards Jiang Bowie. Jiang Bowie tried desperately to open the door and escape, but no matter how hard he tried, the door didn't move at all. Seeing Richard getting closer and closer to him, he ran towards other exits, but without exception, the doors of other exits were also closed. Helplessly, he could only run upstairs, thinking of hiding in the room and waiting for rescue. But to his despair, the doors of all the rooms were locked without exception. Richard walking up slowly, Jiang Bowie was panicked and desperate. Now he regretted deeply. He regretted that he did not strangle William to death with his own hands when he was born. He also regretted his affair with Grace and his greed. Now I've gained nothing and even lost my life. I thought the situation couldn't get any worse. Even if I was disgraced and kicked out of the house, at least I was still alive. But now even his life is in danger. Jiang Bowie continued to flee, avoiding Richard's pursuit. But after all, he had drunk a bottle of white wine and then drank a lot more intermittently. Now his body was a little difficult to control, not to mention resisting. Even walking was a little unsteady. When Zhang's father saw Jiang Bowie being chased by Richard with a knife, he was terrified. I don't know if it's because of his age or the alcohol, but his mind is not clear, and he still dares to threaten Richard at this time. He shouted at Richard excitedly, "Don't stop, you bastard! If you dare to touch my son, I will not let you go." Richard only had Jiang Bowie in his eyes and had forgotten about Zhang's father. But Father Zhang's shout caught Richard's attention. He turned his head to look at Zhang's father and paused. Richard temporarily gave up chasing Jiang Bowie and instead turned his target to Zhang's father. "You killed my mother, so I killed your father. That's fair, right?" Richard approaching him with red eyes, Father Jiang panicked. "You, what do you want to do?" Realizing that Richard seemed to want to attack him again, Father Jiang was terrified and kept backing away with his old body trembling. After taking a few steps back, Father Jiang instinctively turned around, trying to distance himself from Richard. He trotted along at a staggering pace and shouted incoherently, "Murder, murder!" But with his old legs, there was no way he could outrun Richard. Richard took 2 quick steps forward and stabbed the old man with a clean and decisive blow. "Ah!" Father Jiang screamed, spread his hands, staggered forward 2 steps, and then fell to the ground. This scene frightened everyone present. When Richard took action, several women from the Chun family wanted to step forward to stop him, but they were blocked by Richard with a wave of his long knife. With nothing else to do, they turned to William for help, hoping he could stop Richard. But no matter how earnestly they pleaded, William turned a blind eye. "What can I do? He has a weapon in his hand. Who dares to go up to him? Even if you are brave enough to do something righteous, you must know your limits. I don't want to go and see if your father will chop you down too." William didn't pay attention to what was happening in the hall. He just leaned back in his chair, looked up at the ceiling, and was in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Now when they saw Richard really chop down Zhang's father, the Chun family members were completely stunned, with tears on their faces, and they stood there in fear. Oscar and Grace were completely frightened by the scene before them. The mother and son hugged each other tightly and trembled. Jiang Bowie, who fled to the 2nd floor, was exhausted and breathless. Looking at his father, who was defeated by Richard in just one move, his legs suddenly went limp and he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, he finally realized clearly that death was so close to him. He had never imagined that this day would come. Even going to jail is better than this outcome. Isn't it just that his wife was slept with? Isn't it just that he raised his son for someone else? Isn't this kind of thing common? Even if the old lady pushed herself down the stairs, she was going to die anyway. Richard has money and a family business, and he will have plenty of good times in the future. If he wants a woman, he can find another one. If he wants a son, he can have another one. Is it necessary to resort to knives and guns and risk one's life? How can you be so ignorant at such an old age? Richard several times in his heart. Chapter 245, Are You Feeling Comfortable? Just as Jiang Bowie was in a trance, Richard had already climbed up the stairs and walked upstairs. Soon, Richard appeared in front of him, holding a knife that was still dripping with blood. Jiang Bowie wanted to run, but he had no strength left and could only crawl forward. At Richard with horror and kept begging, "Brother, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. We in the Jiang family will definitely give you an explanation and compensate you." No matter how powerful the Jiang family is, no matter how arrogant Jiang Bowie is, at this moment, in this small space, facing this piece of iron less than 1 meter long, the life is the same as that of all other living beings in the world, with no difference at all. Perhaps this is the true meaning of equality for all. Bang, bang, clang, clang, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a noisy fight, Jiang Bowie fell from the 2nd floor with a scream. With a bang, his body hit the seriously injured Zhang's father squarely. Father Jiang, who was still breathing, let out a cry of awe after being hit so hard that he lost all reaction. The seriously injured Jiang Bowie covered his stomach, rolled on the ground, and wailed for a while, but soon there was no sound, and it was not known whether he was unconscious or dead. Jiang Bowie and his son fell in a pool of blood one after another. This shocking scene frightened everyone in the Chen family. At this moment, they even forgot to cry. They understand what this means. If Jiang Bowie and the other man died, Richard would be sentenced to death. The moment before, the family was laughing and signing contracts and celebrating birthdays. In the blink of an eye, the family was destroyed. Everyone's eyes were dazed. The scene before them seemed like a dream, making them unable to accept it for a while. Do you regret it? William asked suddenly. The Chin sisters' eyes were dull. William's gaze returned from the ceiling to the hall. He casually glanced at Jiang Bowie and his son, who were lying on the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive, with a look of disdain on his face. For all the worse things they have done than pigs and dogs, death is the greatest blessing for them. Why? Are you scared silly now? William sneered at Vivian and the others. If you hadn't sided with that bitch and that bastard, or if you'd thought a little more about your father, today's tragedy wouldn't have happened. William finished speaking. The three Vivian sisters, who had forgotten to cry, burst into tears again. You remember to cry now? William's face was full of contempt. For Grandma's sake, I have given you so many chances, but have you ever responded? Because of the old lady's existence, William once thought about simply kicking out the rest of the Chun family except Grace, Oscar, and some people behind the scenes. If he really decided to take revenge on Richard and others, it would undoubtedly make it difficult for the old lady. I am sorry. I am sorry. Nina apologized while crying. Her emotions were on the verge of collapse, and her voice gradually became louder. Vivian and Chun Manching were stunned, unable to move, and the tears kept flowing down their faces silently. You're saying sorry now? Go ask your father if he will forgive you. Why do you have to wait until the last minute to regret? William sneered. But you knew it. Why didn't you say it? At this moment, Diana suddenly shouted to William. William's unfortunate experience made Diana feel a little sympathy for him, but it was far inferior to the feeling she had for Oscar. Besides, even if Oscar was not Richard's son, he was still her biological brother from the same mother. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her being nice to Oscar over the past decade. On the contrary, if William had spoken out earlier, nothing that happened today would have happened. The worst outcome is that Oscar and Grace are kicked out of the house. Richard and Grace's marriage is over, but at least it won't end up breaking up the family. Vivian and the other two concealed the truth. At least their original intention was good. William's silence was obviously intentional, and he had ulterior motives. Facing Diana's question, William sneered and said, Now you're blaming me? If I had told the truth at that time and Grace and Oscar were kicked out, would you have blamed me for being nosy and suspected me of having bad intentions? The reason why you think I should have announced the truth at that time instead of waiting until now. That's because what happened today was too cruel for you to accept. All in all, no matter what, I should keep a secret for Grace and Oscar. It's wrong to say it out loud. Is that what you mean? William's words left Diana speechless, and she didn't know how to respond. After a pause, William continued. So, well, your father deserves it. He should be a millionaire for the rest of his life. I think if I don't tell you today, you will keep it a secret from Richard forever. Vivian and her sisters did not answer because that was what they had planned. William, we just didn't want Dad to get hurt. We wanted Oscar to leave the house. After a moment's silence, Jessica explained with tears in her eyes. William sneered. Whatever you want. You asked Richard and I, the victims of the incident? Who gave you the right to make decisions for others without your permission? A bunch of self-righteous fools. William said bluntly. But we are family. No matter what you do, you can't. Diana was still not convinced, and she thought all this was caused by William. Go, my dear. William smiled and spoke slowly, word by word. I'm warning you. Don't try to get close to me anymore. The moment Grandma died, you were nothing. William, I'm sorry. At this time, Richard had also come in front of everyone with a knife in hand. Grace and Oscar saw Richard approaching. They looked terrified and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Feel comfortable now? William asked. Yeah, I feel better, thank you. A smile appeared on Richard's face. William chuckled. You're welcome. It's my pleasure. Richard nodded and said nothing more, but turned in the direction of Oscar and Grace. He shook the blood off the knife, expressionless, and began to approach the 2 men. Chapter 246, He Loves Us Very Much. Richard had just slaughtered Jiang Bowie. The bloody scene made Grace and Oscar collapse to the ground and tremble. Now seeing Richard holding a knife and approaching them, Grace and Oscar were frightened out of their wits, and their hair stood on end. Richard, what do you want to do? Grace hugged Oscar tightly. asked Richard with a horrified look in her eyes and a trembling voice. What should I do? Ha! Of course I should kill this bastard. As he said this, Richard pointed the knife at Oscar. Oscar was so scared that he pissed himself and hugged Grace tightly in panic. Richard, that's enough. Stop it. Grace begged with red and tearful eyes. Although she tried her best to stay calm, her trembling voice still made it clear how scared she was at the moment. Get out of here, Richard roared. I'll kill this bastard first, and then I'll settle the score with you. Richard ignored Grace's pleas with a grim look on his face. Ajahn, please don't do this. Oscar is my life. You can't do anything to him. Grace burst into tears and sobbed. Since he's your life, you two should die together. Richard sneered. His eyes immediately became extremely vicious, and he was about to swing his knife. Dad! While everyone was still in a daze, Diana shouted and rushed out first without caring about her own safety. She spread her hands horizontally in front of Grace and Oscar. Dad, please don't do this. Mom knows she was wrong. Please forgive her this time. Please let Oscar go. Diana burst into tears and begged. Richard swung out froze in midair at that moment. Get out of my way, Richard growled. No, I don't. Diana did not give in and stood firmly in front of Richard, preventing him from getting closer to Grace and her son. At this moment, the other three sisters, who were startled, came over quickly at the same time and stood beside Diana. They didn't expect that Richard not only chopped Jiang Bowie, but also didn't want to let Oscar go. Dad, Mom did make mistakes, but they don't deserve death. After all, she and you have been married for so many years. For the sake of our long-standing relationship, please forgive her this time. Shin Manching pleads for Grace. Dad, calm down and put the knife down, please. Nina burst into tears. Dad, you've already killed 2 people. Please don't make any more mistakes, okay? Looking at Jiang Bowie and his son lying in a pool of blood, not knowing whether they were dead or alive, Vivian tried to persuade them in a sad voice. 1 is killing, 2 is also killing. Since both of them shed blood, what's the point of worrying about whether it's right or wrong? William looked at the scene calmly and said leisurely, Shut up. William's words made Vivian furious. As the culprit who caused today's tragic situation, William not only did not try to persuade them, but also made sarcastic remarks here, which made Vivian and her sisters very angry. William, what do you want? He is your father, and he is still so young. Because of you today, his future is ruined. Not only Dad, but also this family and the group are ruined because of you. Even we are ruined by you. Don't you feel any guilt at all? Vivian cursed angrily. He is young. When I died in my last life, I was only 18. William sneered inwardly. William, we also know that you have suffered a lot of grievances, but we didn't know about it before. But even so, I, the 3rd sister, still want to speak up for you and protect you. But now you have disappointed my 3rd sister so much. You are so cruel. Shen Manching said disheartenedly. They're your parents after all. Oscar is your brother after all. How can you treat them so cruelly? You're simply heartless. After saying this, Jessica sighed heavily, and her eyes began to reveal a hint of disgust towards William. She used to try so hard to maintain William's relationship with his family. Even though William caused many accidents, she still had expectations and tolerance for him. But what he did today really chilled her heart. No matter how much resentment and grievance he felt, he should not retaliate against his family in this way. Jessica, thank you for your support. But I don't like to hear you say that. I'm clearly helping your father, but you actually say that I am heartless. You can ask Richard if he wants to remain in the dark or if he wants to know the truth. If I have lost all conscience, then you who want to deceive Richard all your life are wolves and dogs, worse than pigs and dogs. William said calmly with a smile. He didn't feel angry at all because of Jessica's words. He was so used to it that he couldn't be more used to it. Eldest sister, 3rd sister, why are you talking to her so much? He is just a beast. I don't know what sins we committed in our previous lives to become his siblings. Diana pointed at William and cursed angrily. It seemed that William's words had provoked Richard again. He brandished his knife and shouted at Diana and the others who were blocking his way. A bunch of traitors, get out of here. Everyone did not move and remain where they were. Vivian was anxious and shouted at William. William, why don't you stop, Dad? Seeing that William ignored them, Chen Manching said in a sad tone. William, she is your mother, and Oscar is your brother. Are you really so cruel that you want to watch them die? The knife is not in my hand, and I am not the one who wants to kill them. What does it have to do with me? William said with a heart of stone. But Dad will listen to you. As long as you ask him to stop, Dad will definitely stop. Jessica's tone softened, and she pleaded. William sneered. Ha! Don't talk nonsense. I never asked him to kill anyone, nor did I ask him to use a knife. I just told him the truth. Besides, what does your business have to do with me? Do I owe you anything? It seemed hopeless to ask William for help. Diana said to Richard, who was red-eyed with anger, in a firm tone, Dad, if you really don't want to let Oscar and Mom go, then why don't you kill us first? Vivian and the others nodded, agreeing with Diana's opinion. The reason why they dared to be so unscrupulous was because Diana and others concluded that Richard would never do anything to them. After all, they are Richard's daughters, and no matter how angry Richard is, he will not hurt them. Even though Vivian and the other two hid the matter of Grace and Oscar from Richard. As expected, Diana's words made Richard stop. Dad, Oscar has been your father for more than 10 years, so he doesn't know about this. He loves you, and he loves us. He is sincere to you and to us. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to be like this. He is also a victim, and he is also pitiful. Seeing Richard hesitate, Jessica took advantage of the situation and tried to awaken Richard's inner feelings for Oscar. Chapter 247. Kill me if you want. The pleadings of several sisters brought hope to Oscar. His strong desire to survive made him stand up bravely. Dad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I really didn't know it would be like this. When I found out that I was just an adopted son, I was sad for a long time. I was afraid that you wouldn't want me. But today I learned about my life experience, and it turned out to be so miserable. If I had known the truth beforehand, if I had had a choice, I would have confessed to you and left home long ago. I really don't want you to get hurt, and I don't want to see you sad. But I really can't help it. I don't want to become like this. Oscar burst into tears and expressed his helplessness. If you still can't vent your anger, then you can take my life as long as you are happy. As he said this, Oscar did not move forward to die, but instead his body kept moving backwards. Oscar's inner confession, Diana and her sisters couldn't help but burst into tears and were in great pain. Oscar, don't say such things. My sisters understand, and so does Dad. You are innocent, and Dad won't do anything to you. Diana looked at Oscar, feeling extremely distressed. Innocent? He is not innocent. William teased, as if he didn't want things to end like this. Grace was furious when she heard that William not only did not try to help dissuade Richard, but instead fanned the flames. Asshole, are you really going to kill me and your brother? William stopped talking and smiled, stretched out his hand, and made a gesture of invitation, meaning that he wanted them to continue. Grace ignored William and turned to Richard, speaking with tears in her eyes. Richard, in fact, from the beginning to the end, you have always been in my heart, and you have always been the one I love. I also know that I did something wrong, but I have no choice. I didn't intend to have sex with Jeong Bowie that day. If I hadn't been drunk and unconscious, I wouldn't have betrayed you. Grace was talking about was the incident where she got drunk and had sex with Jeong Bowie and gave birth to Oscar. Bitch, you still want to lie to me. Is this the only thing you have done to me? Richard pointed the knife at Grace and said angrily, I understand that you won't believe anything I say now. But now I just want to tell you that if I could start over again, I hope that I have never met Jeong Bowie in my life and instead leave all the beauty and beginnings to you. All the memories belong only to you. As she spoke, Grace stood up and protected Oscar behind her. Oscar is innocent. If you're still angry, vent on me. I am willing to use this worthless life to atone for my sins. But the children are innocent. I just hope you can let them go. After saying that, Grace slowly closed her eyes and said softly, Vivian, Manjing, the rest of you move aside and let your dad do it. Diana and the others possibly move aside and let Richard pass. Mom, please don't do this. Dad, please. Stop talking, all of you. Grace sighed, a hint of sadness in her voice. Ajun, I have no other request now. I just hope that after I die, I can be buried with you. This way, maybe I can still be your wife in the next life and continue to love you. I wrote this for fun, huh? With a clang, the long knife in Richard's hand fell to the ground, making a sound. It seemed that the fight with Jeong Bowie just now had exhausted all his strength. Richard sat on the ground powerlessly, feeling dispirited. The anger in his heart seemed to have dissipated at this moment. He didn't know whether he really wanted to let Grace and Oscar go, or whether he felt that with Diana and her sisters standing in his way, he would not be able to do anything to Grace or Oscar. Or maybe Grace's words softened his heart. In short, he put down his butcher knife. When everyone in the Chun family saw this scene, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Grace's heart was beating wildly at this moment. She was really afraid that Richard would listen to her and do something to her. Fortunately, she made the right bet. Roll! All of you get out of here! Richard lowered his head and roared with the last bit of his strength. Grace and Oscar felt relieved, and they supported each other and ran to the door in a panic. Diana noticed that the two were unsteady on their feet and hurried to support them. Nina wanted to go up to check on Richard, but was pushed away by Richard. William, you go too. I'll be alone here. Richard murmured softly. William glanced at Richard with disdain and muttered to himself. I knew you were unreliable. William sneered at the people who were about to leave. It's not over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? What else do you want to do? Diana yelled subconsciously. From what happened tonight, it can be seen that William was clearly well prepared. The sisters, as well as Grace and Oscar, couldn't help but feel nervous when they thought of this. They didn't understand what William wanted to do. Richard slowly raised his head and asked blankly, William, is this bitch hiding something else from me? William waved his hand and said, I have fulfilled my filial duty to you. You have nothing to do here. You can continue to feel hopeless. After saying that, he turned to Vivian and the others. I have fulfilled my filial duty as a son, but I have yet to repay you sisters for your kindness to me. Vivian and the others could tell that this was William's mockery. Vivian said bluntly, We have no favors towards you and do not need your repayment. We just hope that you will not provoke us again in the future. William sneered. What future do you have? You embezzled so much money from the company and used it for illegal activities. I have already collected evidence of your and Grace's crimes. You will end up in jail for the rest of your life. Do you understand? You are still thinking about the future. What did you drink fake wine and make yourself stupid? William's words made Vivian and Grace freeze in place at the same time. Before they could react, William continued. Guess how I know about this, and why did the Chun Group stock price plummet that day, causing you to be trapped? What do you mean? Vivian asked, looking puzzled. At this moment, Oscar, who was about to reach the gate with the help of Diana, suddenly changed his expression and looked panic-stricken. Brother, don't talk nonsense. Oscar understood what William wanted to say. After all, he was the one who leaked the matter between Vivian and Grace to William. I haven't even said it yet. How do you know what I want to say? William looked sarcastic. You must be trying to frame me again. Oscar was the first to complain, trying to block William's way. William ignored him and spoke to Vivian. The reason why the share price of Chun Group plummeted is because Oscar was behind it. And the reason why I know about your affairs is that Oscar told me. Bullshit. Why are you throwing all that dirty water on Oscar? William finished speaking. He was scolded by Diana. Brother, you really want to frame me again? Isn't it bad enough that I've been harmed by you? Why can't you let me go? Oscar hurriedly explained. You bastard, you're never going to stop, are you? It's not enough that you killed your dad. You also want to kill us, right? Grace was furious on the spot. She thought that the drop in stock price might be related to Oscar. She had suspected it at that time, but after Oscar's assurance, she believed that it was not his doing. But she would never believe that Oscar would tell William about Vivian and her embezzlement of company funds. William glanced at Vivian, who was standing there in a daze, chuckled, picked up a USB drive on the desk, and plugged it into the computer. Sister and I used the company's funds to buy the group's shares. Oscar's voice came from the computer. Chapter 248, Grace collapses. Oscar's voice came out. Everyone was stunned. Oscar's face changed drastically in an instant. Vivian and Grace were stunned and froze in place. This was just the beginning, and the conversation between William and Oscar that followed was what really made everyone drop their jaws. This was the day when the group's stock price plummeted and investors came knocking on my door, so I specifically looked for Oscar. You should remember this. William didn't just release the audio. This conversation between him and Oscar took place in William's room, so he has the complete video. William was not stingy and played the video directly through the projector. Dinah could still see the two people talking. In the video, no one knows what William whispered in Oscar's ear, but Oscar sold Vivian immediately without any hesitation. He also mentioned that Vivian and others wanted to unite investors and kick William out of the group. Even reported Vivian and Grace's embezzlement of public funds and insider trading. By the way, he also told her about Grace's secret business outside. These are nothing. The most heartbreaking thing is that when William wanted to find someone to take the blame for the group's stock price plummeting, Oscar, in order to protect himself, did not hesitate to push Vivian out as a scapegoat. Even when William said that since Vivian and Grace had bought the group's shares, there was no reason for them to deliberately short the group's shares, and that the logic was not sound and he could not convince investors, Oscar still gave William advice. He actually asked William to conceal the stock speculation activities of Vivian and William, and only announced to the public the fact that Vivian misappropriated funds. The two were unable to make up for the huge losses due to the stock crash, and they were also afraid that the matter would be exposed and William would be held accountable. So they wanted to ruin William's reputation and drive him out of the group completely. After watching the entire video, everyone was stunned and didn't say anything. If Oscar had only informed William about the misappropriation of funds by the two men, although it was an extremely asshole-like and incomprehensible behavior, it was still within the range that he could psychologically tolerate. But in order to protect himself, he asked William to directly announce the fact that Vivian had embezzled public funds. You know, if this matter were to be made public, Grace and Vivian would have no chance of survival and would definitely go to jail. He totally disregards the lives of Vivian and Grace. Not to mention Vivian, who has been his sister for more than 10 years and is very good to him. Grace was truly sincere to him. Maybe he doesn't know that he is Grace's biological son, but because Oscar knows that he is an adopted son, Grace treats him as her own son, better than her own son. In this situation, Oscar actually turned against Grace, without considering Grace's safety at all, and mercilessly pushed her into the fire pit. This is no longer a simple, ungrateful person, which can describe Oscar. Oscar was completely panicked at this moment. No, these are all fake. This bastard did it on purpose. This video is fake. He forged it. Oscar looked flustered and was shouting incoherently. Mom, big sister, don't believe him. He wants to alienate us. Grace stared at the man in front of her, as if he were a stranger, the son she loved the most, whom she wanted to protect at all costs and give her the best. The tears in her eyes did not stop at this moment, falling madly. Grace hoped so much that this video was fake, and how much she hoped that the person in the video was not Oscar, but reality cannot be deceived. She loved him so much and wanted to give him everything she had. But how could he treat her like this? She didn't know if it was an illusion, but at that moment, Grace felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if a sharp knife was inserted into her heart, stirring it constantly, and she was about to suffocate in the next moment. She didn't understand why Oscar treated her like this. She covered her chest and asked Oscar in pain, Oscar, why? Did Mom not do something good enough to make you angry? No, Mom, I can't help it. Oscar explained hurriedly. Before he could finish his words, Grace slapped him hard in the face with a slap. There is no way. There is no way. So you can do this. Mom did all this for you. Why don't you understand? Grace screamed, except for the last time in Oscar's room, when she suspected that the group's stock price drop was related to Oscar, and because the matter was of great importance, she couldn't help but slapped Oscar. In the past 10 years, she has never said a harsh word to Oscar, because she couldn't bear to see Oscar suffer any injustice. But at that time, although she was angry, she didn't use much force. This was the second time in her life that she took the initiative to hit Oscar, and she used almost all her strength. This was enough to show how angry she was at the moment. After the fight, she immediately regretted it, because at that moment, she saw a hint of hatred in Oscar's eyes. Grace panicked and reached out to touch Oscar's red and swollen cheek, but Oscar took 2 steps back and dodged her. Mom, you hit me again. Oscar stared at Grace with resentment in his eyes. Grace was stunned for a moment, then collapsed to the ground, completely collapsed, and began to cry loudly. It's just a slap. Why are you so upset, Grace? I remember you were not so sad when you hit me. William said slowly. You are different from Oscar. He has never suffered any hardship, let alone been wronged. Grace burst into tears. He wanted to put you in jail, but you regretted it so much because of this slap. We came from the same womb, so why are there such big differences? William chuckled. Oh, I almost forgot to play this audio for you guys. William suddenly reacted and said with a smile. The group's stock price plummeted for the first time. Guess who did it? Without waiting for anyone to respond, William played a sporadic audio clip containing only Oscar's voice. Don't release the video so early. Can you wait for my notification? Didn't I tell you not to release the video so quickly? Why are you in such a hurry to release it? I think Oscar is talking to someone on the phone, but I have no idea who he is talking to. But from this audio clip, you should also understand who caused the turmoil and why your stocks were stuck. William explained for everyone. William finished speaking. Vivian suddenly rushed in front of Oscar, caught him off guard, and kicked him in the stomach. You bastard! I tried my best to deceive my family and hide the fact that you were a bastard. I wanted to help you get through this difficult time, but this is how you treat me. Vivian yelled at Oscar. Chapter 249, A Pile of Shit. Grace was so angry because of Oscar's betrayal. Although Vivian had a deep relationship with Oscar, there was still a certain gap between her and Grace. In particular, Vivian learned that Oscar caused her to suffer huge losses in stocks, which triggered a series of subsequent events. That will be fine, but because of this beast, I will face jail time. Vivian thought that everything she had today was all thanks to Oscar. She was furious. And I thought back to the years when I doted on Oscar and indulged him in everything. Even if William comes back, her original feelings for Oscar remain the same. Knowing Oscar's bastard identity, he took great risks to help him conceal the truth and plan his future path. But in the end, Oscar repaid his kindness with hatred. How could she let this go? Vivian kicked Oscar down. She became angrier and angrier. She stomped on him several times, causing Oscar to scream in pain. Seeing this, Jessica hurried over and grabbed Vivian. Diana hugged Oscar and protected him in her arms. Nina subconsciously wanted to follow, but after hesitating for a moment, she finally chose to stay where she was. Sister, why do you keep kicking Oscar? Don't you know he's in poor health? Diana shouted at Vivian angrily. She was extremely dissatisfied with Vivian for kicking Oscar, but also felt extremely distressed. Although Oscar's behavior was wrong, there must be a reason. It must be William, the bastard, who threatened Oscar and forced him to say these words. Diana defends Oscar. Yes, sister, don't be impulsive. Maybe there is some misunderstanding here. Oscar might have some difficulties. Jessica looked at Oscar deeply, trying to calm Vivian down. Misunderstanding? Hardship? That's why he could do this to me. Vivian was extremely angry at the moment. Her mind became extremely clear. Vivian suddenly felt a little disgusted that Jessica and Diana were still defending Oscar. The facts were all in front of her, but the two sisters still didn't understand and made excuses for Oscar, which made her very angry. Are you blind or deaf? You are still making excuses for him. Vivian angrily cursed at Chen Manqing and the other person. The moment she cursed out this, her heart trembled violently, and she suddenly remembered what Oscar had done to William before. At that time, wasn't she just like Chen Manqing and the others now, disregarding William's situation and feelings, having no bottom line and blindly defending Oscar? At this moment, something deep in my heart seemed to be touched. Diana knew she was in the wrong and couldn't convince Vivian, so she turned her anger towards William. Asshole, what on earth did you threaten Oscar with? Diana asked angrily. Are you using Xiao Chui's matter to threaten Oscar? That must be the case. No wonder he said such a thing. Yes, I threatened him. What's wrong? Is there a problem? William admitted generously. A dilemma is a choice. Do you hope that he is born with the divine gold disease and harms you for no reason, so that you will be happy? You are the one who is the god of gold. Oscar is not that kind of person. Diana retorted immediately. William, no matter what, it's wrong for you to threaten Oscar. He is so young, his mind is definitely immature, and he can be easily misled. Besides, I know Oscar. He is not a bad person by nature, and he would not do this if he was not forced to do so. Jessica sighed. It seemed like she was talking to William, but actually she was talking to Vivian and Grace. Jessica, please remember everything you said now, and don't regret it later. William sneered. Jessica was slightly startled, then shook her head helplessly, looking disappointed. William, I'm especially grateful to you for risking your life to save me, but one thing is one thing, and what you did today was wrong, and extremely wrong. Dad has been harmed by you like this. What else do you want to be satisfied? Can you please stop it? When she said this, Chen Manqing's tone suddenly became heavier. What did I do? I have been helping you from the beginning to the end, telling you the truth, but now it seems like I am harming you. It's inexplicable. William frowned and made a huss sound, pretending to be aggrieved. There are some things we don't want to know, and we don't need you to tell us. Chen Manqing believes that some truths, since they will bring harm and pain, are better not to know. For example, they hid the matter of Grace and Oscar from Richard. William couldn't help laughing at Jessica's words. Really? William sneered. Then do you want to know who kidnapped you? Chen Manqing was slightly startled and immediately blurted out the question. Who is it? Don't you want to know? William sneered. Jessica was speechless and stunned for a moment. The one who kidnapped you and drowned you in the river was your kind-hearted brother, Oscar, whom you have always protected. William didn't beat around the bush and spoke straightforwardly. William said this. Everyone took a deep breath. Diana reacted with stress and yelled at William, "Shut up, bastard, and stop blaming Oscar for everything." Grace was gradually recovering from the heartbreak of Oscar's betrayal. Her face was filled with shock and panic, and she shouted at William in a panic. William, what nonsense are you talking about? Why don't you shut up? You devil, get out of here right now. I don't want to see you again. I don't have a son like you. You devil. Facing Grace's vicious curses, William remained calm. He just glanced at Grace calmly with a smile on his face. You must also remember Grace's expression at this moment. After saying that, William continued speaking to Chun Manching, who was in a daze. In fact, you also had this suspicion at that time, but you just didn't dare to believe it. Especially since deep down, you simply cannot accept that your younger brother, to whom you have devoted your wholehearted love for more than 10 years, would want to kill you. It is even more impossible that it is just for an appraisal report or to maintain his image in your hearts. Just do such a heinous thing. So even if you have some doubts, you subconsciously choose to ignore them. William expressed Chun Manching's thoughts. Although assaulting the babysitter is a big deal, it's not to the point where I'm going to drown you. But Oscar did it. It is possible that my existence has caused him a sense of crisis. He is afraid that the truth will be exposed, which will affect his position in your hearts. But he did think too much, because no matter what he did or what mistakes he made, he was always your most beloved son and closest brother. You will all forgive him, as long as he doesn't harm you. As he said this, William stretched. Another reason is that I think maybe the position you hold in his heart is just a piece of shit. He doesn't care whether you live or die. Chapter 250, Despicable Oscar. No, Oscar is not that kind of person. There was no way he could do this to me. I'm his sister. He wouldn't think of killing me for something like this. Chun Manching muttered with a dazed look. Maybe you can listen to it yourself. As he spoke, William took another USB drive and inserted it into the computer. Soon, the conversation between Oscar and Wang Yin was clearly heard by Chun Manching and everyone else. Others may not know Wang Yin, but Chun Manching is very familiar with this woman. Wang Yin is not only her former classmate, but also Zhao Mingqing's current girlfriend, or the person who helped them exchange the paternity test samples. Jessica was shocked. She didn't expect that Oscar, who is usually so well-behaved and sensible, would actually hook up with Wang Yin. Wang Yin has a boyfriend who is several years older than Oscar. And Oscar's health is so poor. How could he do such a thing? That's not all. When Oscar talked about William next, his vicious look completely overturned everyone's perception of Oscar. Oscar not only expressed strong dissatisfaction with William taking back the inheritance rights that originally belonged to William, but also felt deep resentment towards William for snatching EVA away. When talking about old ladies, they just call them old women without any respect. This man hugged the woman while cursing at her, looking like a despicable gangster. Is he still the humble, gentle, considerate, and good brother in their hearts? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, Chun Manching and the others would never have believed that the brother they had doted on for so many years was actually such a horrible person behind their backs. Diana opened her mouth wide instantly, as if she had seen a ghost, and stood there in a daze. Then Oscar and Wang Yin talked about paternity testing. Chun Manching and Grace were surprised to find that they were not the only ones who were thinking about replacing the identification samples behind the scenes. Oscar also asked Wang Yin to tamper with the samples. Now you know why I said he was not innocent. He already knew that he was Grace's biological child. I don't know when I found out. William pressed the pause button and explained. Even though he knew he was a bastard, Oscar still coveted the Chun family's property. Don't you think he is so bold and reckless that he doesn't know whether to live or die? Grace knew something about Oscar, but there was nothing she could do since Oscar was her son. She didn't expect Oscar to be hiding so many things from her. Oscar, hiding in Diana's arms, had a terrified look on his face and was trembling with fear. Ben was hugging Diana tightly, but at this moment his hands instinctively loosened slightly. William curled his lips and was about to continue playing when Oscar broke free from Diana like crazy and tried to rush to William to snatch the computer, but was kicked back by Lupin. Regarding the kidnapping incident, Chun Manching was initially skeptical and couldn't believe it. But after watching this video, she has already believed it about 70%. If it were an Oscar like this, he might really do this to her. But he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. But her pitiful hope was immediately shattered by what happened next. Through the conversation between Oscar and Wang Yin, it was confirmed that the kidnapping was committed by Oscar, and Oscar's attitude towards her cannot be said to be indifferent. But it was just as William said in Oscar's mouth. Chun Manching's life was just a piece of shit, dispensable. Chun Manching and her sisters watched Oscar grow up. They're all his sisters, his biological sisters. Especially when Oscar knew the truth. He could still be so cruel. Chun Manching really couldn't understand it. Chun Manching, why are you silent? Didn't you say your brother Oscar had his own difficulties? Seeing Chun Manching's brain failing, William couldn't help but mock her. He does have his own difficulties, and you know that. So why don't you quickly forgive him? Then use your clever pig brain to find a self-consistent reason for him, so as to convince everyone to continue to understand your dear brother. Chen Manqing did not respond because she was so shocked that she couldn't open her mouth. She couldn't understand it. She really couldn't understand it. She had been so nice to Oscar, but he actually wanted to kill her. Vivian was so angry that she was shaking, her fists clenched tightly, and she kept cursing at Oscar. You beast! You beast! No, no, Oscar wouldn't do such a thing. He's not that kind of person. Even in the face of irrefutable evidence, Diana still didn't believe that Oscar, the brother she treated wholeheartedly, could be such a sinister and vicious person. After a pause, Diana seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, "It was that woman. It must have been that bitch who bewitched her. Oscar was induced by that bitch to become like this." Diana was referring to was Wang Yan. Yes, it was all Wang Yan's fault. She asked Oscar to do it. She was jealous of Man Qing, so she wanted to kill Man Qing. Oscar was used. Grace explained hurriedly. Everyone in the Chun family knew that Zhao Mingsheng had always liked Chun Manqing, and they also had a certain understanding of Wang Yan and the emotional entanglement between the three. Grace and Diana's self-deceiving and far-fetched reasons accept themselves? Oscar is not a bad person by nature. Manqing, you know Oscar well, he won't treat you like this. Grace knelt down and pleaded with William and Jessica. William, please don't hand over the video. Please let Oscar go this time. Everyone makes mistakes. Oscar was young and immature. He didn't do it on purpose. Can you give him a chance to repent? Please? I beg you. Grace cried miserably, but William looked at her coldly. He is your brother after all. He's not a bad person by nature. He definitely doesn't want this to happen. Mom knows him. Seeing that William was indifferent, Grace continued to plead. William, I know you, and you've always been a kind child. I believe you would not be so heartless, right? Bitch, you are still protecting this bastard. Without waiting for William to answer, Richard, who had just finished enjoying himself and was sitting on the ground, entered the sage mode. When he heard that the culprit who kidnapped Chun Manqing from Shinhe was actually Oscar, the anger in his heart was ignited again. He yelled at Grace. William smiled calmly and said to Grace, You do understand his intentions, and you understand them very clearly. You even know clearly that he kidnapped and tried to kill Jessica. William said this. Chun Manqing, who was still in shock and unable to accept the bad news, suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Grace in disbelief. Other members of the Chun family also had the same expression. Chapter 251, Heartbroken Virgin Mary. William, what do you mean? Jessica turned her head stiffly and asked in a daze. At the same time, the other people cast puzzled looks at William, waiting for his answer. Grace, who was still thinking about pleading for Oscar, could no longer kneel. She staggered to her feet and rushed to William in a hurry. William, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I treated you badly in the past, but I really love you. You're my son after all. I've thought a lot about you. Let's make peace. Will you forgive me? Grace knelt on the ground, crying and sobbing to William. After a few times, Grace realized that what William said could not be groundless. He must know something. So Grace didn't deny it right away like she did just now. Instead, he hastily admitted his mistakes and tried to play the emotional card. William curled his lips with a look of contempt and ignored Grace. Do you know why the bald man who kidnapped you suddenly disappeared without a trace and evaded capture after the incident was exposed? William raised his eyebrows and smiled at Grace. Because it was your biological mother who was behind this. To protect her precious son, Howard. The air in the hall was stagnant, and it was so oppressive that it made people feel breathless. As if afraid that the blow suffered by Chun Manqing was not severe enough. William was considerate enough to rub salt into the wound and specially released a recording in which Oscar seemed to be talking on the phone with someone, with only Oscar's voice. In the recording, Oscar's words confirmed everything William said. Grace learned the truth about Oscar's murder of Chun Manqing. She not only concealed it from everyone and covered up for Oscar, but she also didn't punish him at all. What's even more hateful is that she acts as usual, as if nothing happened, and still dotes on Oscar. Not only that, since Grace knew that Oscar kidnapped Chun Manqing, she must have guessed the reason. At that time, she also knew that the matter of the nanny had nothing to do with William. Oscar, she was still determined to throw the dirty water of the assault on William, causing William to suffer a lot of abuse and insult from the Chin family. Grace is so biased and vicious. Nina was already sobbing and muttering to herself. William, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making you suffer. Jessica's eyes were red, her fists were clenched, and her whole body was shaking violently. She wanted to ask Grace why she treated her like this. But maybe it was because the truth was too cruel or the blow to her was too heavy. She couldn't even make a sound at this moment. Jessica tried to open her mouth several times, and after several attempts, she finally made a sound with difficulty. Asked Grace in a hoarse voice. Why? What? Grace didn't answer. She couldn't answer either. And at this moment, her mind was in a mess. Grace also knew from this audio clip that the reason she knew about the kidnapping was because Oscar leaked it to her on purpose and used her to clean up the mess for him. Oscar treated Vivian and Chun Manching like this, which would have been fine, but he even took advantage of his own mother and dragged Grace into it without hesitation. Am I also worthless in his heart? Grace stared at Oscar blankly, looking extremely sad. The content of this recording not only completely shattered Chun Manching's indestructible heart, but also dealt a heavy blow to Grace. Why? Answer me. Seeing that Grace did not answer, Chun Manching was completely furious at this moment. She yelled at Grace and Oscar angrily. But how could the two of them answer her? Have I been bad to you? Am I not sincere enough to you? But I am your biological daughter, your biological sister. How can you treat me like this? Chun Manching is showing signs of approaching collapse. Grace couldn't answer Chun Manching's question, but William was very considerate and gave her the answer. Didn't I just say that you're a piece of shit in Oscar's heart? And compared to Oscar, you're also a piece of shit in your own mother's heart. At this moment, Jessica completely collapsed. Her body went limp, and she fell to the ground. At the same time, the scene in her mind emerged where William risked his own life to rescue her from the river and out of despair. She could no longer control her tears, and they fell madly. The brother she loved most wanted her to die, but the brother she hated the most tried his best to save her. At this moment, Chun Manching woke up, and she finally understood who was the one who truly treated her well. And what did she do for him? When Chun Manching collapsed, Vivian was extremely furious. Mom, you're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. This beast did such a thing, and you actually covered it up for him. If he wants to kill us, will you hand him the knife? Are we really not as good as him in your heart? Vivian was even more furious at this point. If Grace had not concealed the truth at the time, Oscar's affairs would have been exposed, allowing them to recognize Oscar's true face earlier, and so many things would not have happened now. They won't be deceived by Oscar, and Vivian herself won't face jail time. He almost killed Manching and wanted to put me in jail. I must kill this bastard. I must kill this bastard. Vivian became angrier and trembling the more she thought about it. Richard couldn't bear it any longer, rushed over and kicked Grace to the ground. Bitch, you bitch, it's not enough that you harm my son. You even want to harm my daughter. Grace did not struggle at all because of Richard's violence and did not even cry out. Because everything is over. She's finished. Oscar's finished too. William and the Chun family will not let them go. Richard kicked Grace down. He quickly walked to Oscar and was about to kick him, but was stopped by Diana. Diana protected Oscar behind her and begged Richard with tears in her eyes. Dad, I beg you. Oscar is not in good health. Please don't hit him anymore. Get out of here. He wants to kill your third sister, but you're still protecting him. Are you crazy? Or has he put a curse on you? Richard slapped Diana directly. Diana didn't feel any pain because the injury Oscar caused her was much more severe than the slap from Richard. She didn't understand why Oscar did this, but she still firmly believed in her heart that Oscar was bewitched by Wang Yan. It's just that no one present believed him. But whether or not to believe, it is not the most important thing. The most important thing now is that William cannot hand over the video and audio to anyone. Otherwise, Oscar's life will be completely over. Thinking of this, Diana pushed Richard away in panic and knelt in front of William to beg for mercy. William, this is all Fourth Sister's fault. Fourth Sister treated you badly in the past, scolded you, and said a lot of things she shouldn't have said. Fourth Sister is worse than pigs and dogs. Can you please let Oscar go this time? Diana burst into tears and begged while hugging William's thighs. As long as you are willing to let Oscar go this time, I will do whatever you ask me to do in the future. As she spoke, Diana seemed to have thought of something and quickly glanced at Lu Peng and said, I'm willing to marry Lu Peng, and I will marry him right away, as long as you can let Oscar and Mom go. William raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled playfully. Don't be impatient. If you are still as determined as you are now, I will satisfy you. Chapter 252 Diana's plea. No need to wait. I'm willing to do it now. Diana was very excited to hear William's agreement. Are you happy? William asked with interest. Diana nodded. Look over there. The two of them look happier than you. William patted Diana and pointed his finger behind her at Grace and Oscar. Oscar and Grace, who were already in despair, were surprised and excited to see that Diana's plea actually worked. They didn't expect that William would agree to Diana's request so easily and let them go. Grace and Oscar have nothing to ask for now. As long as they can avoid going to jail, they're willing to give up everything. Diana turned her head blankly, and Grace and Oscar's expressions of joy happened to fall into her eyes. The moment their eyes met, the three of them were stunned at the same time. Grace and Oscar, whose smiles instinctively appeared on their faces, froze instantly. Diana, don't do this. You don't have to worry about Mom and Oscar. You don't have to sacrifice your own happiness for us. Mom can't bear to see you do this. Grace reacted quickly and stopped smiling in an instant. Oscar's ability to change his face is equally as good. Fourth sister, you really don't have to do this for me. Although I didn't mean to do it, I did do something wrong. This is the punishment I deserve, and I am willing to accept it. It's just that I may not be able to be with you anymore, so you have to take good care of yourself. Oscar said with deep emotion. Now, almost everyone present hated him except Diana. Oscar can rely on now is Diana. He had no hope at first, but to his surprise, William actually agreed to let Diana let him go. Although he didn't know what William was up to, he had to get out of this door today and think of a solution later. He believed that the man would definitely help him. What he feared most now was that Richard would get angry and stab him. Oscar's words made Diana sad and moved, and she subconsciously ignored the excitement of the two people. Oscar, don't say such things. I can't bear to leave you. Diana felt sad when she thought about Oscar going to jail this time. Diana, shut up. He hurt me and Jessica like this, and you still want to protect him, right? Do you really think of us as your sisters? Vivian couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily. Sister, Oscar knows he is wrong. Just give him a chance. Diana pleaded. Vivian snorted coldly. Impossible. A bad guy like him must be punished. William, we must not let him go. Vivian spoke in a firm tone and looked at William in a flattering manner. William could see what Vivian was thinking. What about you? Do I need to let you go? Or do you hope I can give you a chance as well? William asked suddenly. Vivian was stunned for a moment, then spoke immediately. William, I didn't mean to target you before. I was also deceived by them. If I knew he was such a beast, I would never help them. Vivian said this, looking angrily at Grace and Oscar. I really know I was wrong. Can you give me a chance? I promise I will change for the better in the future. Vivian was sincere and made solemn promises. William did not give her an answer, but gave the choice to Diana as well. As long as your sister agrees to let you go later, I have no objection. William raised his eyebrows and pointed at Diana. Vivian was surprised, and everyone else was equally confused as to why William suddenly became so nice to Diana. But soon, William gave the answer and resolved their doubts. Diana, do you remember that time in Grandma's room when I wanted you to marry into the Liu family? William said slowly. Oscar's room early that morning asked for his opinion and gave him two options. One is that you marry into the Liu family, and the other is that he goes to jail. What I told you at that time was that when I asked the question, Oscar chose to sacrifice himself without hesitation to protect your happiness. Do you remember? Yes, I remember. Diana nodded frantically. Of course, she remembered this incident. When she heard the answer, she was deeply moved. Even now, when William mentioned this, she still couldn't help but shed tears. At that time, she secretly made up her mind again that she would protect Oscar for the rest of her life. Seeing Diana so moved that she cried, William couldn't help but laughed out loud. The laughter stopped. William lowered his head, glanced contemptuously at Diana, who was kneeling in front of him, and said slowly, Actually, I lied to you, idiot. Diana's body trembled slightly, and she looked up at William blankly, tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, and she looked very pitiful. Lie to me, what? Diana asked confusedly. He certainly didn't hesitate at the time, but the answer he gave was not what I told you. William said with a pout. That morning, when I asked him to make a choice before I even whipped him, he begged me to let him go and let you marry Liu Peng without hesitation. Diana was stunned. William continued, I am not exaggerating. He really didn't hesitate at all. As soon as I finished speaking, he made his choice immediately. William said with emotion, shaking his head and sighing. I was really shocked at the time. I thought that since you loved him so deeply, he would definitely treat you well. But I didn't expect. William finished speaking, Diana immediately jumped up from the ground, staggered back 2 steps, and yelled at William in an extremely excited tone. Asshole, keep talking nonsense. Oscar is not that kind of person. He won't treat me like that. Don't slander me. As soon as she finished scolding William, Diana calmed down immediately and her tone became gentle. William, I'm sorry. I said the wrong thing again. I didn't mean to scold you. Diana apologized immediately. Now the life and death of Oscar and Grace were in William's hands, and she couldn't make William angry again. William is a broad-minded person. Why would he hold a grudge against Diana over such a small matter? Not only does he not hold a grudge, he also repays evil with kindness. He picked up another USB drive, waved it in front of Diana, and said, "Listen for yourself." William and Oscar on the computer ended. Diana was completely stunned. Her eyes instantly lost their light and color. Chapter 253 for your sister. Oscar could backstab Vivian and Grace, and was so inhumane as to murder Chun Manching. Diana, this little matter naturally did not cause any ripples in everyone's hearts. But to Diana, it was like a sharp knife suddenly piercing her chest, causing her excruciating pain. Diana stood there in a daze, her eyes vacant, muttering to herself. Impossible, impossible. Oscar would not say that. I must have heard it wrong. I must have heard it wrong. But soon, Oscar's words, "I choose my fourth sister to marry Lu Peng," came into his ears again. Then it is repeatedly transmitted into the ears. Because William was worried that Diana's ears were not working well, he turned on repeat playback. After playing it over and over again, Diana finally couldn't stand it anymore and started screaming while covering her ears. "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it." William ignored her and sat aside, watching Diana as struggle leisurely. "Asshole, turn it off. Turn it off." Diana roared at William. "It's only the beginning, and you can't handle it so quickly. Your mental endurance is not good enough." William sighed helplessly and turned off the sound. After the sound stopped, Diana slowly calmed down. She stared at William with a sad tone. "William, why did you threaten Oscar? Why did you do this to us? We are a family. We are relatives. Are you happy to see us become like this?" Diana instinctively blocked out all of Oscar's crimes and still put the blame on William. If William hadn't targeted Oscar at home and put pressure on him, if William hadn't threatened and forced Oscar, Oscar wouldn't have said such words. Or maybe her subconscious mind simply could not accept Oscar's betrayal, so she chose to deceive herself, justify Oscar's behavior, and convince herself. William understood Diana's state of mind at the moment, so he had to hand out the knife one by one and cut her one by one. That was torture. That was heartbreaking. "So you still want me to let Oscar and Grace go, right?" William asked the distraught Diana. Diana nodded hastily and frantically. "Yeah. Very good. I am very satisfied with your answer." William nodded. "But do you remember that I once told you that Grace chose you for a reason?" William changed the subject and suddenly brought Grace out. Soon, the conversation between Grace and Oscar in the room was heard. The conversation between the two shocked everyone again, and Oscar's vicious face appeared in front of everyone again. Especially when Oscar said such vicious words as, "If I can't have it, he can't have it either," and said that he wanted to break up William's engagement. Everyone was so angry that they were shaking all over. Even so, Grace did not blame anyone, but instead expressed her support tacitly. Grace chose Diana and sacrificed Oscar in the old lady's room was also explained in this audio. It turns out that Grace deliberately took advantage of Diana's feelings for Oscar to set a trap for Diana, to retreat in order to advance, to plot against Diana, and to force Diana in another way. Grace as if they had seen a ghost. In the case of Chun Manching's kidnapping, they could attribute Grace's behavior to covering up for Oscar. But in the matter of Diana, Grace was insidious and vicious, and took the initiative to plot for Oscar. Is this what a mother should do to her own daughter? In addition to this incident, Vivian also realized that Grace had known that Oscar might take action against William. In this situation, Grace did not tell me the truth and even encouraged me to embezzle public funds. Isn't it obvious that she does not take my life seriously? Thinking of this, Vivian felt a surge of anger. She couldn't hold it in any longer and slapped Grace. "Bitch, I used my position to help you run your company and helped you hide the truth between you and this bastard. And this is how you repay me. Do you think I am your daughter?" Vivian yelled. Grace did, let alone her own daughter who had been helping and supporting her silently behind the scenes. Grace lowered her head and said nothing, unable to refute. "Vivian, don't be so agitated. It's hard to be betrayed by the people closest to you, but you have no right to be angry. William glanced at Vivian with disdain, then looked at Diana. Diana, what do you think? Do you still want me to let your mother and your brother go? William asked again. Diana did not answer. At this moment, her eyes were empty, as if her soul had been taken away. William sneered. Idiot! It hasn't even reached the climax yet, and you're already wavering? Your heart that protects them and is steadfast in your love for them will not be broken at this moment. That's really disappointing. William looked a little lost. But immediately, Diana gave the answer. Mom wouldn't do this to me. She must be afraid that Oscar would be sad, so she said this on purpose to comfort Oscar. Diana automatically blocked out Oscar's vicious words to William. She only listened to the content related to herself. Diana's answer satisfied William. William smiled again and clapped. Very good. Then do you know why you appeared in Lu Peng's bed that night? And why did your elder sister, your mother, and your brother Oscar stop me from calling the police and instead wanted you to marry into the Lu family? William said this. Diana's whole body was shocked. Her eyes widened, and she looked at William in disbelief. William picked up the 2 USB flash drives nonchalantly, chuckled, and asked, There are 2 more recordings here. One is the conversation between your eldest sister and your mother, an old lady Lu. The other one is from your brother Oscar and Lu Peng. Which one do you want to listen to first? Diana didn't respond, but Vivian was horrified and screamed at William in fear. William, please don't let me go. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Please forgive me this time. Please give me one chance. Vivian's tone was extremely excited, and as she spoke, her voice began to sound a little tearful. After hearing what William said, how could she not guess the content of the recording in William's hand? But Vivian never expected that even this would be recorded. At this moment, she also realized why old lady Lu suddenly went back on her word. It turned out that it was a trap, but she couldn't understand it. It was obviously Oscar who was responsible for William checking into a hotel room. So how could William plot against her? She really couldn't figure it out for a moment. In response to Vivian's plea, William just looked at her indifferently and said disdainfully, Give it to your sister. Your mistake is your business. What does it have to do with me? Do you think I have to forgive you just because you know you are wrong? What are you daydreaming about? Don't try to please me here. It's too late. You're going to go in this time. William, please don't. I don't want to go to jail. Please give me a chance to correct my mistakes, okay? Vivian panicked. She had been fantasizing that by taking sides at this moment and pleasing William, William would show leniency and forgive her, thus avoiding imprisonment. But I didn't expect William to be so heartless. Vivian did not give up. She quickly walked to William and begged, William, But she had just said half of her words when she suddenly felt something cold against her forehead, causing her to stop instantly. She slowly raised her head and suddenly saw a pitch-black gun muzzle pointing at her forehead. At the same time, she also saw a hint of coldness in William's eyes that was extremely inconsistent with his gentle face. Chapter 254, The Vulnerable Bottom Line. William's sudden pulling out of a gun caught everyone by surprise and also caused the atmosphere in the hall to suddenly become stagnant. However, with Richard's knife fight just now, it was not a difficult thing to accept for the Chun family members who had just seen blood. But the fear was still strong, especially for Grace and Oscar, and Vivian, who was pointed at by a gun. They were afraid that William's gun would be pointed at them at any time. William, what are you doing? Put the gun down immediately. Richard was shocked when he saw this scene. He felt extremely sorry for his own son, and everything he did today was destined to end his life. And from now on, he will never be able to do anything for William again. So here today, he must not let anything unexpected happen to William, including crime. Nina and Jessica shouted almost at the same time. William, please don't do anything stupid. William, no matter how angry you are, don't joke with your future, third sister begs you. Nina and Jessica were both crying and looked terrified. Vivian was so frightened that she dared not move at all. She begged for mercy in a trembling voice. William, I know I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Don't shoot, don't shoot. William ignored her, just smiled contemptuously, and pulled the trigger in Vivian's horrified eyes. William, don't. At this moment, everyone's breathing stopped. There was only a click sound, but there was no gunshot as expected, and Vivian was not shot as expected. Everyone's breathing resumed at this moment. Vivian was no longer able to hold on. Her body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground. William was stunned for a moment, retracted the gun, turned it left and right, checked it carefully, and finally cast a puzzled look at Lu Peng. Is this a real gun? Lu Peng nodded, Of course, I got it with great difficulty. Then why doesn't it make any noise? There are no bullets in it. Lu Peng sighed and handed a box of bullets to William. The Chen family was still in shock from what had just happened. When they saw Lu Peng taking out the bullets, they immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Vivian was so frightened that she crawled behind Richard. It's not that she is timid. From the shot, just now, it could be seen that William really dares to shoot. William took the bullet and put it casually on the table, then walked up to Diana and hit her head hard with the butt of the gun. Well, have you decided which one to listen to first? Diana shook her head numbly. No, I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Can you please not let it go? Diana begged. Are you afraid to accept reality? William sneered and played the recording of Grace and Vivian first, despite Diana's refusal. Grace and Vivian, Diana also heard a familiar voice in the recording. It was the old lady from the Liu family speaking. As the recording played, on the night when the old lady got into trouble, William exposed Grace and Vivian for embezzling public funds. Vivian and the other woman swore that the funds were withdrawn by the Liu family and asked William to call to confirm. In the end, he learned that the old lady Liu denied it, and the truth was finally revealed. Thinking about the previous series of events, everyone understood that Vivian and Grace used leverage to buy the group stocks. After the stock price plummeted, they had no way to go and turned to Mrs. Liu for help. In order to get the help of old lady Liu, the two made a promise to the Liu family in exchange for Diana. As long as old lady Liu was willing to help them, the two would guarantee to persuade Diana to marry into the Liu family. After the recording was finished, everyone finally realized how vicious Grace was. Speaking of Jiang Bowen, in the matter of Oscar, she did have a sense of helplessness. According to her own words, having a relationship with Jiang Bowie was purely accidental, and abandoning William was not what she wanted. Even in the case of Chun Manqing's kidnapping, she was only doing it to protect Oscar, and she had no choice. So this time, he resolutely sold Diana, which was completely for the sake of protecting himself. It was a selfish and unforgivable act. It can also fully prove that everything she said before was a lie, and everything she did was a true reflection of her inner heart. What shocked everyone even more was Vivian. Vivian is the eldest sister of the Chun family. When their parents are not around, she is the backbone of Diana and the others. The Chun sisters trusted and respected her without reason. The sisters had a very good relationship in the past, but in order to protect herself, she sold Diana without hesitation. Several sisters looked at Vivian, who was hiding behind Richard in panic, with endless disappointment and sadness on her face. The deepest pain in the world is undoubtedly being betrayed by the people closest to you. At this time, Diana suffered double damage at the same time. Why? Why? Diana moved between Grace and Vivian with a look of despair. Why? Why? She kept asking questions that Yang Qian and Vivian could never answer. Because if they don't sell you, they will go to jail. You still want to ask such a simple question. Are you still fantasizing about getting other answers from them? William sneered and answered for Vivian and the other person. I have to admit that everyone has a bottom line. Just like when I meet someone who is not greedy for money, I give him 10 million and he can stick to it and not be tempted. What if I give him another 100 million? If 100 million is not enough, what about 1 billion? If 1 billion is still not enough, I will continue to add more. I believe that one day I will find his bottom line. I thought that, given the deep affection between your family, this line of conscience should not be so fragile, although not indestructible. But I didn't expect that I would find out your bottom line and penetrate it with one strike. I am a little disappointed. William shook his head and made a helpless expression. Vivian, who was hiding behind Richard and trembling, was grabbed by Richard and thrown out. How could you do such a thing to your sister, you bastard? Your conscience has been eaten by a dog. Richard was filled with rage. At the same time, the sadness in his heart surged uncontrollably. Vivian was extremely flustered. She was still hoping that her repentance would impress William and earn his forgiveness and allow him to let her go this time. But after Diana's affair was exposed, she suddenly felt that her future might be bleak. Thinking of this, Vivian became sad and murmured softly, "Dad, William, I didn't mean it." As she spoke, Vivian seemed to have thought of something and then looked at Grace. At this moment, her anger suddenly emerged, and she pointed at Grace and shouted excitedly, "It was Mom. It was Mom who instigated me to embezzle public funds. It was she who forced me to ask the Liu family for help. It was this bitch who induced me to embezzle company funds, which I actually didn't want to do." Chapter 255, The Tacit Understanding of the Three. Grace, who was despairing and dazed, heard Vivian's accusations and put all the responsibility on her. Her eyes widened and her face was filled with shock. Vivian, how can you say that to me? I'm your mother. Grace's voice was mournful and sad. You are my mother? If you really regard me as your daughter, you shouldn't push me into the fire pit. Vivian angrily questioned Grace. Mom's original intention was also for your own good. I never thought of harming you. Grace looked aggrieved and sobbed. Bullshit. You're doing this for my own good? I think you're doing this for yourself, for this lowly bastard. Vivian believed Grace's lies now. William ignored the quarrel between the two and tapped Diana's head again and asked, What do you mean? Should I let your elder sister and your mother go? As long as you tell me you are willing, I will let them go immediately and forgive them for what they did. William said this. Grace and Vivian stopped arguing and looked at Diana with burning and expectant eyes. But Diana responded to their looks with indifference. No, I hope they go to jail for life. Diana looked at the two of them and said through gritted teeth. Thinking of Grace and Vivian, they knew exactly what kind of person Lu Peng was and how much they hated him, and they had a deep grudge against the Lu family. If I really were to marry her, I wouldn't know what kind of torture I would have to endure. This would be no different from ruining my life. But the two of them were so cruel that they tried every means to sell her to the Lu family for their own selfish desires. Who are they? They are my beloved mother and sister. She can choose to sacrifice voluntarily, but she cannot be betrayed. Very good, as you wish. William smiled faintly. Then he added sarcastically, It seems that you can't stand the test. Diana's decision made Vivian panic again, and she hurriedly begged Diana. Diana, big sister really didn't mean it. It's all Mom's fault. She forced me to do it. Can you please let big sister go this time? If you're angry, let Grace go to jail. This is what she deserves. She has done so many evil things, she deserves it. Grace, who originally felt a little guilty towards Vivian, finally couldn't help it when she heard Vivian's vicious attitude towards her. Although it was Vivian's request to embezzle funds, Vivian agreed to her request because it was profitable and foolproof. But now she is putting all the blame on herself, even going so far as to discredit herself in order to protect herself. After all, she is Vivian's biological mother. How could Vivian treat her like this? Grace was truly disappointed with Vivian at this moment and was extremely angry. Vivian, shut up, Grace said excitedly. If you didn't see the profit, if you weren't worried that William would kick you out sooner or later, would you help me? Don't you think it's ridiculous that you are disassociating yourself from the matter now? William looked at the two people fighting each other, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he sneered. See, their bottom line has been broken again. Then, William continued speaking to Diana. There is one last recording now. This recording will determine your final choice and also determine Oscar's future. After saying that, when William was about to play the recording, Diana grabbed his arm tightly. William, please don't let go. I beg you. Can you please not let go? Diana's eyes were filled with tears, and she shook her head frantically, her eyes full of pleading. William patted him gently, holding his arm tightly, Diana's hand, and said with a smile, Don't make trouble. Oscar's life and death is in your hands now. Do you want to give up this opportunity? William tore off Diana's hand and played the last recording. Now, the truth about Diana losing her virginity to Lu Peng finally came to light. Everyone thought it was just an accident, but eventually they discovered that it was a deal between Oscar and Lu Peng. This shocked everyone once again, and I have a clearer understanding of Oscar's black heart. And this is not simple. For example, Vivian Grace and Old Lady Lu had a direct transaction, while Oscar and Lu Peng conspired secretly and used vicious means to plot against Diana. To say that Oscar and Lu Peng planned it together. Strictly speaking, the entire incident was unilaterally planned by Oscar, and all actions were driven by Oscar. Lu Peng was opposing from the beginning to the end, but he could not resist Oscar's determination. Although he finally agreed reluctantly, he was just a tool and at most an accomplice. All operations are carried out by Oscar. The recording detailed Oscar's entire plan, how he found an excuse to trick Diana into going to the bar, drugged her and got her drunk, then took her to Lu Peng's villa, and then took Diana to Lu Peng's room while she was asleep. When the incident happened the next day, he was responsible for comforting Diana and then persuading Diana to marry Lu Peng. Richard and several sisters stayed, and Grace also stayed. Although everything he did to Chen Manqing was enough to make them feel unbelievable, Diana was so good to him that it could be said that among all the people present, except Grace, Diana was the one who was closest to him and treated him the best. But he, in the face of interests and crises, could not hesitate to send his own sister, who was truly devoted to him, to the bed of a stranger. And he used such despicable and shameful means. Little bastard. After listening to the recording, Richard came back to his senses from his astonishment. He was so angry that he picked up a chair beside him and smashed it at Oscar. Oscar let out a scream, waking up Grace, who was in a daze. Grace instinctively wanted to rush over to protect Oscar, but just as she started to move, she suddenly stopped. At this moment, she suddenly felt that her son, the most important person in her life, was terribly bad, even to the point of being outrageous. At this moment, a terrible idea subconsciously emerged in her mind. If there really comes a day when Oscar is forced to do so, for his own benefit, he might also be able to harm Grace herself. This possibility is not impossible. Diana was willing to give up her own happiness for him, and he could be so unscrupulous as to plot against her. What else can he not do? This sudden thought made Grace's heart tighten suddenly. She felt like she was going to stop breathing and felt extremely uncomfortable. Here, my mother and sister are discussing a deal with old lady Lou about their daughter. On the other hand, Oscar's younger brother took great pains to plot to make his sister lose her virginity. You three really are in sync with each other. Even without knowing anything, they were able to cooperate so well, which is really amazing. William watched this scene coldly, clapped calmly, and said sarcastically, "Diana, these three people will not stop until they completely block your path and kill you." Chapter 256, Give Me Back Your Life. Just now it was just double betrayal, and now, with Oscar added to the mix, Diana was triple killed in a short period of time. And this time, Oscar's pain was even more painful than that of Vivian and Grace. Diana's heart could no longer bear it at this moment. She was in a trance and remained silent for a long time, before finally moving. I don't know if it was because the blow was too great, but when she looked over at that moment, her emotions were surprisingly stable. Diana lowered her head and walked slowly towards Oscar, but her feet were as heavy as lead, and every step she took seemed extremely difficult, which made everyone understand how heavy her mood was at the moment. Diana came up to Oscar and asked in a low voice, "Why?" The voice was very soft. Diana was trying her best to restrain herself, but the choking sound in it was still clearly heard by everyone. Fourth sister, I had no choice at that time." Oscar didn't dare to look Diana in the eye. He lowered his head and explained in panic, There's no way you can do this to me." Diana questioned, her tone calm, but her breathing gradually became heavier. Fourth sister, I didn't mean it. Please forgive me this time." Lu Peng suddenly stood aside, shouting in a sarcastic voice, imitating Oscar's tone. Diana had no time to pay attention to Lu Peng. She still has a little obsession now, which is to get an answer from Oscar, even if it is an answer that makes her heart break. Fourth sister, I really didn't mean to do this. I promise I won't do it again." Now William has given Lou Diana power, which means that his life and death is in Diana's hands. In order to avoid going to jail, Oscar has to appease Diana no matter what. Fourth sister, the reason why I borrowed money to invest in stocks was actually all for you, for the future, so that you can live a better life and never be bullied again. Everything I do is for you. Who knew that something unexpected would happen later, and I had no choice but to do this. Oscar hesitated and explained why he sold Diana. Diana was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a surge of anger rose up. A loud slap hit Oscar on the face. "You're still lying to me." No matter how stupid or naive Diana was, it was impossible for her to believe Oscar's nonsense at this moment. Betraying her would be fine, but even at this point, he could still lie with his eyes open and make up such a high-sounding lie. Beating Oscar, Diana's palm froze in the air for a moment. Then she squatted on the ground and began to cry with her head in her hands. The emotions that she had just tried so hard to suppress finally burst out at this moment. Her cry was so sad and touching. Lu Peng saw it and felt extremely happy. "Diana, my little cutie, why are you crying so sadly? It really breaks my heart to see your brother Peng," he said in sarcasm after laughing for a while. "Forget it. Seeing that you are so sad, I will tell you something to cheer you up. Actually, even though you slept with me that night, I didn't do anything to you, and you didn't lose your virginity," Lu Peng said with a smile. Sure enough, the moment Lu Peng said this, Diana stopped crying immediately, raised her tearful face, and looked at Lu Peng blankly. Lu Peng curled his lips and explained, "When I told William about this, he warned me not to let me touch you. Diana shook her head woodenly. No, William hates me so much, he won't be so nice to me. Among all the sisters, Diana and William had the most difficult relationship. Because of Oscar, Diana showed full malice towards William the moment he came back, and then began to target William intentionally or unintentionally, causing William to suffer all kinds of grievances. Later, after the old lady and William returned home, William's revenge on everyone, especially the harm to Oscar, further deteriorated the relationship between the two. From then on, Diana began to hate William in her heart. I thought that one day, I must teach William a lesson. In this situation, how could William possibly plead for her? Do you think everyone is your beastly brother? Lu Peng sneered. When William knew about this, he warned me not to do anything to you. He said he hated you and would kill you without hesitation if he could, but he would not use such despicable means to deal with you. Of course, I would not bother to do such a thing. I always pursue mutual consent. Even if it is threatened or forced, it is only based on the other party's consent. As for the idea of going crazy, I can't do it. Lu Peng's words made Diana's body tremble slightly. She turned around and slowly looked at William. Her beloved brother mercilessly wanted to sell her, but her other brother, William, whom she hated so much that he wanted her dead, saved her. A huge wave suddenly surged in her heart, and the tears that had stopped flowing could not help but flow. William, thank you. It was fourth sister who did something wrong before. Fourth sister is sorry for you, Diana said while sobbing. William waved his hands with a look of disgust. Stop it. Don't be so embarrassed. I'm not that kind. The reason I stopped Brother Lu Peng was entirely out of respect for women, not because of you. Besides, I don't want anyone to get hold of anything wrong against Brother Lu Peng. Of course, if I did have a flaw, it was revealed on purpose. Diana sniffed, still looking grateful. Anyway, thank you. Okay, stop talking nonsense. William interrupted her and asked, So, are you still willing to let Oscar go now? Diana opened her mouth, and after a moment, she lowered her head silently. Oscar was extremely panicked at this moment. He crawled on his knees and hugged Diana from behind, pleading in a sad voice. Fourth sister, please give me one last chance, okay? I will definitely change my ways and promise not to do it again. Seeing this, Grace also helped to plead for mercy. Diana, Oscar knows he was wrong. He is young and ignorant. Please forgive him this time. Fortunately, you were not hurt. Mom, please give Oscar another chance, okay? Bitch, how dare you beg for mercy for this bastard? Richard snapped. Mom, he has done so many evil things, and you still defend him? Nina and Jessica looked shocked, seeing that Diana was still hesitating. William ignored her and slowly walked in the opposite direction. He counted as he walked. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and William just walked in front of the long knife. Diana, I already know your choice. You don't want to send Oscar to jail, but want to keep him here, right? After saying this, William kicked the long knife in front of Chun Manqing. Chun Manqing, remember what I said to you at Oscar's birthday party. You must return your life to me one day. Chapter 257 Fire. If it weren't for me that day, you would have died in the water. It was me who gave you a new life. And now I have given you another chance to take revenge. Are you happy? William grinned. William's behavior was completely unexpected to everyone, and even frightened Jessica so much that she was stunned on the spot. William did not say it explicitly. Everyone could see that William wanted Jessica to kill Oscar. Chun Manqing looked at the blood-stained blade in front of her, and her body couldn't help but tremble. William, can we send him to jail and let the law punish him? Jessica's face turned pale, and she begged in a hoarse voice. William sneered. You're thinking nicely. Let the law punish him? Then what will you do? You owe me your life. How are you going to pay it back? Jessica was in a trance for a moment and didn't know how to answer William's question. Now you can both take revenge and repay a favor. I finally came up with this great idea for you. It's a great way to kill two birds with one stone, but you're still hesitating. You really don't know how to cherish it. William spoke. He walked back to the table, took out the empty magazine, and began to slowly fill it with bullets. Hey, I don't have any good points, but I'm very sentimental. I put a lot of effort into it for you. I am helping your father vent his anger, and I'm also thinking about avenging you. Jessica, check your conscience and ask yourself, is there anyone in the world who is as good to you as I am? Listening to William's words, I saw William pick up the gun again. Richard couldn't help but panic. William, your third sister is still young. Calm down and put the gun down. If you hate this bastard, let Dad come. Anyway, Dad is already like this. He doesn't need another one. Richard laughed miserably. William immediately looked displeased and cursed. Get out of here. Didn't I give you a chance just now? It's your own fault. After a pause, William softened his tone and spoke earnestly. You've known what you should know, and you've had the pleasure you should have, so just give the rest of the opportunity to your daughter. People should be content with what they have, and not be too greedy, expecting all good things to happen to them. Richard did not give up and continued to persuade. William, Dad doesn't have any extravagant demands now. I just hope that you can live a good life in the future. You are still so young and have a long way to go in the future. You must not ruin it here. Otherwise, how will I explain to your grandmother in the future? William didn't look at Richard, but continued to fiddle with the gun in his hand. Finally, under the guidance of Lu Peng, he successfully loaded the bullets and loaded the gun. Chen Manqing also came back to her senses at this moment. William, please don't be impulsive and don't force me. We are fine. Third sister promises to treat you well in the future. As long as you are willing, third sister can give everything for you. Jessica said sincerely. Unexpectedly, William slammed the gun on the table and mocked Jessica. You have everything. I need you to pay. I need your kindness. I was worried that you didn't have enough weapons, so I risked being an accomplice to provide you with guns. Why don't you appreciate it at all? William's face was full of disappointment. Seeing that William's mind could not be changed, Diana suddenly woke up. Oscar wouldn't be like this. He wasn't like this before. He saved us before. He saved us before. Diana recited excitedly, and then shouted loudly to Chen Manqing. Third sister, don't kill Oscar. Oscar William saved us before. He also saved us. Have you forgotten? There must be a reason why he is like this. It is not his nature. William's rescue of Jessica inadvertently reminded Diana, and also reminded William of the scene of the fire. At this moment, she was like a drowning person struggling in the water. In the last moment of despair and helplessness, a hand reached out and grabbed her, giving her a glimmer of hope. Diana's words also brought Jessica and her sisters back to the memories of the Sanxi village more than 10 years ago. Shanghai Village is a small coastal village near Linhai City. It is famous for its beautiful sunsets and sunrises, which attracts a number of tourists. That summer, under the leadership of Vivian, several siblings went to Shanghai Village to play and experience life. But late one night that year, an accident happened and a fire broke out in the house where they lived. The sisters almost died in the fire. It was midsummer, the weather was dry, and the village was by the sea with higher temperatures at night. It was also in the mountains with lush trees, so the fire spread quickly. But fortunately, the fire was discovered by villagers before it got completely out of control, and the sisters were quickly rescued. Diana's room was particularly badly burned, and she was rescued at the last moment. If it had been a little later, she would have probably been burned to death. At that time, all the sisters were choked by the thick smoke and fell unconscious. Only Oscar was safe and sound. They were then taken to the hospital. Later, when they asked Oscar why he was safe and sound, Oscar told them that he was the first to discover the fire in the house, and he was also the first to notify the villagers, thus helping to rescue the sisters. Especially when Diana recalled that when she was about to pass out, she vaguely remembered that a boy about the same age as Oscar suddenly rushed into her room and rescued her without regard for his own safety. Oscar immediately gave the answer. He told the sisters that it was he who rushed into the room and rescued Diana that day, regardless of the danger to his own life. It was late at night, and everyone was fast asleep. If Oscar hadn't noticed the fire, the consequences would have been disastrous. At that moment, all the Chin sisters were extremely grateful to Oscar, especially Diana. At that moment, her young heart was completely conquered. She vaguely remembered that at that time, Oscar supported her and rushed out while constantly encouraging her. Before the fire, Diana and Oscar's relationship was not very good, and they often quarreled and fought. Diana has the temper of a spoiled daughter, and she can't stand grace, doting, and favoritism towards Oscar. Therefore, the two of them had constant conflicts. That night, Diana and Oscar had a big fight over something unknown. Oscar even threatened to kill Diana. After the fire, Vivian and her sisters started to treat Oscar better than usual. Compared with her sisters, Diana's attitude towards Oscar changed more dramatically. Not only did she not feel jealous of Oscar, if Vivian and Chen Manqing's sisters dared to say anything bad about Oscar, she would be furious. Afterwards, under the influence of grace, The Chun family's love for Oscar grew day by day. The memory of the Shanghai village fire caused the Chun sisters to begin to waver in their hatred for Oscar. Although what Oscar did afterwards was intolerable, the fact that he saved them that year could not be changed. This memory, engraved deep in her heart, seemed to be the last straw for Diana. She was afraid that Jessica didn't remember and would stab Oscar. Diana hurriedly emphasized again, "Mr. William, do you remember the fire in Shanghai village, third sister?" Diana finished speaking. Zhu Ingjun frowned and asked in confusion. "William Ho, in Shanghai village, there was indeed a fire one night. I don't think you were talking about that one." Chapter 258 We Saved. Zhu Ingjun seemed to be asking Diana, but in fact he was more like talking to himself, because he wasn't sure whether the fire Diana was talking about was the same one he and William encountered that year. But when I heard Diana mention William, and it was in Shanghai village at night, I thought it was too much of coincidence, so I asked the question. So his voice was not very loud and did not attract much attention from others. Oscar heard Diana mention the fire. He was shocked and spoke excitedly. "Fourth sister, you still remember what happened that year? I thought you had forgotten it." Oscar breathed a sigh of relief and gave a bitter smile. "So, do you believe what I said? I really love you guys. I can even sacrifice my life for you guys. How could I intentionally hurt you guys? As for what happened with my third sister, I really didn't want to do that. It was that bitch Wang Yin who was jealous of my third sister and did that to her behind my back. As for you fourth sister, I don't know why, but my brain suddenly got cramped. Maybe it was because I was under too much pressure during that period, so I became confused." As he spoke, Oscar glanced at William secretly, implying that if William hadn't oppressed him during that period, he wouldn't have taken the risk of borrowing money to invest in stocks, which led to everything that happened later. Grace seemed to see a glimmer of hope at this moment. She hurriedly exaggerated Oscar's role in the fire to everyone in order to reduce Oscar's guilt. "Ajun, considering our decades of relationship, and considering Oscar saved Diana and the others' lives, can you let him go this time? Diana, you should understand that Oscar is the best for you. You can't deny his feelings for you just because of one thing. Grace knows how to serve people the right way. She knew that no matter what she said to Vivian and Jessica, it would be useless given what Oscar had done to them. So she set her sights on Richard and Diana. Richard didn't kill me, just now shows that he still can't let me go. Although he hates me, he still loves me. As for Diana, Grace had long noticed that she had developed some unusual feelings for Oscar. Especially in the 3 years since William returned and Oscar's adopted son's identity was revealed, Diana's feelings for Grace seemed to be increasingly wrong, which made Grace melancholy for a long time. So even though what Oscar did was unforgivable, Diana might not necessarily sentence him to death. Richard and Diana didn't have time to answer. Vivian stood up angrily and said through gritted teeth, "So what?" She naturally thought of the fire, but at this moment she was not moved at all. "So it was wrong for you and him to save us. Knowing that there was a fire, were you going to watch us burn to death? So this is the reason why this bastard can betray us. Just because you saved me, you can hurt me?" Oscar, who hurt her, Vivian, is now extremely clear-headed. It is impossible for her to still feel grateful to Oscar because of the accident more than 10 years ago. No matter how deep the feelings are, they cannot withstand betrayal. Oscar and Grace have hurt Vivian to this point. How could Vivian let it go so easily? Unless Oscar can find a way to make William change his mind and save her from imprisonment, how can he force her to forgive Oscar by using the fire incident? Jessica's reaction was not as intense as Vivian's. Although Oscar kidnapped and harmed her, she was safe and sound in the end. She was somewhat touched by the fire, but considering the evil things Oscar had done to them, the life-saving Grace had already been offset. Besides, as Vivian said, at that time, Oscar was not an adopted son. They were biological siblings. So when a younger brother sees his sisters in danger, shouldn't he lend a helping hand? They can remember his kindness, but this is not a reason for Oscar to do evil to them. Some reason, Vivian and Jessica's minds were infinitely clearer than before. Sister is right. Although his crime does not deserve the death penalty, he must go to jail, Jessica said, glancing cautiously at the knife in front of her. "Can he give me a lighter sentence?" Diana said in a low voice with her head down. William, can you please not hand over all the evidence? Just give out a part of it. I believe that after 2 or 3 years of reform, Oscar will definitely change his ways. He is not like this by nature," Diana added. Lu Peng's jaw dropped. "You Shinjin, you're still begging for him like this. You're really hopeless. Luckily I didn't marry you, otherwise I would be so angry that I would die one day." At this time, Zhu Yingjun on the side kept staring at Oscar for some reason, as if he felt that he couldn't see clearly, and he ran up to him and observed him closely. Don't look, it's him, William said slowly. I told you, when I first saw him, I felt he was familiar, as if I had seen him somewhere before. It turns out he is this guy. As he said that, Zhu Yingjun gave Oscar a big nose bag. It was because of you, a fool, that Uncle William almost died there that day. Now, Zhu Yingjun was finally able to confirm that the fire at William's place that Diana mentioned was the same as what he had guessed. The inexplicable conversation between William and Zhu Yingjun left everyone confused. What are you talking about? Lu Peng asked curiously. That's the fire they were talking about. Zhu Yingjun's words stunned everyone in the hall. What do you mean? What does the fire they're talking about have to do with you? Lu Peng continued to ask. We were also present at the fire that night, and it was because of the people we called that these heartless people were rescued. Vivian and the others with disgust. When Zhu Yingjun finished speaking, several people in the Chun family were stunned, especially Diana and her sisters, whose eyes suddenly widened and almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, a scene clearly jumped into their minds. They recalled the day when the old lady came back. In order to plead for Oscar, they also mentioned the fire incident. For some unknown reason, Chun Qingxia actually brought up William about the matter, but William simply brushed it off by saying he had forgotten about it, and they didn't care about it later. In their hearts, they always believed that it was Oscar who saved them. But Zhu Yingjun's sudden words left them stunned. Yingjun, what do you mean? What do you mean you saved us? Nina asked with a frown. Whatever. It was that midnight. Uncle William and I were going to the mountain to wait for the sunrise, and we saw your house on fire, so we found someone to rescue you. Zhu Yingjun explained impatiently. Chapter 259. Isn't that not the person Oscar is looking for? Nina stammered with a trembling voice. As for the other sisters, they were already stunned by Zhu Yingjun's words and were speechless. What does this have to do with him? Uncle William and I saved you. Zhu Yingjun said affirmatively and described in detail the scene, situation, and the entire process of rescuing people in Shanghai village that night based on his memory. There was one room in particular that was burned so badly that it was about to collapse. Although he knew there were still people inside, no one dared to go in. In the end, only Uncle William rushed in despite the danger and rescued the people. It was a critical moment. If it was just a little bit later, he would have died there. Because of this, he also had a burn on his lower back and had a fever for several days. As Zhu Yingjun was about to look through William's clothes, William slapped them away. After hearing what Zhu Yingjun said, the sisters shed tears silently. No matter how hard they found it to believe, the time, place, and rescue steps described by Zhu Yingjun were almost accurate. Plus, they thought about the burn scar on William's waist, which they had seen with their own eyes. At this moment, the sisters had to believe that all of their lives were saved by this younger brother, whom they had always looked down upon and had deep prejudice against. Jessica, in particular, was hit hard, because if you count the time in the water and the time in the fire, William saved her twice. This is 2 lives saved. How can she repay him? If there was anyone who was hit harder than Jessica, it was Diana. Impossible. Impossible. It couldn't be you. It couldn't be you who saved me. That person couldn't be you. Diana looked at William, shaking her head frantically, tears streaming down her face. You are such an ungrateful beast. If I had known you were this kind of person, I should not have saved you. Zhu Yingjun looked angry. If Uncle William hadn't blocked it for you, he wouldn't have been burned. So the person who saved me was not Oscar, but William? Diana's body swayed, and she sat on the ground in a daze. He saved you? I think he set the fire. Zhu Yingjun snorted coldly. Zhu Yingjun, you are talking nonsense. Why do you have to say that about Oscar? Oscar would never do such a thing. Grace was really anxious this time. Oscar was so old at that time, just a child. How could he be so vicious in his heart to deliberately set fire to Diana and her sisters? He didn't believe that his son was born bad. It must be him. When Uncle William and I went up the mountain that day, we saw him sneaking around in a corner playing with fire, and it started a fire. After we put out the fire, we warned him not to play with fire. But who knew that not long after, your house caught fire? You said he didn't set the fire. How could the house catch fire for no reason? William and Zhu Yingjun met Oscar, and that's when they felt a sense of déjà vu. As for not recognizing the Chun sisters, it was because they were all in a coma at the time. Their faces were smoked and messy, and the scene was chaotic, so I couldn't see their appearance clearly. Zhu Yingjun's words were more than just shocking to everyone in the Chun family. Oscar lied, took credit for something, and deceived everyone. But he was the one who set the fire, which made everyone simply unable to understand. They found it hard to believe that this was something a minor could do, especially after they had brought him up so carefully. Is it because I had an argument with you that night, and then you said you wanted to kill me, and then you really set fire to me and tried to burn me to death? Diana squatted on the ground with empty eyes and asked blankly. As for the fact that Oscar sold her to Lu Peng, Diana still had some thoughts about Oscar. It can be understood that Oscar was temporarily bewitched, or he became like this halfway through, but at least he was sincere to her before. But when the truth about the fire was revealed, she finally realized that everything was an illusion. If Oscar's rescue of her, when she was in despair, was like the foundation, then her deep feelings for Oscar were like the tall buildings on top of the foundation, and her attitude towards Oscar began to change at that time. Now she discovered that the so-called foundation supporting the entire building was actually fake, and the person who laid the foundation was not Oscar, but someone else. This means that Oscar was insincere towards her from the beginning to the end, and there was not a single genuine moment of his affection towards her. And her attitude towards Oscar was, in a way, fake because it was wrong from the beginning. No, fourth sister, that person was not. I just didn't want to. Oscar began to speak incoherently. When everyone saw Oscar's reaction and thought about the bad things he had done, their hearts were suddenly in turmoil, and they already had the answer. They knew Oscar was a bad guy, but they never imagined that he could be so bad. Moreover, his badness was not formed step by step, but he has been like this since he was a child. To put it bluntly, he is a born bad guy. William glanced at Oscar with disdain, then said to Jessica, "One life, you hesitate. Now, people have almost killed you twice. Can you still tolerate this?" Seeing that Jessica didn't move, William chuckled and teased. "There's nothing to worry about. Anyway, the outside world has no idea what is happening here. We will then speak with one voice and put the blame on your father. Anyway, he is used to taking the blame, so this one doesn't matter to him. I think he would be happy to take the blame for you, too. Right, Richard? No need, you beast, let me do it." Richard was already furious at this point and was about to go over and ask Oscar to go down and reunite with his father. But who knew that Diana was faster than him? In everyone's astonished eyes, she rushed to Jessica before him, picked up the knife on the ground, and swung it towards Oscar. Diana's movement was too sudden, and although Oscar tried his best to avoid it, he was still cut on the shoulder. Afterwards, Oscar endured the pain, covered his wound, and fled from Diana's pursuit in a panic. Diana screamed while swinging the long knife. "You bitch, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Go to hell." The betrayal of her own mother, the sellout of her own sister, and the discovery that she had been living in Oscar's lies all along made Diana collapse, and the anger in her heart made her completely lose her mind. She now had only one thought, which was to kill Oscar. Chapter 260 Surgery. The truth about the fire was revealed, shocking everyone, yet filling them with gratitude and guilt towards William. They regretted their disrespect and disdain for William after his return, and their partiality for Oscar, targeting William intentionally or unintentionally. Even when Oscar made a series of wrong things and made William take the blame, not only did they fail to help William clear his name in time, but they aided and abetted him, defending Oscar and allowing him to frame William. Looking back on the past, the Chun sisters were filled with regret. When they were still immersed in endless regret and thinking about how to apologize to William and ask for his forgiveness, they didn't expect Diana to suddenly lose control, which caught everyone in the Chun family off guard. Oscar, who was injured in the shoulder and panicked, was forced to the door by Diana. "Fourth sister, please forgive me. Please forgive me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Diana, who had lost her mind, was approaching with a fierce look in her eyes and a knife in her hand. Oscar, who was suffering from kidney deficiency and injury, leaned against the door, gasping for breath and begging for mercy in panic. "Diana, don't be impulsive." At this moment, Richard woke up, looked nervous, and shouted anxiously. Richard's voice also woke up Grace and several other sisters. "Diana, no, no." Grace was panic-stricken. She quickly got up from the ground and ran towards Diana and Oscar with staggering steps. But who would have thought that as soon as she rushed towards the two of them, she was pushed back by Diana with a knife and fell to the ground. If there hadn't been some distance between them, she would have shed blood as well. "Get lost!" Diana yelled at Grace fiercely. "Let me kill this bastard first, then I'll deal with you, you bitch." Then did Grace realize that Diana not only hated Oscar, but also had a deep grudge against her. "Diana, let's put him in jail. Let's put him in jail, and he will get the punishment he deserves. Jessica, who was closer, quickly came to Diana as side after Grace was pushed away. Grace and her son and Vivian betrayed her, but Jessica did not do anything to hurt her, so Diana's attitude towards Chun Manching was not so harsh. Even so, Chun Manching didn't dare to get too close to Diana, and instead stood next to Oscar. Things have come to this point. She can't let the situation get any worse. The family was ruined, Richard was finished, and if William didn't want to let Vivian go, then Vivian would have almost no way out. She didn't want anything to happen to anyone else. Diana, Jessica is right. Don't do anything stupid. Richard saw that Diana had regained some of her sanity, so while trying to comfort her, he rushed over and snatched the knife from Diana's hand. But as soon as he took a step, he was stopped by William. Richard, you'd better let me solve all the problems here tonight. Otherwise, even if they can get out of this door today, I will make their lives worse than death in the future. William whispered in Richard's ear. William's harsh words made Richard freeze. He looked at William slowly with horror in his eyes, opened his mouth and asked, why? Richard couldn't figure it out and didn't understand why William hated them so much. Although the Chun family did a lot of unforgivable and excessive things to William, he didn't think much of it before, but through the truths and events that happened tonight, he finally came to his senses. Having said that, Diana and the others are William's biological sisters after all. How could he bear to watch them step into the abyss? William did not answer Richard. Nina also came to Diana at this time, and together with Chun Manching, persuaded Diana to put down the butcher knife. Diana, this bastard will have his due, because he sacrificed himself. It's not worth it. Put down the knife, please. Nina advised after hearing this. Yeah, Diana, you know exactly what would happen to you if you killed Oscar. William risked his life to save you, and he certainly wouldn't want you to humiliate yourself like this. And we have done so many things to William in the past. What we should do next is to make it up to him, right? Chun Manching looked at William with guilt and said earnestly. William was mentioned. Diana, his heart finally relaxed, and her expression began to soften. After waiting for a while, her arm holding the knife began to slowly drop, and then she could no longer control her tears, and they fell down. Yes, third sister, you're right. We still have to do a lot for William. We have to protect him and not let him be bullied anymore. I want to protect him. Diana thought absent-mindedly. Chun Manching, I almost forgot. There's a recording about you here. At this time, William suddenly spoke. William finished speaking. Wang Yan's voice appeared again in the hall. I overheard a conversation between Oscar and Zhao Mingsheng. Oscar wanted Zhao Mingsheng to do something to you during your kidney transplant surgery so that you would die on the operating table. He also promised Zhao Mingsheng that after the matter was accomplished and he successfully inherited the Chun family business, he would let Jessica marry Zhao Mingsheng. I even secretly recorded it. This recording was the information William exchanged for by threatening Wang Yin using the video of Oscar and Wang Yin in the hotel. It was because Wang Yin had the leverage over the transaction between the two that she acted so recklessly in front of Oscar and had no fear in attacking Jessica. Wang Yan's statement completely silenced everyone in the hall. That Jessica married Zhao Mingsheng did not cause any waves at all for those who knew Oscar's true face. What shocked them was that Oscar actually wanted to kill William on the operating table by performing a kidney transplant. At this moment, not to mention Richard, Nina, and others who had already realized their mistakes and felt deeply guilty towards William, even Vivian and Grace could hardly hold back. If they were just partial to Oscar and mistreating William. But the fact is that these people from the Chun family almost killed William because of their unbridled partiality. If William had not left the Chun family that day, but agreed to donate a kidney to Oscar as they requested, then the consequences they dared not imagine. Thinking of this, Vivian cried, Grace cried, and even Richard's eyes were wet at this moment. Richard finally understood why William hated their family so much. You beast! You are a beast! How could you do this to your brother? Grace roared as she stormed out of Oscar. Grace, stop pretending. William felt disgusted when he saw Grace's expression. William, how can you say that to me? I don't know. If I knew, I would never allow such a thing to happen. Grace said with tears in her eyes. So, in your heart, as long as I don't die, nothing matters, right? You don't want me to die just because you don't want to bear this guilt. Chapter 261, Chun Manching was stabbed. William glanced at Richard, Vivian, and the others and snorted coldly. Don't pretend. From the moment you asked me to donate my kidney to Oscar, you didn't take my life or death seriously. If you didn't know what kind of person Oscar is, and if Oscar hadn't done these things to you, would you still feel guilty towards me now? Obviously, it won't happen, so your hypocrisy now makes me feel sick. After a pause, William continued. Diana, I remember asking you at that time, if something unexpected happened to me because of donating my kidney and I might die, would you still insist on letting me help Oscar? Diana, what did you say to me at that time? Do you remember? William's words made Diana's body tremble violently. Of course she remembered. You said at the time, how can my life compare to Oscar's, right? William said calmly. William's words completely broke through Diana's last line of defense. Diana stood there in a daze, not moving for a long time. She almost killed William, her own brother, and the person who risked his life to save her and who was truly kind to her. Just because of the person in front of him, because of a trivial matter, he wanted to burn her to death. And for his own benefit, he sold her bastard without hesitation. At this moment, Diana's hatred for Oscar reached its peak and became uncontrollable. Yes, it was all Oscar's fault. It was all this beast in front of me. It was all because of him that I deceived myself, deceived everyone, and almost caused William to be killed. You bastard, go to hell. Diana screamed, gripped the knife handle again, and stabbed Oscar while everyone was still immersed in grief. Others may not have reacted, but Oscar was always keeping an eye on Diana, fearing that this crazy woman would suddenly have divine gold and chop him again. But even though Oscar was on guard at all times, the distance was too close for Oscar to dodge in time. Caught off guard, he reflexively pulled Chun Manching beside him and stood in front of him. With a puff, Diana's knife stabbed into Jessica's abdomen. In an instant, the whole audience was silent and everyone was stunned. Jessica slowly lowered her head and looked at the knife stuck in her abdomen with a look of disbelief. Diana! She screamed and fell to the ground. Diana was completely confused at the moment, thinking she was hallucinating. When she saw clearly that the knife was indeed stuck in Jessica's body, she immediately panicked. Diana screamed and backed away. She originally wanted to kill Oscar, but unexpectedly failed and injured Chun Manching. Diana was panicking. Third sister. I didn't mean it. Diana's voice woke up Nina, who was beside her, and Richard, who was in a daze. Manching! Nina screamed in fear and hurriedly bent down to support Chun Manching. At this time, Richard and others also surrounded them in panic. Hurry, call an ambulance. Richard shouted anxiously. Vivian hurriedly went to get her cell phone and wanted to make a call, but found that the call could not be made at all. Only then did they remember that the signal here was blocked by William. William, please, let's make the call. Manching is bleeding a lot, and she must be rescued immediately. Richard ran over and pleaded with William. Diana finally reacted. She burst into tears and knelt down in front of William. William, please, fourth sister, save third sister. Please save her, please. William glanced coldly at Chun Manching, who was lying in Nina's arms in pain. After letting out a long breath, he stood up from the chair, looked at the time, and said slowly, "It's about time." After saying that, he waved at Zhuing Jun. "Call the police and an ambulance." William's words made the nervous Chun family members feel relieved. William walked slowly to Chun Manching, glanced at her with disdain, and said to Oscar, who was shivering while sitting against the door, "Oscar, the relevant personnel will be here soon." Although Diana was the one who stabbed her, it was at most a mistake on her part. If Chun Manching was saved, it would be okay, but if she died, the main responsibility will definitely be on you. Add to that what you did before, all your crimes, tut. You should be in danger of death. Oscar looked panicked. He certainly understood, and he didn't think it was impossible for William to let him go. He simply stopped pretending. "You bastard, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I become like this? If it weren't for you, everything would be mine. The Chin family's property, status, EVA, everything belongs to me. How did I end up like this? Why did you show up? If you didn't show up, if you just died on the operating table, there wouldn't be so many things. It's all your fault." Oscar yelled at William. Facing Oscar's anger, William raised his hand slightly and put it in front of him to avoid being sprayed by his saliva. "No, it wasn't me who hurt you. The one who really hurt you is Grace. She not only hurt you, but also hurt me. She is the root of all evil and the cause of everything." William looked at Grace and said, "If she hadn't cheated on me, if she hadn't abandoned me, I would have kept you in the Chin family. If she had any humanity at all, things wouldn't have come to this. You want to end up like this. So the person you hate the most should not be me, but Grace. She seems to be doing this for your own good and loving you. But in fact, she doesn't love anyone. The person she loves most is herself. Everything she does is for her own comfort, including her feelings for you. She's the most hypocritical and vicious person in the world. William's words were like a sharp knife piercing Oscar's heart and deeply into Grace's chest. No, William, don't say that to me. It makes me sad. I sincerely hope that you and your brother are doing well. Grace cried and defended herself. So, I actually feel sorry for you. After all, your birth and existence are an accident, and you have no choice. William sighed. After a pause, William walked back to the table, took all the USB drives, and threw them in front of Oscar and Grace. All the evidence is here. One of you is my brother, and the other is my mother. I'm not a heartless person, but I can't let both of you go. How about this? I will give you one last chance to live and one last choice. William spoke. He turned his gaze to the knife stuck in Chun Manching's body and gestured to Oscar. Oscar, I think you should understand what I mean. Chapter 262, Help me one last time. Although William didn't say it directly, Oscar knew what he meant. Oscar's eyes quickly moved between Grace and Chun Manching, and he asked after hesitating for a moment, Do you keep your word? Of course. All the evidence is in front of you. William smiled calmly. Grace became suddenly excited when she heard that William was willing to show mercy to her and Oscar. It seems that William still takes blood relationship into consideration. After all, Oscar is William's biological brother, and she is William's biological mother. Sure enough, William will not kill her. Although they have only been together for 3 years, she has a certain understanding of William. William's living environment for more than 10 years has caused him to have many problems. But in terms of personality, he was still an easy-to-talk-to kind of child. At least that was the case before he decided to leave the Chen family. In recent years, she certainly knew that she was a little biased towards Oscar, but she did that to maintain family peace, stabilize the relationship between the two brothers, and minimize conflicts. After all, compared to Oscar, William is easier to appease. But later she found out that William was not as simple as she thought, but kept all these things in his heart, which made her a little disappointed. Of course, what Oscar is doing now is indeed a bit excessive, and she understands that. At this point, she really no longer had any extravagant demands. At this moment, she also realized that family property was no longer that important. William doesn't hand over the evidence today, lets her and Oscar go, and lets the mother and son leave safely. She will be satisfied. If William is still angry, they will go abroad and stay away from him so as not to offend him. However, it seemed that William was only willing to let one of them go, which made her feel a little disappointed. William, Mom has always known that you are a kind child. You have suffered a lot of grievances in the past. Mom is sorry for you. It's all Mom's fault that Oscar did such a cruel thing to you. But fortunately, God bless you, no accident happened. Otherwise, Mom will never feel at ease in her life. Grace said sincerely, Mom promises you that after today, I will take Oscar abroad and never let him appear in front of you again. Okay? Since William is willing to give in, Grace must hope that William can show leniency and let them leave together. It's impossible to be together. I'm not a saint. I know you love your Howard very much, and I also know you can't bear to see your Howard suffer any injustice. So shouldn't I give you a chance to protect your precious son now? William laughed. So, today only one of you can walk out of this gate safely. Whoever can walk out of this gate can take away all the evidence here. Grace was stunned and asked blankly, What? What do you mean? You really don't understand what I mean. It's okay if you don't understand, but your Howard does. With a sneer, William said to Oscar, Oscar, right? Grace finally realized what William was trying to do. Her face suddenly turned horrified. William, you want to see Oscar and I kill each other? It seemed that Grace's words made William very unhappy. He frowned and frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm testing the relationship between you two. As he spoke, he pointed at the Chin sisters and said, Look, they didn't pass the test. You two can't let me down again. William, you can't do this to us. We are your family. I am your mother. Grace shouted excitedly. William shook his head and ignored Grace. Instead, he looked at the time again and urged, Others will be here soon. Time is running out. I will only give you 10 seconds to make a decision. Hurry up. William, you've gone too far, too far. Grace shouted incoherently. You are talking nonsense again. If I don't give you the chance to say that I am unkind, and if I give you the chance, you will say that I'm going too far. It is quite difficult for me. If you really love your Howard, You shouldn't be talking to me anymore, but should just find a wall and bang your head against it, right? William said teasingly. Grace stood there lost in thought. You're still hesitating. I told you that you don't love your son that much. If Oscar was my beloved grandson, I wouldn't hesitate at all now. After saying that, William looked at Oscar and sneered. Look, I told you that your mother doesn't love you at all. She loves you. And you believed it, right? Your mother just can't bear to give up her worthless life. She would rather watch you die than sacrifice herself for you. And you keep saying that you love me. Can love be expressed with words? It's not like that. I love Oscar and I love you. Mom can make any sacrifice for you, but Mom can't bear to leave you. Grace choked up and defended herself. Haha, if you think this way, Oscar may not think so. He is a smart man. I believe he will know what to do. William, can you please stop teasing me and Oscar? I know what you want to do, but Oscar is not what you say he is. Grace understood what William wanted to do, but she and Oscar had a deep mother-son relationship that could not be compared to anyone else, including the Chin sisters. Even if Oscar is cruel and ruthless to everyone, he will not do anything to himself. Oscar, who had been silent at this time, finally spoke again, his tone indifferent. Who knows if you have backup, and they won't let me go. His eyes moved slightly, and Oscar looked up at the Chun family and said. Oscar said this. Grace's eyes suddenly widened. The shock on her face was beyond words. William raised the corners of his mouth and smiled faintly. They will keep it a secret. Besides, what reason do they have to expose you? They can't even protect themselves. As long as I agree, Richard will take all the blame for his daughters, including yours. As for the backup you mentioned, you wouldn't believe me if I said there is none, but do you have a choice? You're going to die anyway, so you might as well take a chance, right? And don't you have someone to back you up outside? Of course, I always keep my word. I can swear to you, if I have other backup evidence, I, William, will die a miserable death. Oscar was startled for a moment. Then his eyes flashed, and a cold light flashed across. I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, I won't let you go. After saying that, Oscar suddenly stood up, rushed to Chun Manching, pulled out the knife from her body, and walked quickly towards Grace. This scene stunned everyone, and Grace was so frightened that she forgot to move. Mom, I'm sorry, I love you too, but I have no choice. I really have nowhere to go. Besides, I am so young and have so much life ahead of me. I really don't want to die yet. Can you help me one last time? Oscar said sincerely. Chapter 263, You Must Be Mine. Oscar, what are you going to do? Seeing Oscar standing in front of her with a knife in hand, Grace finally came to her senses. She backed away in panic. But Oscar grabbed her shoulders, hugged her tightly, and whispered in her ear, Mom, help me one last time. In the next life, I will still be your son, and I will definitely love you well. After saying that, Oscar's eyes suddenly turned fierce, and he stabbed Grace with a knife. Little, Oscar, you. At this moment, Grace's pupils suddenly dilated, and she stared ahead in disbelief. She opened her mouth slightly and called out Oscar, his name with difficulty. When she learned what Oscar had done to the sisters, she wondered if Oscar would treat her the same way if that day really came. But she never expected that in Oscar's heart, she was no different from anyone else. And this day came so quickly. At this moment, her eyes fell on his other son, William. Thinking back to the years since William came back, he had always tried to please her and taken care of her in every possible way. However, for Oscar's sake, she had deliberately distanced herself from him, targeted him, and almost caused him to die on the operating table. But now Oscar wants her to die. In contrast, endless regret surged into Grace's heart like a tide. She no longer owed Oscar anything, except William, whom she would never have the chance to make up to in her lifetime. Mom, I'm sorry, I can't help it. I don't want to die. William seemed to be worried that Grace was not dead, so he went back on his promise. Oscar pulled out the knife and stabbed Grace again. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Oscar pushed Grace down, threw the knife to the ground, and then began to collect the USB evidence on the ground. Seeing Grace slowly fall down, Richard's heart was shaken, as if something was breaking, and he felt extremely painful. Very good, a perfect ending. William clapped his hands in satisfaction and picked up the knife that Oscar had thrown on the ground. One more piece of evidence. Good, good. Now you are really dead. William's words made Oscar's body stiffen suddenly, and he slowly stood up. Brother, what do you mean? I said you were dead now. No one can save you. William pouted and said. Oscar was stunned, then jumped up in anger. Asshole, you're kidding me. When did I ever trick you? I really don't have any other backup. It's just that just now, I've sent out all the evidence in your hand. William said nonchalantly. Okay, it's all over. Let's go to the police station. William ignored Oscar and the others. Holding a knife, he waved to Zhu Ingjun and the others, asking them to leave. After opening the door, William stood at the door and did not leave immediately. Instead, he continued to mock Oscar. Idiot, those 2 stabs you made were really cruel. That's your own mother who loves you the most, and you can be so cruel to her. You are really a beast, just like your dad. Don't worry, I will ask your father to go down and accompany you soon. Oscar was extremely angry when he found out that William had made a fool of him. He clenched his fists and growled with gritted teeth. William, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. How can you kill me? With your saliva? William sneered. As he was speaking, William suddenly saw that the gun on the table had not been taken yet. So he said to Zhu Ingjun, Fatty, the gun is still on the table. Don't forget to take it. The fat man was stunned for a moment, chuckled twice, and slowly went over to get the gun. But it was William's words that happened to remind Oscar. Oscar was stunned for a moment, and before anyone could react, he took a big step forward and rushed towards the direction of the gun. He was 1 step faster than the fat man and grabbed the gun in his hand. Oscar was closer to the table, so even if William and others reacted, the fat man was not as fast as Oscar. When everyone saw Oscar get the gun, their breathing stopped. William, Lu Peng, and others were stunned where they were, their faces filled with panic, while the fat man was slowly backing away step by step. Oscar held the gun, sneered, and began to approach William. He walked and laughed wildly. Ha! William, you idiot. Do you think you won? Seeing William's flustered expression, Oscar was extremely excited. The sudden scene scared Richard, Nina, and others. Oscar's nature. If it had happened just now, even if Oscar had a gun, he might not dare to fire it. But it's different now. Oscar, as evidence has been released, and he stabbed Grace. Things have reached an irreversible point. Oscar, who is clearly doomed, he has already reached the point of having no chance of recovery, and there is nothing left for him to fear. Now that he has a gun, he will not only kill William, but if he goes crazy, everyone present may die. So someone had to stop him, and Richard jumped out without hesitation. He couldn't let anything happen to Nina and the others, nor would he allow William to have an accident, even if he will be beaten to death by Oscar. Thinking of this, Richard was about to pounce on Oscar without hesitation, but at this moment, William suddenly shouted, Richard! William shouted immediately when he saw Richard's actions. William's shout made Richard freeze. Can you please stop moving? Do you want to kill us? William glanced at Oscar with fear, feeling dissatisfied with Richard's recklessness. Oscar turned his head and glanced at Richard, sneering, Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. After saying that, he continued to move closer to William. You idiot, are you so proud? You think you won? Yes, I lost, but I didn't lose to you. Do you think I don't know that all these things were caused by the old woman behind the scenes? Otherwise, how could a fool like you possibly defeat me? Oscar was unwilling to admit that he lost to William. He felt that all this was done by the old lady for William before her death. Based on his previous understanding of William, William did not have such ability. After a pause, Oscar continued to vent. I'll just tell you straight away. I was planning to take over the Chun group and then get rid of you idiots one by one. Oscar pointed his gun at everyone in the Chin family. But it's almost the same now. You will all die here today. Vivian and the others felt their legs go weak when they saw the black muzzle of the gun pointed at them. You beast, you bastard. We've been so good to you, and this is how you repay us. Diana was also afraid. She was so angry that she blurted out trash talk instinctively. Diana finished speaking. William immediately scolded. Are you a pig? Can you shut up? It's already this time. Why are you still making him angry? William looked like he was crying with anger. Oscar was even more furious about Diana's words and questioned. You're nice to me. You're nice to me. That's because I saved you. Are you guys nice to me? If you were sincere to me, I wouldn't lose my status as heir, I wouldn't lose EVA, and I wouldn't be bullied by this bastard. I've been targeted by him for a long time. Don't you see how badly he has targeted me? Why are you indifferent? It's just for the sake of self-preservation, fearing that the fire will burn itself. You call this being nice to me? I see you only think about yourselves. Oscar became angrier and more furious as he spoke, and he pointed the gun at William again. It's all because of you, you bastard. Even if I die today, I'll take you with me. Little. Oscar, please don't, Mom. Mom begs you to spare your brother just once, okay? Grace was stabbed twice. She did not seem to be completely unconscious and was still breathing. I spared him. Didn't want to let me go. Oscar roared. Can you shoot? At this time, William suddenly asked. What do you think? Oscar sneered. William, he learned guns at the shooting club. Nina said anxiously. Seeing Oscar's smug look, William's face became completely gloomy and serious. Oscar, calm down. We can talk about this. It doesn't have to be to the point of death. We are brothers, aren't we? Fuck you, you're telling me this now. Why didn't you realize we're brothers just now? Oscar, at 7 steps away the gun is faster. At 7 steps the knife is faster. The fat man pointed at the knife in William's hand and suddenly interrupted. Don't shoot, or you might be the one to die. You idiot, you still want to scare me with this. Do you understand that a gun can be fast and accurate within 7 steps? The fat man immediately shut up and dared not speak anymore. Can't we really talk about it? William asked in a pleading tone, making a final effort. Okay, stop struggling, you will die today. After you die, I will immediately let them go with you. Go and have a good family reunion. Oscar grinned and pulled the trigger amid the exclamations of the crowd. Oscar, don't. Richard and Diana and several sisters cried behind him, and William could even faintly hear Grace's voice. At this moment, William suddenly remembered that when he resolutely left the Chun family that day, Grace and the others were also crying and trying to keep him. But compared to that day, I don't know how much sincerity there is in this moment. At the same time as Oscar pulled the trigger, the knife in William's hand moved. At the moment when the click sound was heard, the tip of the knife also scratched Oscar's neck, causing a splash of blood. Everything happens in an instant. You must be mine, William whispered. Chapter 264 Escape. A piece of news. A serious homicide occurred in our city last night, resulting in 3 deaths and 2 serious injuries. One of the suspects has been arrested. Another suspect, William, attacked a police officer and escaped while being taken to the detention center after interrogation. The following are the suspect's related characteristics and the police reward notice. The suspect, William, male, 18 years old, from Manhwa. In order to eliminate social risks and capture the fugitive as soon as possible, if you have any information about the suspect, we hope that the general public will actively provide relevant clues. There will be a reward of 500,000 yuan in cash for anyone who provides clues or assists in capturing criminals, and a reward of 1 million yuan in cash for anyone who directly captures the suspect. Although the reward is large, the suspect is a vicious and desperate criminal. If anyone finds the suspect's whereabouts, it is recommended that you contact the police in time and do not put yourself in danger. We also warn the criminal suspects to recognize the situation, surrender themselves, plead guilty, and accept punishment, and strive for lenient treatment. The net of justice is vast and long, and nothing can escape it. We advise the suspect not to be stubborn and resist stubbornly. If the family members, relatives, and friends of the fugitives are aware of the situation, we hope they can persuade them to surrender as soon as possible and give up their hope of getting away with it. Anyone who knows about the crime but fails to report it, or harbors, shelters, or provides convenience for fugitives to escape will be severely punished once verified. In a shabby little hotel in a township outside the suburbs of Linhai City. Uncle, when will you arrive? William asked with a serious expression while watching the wanted news about himself on TV. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. The voice on the other end spoke slowly. Okay, when you get to the place I mentioned, please contact me and I will give you directions. Half an hour later, there was a knock on William's room. William opened the door and took a peek outside through the gap. When he found that it was Chun Deming, his tense expression instantly relaxed. He cried out excitedly, Uncle Deming. Then William immediately opened the door and let Chun Deming in. But when Chun Deming came in, he found that there was a young man following him. William's face suddenly became nervous and alert. Uncle Deming, didn't I ask you to come here alone? William, who had a messy head of hair, deep bags under his eyes, a dirty face, and looked disheveled. Chun Deming smiled and said casually, My driver, you can't let me drive here by myself. William did not look relaxed. If you don't drive, you could take a taxi. William thought about it, but didn't say it out loud. Uncle, can you give me your and the driver's cell phones? I want to check them. William said cautiously. Chun Deming was stunned for a moment, then smiled and handed their cell phones to William. You are quite cautious. I can't help it. Uncle should understand my current situation. William looked at the two of them warily, quickly looked through their phone calls and chats, and after confirming that everything was correct, he turned off his phone and threw it on the bed. Seeing this, Chun Deming ignored him. After Chun Deming came in, he glanced around the room and frowned slightly. The hotel room was small and shabby. The room was dimly lit. There was a bed on the left side of the door and a TV directly opposite the bed. In the inner corner on the left-hand side of the door is a mounted full-length mirror. Then there was a chair placed at the head of the bed, and nothing else. When Shin Deming first came in, a look of disgust appeared on his face. Why don't you find a good hotel? How can people live in this place? Shin Deming chuckled and sat down on the chair. Uncle Deming, you know my situation. Why do you still care about it? William sighed and said helplessly, and this kind of place is relatively safe. Shin Deming nodded and waved to the driver. The young man immediately understood and began to search the room. Under William's puzzled gaze, the driver carefully searched the bed and under the bed, then turned over the TV, and wherever there were sockets, he took them apart one by one and checked them carefully. Finally, he checked every corner of the room carefully. Uncle, what are you doing? William asked in confusion. I'm worried that the hotel has surveillance cameras, so for safety's sake, it's better to check it again. Like you said, it's better to be cautious. Shin Deming explained. The room was small, and the driver quickly checked several suspicious places. After finishing, the driver nodded to Chun Deming, meaning to tell Chun Deming that nothing suspicious was found. Chun Deming nodded with satisfaction, and finally his eyes fell on William. The driver then came up to William and started beating him up. Looking at the driver, searching him in the full-length mirror, and seeing Chun Deming's smiling face reflected in the mirror, William became even more confused. Checking William, the driver snatched the cell phone that William was holding tightly in his hand, turned it off, and threw it on the bed. Uncle, what are you doing? William asked with a frown. I'm actually a little worried that you're secretly recording me. After all, I'm aware of the situation, but I'm not reporting it. If you get cornered or arrested, wouldn't I be an accomplice? Shin Deming said with a smile. Uncle Deming, you have arranged everything for me. I will be out soon. How could I be caught? Besides, I am not the kind of ungrateful person. How could I possibly harm you? Who knows? Didn't you lie to me too? Shin Deming said somewhat dissatisfiedly. No, Uncle, please listen to my explanation. William said in an anxious tone. William understood why Chinda was unhappy. After all, when he asked Shin Deming to help him that day, he did not tell him that he knew about the affair between Jiang Bowen and Grace. William pretended to be ignorant and deceived Chen Deming, even though he knew that the two were having an affair. It was not until last night when he released the video and started the live broadcast that Chen Deming realized that he had been deceived by William. William could understand why Chen Deming was angry. William was halfway through his words when Chen Deming gestured to the driver to get out. Wait for me at the door. After thinking about it, Chen Deming gave another order. By the way, go to the next room and see if there are other guests. If there are, give them some money and drive them away. Chen Deming suddenly thought of something and then said, Uncle, why are you doing this? William felt that Chen Deming was a little too cautious. This shabby place has poor sound insulation, and your identity is sensitive now. If people find out you're a fugitive and call the police, you'll be finished. Chen Deming was not only cautious and thoughtful, but also considered William in every way, which deeply touched William. Uncle is really thoughtful for me, William said with a grateful look on his face. Chapter 265, Brainless William. I am sorry, Uncle. I didn't do what you asked and accidentally killed Oscar. After expressing his gratitude to Chen Deming, William began to apologize. Didn't I tell you to use your brain when doing things? Why didn't you listen? I even gave you advice, but you are really a hopeless case. Chen Deming pointed to his head and shook his head in disappointment. Uncle Deming, although you asked me to make the truth public, discredit the Jiang family in Jiang Bowie, and then kill Jiang Bowie, I am actually very afraid of death. My only thought at that time was to make the truth public, disgrace Jiang Bowie, and seek justice for my grandmother. As for why I carried a gun, it was for self-protection. I was afraid that if the matter was exposed, Jiang Bowie would vent his anger on me. You know you're just an adult. What if Jiang Bowie gets angry and wants to perish with me? Who would have thought that as the truth was revealed, Richard and Oscar went crazy one after another? In order to prevent the situation from getting worse, I risked my life and snatched the knife from their hands. Later, the accident happened and my gun was snatched away by Oscar. When Oscar pointed the gun at me, I was totally shocked. But what I didn't expect was that the gun Liu Peng gave me was actually a one-to-one replica. That's how I escaped and killed Oscar in self-defense. Killing Oscar, I found out the gun was fake. I was both happy and confused. Fortunately, in order to exonerate me, Richard took all the charges. But unexpectedly, during the interrogation, that bastard Liu Peng actually betrayed me in order to clear himself from the matter. Not only did he secretly record the video of me killing Oscar, he also made it impossible for Richard to take the blame for me. He also insisted that I knew it was a fake gun and still killed Oscar, which was obviously intentional. You also know how much the Jiang family hates me now. How could they let me go easily? My crime of intentional homicide will definitely be confirmed. So I had no choice but to escape. As he spoke, William felt so aggrieved that he almost cried. It's so hard for me. I know. I also watched the video of you killing Oscar. Your movements were quite swift. You killed someone and then fled for fear of being punished. You're doomed to die. Shin Deming's lips curled up in a mocking tone. He already knew everything William said. As for how he escaped, he also knew that it was because EVA was in love and begged Qin Yushan, secretly working hard behind his back. However, helping William escape was already the limit. No matter how much Qin Yushan loved her daughter, it was impossible for her to help William anymore. After all, William is beyond saving, and Qin Yushan will certainly not continue to help William at the risk of offending the Jiang family and breaking the law. As for the Jiang Angelia sisters, they were already imprisoned in the capital by old Master Jiang. Chun Xiao is still abroad. Although he is rushing back, things have come to this point, and it is useless for him to come back. William had no choice but to come to me for help, and the two had an agreement in advance. After the matter was accomplished, Chun Deming arranged a way out for him. However, it was clearly William himself who said that he must kill Jiang Bowie and bring disgrace to the Jiang family, and now he's pushing the responsibility onto himself. Chun Deming understood that William was trying to use moral blackmail on him. Chun Deming didn't care and was too lazy to argue. Tell me, when did you find out about Grace and Jiang Bowie? Chun Deming suddenly asked. No, it should be when the old lady began to suspect that the two of them were having an affair. After a pause, Chun Deming asked again. Logically speaking, the paternity test proved Grace's innocence, so you shouldn't have suspected her anymore. Before Grandma went home, someone sent her some intimate photos of the two of them. Grandma was afraid that Richard would be sad, but she also knew her son, and a few photos would definitely not make him give up. When the time comes, if Grace says a few sweet words to him, Richard will definitely believe her and soften his heart. That's why Grandma wanted to kick the two out first and then investigate secretly. Once the relationship between the two was proven, she would let Richard and Grace divorce. Later, the Yang family came to you for help through Jiang Bowen, and my great-grandfather called you. Taking into account the reputation of the Chun family in Beijing, Grandma wanted to keep the two of them. Of course, there was another reason. She also suspected a relationship between Oscar and Grace. This is how paternity testing came about. Finally, the paternity test came out and found that the two were not parent-child, which wrongly accused Grace. You personally stepped in and used a few ambiguous photos as an excuse to drive Grace away, which was obviously not justifiable. Richard certainly wouldn't. So Grandma began to secretly keep an eye on Grace, looking for evidence of her cheating. Soon, the hard work paid off, and they finally found evidence of their affair and learned that Oscar was their bastard. William explained, the person who sent you the photo? Chin Deming's expression suddenly became serious, and he spoke to himself. Yes, I didn't know who sent the photo before. But when you asked me to kill Jiang Bowie that day, I finally figured it out. It turned out that the person who sent the photo was you, Uncle. William said with a grateful look on his face. Thank you for always helping us behind the scenes. Chin Deming had a sullen face. He did not acknowledge William's words, but he did not deny them either. Since you have discovered that there is something wrong with these two people and have obtained the evidence, why don't you deal with Grace in time? Chin Deming asked in a deep voice. When my grandmother told me, I was shocked, especially when I learned that Oscar was Jiang Bowie's son. I couldn't believe it. If it was just Grace who cheated, but Oscar's case is really too big. And we finally realized that the paternity test at that time must have been tampered with. However, because it involves the Jiang family, if the matter is exposed directly, the Jiang family will definitely not admit it. Considering that Richard couldn't accept this cruel fact, Grandma became a little hesitant. Moreover, Jiang Bowie is your brother-in-law. This is a serious matter, and she has to be cautious. This is also why Grandma later went to Beijing to attend my uncle's birthday banquet. She originally wanted to find Jiang Bowen to talk to him after the banquet and record the conversation so that the Jiang family would have no way to deny it. Then I will seek the help of my uncle to solve this matter. William thought about it and explained. But who would have thought that Jiang Bowie This beast, who is not worthy of being a human being, would actually attack Grandma. When mentioning the old lady, William's voice choked up. So at that time, no matter whether I told the old lady the truth or not, she already knew it and would come to Jung Bowie, right? Chun Deming finally understood at this time. William was surprised by Chun Deming's words. Uncle, you said before that someone told Grandma about Grace. It turns out that person was you. Chapter 266, Oscar's Real Father. William was surprised and grateful at the same time. Not only did you help us silently behind the scenes, but after my grandmother died, you also firmly encouraged me to seek revenge. You were so kind to me. William said, is fine, but didn't you ask me for help in taking revenge? How to become self-encouraged. Chun Deming didn't care. He just felt a little upset because William had cheated him. I said it, and I also told her Oscar's identity. But I didn't expect that you already knew everything. William opened his mouth in surprise again. Uncle, when did you know that Oscar, the bastard, was Jung Bowie's child? Heard William say that Oscar was a bastard. His face instantly darkened. Who are you calling a bastard? Chun Deming's tone was obviously a little annoyed. Of course it's Oscar. If he's not a bastard, then who is? Why are you angry? William asked in confusion. Chun Deming didn't say anything, but just stared at William with undisguised resentment in his eyes. After a moment, he sneered. You little brat, you're acting in front of me. Do you think I can't see it? William was stunned for a moment, then looked innocent and quickly explained, Uncle, what did you say? I don't understand. You don't understand? You told me on the phone that before Jung Bowie died, he told you something very important, so you asked me to come and see you. Aren't these things about me? Chun Deming said with narrowed eyes. It's about you. William hesitated and said with a wry smile. But I don't believe what Jung Bowie said. I think he is deliberately framing you, Uncle, so I didn't take it seriously. The bastard Jung Bowie mentioned you because I must have told him that the 2 photos of him and Grace were given to me by my uncle. So he holds a grudge and wants to drag you into this before he dies. He slandered you, saying that it was your idea to have Oscar hide in the Chun family in Linhai in order to seize the family property. Touching his head, William explained awkwardly. What he said is not impossible. Chun Deming had a playful smile on his face. Impossible, William said firmly. You are my uncle. We are a family. How could you plot against our Lin Hai Chin family? Besides, you wouldn't be interested in our family's properties, right? So I don't believe it at all. Keep pretending. Do you think I won't understand your tricks? Chun Deming stared at William and sneered. In fact, you already believed what Jung Bowie said in your heart. You wanted to help you escape, but you're worried that I won't help. He deliberately revealed Jung Bowen's last words to me. Wasn't he just trying to use Jung Bowen's words to threaten me? In case you get caught, this might just be your nonsense. But the Jung family is in a sensitive period and may not give up. Although I'm not afraid of the Jung family, it is better to have less trouble than more, and I don't want any rift between the Chun family and the Jung family. At the same time, I'm also worried about being taken advantage of by people with ulterior motives and rumors spreading, which will eventually have some impact on me. And you are being respectful to me now, only because you need something from me and you don't want to fall out with me for the time being. There is nothing wrong with what you did, and you have some brains. William planned lightly, which made William's face change slightly. William opened his mouth and wanted to continue to argue, but Chun Deming raised his hand to stop him. Okay, stop pretending. I'll tell you straight away. What Jung Bowie said is true. I was the one who planned everything behind the scenes. William, as if he were a fool, and said with a nonchalant expression. William found out that his thoughts were exposed, so he stopped pretending and just laid his cards on the table, questioning angrily. So, Uncle, why did you do this? Are you really coveting the Lin Hai Chan family's assets? Of course not. Chun Deming waved his hand and smiled. Why is that? William asked again. Because Oscar is actually my son. When Chun Deming said this, William was stunned for a moment, with a look of disbelief on his face. Seemingly very satisfied with William's shocked expression, Chun Deming's mouth corners stretched even wider. Impossible. After a long time, William finally reacted and shouted loudly. Grace has explained everything clearly. Oscar's father can only be Jung Bowie. William still didn't want to believe Chun Deming's words, and he seemed extremely excited at this moment. Keep your voice down. Why are you so excited? You have to understand that you are a fugitive now, and you still can't control your emotions. It turns out that you haven't improved at all over the years. Seeing William's panic-stricken look, Chun Deming couldn't help but sneer. You, compared to Oscar, are really far behind. You don't have any scheming or sophistication. No wonder you were almost killed. Talking about Oscar, Chun Deming showed a trace of sadness on his face. But it's almost the same now. This is impossible. Impossible. Oscar can't be your son. William tried his best to control his emotions, still muttering in disbelief. Well, since you're already like this, it doesn't matter if I tell you, Chun Deming said with a sigh. In fact, that night, Grace and Jiang Bowie were both drunk and unconscious. So I was the one who actually had sex with Grace. Afterwards, I arranged for Jiang Bowie to sleep on Grace's bed, creating the illusion that they were the ones who had drunken sex. Looking at the ceiling, Chun Deming seemed to be lost in memories. Of course, I was just attracted by her beauty at the time and didn't think too much about it. But later, Grace became pregnant, and I became concerned and began to pay attention to Grace's situation. I finally found out that Grace was pregnant with twins, and after the children were born, one of them was actually mine. Even I was shocked when I found out about this. Chun Deming couldn't help laughing as he spoke. Impossible. William still seemed unconvinced. I also know the situation at that time. After the child was born, Grace immediately did a paternity test for both the child and Richard Jiang Bowie. Of course, I know exactly who the child is, so how come? Are you stupid? Chun Deming interrupted William impatiently. Your grandfather was seriously ill, and I was in Linhai at the time. So you did something secretly? Of course. Even if your grandfather is not seriously ill, I will find someone to help me take care of it. William finally nodded. The person you are referring to should be the Yang family, or someone in the Yang family. Chapter 267, Chun Deming's Ambition. After you resolve your issues, I still have to deal with the Yang family. Chun Deming frowned and said helplessly, So you deliberately left Oscar in the Lin Hai Chin family to seize our family's property? William asked, You kid, why are you so limited in your vision? You always focus on your little piece of land. No wonder you can only rely on your old woman. Chun Deming said sarcastically with a look of disdain. Then what is your purpose? What do you want? William was puzzled. There's so many things I want. After Chun Deming finished speaking, he fell into silence, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, he spoke slowly. Actually, I just want to take back what belongs to me. William was slightly startled, thought for a while, and suddenly realized, Your target is actually Uncle Chun Shao. Not too stupid. Chun Deming looked at William with appreciation and said with a smile, Because your grandfather passed away suddenly, I feel deeply guilty and feel sorry for your family. I will divide a large part of the family business and give it to your family to manage and inherit. He has been partial to your grandfather since he was young, but no matter what, your family is already separated from the main family. This old man actually ignored our opposition and insisted on letting you return to the main family, and even took away so many properties. Do you think this will make people angry? At that time, I was thinking about how to take everything back naturally and not let other families take away. When mentioning the old man, William could clearly feel Chun Deming's anger. And then Oscar was born, solving all my problems. I don't need to do anything more, as long as Oscar can grow up smoothly in the Chun family and Grace's matter is not exposed. Everything will go on naturally. I don't understand. You want Oscar to take over the Lin Hai Chun family's assets, and then find a way to let him inherit the Beijing Chun family, right? William said with a serious expression. What else do we need to think of? Chunhua is not Chun Zhao's biological son. Isn't it natural for Oscar to inherit the capital's industry? Chun Deming sneered. What? My cousin is not my uncle's biological son. William opened his mouth in shock. I also found out about it accidentally. This truth saved me a lot of trouble. It seemed that Chun Deming was not interested in Chunhua's matter. He did not continue to talk about it, but turned back to his own grand plan. Relying on Oscar to completely take back the capital industry and prevent it from being divided up by other houses is just my first step. The second step is the marriage between Oscar and the Qin family. You also know that the Qin family dotes on EVA like a treasure, and Qin Hao, that prodigal son, is good for nothing. Although it is not absolute, Qin Yushan will definitely not treat EVA unfairly. As long as Oscar marries EVA and gains a firm foothold in the Qin family, with Oscar's own abilities and my assistance behind the scenes, he may be able to control the Qin family. Coupled with the relationship between the Qin family and your family, this idea can be realized. Besides, the two families already have an engagement, so I don't need to help behind the scenes. It's just a matter of course. As he spoke, Chun Deming became slightly excited, and a blush appeared on his face. So that's how it is, William said with a heavy face. Chun Deming ignored him and continued. Wait until I have complete control over the Chun family in Beijing, and then wait until that old man Jiang dies, and then cooperate with Jiang Bowie to announce that Oscar is his illegitimate child, and let him return to the Jiang family. Finally, the Chun family and the Qin family in Beijing will assist him and help him regain the inheritance rights of the Jiang family. After this, I can, but when Chun Deming said this, he paused and sighed. But you didn't expect me to come back, did you? William asked. Yes. Chun Deming nodded. Although your appearance has brought some changes, the difference is not big. After all, Grace loves Oscar deeply. Under Grace's influence, the Chun family almost always fulfills Oscar's requests. Even though they knew that Oscar was an adopted son, over the past decade, the feelings of those idiots in your family towards Oscar have not been affected at all. Instead, they love him even more. In addition, Oscar has been secretly trained by me for many years, so it will be no problem for him to deal with you. And under my instruction, Oscar has been trying to alienate you from Richard and the others. Finally, I will force you to give Oscar a kidney so that I can take the opportunity to tamper with the operating table and get rid of you. Chin Deming seemed to have opened up and looked like he couldn't help but speak out. You are so cruel. William gritted his teeth and said, even if I die, Oscar is just an adopted son after all. Although it has not been announced, outsiders don't know. But Grandma, Uncle Chun Xiao knows that they and Richard may not agree to let Oscar inherit the capital's industry. Chin Deming looked sarcastic. Forget about Richard. He listens to Grace in everything. An old lady like that won't live long. As for Chun Xiao, what qualifications does he have to disagree? Chun Xiao only adopted him. If he disagrees, then he should return the property in the capital. As long as our family agrees to let Oscar inherit, your family will be overjoyed. Coupled with Richard and Grace's insistence, Chun Xiao would not say anything more. You have calculated everything about the Chun family, the Qin family, and the Jiang family. You really have great ambitions. William said angrily. Exhaling, Chen Deming sighed helplessly. But all of this is gone now. Although you're going to die, the assets in Chun Zhao's hands are destined to be returned, but they will eventually be divided equally among the other families. It's very different from my original plan. So you're the one who planned for me to be in this situation now? William asked in surprise. It's a must, Chen Deming said calmly. Originally, even if you come back, it won't matter. Everything is still under control. But who knew Oscar would do so many ridiculous things behind my back? And contrary to my expectations, you suddenly acted out of character and became tough, turning against your family and bringing the old lady back. After that, the matter became a big deal. Oscar's identity as an adopted son was known to the Qin family, and his bad deeds were also exposed on the internet. Things got out of control, and all plans went down the drain. Finally, I could only settle for the second best and save Grace and Oscar, letting them continue to stay in the Chun family and use them to deal with you and the old lady. Anyway, I can only take one step at a time, but no matter what, you will definitely not be safe and sound. You old Biden, so the incident between me and Penny Hotel was also planned by you behind the scenes? Do you want me to be ruined, lose the protection of the Qin family, and severely damage the share price of the Qin Group? William cursed angrily. It's not that easy to be ruined. Chen Deming looked at William, his angry look in the mirror, and laughed. I didn't do all this to deal with you. That's just one of the reasons. The main reason is to force Jiang Bowie and Grace into a desperate situation. Chapter 268, Let's Die Together. Why? William was surprised. Initially, Oscar and I just wanted to disrupt your engagement with the Qin family. Later, Jiang Bowie asked me to borrow money, and I knew what he was going to do. I helped him borrow a large sum of money and encouraged him to use leverage. Of course, there's no need for me to say much. He is a speculator himself. Then, after he bought shares of Chun Group, I sent out the videos that Oscar provided to me. And they fanned the flames behind the scenes to spread your scandal and cause Jiang Bowie to go bankrupt. Later, I learned from Oscar that Grace and Vivian also seemed to have bought shares in the Chun Group. This was exactly what I wanted, so I threw the video out for the second time. In short, every time you refute a rumor, I will take action until you and Grace cannot recover. But what surprised me was that you actually kept a trick up your sleeve and saved yourself from disaster. Chen Deming explained slowly. Oscar helped me find the hotel, and my grandma told me to be careful, so I specially recorded the scene of studying in the room that night. William said, I guessed it. Your old woman is still cautious. Chen Deming's mouth corner tilted. You also know about Oscar borrowing money to invest in stocks. William asked again. Yes, he came to me later, and Grace also came to me through Jiang Bowie, hoping that I would help, but I refused. Why is that? Because I learned that your old lady is coming to the capital. So, your target is my grandma? William exclaimed. Yes and no. Why are you so stupid? Didn't I just tell you that I just wanted to get rid of you? Your old woman is just a tool of mine. Chin Deming looked at William and said with some impatience, Tisk. If Grace and Vivian's misappropriation of funds is exposed, your old lady will definitely not let Grace go, and Oscar will naturally be kicked out. Jiang Bowie's family was in huge debt, and he certainly didn't dare tell old Master Jiang, so he could only pin his hopes on Oscar and Grace, hoping to turn things around with their help. Then naturally nothing can happen to Grace. On the night of Mr. Zhou's birthday party, it was also the critical moment when you were about to settle accounts with Grace, so I secretly pushed Jiang Bowie and created an opportunity for him. I told the old lady about him and Grace. When she found out, she got furious and immediately went to find Jiang Bowen to ask for an explanation. Finally, the old woman accidentally fell down the stairs. Upon hearing the truth, William's breathing suddenly became rapid and heavy. His shoulders hunched, his palms clenched into fists, and his body trembled uncontrollably. You beast! William gritted his teeth and cursed. Perhaps he was too angry. After cursing Chun Deming, William began to breathe heavily. Seeing William's furious expression, Chun Deming laughed with satisfaction. What else do you have besides anger? I was really surprised when I learned that you were so angry that you wanted to break off relations with your family and leave the Chin family. But later I heard from Oscar that after you left home, your personality was different from before, but it was just that weakness was replaced by anger. At this point, I know that you have been suppressing yourself in order to please your family. Not only do you have a weak side, you are also irritable and reckless, and you can't control your emotions. So I never took you seriously. It was not until the old lady came back to support you that you succeeded and completely let out your inner dissatisfaction, targeting your family members everywhere and taking revenge. I have a better understanding of you. Analyzed William's character with a sarcastic tone. William stared at Chun Deming hatefully. Understand. So you deliberately told me the truth about the banquet that day in order to provoke me and strengthen my determination to avenge Grandma, so as to kill someone with a borrowed knife? As long as I kill Jiang Bowie, I will definitely die too. Chun Deming nodded. That's right, but even if I didn't tell you, you would have known the truth through Jiang Bowie's secret meeting with Grace, and you should have guessed that Jiang Bowie did it on purpose. Others can't help you and let you do whatever you want, and I just happen to show up, so you can only ask me for help, right? Chun Deming didn't wait for William's answer and continued to sneer to himself. I have to admit, you're not completely without any scheming. You're quite good at acting, just like what you did just now. William stood there in a daze, not saying a word for a long time. After waiting for a long time, he asked in a daze. Then Lu Peng betrayed me and replaced the real gun with a fake one. Was that also your doing? At that time, Chun Deming came up with a way for William to kill Jiang Bowie and escape legal punishment, which was to create a self-defense and thus escape. The gun is one of the important props. After William kills Jiang Bowie, it will be said that William revealed the truth. The scene was in chaos, and the gun was accidentally taken away by Jiang Bowie. Although Jiang Bowie was not familiar with guns, William had no choice but to kill Jiang Bowie in order to protect himself. After knowing the truth, everyone in the Chun family will naturally speak with one voice and conceal it for William. The only variable is Oscar, but there's no need to worry because William also has something on Oscar. Everything was planned perfectly. Ah, that's right, Chun Deming said with a proud look on his face. Lu Peng is such a bastard. I trusted him so much. William punched the wall hard. Wouldn't it be better to have a real gun? If the gun is really taken away by Jiang Bowie and he kills us all, wouldn't your goal be achieved just the same? William asked in confusion. Stupid, who values life the most? Even people like me and Jiang Bowie who are powerful and wealthy will not kill people blatantly unless they have no other choice. Even if you are such an impulsive person, don't you want to die? After a pause, Chun Deming continued with a smile. But you are really a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. You actually dare to. Chun Deming was halfway through his words when William suddenly shouted angrily. Chun Deming, you old Biden. Now I understand. You are very happy after starting the live broadcast and dealing a heavy blow to the Jiang family, right? Ah, yes, but... Chun Deming smiled. But so what, Chun Deming? I admit that I'm no match for you, but you're not that strong either. You were stupid enough to tell me everything. Even if you don't want to help me now, you have to help me. If I get caught, I will definitely tell everyone everything about you, or we will die together. William interrupted Chun Deming and sneered. Chapter 269, I didn't escape. Ha ha. Did I say you were as stupid as a pig? William's words made Chun Deming burst into laughter. You need to understand who you are now and what you have done. Do you think your words are credible? People will just think this is nonsense you are talking about to protect yourself. Without any evidence, who would believe it? Chun Deming came here this time, firstly to ask for Jiang Bowie's last words, and secondly because he was angry that William killed Oscar. Oscar is his son after all, and he has invested a lot of effort in Oscar. To be honest, he still felt a little reluctant to let go of Oscar. So, he didn't want to let William off so easily. Everything was that he wanted to see William struggle before he died, his frustrated, helpless, and furious look. Of course, he was certainly cautious. In order to avoid being caught by William, he asked the driver to check all possible video and audio recording equipment in the room, and also asked the driver to confirm the situation in the next room, and let the driver wait outside the door. After ensuring that everything was foolproof, he began to attack William in the face. Even if they don't believe it, they will doubt it, which will be a problem for you in the end. William said in a panic when he found that Chun Deming didn't seem to care about his threat. What you said makes sense. Chun Deming laughed twice. So, you have no chance to slander me, because you will die today. As for where he will die, maybe here, or somewhere in the wilderness nearby. His face changed drastically, and William was completely panicked. You want to kill me? Yeah. Chun Deming nodded indifferently. You are an extremely dangerous murderer who has committed heinous crimes. While you were escaping, someone discovered your whereabouts. That person wanted to capture you for the huge reward. And you must be thinking of killing to silence the witness, who knew that you, who were exhausted, would be killed instead. This makes sense. After Chun Deming finished telling his plan with a smile, he stood up and walked to the old, stained full-length mirror and calmly adjusted his collar. At this moment, William suddenly lost his voice, his eyes were filled with fear, and he collapsed to the ground. William's panicked and desperate expression through the full-length mirror. Chun Deming smiled with satisfaction. There was silence for a while, and then William pleaded with tears streaming down his face. Uncle Deming, I know I was wrong. Please let me go this time. I promise you that I will never appear in front of you again. I will not tell anyone about you. I am still so young. I haven't had a good life yet. I haven't married and had children yet, and I don't want to die yet. I can't bear to leave Uncle Chun Shao, Sister Angelia, fifth sister, and EVA. William spoke sincerely, expressing his reluctance and attachment to this world. What does this have to do with me? Chun Deming snorted coldly. I'm very busy and don't have time to waste here with you. Do you have any last words? If not, get going early. After saying that, Chun Deming turned to the door and called the driver's name. At this moment, William suddenly shouted, Wait, I have one last question. Chun Deming glanced at William, who was lying on the ground with tears on his face. You know so much, but you're still not satisfied? Did you also help Oscar kill that bald guy? William asked directly. Chun Deming was stunned for a moment, thought for a moment, and then realized what William was talking about. Then he nodded and asked in confusion, How do you know this? Chun Deming learned about Oscar's kidnapping of Jessica when Oscar suddenly called him that day and asked him to help deal with Baldy. Only then did he realize that Oscar had done such a mess behind his back. Although Oscar told him that he did not mean it, Chun Deming was still extremely angry. Oscar actually kept such a big thing secret from him. However, Chun Deming could understand that Oscar did not trust him. After all, in Oscar's eyes, he was just an internet friend with great powers. Oscar would never tell him about such a matter involving life and death. Due to the urgency of the situation, Oscar had no one to turn to, and had no choice but to turn to him for help. I just want to ask you whether you were the one who killed the bald guy. Perhaps because he felt that he had no chance of survival, William no longer spoke in a low voice like before. It's me. So what? Chun Deming said with a faint smile. It's okay, I just want to confirm. As soon as Chun Deming finished speaking, William jumped up from the ground and sat on the chair where Chun Deming had just sat, looking relieved. Seeing William like this, Chun Deming's brows suddenly furrowed. Do you want a cigarette? William asked inexplicably. Chun Deming was stunned for a moment, then curled his lips and threw the cigarette and lighter to William. He understood that William had accepted his fate and given up struggling. William quickly pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a long puff, exhaled the smoke, and sighed. Afterwards, a cigarette makes me feel as happy as a god. After taking a puff, William said to Chun Deming, Would you like to have one too? A cigarette before you die is pretty cool. Chen Deming smiled slightly. You are quite knowledgeable. You haven't answered my question yet. How did you know about the bald guy? Chen Deming was still struggling with the previous question. I knew about a long time ago. I was the one who found the bald man. After I learned about his whereabouts, I immediately had someone notify the police to arrest him. After all, it is very dangerous to let such a murderer continue to escape. Who knew that when the bald man was found, he was hit to death? This is very strange, William said leisurely while puffing out a cigarette. Chen Deming's brows, which had just relaxed, furrowed again. So, I'm also getting rid of harm to the people, just like I am dealing with you now. William shook his head and chuckled. No, 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 I'm getting rid of harm for the people, just like I am dealing with you now. Chen Deming stared at William with his eyes narrowed, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. William's current words and state. Chen Deming quickly reviewed the causes and consequences of what had happened in the past 2 days and did not find anything wrong. There were only 2 of them in the room, so it was impossible for walls to have ears. And there was a driver guarding outside, so there was no room for error. When he thought of the driver, Chen Deming's face changed. Finally remembered, William put out his cigarette, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. Didn't you call him just now? How come he ignored you for so long? Chen Deming ignored William and walked to the door impatiently. He opened the door and wanted to look for the driver, but found that there was no one outside the corridor. He ordered the driver to check the next room and then stand guard outside the door. Without his permission, it is impossible for the driver to leave for no reason. After closing the door, Chen Deming's face became extremely gloomy. I did assault a police officer, but that was fake, and I didn't run away. I was always under the close surveillance of the police and never left for a moment. From beginning to end. William suddenly said at this time, Sorry, I originally planned to finish it today, but I still couldn't control it. I still lack experience. I can only trouble you to wait for another day or 2. Asterisk caret caret asterisk. Chapter 270 Old Biden, long time no see. Chen Deming froze in place, staring at William blankly. After a long silence, Chen Deming asked in a trembling voice, What do you mean? You should have guessed it. William sighed and pointed to the shabby full-length mirror in the corner that was only big enough for one person. Press your finger on the mirror and try it. The driver's sudden disappearance and William's words had already made Chen Deming guess something. But he still obeyed William's words and walked tremblingly to the mirror. He looked listless and exhausted in the mirror, and in just a moment, he seemed to have aged by a dozen years. When Chen Deming put his fingers on the mirror stiffly, William spoke. When your finger touches the mirror, if the reflection and your finger are connected to each other without any gap, it means it is a two-way mirror. I took a look at Chen Deming, who looked as listless as his dead parents. William was afraid that he didn't understand, so he explained it again. Have you seen the scene when the police interrogate the prisoners? Without William saying anything more, Chen Deming understood that there was someone on the other side of the mirror, that is, in the next room, and all the conversations he had just had with William had been overheard. Impossible. I asked the driver to check it just in case. Chen Deming roared in frustration. If there was someone on the other side, there would be no way there would be no movement at all. William glanced at Chen Deming with disdain and said calmly, Didn't you find the driver just now? Now I'll tell you where he is. William finished speaking. There was a loud bang, which frightened Chen Deming, who was in a daze, and his body shook violently instinctively. Then he was shocked to see that the full-length mirror in front of him was instantly covered with cracks and then shattered. Hey, old Biden, long time no see. Chen Hao was seen standing in front of Chen Deming, holding an ashtray and speaking with a smile. Chen Hao's sudden appearance made Chen Deming's eyes widen in panic. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and fell to the ground, staring blankly at everything that suddenly appeared in front of him, with a look of disbelief on his face. After Chen Hao moved away, Chen Deming saw a scene that was the most shocking scene in his life. In the scene in front of me, there is a tablet computer on a small table, facing the mirror, and there were many heads flashing densely on the tablet. Looking across the small table, Chen Deming saw Chen Xiao sitting upright on the sofa with a serious expression. There were a few people standing next to him, and the driver he brought with him was lying on the ground like a dead dog, motionless. Brother, Chen Xiao said. Chen Deming swallowed and asked with eyes wide open, Aren't you still on the plane? I came back a few days ago, but I didn't tell you. Chen Xiao said in a deep voice. Old Master Jiang, you've heard it too. Everything is a conspiracy by Chen Deming, the old Biden. I'm just a tool he uses. William shouted loudly at this time. William's words made Chun Deming's body tremble again. He lowered his head stiffly and turned his gaze to the tablet in front of him. Chin Hao walked to the tablet and turned on a microphone to play the sound. Chun Deming, you are so brave. The old voice of Old Master Jiang came from the tablet. After saying this, Old Master Jiang's avatar turned black and he went offline. Chun Deming, it turns out that it was you who killed my sister. You are good. After Mr. Zhou finished speaking, his profile picture turned black. Chun Deming, you want to scheme against my Qin family. Good job. Old Master Qin sneered and disappeared. Then the avatars of Qin Yushan and other big guys turned black one by one, and they went offline one after another. Chun Deming was breathing rapidly, gasping for breath, staring blankly at the tablet. In a video group chat, except for Old Master Jiang and Old Master Zhou, everyone else was just invited in. In order to avoid being exposed, I turned off the sound. As for your driver, he was subdued and given an injection of anesthesia the moment he opened the door, and he passed out. Qin Hao pointed at the two bodyguards and the driver behind him and explained with a chuckle. That's why you took my phone away on purpose. Chun Deming asked with a dull look in his eyes. Chun Deming then understood that William deliberately took away his and the driver's cell phones on the grounds that his whereabouts were afraid to be disclosed, in order to prevent someone from tipping him off. William ignored Chun Deming and shouted at a middle-aged man who was standing next to Chun Xiao with his arms crossed. Officer Zhang, you heard all. The bald man was murdered. I helped you catch the suspect. Officer Zhang nodded and said, thank you for helping the police solve this case. Also, I didn't know the gun was fake, so I guess this was just self-defense without knowing it. William continued. Well, I recorded it all. The law will prove your innocence. The middle-aged police officer nodded. William smiled with satisfaction and then said to Qin Xiao, Uncle, can you and Officer Zhang wait for me downstairs? I have some questions I want to ask this old Biden. Chun Xiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, then we'll wait for you downstairs. Be careful and call us when you're done. After saying that, Chun Xiao, the middle-aged police officer, and others dragged the driver away. Qin Hao was worried and insisted on guarding the door, and William did not force him. After everyone had left, Chun Deming waited for a long time before asking in a hoarse voice. When did it start? Do you mean when I found out you were the mastermind? Or when was this trap set? William said casually. Chun Deming didn't say anything. William knew he wanted to know. Ever since your family stood up for Oscar and Grace, I've had my suspicions. At that time you said that it was the Yang family who came to you for help, and you were also worried about the family relationships of the Lin Haichan family, etc. Although these reasons sound reasonable to outsiders, they are hard to convince me. Now the roles are reversed. Chun Deming has become a trap dog, and William, on the other hand, will not let it go unless he adds insult to injury and beats him up to avenge the insult just now. Although the humiliation just now was pretended. I only confirmed later that you are Oscar's biological father, and Oscar is Grace's biological child. My grandmother and I knew it before you came to the Chun family in Linhai. William said slowly. How is that possible? Chun Deming looked incredulous. You came to Linhai specifically to plead for Oscar and Grace. Isn't it because you knew that the paternity test had been replaced, so you could come forward without fear and without worrying about being suspected? With a sneer, William sneered. Actually, that paternity test was just a cover-up. I asked you to switch it on purpose. It's to eliminate your vigilance. Hide yourself in the dark. And you're even less likely to suspect that this is just a trap. Normally, no matter who it is, if they find out that Grace is raising a bastard at home, they will definitely turn hostile and deal with Oscar and Grace on the spot. How could they tolerate this? But my grandma and I endured it. My purpose was to find out Oscar's father and to induce Grace and Oscar to commit a crime, because I never intended to let them off easily from the beginning. Of course, William didn't say that not only did he not want to let Grace and the other two go, he also didn't want to spare the rest of the Chen family. Afterwards, William recounted a series of things he had done to Vivian, Grace, and others, including cleaning up the Yang family, joining forces with the Liu family to attack Grace's company, forcing her to persuade Vivian to embezzle public funds and buy group stocks. After Jiang Bowie showed up, I'd already believed that Jiang Bowie was Oscar's biological father. But when the two of you met in private, you mentioned that you knew everything about Oscar, which made me wary. William said calmly. At that time, I guess that you were also attracted by the Lin Haichan family's assets, so you helped Jiang Bowie and his son. But Grandma said that your Chun family in Beijing would not take the risk of being exposed and put yourself in danger just for these few things of ours. I immediately thought, maybe your target has always been the part of the Beijing industry in the hands of Uncle Chen Xiao. If that's the case, you not only have to deal with me, but also Uncle Chen Xiao and Chen Zhua. Later, I learned from my grandmother that Chen Zhua was adopted, and then I made an assumption. What if I don't come back, or if I die? I was thinking of your great plan, which you just confessed to me. Finally, thinking about what Jiang Bowie said during his private meeting with Grace, I am basically sure that you are Oscar's real father, and Jiang Bowie is just a scapegoat. Shin Deming's eyes were dazed, and he listened silently. By the way, I also want to tell you that Oscar has known for a long time that he was Grace's son. And from your connection with him, he must have guessed that if you were not his father, you were someone related to his father, otherwise you wouldn't care so much about him. Maybe he's afraid of being scolded by you, or afraid of disappointing you. Or maybe he also realizes that you just use him as a tool, so he hides a lot of things he does from you. William said, so that's how it is. Shin Deming smiled bitterly. So that incident at the hotel was intentional on your part. Chapter 271 Uncle, rest in peace. William nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, even if Oscar didn't offer to arrange a hotel for me, I would still create opportunities for him to get hold of something. Then, after the engagement, the hotel check-in video was released to send Grace and Vivian in. That's why I went back to find Yin Yin that day. Coincidentally, Sister Angelia was going to Beijing, so I didn't have to do anything much, and everything happened naturally. But what surprised me was that you actually started a deal with Jiang Bowie and Grace before I even made a move. So I was naturally happy to have nothing to do and gave you the chance. William's explanation made Chun Deming's breathing disordered. He thought he was a chess player, but he didn't expect that he would become a chess piece and be used by William in the end. So the old woman's death was also your plan? Chun Deming asked. William shook his head. No, Grandma's death was an accident. Surprise? Since you know how I dealt with Jiang Bowie and Grace, how could you not guess what I want to do? Chun Deming sneered. After a moment of distraction, William sighed and said, of course I guessed that. So I was against Grandma going to the capital. But Grandma insisted again and again, so I told Aunt Lou and Uncle Chen Xiao to keep an eye on Grandma, but the accident still happened. After William finished speaking, Chun Deming burst into laughter. You're still trying to make excuses. You and I are the same kind of people. Don't flatter yourself. You are a beast, and I am not. William looked indifferent. So, the impulsiveness, youthfulness, and incompetence you displayed before were all a facade for others to see? Chun Deming asked. Yes. William admitted generously. After he impulsively left the Chun family, the Chun family members found him several times and harassed him. All his behaviors, whether it was beating Oscar, yelling at the Chun family members, being slapped by Grace, and after returning to the Chun family again, taking his anger out on several people in the Chun family from time to time, were all to paralyze everyone. Also, do you know why I saved Chimanching at that time? William said slowly. It was just to bury a nail. Now, this nail has been put to good use. What do you mean? Chun Deming was puzzled. Because I was the one who leaked the Baldy's whereabouts to Oscar. I used this information not only to get the information about Grace and Vivian from Oscar and alienate their relationship, but also to force you to take action against the bald man. William explained. Chun Deming was speechless and couldn't say anything for a while. Feeling hopeless, Chun Deming finally asked the answer he most wanted to know. What about today? When did you start? William said after pursing his lips with a tisk. If it weren't for Grandma's accident, I really wouldn't have been able to pull you out so quickly. After Grandma passed away, you wanted to make Jiang Bowie and I both lose so that you could get rid of me. And I also want revenge. Isn't it a coincidence that we both have the same idea? So it was at this time that I chose to join the game you carefully prepared for me. Having entered this game with your life, aren't you afraid of being killed without a burial place if you're not careful? Chun Deming said angrily, gritting his teeth. I can't do anything about it, but this opportunity is rare. If I don't seize it this time, I don't know how long I'll have to wait before I can catch you, the big turtle, and completely destroy you. Besides, since I dared to join the game, I must have prepared a backup plan. William curled his lips and said disapprovingly. Chun Deming fell into deep thought. William was very satisfied when he saw Chun Deming's listless look. When you first saw it, you must have thought that I was tired of living or that I was acting on impulse. William said slowly. Actually, no, I did it on purpose. I just wanted to drag the Jiang family down with me because they are the decisive link in my plan and cannot be missing if I want to deal with you. Jiang family. Chun Deming muttered in a trance for a moment, and finally showed a look of realization. Yes, this is my plan, but it was set up by me and old Master Jiang together. William nodded. I started the live broadcast just to publicize what Jiang Bowie did to the Lin Hai Chun family and maximize the damage to the Jiang family. Not only did it make old Master Jiang angry, it also put the Jiang family on the spot. Just think about it. Sleeping with someone else's wife, raising a bastard in his home, and deliberately seeking to seize his property. This behavior is so appalling, worse than that of beasts. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for the Jiang family to remain unscathed. So what should the Jiang family do? Take revenge on me, kill me, but what will that do? It won't change anything, and it won't solve their predicament. I understand, Shen Deming said dully. And when did you convince old Master Jiang? After the live broadcast is over. William generously helped Chun Deming solve his doubts. Do you know why Sister Angelia stayed in Beijing and didn't come back? I told Sister Angelia all the plans at that time. After the live broadcast, she immediately told old man Jiang some of the things. As for persuading the old man to help, that didn't exist. Old Master Jiang will definitely help. So this situation came about. As long as the Jiang family is willing to step down, this drama will definitely succeed. After all, after what happened last night, based on what I did, the Jiang family wanted to cut me into pieces. Therefore, the Jiang family will definitely intervene at the first opportunity to deal with my affairs. After I escaped, old Master Jiang immediately became furious and severely scolded Uncle Qin. This news will naturally reach you as well. Anyway, anyone could help me, except the Jiang family. This also made you, who was cautious, believe that I escaped with the help of the Qin family. Yes, I never thought about it in that way. Chen Deming said weakly. Because no matter how you look at it, I am doomed. But even so, when you come, you are still cautious. Even if it is the next room, you have to have it checked again. William shook his head helplessly. To be honest, this isn't a very clever scheme. The hardest part is how to make you believe it and let down your guard. So you knew the gun was fake, and Lu Peng and the Lu family betrayed me? Chen Deming asked the last question. No, I didn't know. I always thought it was a real gun. William said with a sly smile. With this expression, how could Chen Deming not understand what William meant? If he didn't know the gun was fake, how could he let Oscar take it away and put himself in danger? This kid Lu Peng really betrayed me. Chen Deming sighed. William shook his head again. No, the Lu family wouldn't dare to do that, but they're very smart. Although they didn't betray you, they left a possibility for themselves. I understand. Chen Deming finally felt relieved. After waiting for a while, Chen Deming begged. Can you please leave a way for my family to survive? Haha. Whether or not to let them go is not up to me. Besides, they are also involved and can't escape it. William touched Chen Deming's head and smiled condescendingly. Chen Deming looked ashen at this moment and lowered his head. Uncle Deming, have a safe journey. After saying that, William turned and left. Oh, it's finally over. I'll explain the ending of the Chun family members tomorrow. Chapter 272 Ending. Everything that happened at the Chun family in Linhai that night was broadcast live and quickly spread across the country. But before everyone could digest it, another shocking thunder exploded the next day. It turns out that Chun Deming is Oscar's biological father, and he is the mastermind behind everything. Back then, he forced Grace to give birth to Oscar and support the Chun family. Later, he let Jiang Bowie take the blame and hid behind the scenes to seize the family property. When this big news came out, all the wealthy families, including some ordinary people, were immediately terrified. In a short period of time, there was a craze for paternity testing across the world. As Chun Deming was arrested, a series of his crimes were exposed one after another. In addition to the forced embrace of Grace and the murder, various unknown crimes were revealed one after another. In view of his actions, the impact was so bad that it was simply to the point of being condemned by both humans and gods. Under the pressure of various forces and public outrage, Chun Deming was unsurprisingly sentenced to death and executed on the same day. And his family, the current ruler of the Chun family in Beijing, Chun Deming's father and others, were also besieged by the Jiang family and Zhou family. A lot of evidence was dug up, and they were finally thrown into prison. This also proves a truth. Those who are in high positions will fall, not because they have done something wrong, but because someone wants them to fall. Of course, Jiang Bowen's wife, Chun Deming's sister, also did not escape the disaster, and the whole family was intact. After the Jiang Bowen incident was exposed, the Yang family realized that sooner or later the fire would burn them, so they thought about escaping that night. But their family members are all deadbeats, and they cannot leave through formal channels, so they can only think of fleeing abroad through illegal means. But the Jiang family and William did not give them time. As soon as Chun Deming was arrested, Old Master Jiang dealt with the Yang family without bloodshed. Next was Zhao Mingcheng, who was also involved in the case. He was quickly arrested on charges of trafficking in human organs. As for Wang Yin, she was also arrested for kidnapping Jessica and attempted murder. Finally, there are the Chun family. According to Chun Deming's statement and Lu Peng's confession, William did not know whether the gun was real or fake in advance. Therefore, when Oscar wanted to shoot him, he had reasonable reasons to believe that his life was in real danger. Therefore, William's self-defense was established. He was found not guilty and released in court. Richard killed 2 people. The law is not a cold and ruthless system of rules. Considering that Richard had his reasons for killing people out of passion, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Of course, Chen Xiao also contributed to this. He hired the most famous legal team in the country to fight this lawsuit for Richard. Richard behaves well during the later period of his sentence and makes a major invention and obtains a patent. His sentence may be reduced. Richard originally wanted to take the blame for Diana, but William directly handed over the video of her stabbing Jessica to the police. Richard's idea was dashed. In the detention center, no matter how Diana cried and confessed her guilt, William remained indifferent. He was determined to let Diana go to jail. At this point, Chen Xiao had no choice but to obey William. Without Chen Xiao's help, Diana had nowhere to turn to, and when the court went to court, she couldn't even afford a lawyer. In the end, she had no choice but to apply for legal aid. I don't know if Diana was just unlucky, but the lawyer who defended her lacked professional knowledge and was very incompetent. Not only did he fail to reduce Diana's sentence, but he added a few more years to her sentence. Although Diana, as stabbed to Jessica, was an accidental injury, she did stab Jessica anyway, injuring her lumbar spine and causing Jessica's lower body to be paralyzed for life, and she will have to spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. This was considered a major disability, so Diana did not escape jail time. Vivian's case is simple. She embezzled a huge amount of public funds and engaged in illegal activities, so she will definitely go to jail. Then there is Nina. Although according to her own statement, she was not aware of Vivian's misappropriation of funds. But William insisted that as an important financial staff member and a sister of Vivian, she must be involved. William handed over the evidence he had collected before. Nina felt extremely aggrieved when she was imprisoned, but her crime was relatively minor and she should be released soon. Finally, there is Grace. Although Grace was stabbed twice, she survived thanks to timely rescue. She managed to save her life, but became a vegetable. According to the doctor, the possibility of her waking up was extremely low, almost impossible. Grace has committed countless crimes. She is still William's biological mother. To repay Grace for giving birth to me and to show my last bit of filial piety, William was very considerate and hired a caregiver to look after Grace. However, this caregiver was very jealous and filled with anger towards Grace, a fickle and vicious woman. So it's called taking care of her, but in fact, she just takes the money but doesn't do anything. When she's in a bad mood, she will take it out on Grace. William also had someone put an earphone in Grace's ears and then recorded a message saying Oscar is Chun Deming's son, which he played repeatedly for Grace day and night. Regardless, he felt Grace had the right to know the truth. Although this might wake Grace up, William doesn't care. If Grace really wakes up, she will go to jail. No matter what, she will only have one way out, which is to live a life worse than death. In the hospital, Chen Manqing lay on the bed, her eyes dull and her expression sad, staring blankly at the scene in front of her. The major change that happened to the Chun family not long ago, and the final truth, made her still unable to believe it. It's like a dream. What was once a good family was broken and shattered just like that. Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling a little sad. Apart from these, what hit her the hardest was her own body. When she woke up, she found that her lower body had lost feeling, and she thought it was because of the anesthesia. But when doctors told her she was paralyzed from the waist down, she was stunned. The tragic news was such a huge blow to her that she had to spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. At the beginning, she couldn't accept this fact at all. She cried, she hated, she was angry. But what's the use? The person who stabbed her was Diana, her sister. No matter how much hatred and anger Chen Manqing felt in her heart, she had no place to vent. Third sister. Jessica was in a daze. Chen Qingxia suddenly appeared. During this period, apart from Chen Zhao's family and Chen Qingxia, no one else came to visit Chen Manqing. The Chen sisters are now notorious, and their reputation is second only to Grace's and is equally notorious. Friends and colleagues who used to have dealings with Chen Manqing have long since distanced themselves from Jessica. Qingxia, why are you here? Jessica forced a smile. Come and see how your body is recovering. Chen Qingxiao said with his hands behind his back. I brought you something, by the way. What is that? Chen Manqing asked puzzledly. Found it in your room. As he spoke, Chen Qingxia took out a yellowed notebook from behind him and handed it to Jessica. Chapter 273, Memories of Past Life. Jessica was stunned for a moment and immediately recognized that this was William's diary. After William left the Chun family, she found the diary in the utility room. Later, she wanted to return the diary, but William had lost it. Jessica had no choice but to pick it up and put it in her room. Chen Manqing took the diary and stared at Chen Qingxia blankly, with a puzzled look on her face. Open it and take a look, Chen Qingxia said with a smile. This is not a good idea. After all, this is William's privacy. Jessica said in a dilemma. Do you know why William hates you so much? Even wants you dead? Here is the answer. Chen Qingxia pursed her lips and said. Jessica's eyes widened, and after a slight pause, she couldn't wait to open the diary. Jessica flipped through the diary page by page from beginning to end. There was not much recorded on each page, but without exception, they were all warm and happy things. Especially during the 3 years he returned to the Chun family. It was full of records of how kind everyone in the Chun family had been to him. Although those so-called good things seemed a bit far-fetched to Chen Manqing, she even felt a little embarrassed when she saw them. As for the bad things, such as their isolation, beating, and scolding of him, he did not mention a word about them. After reading the contents of the diary, Chen Manqing felt ashamed and embarrassed. Of course, Jessica also read about the fire in Shanghai village that year. When she saw this, Jessica suddenly yelled at Chen Qingxia. Qingxia, did you know this a long time ago? Why didn't you tell us? What? Jessica was blaming Chen Qingxia. She deeply regretted not reading William's diary. If she knew the truth, many things that happened today could have been avoided. At least their attitude towards William would have been different, and they would not have ended up in such a life-and-death situation with William. Chen Qingxia chuckled and shook her head. No, even if you knew the truth about the fire, the result would be the same. No, things will change. We will start to treat William well and make up for his. Jessica shook her head frantically, firmly denying Chen Qingxia's words. Just keep watching. Chen Qingxia didn't argue with Jessica. When Jessica saw William's diary the day before he left the Chen family, just as she was about to close the book, Chen Qingxia suddenly spoke. Keep scrolling down, and you will see the answer you want. Chen Manqing didn't understand, but she still turned the page. The next page was blank, without a single word on it. Just as Chen Manqing was puzzled, words began to appear on the blank paper. Her body also shook, and her brain seemed to be hit by something. Familiar scenes flashed through her mind like slides. These images are so familiar, like the ripples of time, bringing back accidentally lost, innate memories, so real. What is this? Jessica's tears instantly fell like raindrops. Because in this memory that suddenly appeared in her mind, Jessica saw a completely different result from what she saw now. William did not leave the Chen family. After being coaxed, deceived, and threatened by everyone in the Chen family, he agreed to donate his kidney to Oscar. Later, Chen Qingxia took out William's diary and showed it to everyone in the Chen family. Everyone was indeed surprised when they learned that it was William who saved Vivian and her sisters. Towards William has indeed changed a lot, but the fire incident happened many years ago. No matter whether it is painful or happy, it is easy to forget it over time. Later, the Chen sisters thought that William had deliberately exposed the incident in order to use it to blackmail them, which made them feel very uncomfortable. After that, his attitude towards William became even worse. Finally, William successfully got on the operating table and saved Oscar. But he died on the operating table due to an accident. The sadness and guilt that the Chun family felt over William's accidental death were quickly washed away by the joy that Oscar was successfully rescued. The family even held a big banquet to celebrate Oscar's rebirth. Afterwards, Oscar successfully inherited the Lin Hai Chun family business. Not long after, Richard died unexpectedly. Oscar not only inherited the Lin Hai-Chen family, but after his identity as Chun's adopted son was exposed, under pressure from Chun Deming, Chen Xiao agreed to let Oscar take over the Chun family's assets in Beijing. That Oscar was getting better and better, and thought that their lives would get better too. But what they didn't expect was that after Oscar took full power, his true nature began to show, and he started to oppress and persecute them unscrupulously. Chen Manqing was the first person to be killed by Oscar because she accidentally discovered that Richard's death was caused by Oscar. Oscar tricked Chun Manqing into going to a high building and pushed her down. So she didn't know what happened to Grace and the other sisters of the Chen family. What are these images? Why do they feel so familiar and real, as if I were experiencing them myself? Chun Manqing burst into tears and held her head. Maybe it was your personal experience, but you just forgot it. Chun Qingxia said lightly. Jessica looked up suddenly and stared at Chun Qingxia with wide eyes. Third sister, I came here to say goodbye to you. We probably won't see each other again in this life. After saying that, Chun Qingxia took the diary and prepared to leave. At this moment, Chun Manqing suddenly called her. Qingxia, I want to see William. I want to apologize to him. I know I was wrong. I hope he can forgive me. Jessica begged. Haha, regret? There is no such thing. It's just that you feel the same way as someone you've been in trouble with. Chun Qingxia chuckled. After saying this, Chun Qingxia sighed again and continued. You'd better not appear in front of him, and you'd better pray that he forgets about you. Otherwise, hey, he is a petty person, so you'll have to wish you good luck in the future. Qingxia, wait a minute. Where are they? How are they doing later? Jessica wanted to know whether Vivian and Grace were also killed by Oscar after her death. I think they should also see their own memories at this moment. Anyway, it's very tragic. After saying that, Chun Qingxia turned and left. The last chapter will be added in the afternoon. Chapitre 274 final. In the men's prison, Richard, who was operating a sewing machine, suddenly froze. After a while, he burst into tears for no apparent reason, attracting the attention of the prison guards. When the prison guard arrived, he hit him twice on the spot. What are you crying for? You regret it now. I'll let you be my bootlicker. I'll let you be my bootlicker. You deserve it. The prison guard's words not only did not make Richard stop, but made him cry even harder, which completely irritated the prison guard. Drag this bastard out. In the prison for female serious criminals, the three sisters Vivian, Nina, and Diana were placed in the same place, perhaps by coincidence. The three of them now looked haggard, huddled in a corner, trembling with fear, and ate their meal in silence. Hey, three young ladies, you usually eat delicacies from land and sea. These things should not be to your taste. At this time, several female prisoners suddenly surrounded them, and one of them directly knocked over the three people's bowls. You, what on earth do you want to do? How do we provoke you? Why do you keep targeting us? Diana really couldn't stand it anymore. Not only was she in jail, but after she came in, for some unknown reason, the other female prisoners seemed to dislike the three of them. They found fault with them everywhere and beat and scolded them at every turn. While eating, he even knocked over the three people's bowls at random. Later, the three people were so hungry that they could not bear it anymore and could only pick up the fallen food and eat it. Diana resisted at first, but became obedient after being beaten a few times. However, faced with such blatant bullying, the prison guards pretended not to see anything and turn a blind eye. Forget about Nina. Vivian and Diana couldn't help but feel sad when they thought about the long time they would have to spend in prison and living in such an environment. We just don't like you three bitches. What do you do to us? A female prisoner who looked like a big sister sneered. Faced with the opponent's strength, the three did not dare to talk back and kept their heads down in silence. A moment later, several female prisoners suddenly saw the three men, and for some unknown reason, they burst into tears and cried loudly. The loudest cry attracted everyone's attention. The three cried and kept repeating, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. We were wrong. We really know we were wrong. When several female prisoners saw this scene, they were immediately furious. These three bitches haven't done anything to her yet, but they already started crying and acting pitiful. It seemed as if they had done something terrible to these three people. Before the prison guard arrived, several female prisoners beat the three men up severely. When the prison guard rushed over, he saw three people lying on the ground, covered in wounds and still crying, and asked casually, Are you okay? The three of them continued to cry and did not answer. This kind of disregard angered the prison guards, and, as expected, the three of them were beaten again. At the same time, in the hospital, tears actually flowed from the eyes of Grace, who who was in a vegetative state. When the doctor learned about this situation, he acted indifferent and ignored it. The 4 years of college life passed quickly. William, EVA, and Penny successfully graduated from Peking University and Tsinghua University. William graduated. He was called back by Chun Xiao to take over the Chun family's business in Beijing. William originally refused and wanted Chun Zhua to inherit, but Chun Zhua was an adopted son and it was not legitimate for him to inherit. So William finally agreed reluctantly. For this purpose, he gave the Chun group and all his external businesses to Chun Zhua. Later, with the help of the Zhou family and the Qin family, William gradually took control of the Chun family in Beijing. Afterwards, another incident happened. The accidental death of Angelia Jiang's mother was discovered. It turns out that all this was done by Jiang Boyi and his mother. In order to get promoted to the position of mistress, Jiang's mother and Jiang's father conspired to murder the mother of Jiang, Angelia, and her 2 sisters. When old man Jiang learned the truth, he was furious and kicked Jiang Bowen's son out of the house. Later, he felt guilty towards Angelia Jiang, so before he died, he divided part of his property among them. On this day, the Chun family in the capital was bustling with activity and the house was filled with guests. Today is William S. birthday. As Qin Hao and others stepped into the Chun family's gate, they saw a figure jump on them and hug them. He quickly dropped the gift in his hand and held it up in a panic. Uncle! The little kid, about 3 years old, in his arms lay on his back, staring at him with his big round eyes, and called out with a smile. Yaya, Uncle misses you so much. Please let Uncle kiss you. Qin Hao said this and was about to kiss the little girl, but who knew that the little girl covered her mouth with her hands. How long does it take? Where's my gift? I have it. Qin Hao said this without paying attention to the little girl's disgusted look and kissed her chubby little cheek hard. It's for your father, though. After kissing the little girl, Qin Hao smiled slyly. Uncle Fatty, Uncle Xiao Zhua, Uncle Lu Peng, are you here to celebrate Dad's birthday too? At this time, Yaya saw Zhu Yingjun and Chun Zhua behind Qin Hao and waved happily to greet them. Yes, Yaya. Come and let Uncle hug you. Yaya. Let Uncle hug you too. When Zhu Yingjun, Chun Zhua, and others saw Yaya, they rushed forward to snatch Yaya from Qin Hao. But who knew there were people who were faster than them? Penny suddenly appeared from behind and hugged Yaya. Think of my cousin. Yaya, have you been good lately? Do you miss your aunt? Penny buried her head in Yaya's neck, making her laugh uncontrollably. Ha, my aunt is here too. While Yaya was laughing, she took the time to say hello to Angelia Jiang. Angelia Jiang nodded without smiling. Where's your father? Why can't I see him? Angelia Jiang glanced around the hall and didn't see William. William, he went to visit Grandma and said he would be back before dinner. EVA spoke. Angelia Jiang nodded. EVA, did he bully you at home? If there is, tell me and I will help you fix it. Angelia Jiang then asked. EVA raised her little fist and shook it, saying, it doesn't dare because I will beat him up. As evening approached, Qin Yushan and others arrived one after another. In the cemetery, William stood in front of a tombstone in a daze. He would come to visit the old lady whenever he had time, and sometimes he would bring Yaya with him. As the sun set and the sky gradually darkened, William said goodbye to the old lady and left for home. When he got home and opened the door, he saw EVA and others standing at the door with cakes waiting for him. Happy birthday. Time flies like an arrow. 100 years is just a blink of an eye. Old Master Chun. William lay quietly on the hospital bed, staring at the falling leaves outside the window, lost in thought. As he watched, he suddenly felt sleepy and wanted to sleep. My eyelids are getting heavier and heavier, as if they will close at any moment. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. William, this place is about to disappear. We should leave. Fifth sister. William cried out in surprise. Chun Qingxia's figure appeared. Her appearance had not changed at all, just the same as that year. Is this my dying hallucination? William laughed at himself in his heart. If I die, the world will disappear for him, right? That's fine. But he was really tired, and it was time for him to leave. Finally, William took one more lingering look out the window before slowly closing his eyes. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but at the last moment before he closed his eyes, William seemed to see a crack on a leaf outside the window. And this crack spread out in an instant, spreading to the sky and earth before our eyes. End of the book.